A young man in white robes, ethereal as an immortal, descended to the mortal world, sat atop a high pavilion. He drank deeply from a goblet of fine wine, exhaling a breath of pent-up frustration. Gazing at the stars and the moon, he sighed over the vicissitudes of life. He, Jiang Chun, would marry into a wealthy family tomorrow. Thoughts of the boundless riches in that wealthy family brought him some comfort, making him no longer cling to his wife's supposed beauty. Everyone said one couldn't have both fish and bear's paw, but since Jiang Chun had chosen the bear's paw, he would not regret it. Yet imagining the rest of his life with a wealthy woman raising children and growing old together, he couldn't help but hesitate. But he touched the bank card in his pocket, the 10 million yuan bride price from that wealthy woman. A life. Spending one's remaining years with a rich woman isn't so bad, is it? He picked up the wine bottle beside him and tilted it to his mouth, only to find it empty. Staggering to his feet, he intended to buy more wine to bid farewell to his fleeting youth. But in a misstep, his foot slipped, and he fell from the dozen-story-high building. The rich woman gone. That was his last thought. Parallel Universe Blue Star. Inside a girls' dormitory at Jiangnan University in Zhuxia Kingdom midnight. Hey Pinnakill. Yeah is awesome. From now on you're my jungler god. He woman am so strong, it'll definitely protect you well. The path to ranking up is tough. Ooh, are you willing to accompany me forever? Master Yui. I am willing. Awakened from a deep nightmare, Jiang Chun opened his eyes in confusion, staring at the unfamiliar darkness around him. In his memory, he had fallen from a dozen-story building. Was he in hell now? The girl's voice was quite pleasant. Beside him were two very pretty girls, scantily dressed, wearing earphones, and concentrating on playing Honor of Kings. Their tempting bare skin exuded an infinite allure. But Jiang Chun strangely found he felt no physiological impulse. His hand instinctively reached down toward his lower body, and then he froze on the bed. Gone. Gone. He couldn't believe it. He groped for a long time to no avail. Truly gone. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he murmured to himself, this must be a dream. According to common belief, hitting yourself in a dream doesn't hurt. Jiang Chun slammed his head hard against the wall with a thud, then passed out again. Didn't feel pain. Indeed, I'm dreaming. He thought so before passing out, a silly smile on his delicate face. The two girls next to him were still battling in the King's Canyon, oblivious to the commotion. The next day? Shui, hurry up, get up. We're going to be late. Jiang Chun was awakened by a pleasant female voice, his forehead throbbing. He sat up dizzily, looking around the unfamiliar room. He muttered involuntarily, where is this? How did I get here? And why does my head hurt so much? Countless fragments of memory suddenly flooded his mind, leaving him dazed. Jiangnan University freshman Jiang Chun. Military training. I swear to be your nemesis. Dormitory 502, 3 people living together. Parents died early, working part-time to support her studies. There was a cousin, but she was too warm to her. Men only slowed down my sword-drawing speed. With no man in my heart, my career as a swordswoman will naturally succeed. Money can't solve everything, but no money is absolutely impossible. The greatest sorrow in life is alive, but out of money. What the hell? What are these things? Flipping through the sudden influx of memories in his mind, Jiang Chun discovered a huge problem. He threw off the covers and looked down. 2 mounds of softness. Oh my God, where is my treasure? He hurriedly reached down, but found nothing. He collapsed onto the bed like a dead pool of water. I really turned into a girl, she murmured with vacant eyes. Was last night's dream real? And a poor girl at that. Jiang Chun refused to accept it. Who would have thought that on the night before entering a wealthy family, he would transmigrate? Transmigrating was one thing, but why couldn't the bank card in my pocket come along? That wasn't just a card, it was the dignity I lost. And transmigrating into a girl's body, and a poor one at that, just like before. Am I doomed to be poor for lifetimes? Dazedly, she put on the original owner's clothes and walked to the mirror. Looking at herself in the reflection, Jiang Chun couldn't help but be entranced. Is the person in the mirror a fairy? Truly, her grace was like a startled swan, her form like a swimming dragon. Her splendor outshone autumn chrysanthemums, her luxuriance surpassed spring pines. She seemed like light clouds veiling the moon, like swirling snow caught in the wind. Was such a face possible in the mortal world? Jiang Chun thought. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the strongest rich woman training system. System ELF-007 reporting for duty. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Cheng's mind, making her jerk upright, her face filled with excitement. A system. The golden finger from web novels. The legendary invincible system that lets mortals sweep across 86,000 realms. Ding! The system is called Strongest Rich Woman Training System. It does not support what you're thinking. A bucket of cold water was poured over Jiang Chun, but she didn't give up. Can I go back to my original world, marry a rich woman, and succeed? Ding! This system is the strongest rich woman training system and naturally keeps its distance from male creatures. Please recognize your identity, host. Jiang Chun was furious. She felt insulted but had no proof. If the system were physical, it would now die a horrible, unrecognizable death. Then what use is this system? This system is named Strongest Rich Woman Training System and is naturally for training rich women. The host's IQ is worrying. You should study hard. Jiang Cheng, I am done. My mentality is shattered. So how do you train? Just give me money to become a rich woman. Ding. The system is named Strongest Rich Woman Training System with emphasis on training. The system's purpose is to cultivate a rich woman who develops morally, intellectually, physically, aesthetically, and labor-wise. Directly giving money. Absolutely impossible. Ding. Friendly reminder, although the host is ugly, you think too beautifully. Jiang Cheng. What kind of system is this? As if feeling it had gone too far, the system seemed a bit embarrassed, and its attitude became more polite. Ding. According to the tenets of this ultimate richest woman cultivation system, tasks will be issued based on the host's conditions to enable rapid growth of the host. What? Dress like a woman. Wear a skirt. No way. Having just found a slightly gender-neutral casual outfit from the wardrobe, Jiang Cheng was putting it on while lying on the bed. Upon hearing the system's words, he firmly refused. Ding. According to the tenets of this ultimate richest woman cultivation system, rejecting a task is considered a failure. Failure penalty execution. Please consider carefully and do not treat your life as a game. Jiang Cheng. Ill wear it, okay. He conceded immediately. Good heavens, he had never seen such a tormenting system. It was determined to ruin him, turning a boy into a girl, such a sin. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully accepting the task. Reward upon completion 500 RMB, 1 flowing immortal skirt, with wide sleeves, 1 random skill. Wah. What? 500000. Where's the skirt? He'll wear it. Jiang Cheng's eyes suddenly sparkled like stars. Why didn't this wretched system mention the reward earlier? That was 500000. According to the original owner's memories, this world's economy was basically identical to Blue Star's. 500 was enough to do things she had long wanted to do. The next second, a skirt of light blue, dreamlike as a fantasy, abruptly appeared on Jiang Cheng's bed. Taking it in her hands, touching the soft fabric, Jiang Cheng somehow felt a surge of excitement deep inside. It was that feeling of longing, the urge to put on the skirt before her. But the next second, she firmly suppressed that thought. No, impossible. Even though she now had a female body, her soul was still male. How could she possibly want to wear a skirt? Such an absurd thought was all the system's doing. Yes, the system, that poisonous stun system, must be behind it. Putting on this skirt was only to complete the door-die task. It was absolutely not because she liked wearing skirts or thought she would look good in one. Moments later, Jiang Cheng had fully donned the skirt and stood before the mirror. Gazing at her reflection, she felt a completely different sensation from before. To put it metaphorically, if the previous Jiang Cheng was a fairy who accidentally fell to the mortal world, then the one now was definitely dodgy, a femme fatale capable of toppling nations. In the mirror, Jiang Cheng wore a light, ethereal, yet magnificent flowing immortal skirt. Combined with her already exquisitely beautiful features, she was absolutely mouth-watering. Fairy sister. Xiaoxua, come quick, I see a fairy. Her dorm roommate Lin Yu walked in carrying a wash basin, having just finished washing up. The moment she entered, she saw Jiang Cheng in the flowing immortal skirt. Her eyes sparkled, and she let out a howl like a hungry wolf. Yeah, enough. Why are you screaming so early in the morning? Did you stay up too late gaming last night? You're hallucinating. A fairy. The other roommate, Mu Shui, followed closely behind Lin Yu. She was still teasing Lin Yu before entering, but the moment she saw Jiang Cheng in the room, she was completely stunned. A glistening crystalline drop could be seen at the corner of her mouth. Holy crap. A fairy. Yeah, wasn't lying. There really is a fairy. So beautiful. How can someone this gorgeous exist in this world? The opulent classical dress, a face not of this world, a high proud chest, and the perfect figure. Oh my mamma mia. Was this the fairy herself descending to earth? The two just stood there dumbfounded, occasionally swallowing saliva, but unable to tear their eyes away. Indeed, beauty at a certain level could captivate both genders. Jiang Cheng, seeing her two stunned roommates, unconsciously revealed a slight smile. Clearly these two silly roommates were charmed by her beauty. These two roommates were also beauties in their own right. One tall with long straight black hair, the other short, and adorably like a little loli. Each was countless times more beautiful than that previous rich woman. Wait, why was she smiling? But she was a man, a perfectly normal man. How could she possibly feel happy about something as shameful as wearing a skirt? Jiang Cheng roared inside. The next second, she put on a slightly cool expression and walked toward the two girls. Hello, you must be Mu Shui and Lin Yu. I'm your roommate Jiang Cheng. I arrived early yesterday and was so exhausted from the journey that I went to bed early. Let's get properly acquainted now. Lin Yu and Mu Shui exchanged glances, revealing excited smiles, silently conversing. So this ethereal ancient costume little sister is our new roommate. Plenty of time ahead, plenty of opportunities. Hee hee, plenty of time. Hi, Mu Shui. I like girls. Ahem. Boys. I really like you, little sister. The short, cute loli Mu Shui spoke first, but was hastily interrupted by the tall, black-haired beauty Lin Yu. Hi, I'm Lin Yu. Don't mind this goof. She's always a bit of a fangirl. If you need anything, just come to me. I'll do my best to help. Lin Yu wore a face full of righteousness, revealing no trace of being starstruck. Instead, she showed the attitude of caring for a new roommate, completely dazzling Mu Shui beside her. Mu Shui inexplicably felt her scalp tingle. Mu Shui decided to take notes right away. Live and learn. This female knight has learned another trick. Once she masters the art of charming girls, she will capture countless young ladies' hearts. Thanks. Jiang Cheng looked at these two seemingly weird roommates before her, and also felt a slight creepiness. Not weird, terrifying. She felt like prey walking into a tiger's den. If she were still a boy, she would have been thrilled to jump for joy. The first time girls were this attentive to her, except for that earlier rich woman. But now she was a girl, and her roommates' hungry eyes like wall hacks in a chicken-eating game carried an obvious meaning. They were almost ready to pounce. For the first time, she realized that girls infatuated could be far scarier than boys. But deep inside, why was there a little thrill? This was so unscientific. Could it be that Jiangnan University, situated in the heart of City C, was a renowned key institution across the nation? It was the day of orientation and enrollment, and the senior students, with predatory gleams in their eyes, eagerly scrutinized the incoming freshmen. They remained vigilant, wary of their peers, as an inexplicable tension filled the air. Jiang Cheng was heading to the freshman registration desk with her two roommates. The school officially opened on the 12th, but they had arrived a day early to settle into the dormitory. Nevertheless, today, they still had to complete the registration. 3 strikingly beautiful young women walked along the main campus path, drawing countless glances from passers-by. Are these the new freshmen? Wow, look at those looks. TSK. Ah, the quality of this batch is impressive. See that one with the long, straight black hair? That's the girl of my dreams. Get lost if you ask me. That loli over there is the real gem, a formidable figure indeed. They say lolas have 3 virtues. To borrow a phrase, 9 out of 10 lolas are rich, and the 10th is even richer. My friend, I never imagined I'd meet a kindred spirit today. As they say, meeting is fate. Fancy swapping WeChat IDs to exchange insights? Sure, my friend, let's step aside for a chat. The only pity was that the tall, slender girl in the center, dressed in ancient costume, wore a mask. Yet even with the mask, her figure, her silhouette, her aura paired with that dreamy light blue, luxurious gown. Good heavens, I'm burning up. Does anyone have tissues? Lend me some. Damn it, I really want to go over and take it off. Yes, that's right. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng had deliberately put on a mask. It was the last act of defiance from the male soul within her. Wearing women's clothing to school was embarrassing enough. If she ran into some unscrupulous passerby who secretly photographed her and posted the pictures online, she'd be done for. And indeed, events proved Jiang Cheng right. As she walked along, the clicking of phones from the senior students never ceased. A certain senior student shouted loudly, "Beauty is like a wolf or a tiger, capable of eroding one's will. I hereby declare it a universal truth." Jiang Cheng. Good heavens, she even spotted a chubby-looking boy lecherously holding a video camera. Luckily, with the mask on, most of the attention fell on her roommates. Thank goodness, this lady, this gentleman, had prepared in advance. Hadn't she noticed her 2 roommates blushing all the way? Their hands were full of business cards from senior students, and Jiang Cheng couldn't help but laugh. But soon her laughter faded as she gradually realized a serious problem. The campus environment was far more terrifying than she had anticipated. The predatory gazes of the senior students fixed on Lin Yu and Mu Shui were like knives, sending chills down Jiang Cheng's spine. What am I going to do for the next 4 years? Heaven, earth, merciful Guanyin. Someone save me. Just then a handsome young man walked toward them. His dark brown eyes were clear, yet held a rare rebelliousness, and his delicate face bore a sickly pallor, yet it exuded an air of noble elegance, complemented by his tall, slender frame. Holy crap! A stunningly handsome man. His arrival triggered screams from the nearby girls. Wow, look, it's Li Hanxing, the most handsome guy at Jiangnan University. So handsome. Oh my god, how can a boy be this handsome? I'm in love. He's so elegant and handsome. He's exactly my type. He'll be my target for the next 4 years. You're dreaming, aren't you? Newbie. This guy is the famous Ice Prince of Jiangnan University. If he were easy to win over, the junior girls would have snagged him by now. Nicknamed the Heartless Prince, Li Hanxing is the school's top heartthrob and a rich second generation, but he's notoriously indifferent to women. If you're interested, I have his private photos. Contact me for a friendly discount. Many freshman girls, confident in their own looks, prepared to ask the handsome senior for his contact information. But all they got was Li Hanxing's cold, distant demeanor. He walked on with an air of indifference, leaving behind countless longing gazes until he stopped before Jiang Cheng and her 2 roommates. Jiang Cheng looked at the handsome man approaching and felt a twinge of annoyance, assuming he was just another senior captivated by her roommate's beauty. Although he was a cut above the rest, he still fell short compared to her former self. Turning her head, she saw that her two beautiful friends were staring at him mesmerized. How embarrassing. Don't they know this loses them points? Jiang Chung sighed inwardly. She nudged her dazed roommates and pointed at the boys, signaling them to wrap things up quickly. She was in a hurry to finish the paperwork and grab a meal. She was starting to wonder if coming out with these two had been a mistake. Every few steps some guy would come up to chat. Good heavens, the registration desk wasn't far, but they still hadn't reached it after nearly half an hour. What a curse. Understanding Jiang Cheng's signal, Lin Yu and Mu Shui let the business cards from the previous seniors fall silently to the ground. The sound of hearts breaking echoed from the surrounding crowd. Eagerly they pulled out a small, exquisite notebook and pen from their bags and handed them to the handsome boy with hopeful expressions. Li Hanqing smiled politely and took them, but made no move to write down his contact information. In fact, his gaze didn't even fall on them. It was fixed intently on the masked Jiang Chung. He flashed what he thought was a warm smile and said in a magnetic voice, "Hello, Junior. I'm Li Hanqing, a sophomore. Would you like to get to know each other?" "No, I wouldn't." The moment Li Hanqing spoke, Jiang Chung felt as if she had stepped into the eye of a storm. She vaguely sensed the sound of hearts breaking among the girls around her, along with countless hostile glares. Without giving him any chance to press further, she responded with an awkward but polite smile. Inwardly, she cursed viciously. Damn it, there are two gorgeous girls right beside you, and you choose to hit on me, a masked guy? Disgusting. I'm okay. Seemingly caught off guard by her refusal, the boy stood there stunned and hesitant, as if unable to believe it. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chung grabbed her two dazed roommates and strode forward. Before leaving, she snatched the notebook and pen from the boy's hand. They made their way triumphantly toward the registration desk, leaving behind a bewildered young man and a crowd of onlookers. Heavens, Li Hanqing actually approached a girl. That's not the point, okay? The point is he got rejected. Big news, big news. I need to post this on the school forum immediately. ITLL skyrocket in clicks and shares. What kind of point is that again? Which bastard? Said Li Hanqing like men. Step forward right now, I'll kill you and spank your bottom. I genuinely admire that Junior for staying true to herself in the face of such beauty. That Junior skirt is so pretty, oh I wonder where she bought it. Enough, I've already uploaded the post to the school forum. It's titled Shocking Heartless Campus Heartthrob. Li Hanqing actually falls for a girl only to be cruelly rejected. Brothers, get online and like, comment, and share. Coming. With that tone, you must be an editor from UC's shock department, right? Haha, how's the pay over there? Hiring? No. By the time Jiang Chung finished handling the procedures with Mu Shui and Lin Yue, it was already afternoon. After a quick meal, they returned to the dormitory as dusk fell. Her two silly roommates, as usual, embarked on their canyon conquest journey. Unfazed by the morning's events, they claimed, beauty may be fierce as wolves and tigers, but it can't shake our resolve. They tried to drag Jiang Chung into the game, but she firmly refused. Good heavens, when she checked their gameplay. A Guan Yu with 6 pairs of boots, a godly AD carry, and Keela, she nearly had a heart attack on the spot. It seemed their frequent reports and inability to climb out of bronze were well justified. After freshening up, Jiang Chung shed the embarrassingly cute skirt and changed into pajamas. Strangely, the moment she took off the skirt, a twinge of reluctance stirred within her. This must be that damn system's fault. It's not that I like cross-dressing. Though the skirt was indeed quite pretty. Lying on the bed with vacant eyes, Jiang Chung touched the softness on her chest, her heart brimming with tears. It was large and soft, yet 1,000 words stuck in her throat, unable to find an outlet. After a brief bout of sorrow, Jiang Chung mentally summoned the system. The shameful day had passed, and the only thing lingering in her mind was that 500 yuan. As her original self would say, life's greatest sorrow is being alive with no money left. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the novice mission wearing the flowing fairy skirt to school. Reward 500 yuan credited, 1 set of flowing fairy skirt and 1 beginner combat master enhancement card. The system's chime finally arrived. Jiang Chung shot up, quickly grabbed her phone, logged into her mobile banking app, and beamed at the displayed balance. Having lived 2 lives, she was finally heading toward modest prosperity. This system was somewhat reliable. Gazing happily at her account balance, Jiang Chung turned her attention to the other 2 rewards. 1 set of flowing fairy skirt. While that was nice, the skirt was indeed beautiful. Spit, no, I don't like that skirt at all. I'm a man's soul inside. With a hint of guilt, she focused on the last reward. A pitch-black card materialized in Jiang Cheng's hand. Beginner Combat Master Enhancement Card. Upon use, grants basic combat skills and moderately strengthens the physique. System evaluation: as a beautiful girl, not learning self-defense leaves even the system uneasy. Jiang Chung. Though it makes sense what's with the first part and that final comment. Though slightly annoyed that the damn system had once again bruised her masculine pride, Jiang Chung wisely used the enhancement card. After all, recalling movies where pretty girls were dragged into dark corners by bad boys, and, well, Jiang Chung shuddered. That was a scene she'd rather die than accept. She'd prefer being ravaged by a woman over a man, since she had once possessed that Closing her eyes, the card vanished, and a surge of memories flooded her mind. When she opened her eyes again, an uncontrollable sharpness flashed in her gaze, followed by undisguised joy spreading across her face. This skill card was incredibly effective. Jiang Cheng felt she could take on 10 of her former self before the transformation. With her self-defense skills mastered, she could finally sleep in peace. Just as Jiang Cheng drifted into deep sleep, the system's chime echoed in her mind again. Ding! To shape the host's proper worldview, congratulations on receiving a continuous mission. Wear women's clothing for 1 month. Failure penalty annihilation. Success reward 500 yuan, 1 random women's outfit, and 1 random beginner skill card. Friendly reminder: this is a continuous mission. During the mission period, the host must wear women's clothing at all times or face annihilation. A man's life is precious, but life itself is more so. For the sake of cross-dressing, all can be forsaken. In the midst of a dream, Jiang Cheng frowned, as if having a nightmare, and kicked the blanket harshly. Cross-dressing? Never, not in this lifetime. Meanwhile, on the Jiangnan University student forum, it was like a gathering of deities amidst a brewing storm. The top trending and pinned post was none other than shocking heartless campus heartthrob Li Hanxing actually falls for a girl only to be cruelly rejected. The post featured a photo of Li Hanxing looking dejected in the sunlight, while the girl walked away gracefully, perfectly capturing the moment and attracting countless female comments. In less than a day, the post garnered over 5,000 likes, over 3,000 shares, and comments exceeding 1,000. Considering that Jiangnan University had fewer than 5,000 students, this data was already staggering and still climbing. The comment section was nothing short of an epic blockbuster. Holy crap, this jerk. I've chased him since he enrolled a year ago, and he never responded. Now he's throwing himself at someone else. I'm so damn. Please share details about the girl in ancient costume who rejected Li Hanxing. Which department is she from? That silhouette is too ethereal. No, I need to make a move. Wake up, buddy. Are you better looking or richer than Li Hanxing? She turned him down. There's no chance for you. So what? I may not be as rich or handsome, but I'm tough and well endowed, alright. Holy smokes, bro, since you put it that way, I might as well reveal my hidden identity. I'm the legendary longest in the academy's male dorms. Shut up, all of you. You're ruining my mood for admiring the fairy and the handsome guy, engaging in explicit content in broad daylight. I'll report you in a minute. Honestly, the new girl's back view is indeed enchanting. But I heard she wore a mask, so no one knows what she really looks like. What if she's a beast? A beast? With that figure and silhouette, I'd take a beast any day. Lights off, they're all the same. Bro, you're amazing. To be honest, I have a cousin at home. She's got a great figure and a lovely voice. But because of some facial issues, she hasn't been able to marry yet, and my family's really worried. How about you? Get lost. Alright, don't be mad, bro. I just thought you seemed a bit lonely. Damn it, which department are you from? Give me your name, and we'll see if I don't give you a beating tomorrow. Everyone shut the hell up. I know that person. She's actually a crossdresser. Let me handle it, brothers. I'm not great at much, but I'm best at tough love. Holy crap. The next day, early morning, Jiang Cheng struggled to get out of bed, as if some demon was trying to keep her from rising. Her 2 roommates were still sound asleep, though their sleeping postures were rather unsightly, their pajamas nearly falling off, probably too caught up in last night's games. Such a pity that beautiful girls were corrupted by video games. Groggily, she got out of bed and walked to the wardrobe. Just as she found a slightly androgynous outfit, the system's notification sounded. Ding, warning, do not recklessly test the boundaries of death. Jiang Cheng was stunned. What the hell? Which rule of this insane system had she violated now? Ding, to shape the host's proper female worldview, congratulations on receiving a continuous mission. Wear women's clothing for 1 month. Failure penalty execution. Success reward 500 RMB, a random set of women's clothing and 1 basic skill card. Friendly reminder: this is a continuous mission. During the mission period, the host must wear women's clothing at all times or face execution. A man's life is precious, but life is even more so. If it's for women's clothing, all can be forsaken. Holy crap. Wear women's clothing all the time. No way, never in this life. Jiang Cheng shook her head frantically inside. Wearing women's clothing forever would be worse than death. Ding, host rejected the mission. Mission considered failed. Execution countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7. Hearing the system's death countdown, Jiang Cheng panicked. Was this damned system serious? They'll wear it, okay. Ding, congratulations on accepting the mission. A future in women's clothing will surely be brighter. Keep up the good work. Jiang Cheng, I have a WTF I want to say, but I don't know if I should. System, please speak up. If you're angry, you should express it, or it might affect your face and ruin the women's clothing effect. Jiang Cheng M. Without further ado, Jiang Cheng started rummaging through the wardrobe. After searching for a while, she couldn't find a single outfit that the system deemed acceptable women's clothing. Ding, given the host's abysmal fashion sense, which has severely hindered the women's clothing mission, the wardrobe function is temporarily unlocked at level 1. It is hoped that the host will improve her taste and go further on the path of women's clothing so others don't have to worry. The wardrobe was the same as before, but its contents had undergone a radical transformation. All the previous clothes had vanished, or rather turned into a dazzling array of beautiful long dresses. Moreover, a new compartment had appeared in the middle filled with various delicate and pretty women's shoes. According to the system's instructions, the clothes in the wardrobe refreshed according to the season, so there wouldn't be any inhumane requirement to wear a miniskirt in winter. Jiang Cheng secretly fumed, grabbed a light purple dress at random, and put it on. This dog of a system must have some weird fetish for skirts, right? She had once been a peerless, enchanting young master who captivated countless men and women. Never did she imagine that she would end up on such a path. Once wealthy women threw themselves into her arms, but a single misstep led to lifelong regret. After a while, Mu Shui and Lin Yu woke up. Seeing Jiang Cheng sitting on the bed in a purple dress, lost in thought, with a ray of morning sunlight shining on the tips of her hair, it was exceptionally beautiful. Their eyes lit up with little stars. They exchanged a glance, confirmed they were kindred spirits. Beauty was indeed like a wolf eroding their resolve. It wasn't that their will was weak. Lin Yu quickly grabbed her phone, opened the camera, and looked at Jiang Cheng with a grin. My phone wallpaper can finally get a makeover, hee. Meanwhile, Mu Shui's big eyes darted around, a sly smile curling at the corner of her lips. The next second, with tear-filled eyes, she got out of bed and threw herself at Jiang Cheng, who was still sitting there dazed, landing in her arms. Feeling the softness of the beautiful sister, Mu Shui felt her whole body melt. So big, so warm, I'm so happy. I'm done for him, completely beyond saving R&I. Someone save me. Jiang Cheng was also startled, jumping up and looking down to find Mu Shui clinging to her with a blissful expression. Their two formidable assets collided, pressing against her so hard she could barely breathe. So fierce. Jiang Cheng's tongue felt dry and her face flushed red. She shouted, what are you doing? Sister Qingzi, we failed to reach silver again yesterday. I'm so sad. Yaya is such a drag, she can't carry me at all. Can I find some comfort here? Mu Shui instantly switched to a heartbroken expression, the shift so quick and smooth that Jiang Cheng almost believed it. Lin Yue, who had been watching with envy, immediately darkened her face upon hearing this. You can call me ugly, but you can't call me bad. Wasn't it just the day before yesterday that she called me her eternal jungler? Ha, women. She resolved to drag Mu Shui through 10 consecutive losses tonight when they played. People who called her bad didn't deserve to win. Jiang Cheng was speechless, quickly pushing Mu Shui away. With a face that could charm both sexes, life was truly too hard for her. Guys were manageable. She could keep her distance, but when girls suddenly pulled something like this, it was impossible to guard against. Still, the little lowly Mu Shui had quite the figure, a true lethal weapon. As Jiang Cheng pushed her away, she felt a twinge of reluctance. After exchanging a few pleasantries with her roommates, who were coveting her looks, Jiang Cheng went downstairs, having received a call from her cousin Yiqing. Of course, she still wore her mask, as the shame of cross-dressing could not be erased in a single day. Jiang Cheng did not know much about this cousin. Her memories of her were vague, perhaps deliberately faded due to dislike. The most vivid recollection was from when her parents were still alive, when her cousin would often visit and stay for days on end. Those days were among the most painful memories for Jiang Cheng, as her cousin seemed to have an unusual sexual orientation from a young age. During that time, Jiang Cheng was nearly led astray. Can you imagine an older girl pouting for a kiss or playfully wielding a small whip, laughing as she suggested playing games? Fortunately, Jiang Cheng didn't have to imagine. She experienced it firsthand. 3 years ago, after her parents passed away, Jiang Cheng returned to her grandparents' home in the countryside. The contact between the two families gradually faded, and her cousin slowly disappeared from her life. Over the past 3 years, they only exchanged occasional holiday greetings and some financial transactions. Unexpectedly, on the second day of school, her cousin suddenly called, sounding urgent and insisting on meeting. Jiang Cheng was puzzled. Jiang Cheng only knew that her cousin was a wealthy heiress, a year older than her, from a very affluent family. She was now studying at Jiangnan University and should be a junior by now. But what could she possibly want? Lost in thought, Jiang Cheng walked out of the female dormitory area. Her cousin did not live on campus, but rented a place outside, so they agreed to meet at the school gate. At that moment, she did not notice a group of boys across from the dormitory staring at her, their minds filled with thoughts of her encounter with her cousin. Li Hanxing, accompanied by 5 or 6 lackeys, watched Jiang Cheng with a grim expression. Li Hanxing, born into a prestigious family with handsome features, had always been the center of attention. Countless beautiful women from noble families had been rejected by him, as he looked down on those who chased after fame and fortune. Yet when he finally found a girl who captivated him at first sight, he was rejected, and the incident was posted online. In an instant, his reputation was shattered. If the girl had a powerful family background, it might have been tolerable, but an investigation revealed she was just an ordinary girl from a humble home. This infuriated Li Hanqing. How could someone as exceptional as him be rejected by a common girl? It was the most absurd joke in the world. He resolved to make her fall madly in love with him only to abandon her later. Brotherly, is that her? That silhouette is as stunning as the rumors on the school forums say. Truly beautiful. Brotherly has excellent taste, a bespectacled man said lecherously. I wonder what she looks like without the mask. He am almost drooling, he added. Li Hanqing shot a cold glance at the man disgusted by such a repulsive person. Today it was merely a business transaction. Wang Chong, take them, and get that girl's contact information. 5,000 yuan when it's done. Got it, Brotherly. Truly worthy of a noble son so generous, the bespectacled man replied gleefully. 5,000 yuan. These rich folks might be enviable, but they were certainly generous. A simple task of getting contact info for such a reward was a steal. Brothers, the boss has spoken. Let's move. On the second day of school, the main road was still bustling with people. Jiang Cheng, wearing a mask, walked discreetly toward the school gate, trying to blend in as an ordinary girl to avoid drawing attention. But the eyes of passers-by were sharp. Look at that masked girl. Is she the fairy from the forum yesterday? Hey, don't make a fuss. Oh my, it really might be her. That killer silhouette is incredible. Heavens, her skirt is so beautiful. I searched all night on Taobao, but couldn't find it. I wonder where it was custom-made. I want one so badly. Brothers, can you tolerate the fairy's radiance being obscured by such a mundane thing as a mask? No. It's time to show some masculine courage. Who has the guts to remove that mask and grant us all a blessing? Since you're so bold, why not lead the charge? Silence followed, and the topic seemed to die. Just when everyone thought no one would step forward, a bespectacled man, with an indescribable face, appeared blocking the girl's path. Indeed, beauty always brings out the brave. A champion has emerged. Quick, get your phones ready to capture the fairy's true face. But under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the situation took an unexpected turn. The bespectacled man suddenly dropped to his knees before the girl, tears streaming down his face, as he said mournfully, "Classmate, could you give me your contact information? I have a friend who, after seeing you yesterday, was utterly enchanted. He walked out of the school gate in a daze and was unfortunately hit by a car. He's now in the emergency room. The doctors say he doesn't have much time left. His final wish is to have your contact info on his phone. Can you fulfill his wish?" Jiang Cheng. Looking at the bespectacled man, countless question marks filled her mind. Dude, how old is this trick? Do you really think I'm some naive girl? Back in the day, I had more guts than you. Jiang Cheng grabbed his sleeve and pulled him up, speaking sternly. Classmate, your acting is terrible. I can still smell the chilly water. Don't your eyes sting? Also, a man's knees are worth gold, but kneeling too much makes them worthless. With that, she walked past him and continued on her way, leaving him frozen in place. Wait! Just as Jiang Cheng was about to disappear from his sight, he shouted loudly. She stopped, turned around, and looked at the grim-faced young man approaching. Beneath her mask, a disdainful smile curled. What, angered and ready to fight? The onlookers, sensing the situation escalating, pulled out their phones, ready to call the police. Perfect timing. He could test out his newly acquired combat mastery. However, things did not unfold as Jiang Cheng had anticipated. To his astonishment, the bespectacled man shuffled awkwardly toward him, a look of shame on his face, and said, "Your words have enlightened me more than 10 years of study. Classmate, after hearing what you said today, I finally realize how misguided my life has been. Thank you for your advice. I will remember it forever. My name is Wang Chong. If you ever face a problem you can't solve, feel free to come to me." Jiang Cheng stared blankly. This storyline seemed off. The bystanders also murmured in surprise. A few students had even been ready to play hero when the fight broke out. What a twist. Jiang Cheng wondered if he possessed a hidden talent for awakening others. He had never noticed it before. He did not see the boy in front of him subtly gesture to someone nearby. Just as Jiang Cheng pondered how to respond, 4 or 5 men approached from the other side, dressed like typical thugs, nothing like students. From a distance they leered. "Hey beautiful, free to have some fun with us." A torrent of obscenities poured from their mouths, chilling Jiang Cheng's expression. She was about to teach these ruffians a lesson. But unexpectedly Wang Chong stepped forward, righteous indignation on his face. "Classmate, don't be afraid. I'm here. Leave these petty thieves to me. There are 4 or 5 of them. Can you handle it?" Jiang Cheng asked doubtfully. "I've practiced a bit of martial arts. Dealing with these small-time crooks is no problem," Wang Chong said confidently. With a loud roar he charged at the thugs. But what followed was utterly ridiculous. Wang Chong rushed forward, but before he could throw a punch, one of the thugs slammed him hard to the ground. A thug crouched beside the fallen Wang Chong, slapping his face in humiliation. "Brother Chong, the script changed a bit. Just lie low and leave the rest to us," the thug whispered. What the hell is going on? Who told you to do this?" Wang Chong asked in a low voice, feeling the sting on his cheek, clearly angered. "The boss added more money and help cover your medical bills. Gotta make the act look real, Brother Chong." "Sorry bro. With that, the thug delivered a loud slap, leaving Wang Chong dazed. But since the boss paid extra, head endure it. Damn it, thought you had some skill, daring to ruin my fun. You're asking for death. He then pulled out a fruit knife and snarled at the onlookers. Anyone else want to help this girl? You bunch of cowardly students. No one answered. The students were clearly frightened. The thug had a real weapon. For a moment, they could only cast pitying glances at Jiang Cheng. Such a lovely girl about to be defiled by these scum. Some hot-blooded boys wanted to step up, but were held back by others. It seemed too dangerous. Seeing the silence, the thugs burst into laughter, stepped over Wang Chong, and advanced toward Jiang Cheng. Wang Chong. He kept telling himself the boss had paid extra. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng watched the thugs approach with disgust, a cold smirk spreading across her face. Today, if she didn't make them cry for their mothers, her name wasn't Jiang. Little sister, are you taking off that mask yourself, or should big brothers help you? Huh? You want me to take it off? Fine. Come closer, and I will. Good girl, I'm coming. The thugs leered. Just as they were about to reach Jiang Cheng, a strikingly handsome boy ran over. It was Li Hanxing. He seemed to notice the commotion and shouted angrily, in broad daylight, scum like you defile the sanctity of this school. Junior Jiang, go first. Leave the rest to me, he said earnestly to her. But Jiang Cheng showed no intention of leaving. She stepped forward and shoved Li Hanxing aside. Damn it, these guys were so slow. With such a frail build, trying to play the hero. They had no idea how dangerous the world was. Besides, did she need saving? She wanted to test her new abilities. She had used a bit too much force. Li Hanxing stumbled and fell, then stood up staring at her in disbelief. Was the script off? Or was this girl secretly a bodybuilder in disguise? How could she be so strong? But what followed completely shattered his perception of Jiang Cheng. She cracked her knuckles, then charged at the thugs. Moments later, the girl walked calmly ahead, leaving the thugs bruised and groaning on the ground. Li Hanxing's mind went blank. This woman was quite formidable. He looked at the battered thugs with a disappointed expression. Couldn't you guys even beat a girl? Trying to act tough on the streets. How shameful. Now he had to handle the aftermath, or it would become a hassle. Good thing he hadn't hired students, or this would be hard to clean up. He calmed the bystanders, made a call, and used his connections to summon a police car, loading the thugs inside. It wasn't to arrest them, just a formality. The onlookers erupted in excitement at Jiang Cheng's feet. Wow, this junior is amazing. Not only ethereal, but also so reassuring. I'm in love. Am I hallucinating? Did I see that right? Li Hanxing got shoved to the ground by that junior, and she didn't even spare him a glance. Honestly, only the looks obsessed chase those so-called campus heartthrobs. Normal people don't care. With such a heroic bearing, her face must be beautiful too. Even without showing it, she's campus beauty material. Exactly. The campus beauty rankings have been dull lately. Her debut is just what we need. Shocking. Who will claim the top spot on Jiangnan University's campus beauty list this year? The hot contender is her. Brothers, a new post is up. Go bump it on the forum. If you're free, drop comments on UC too. Whoa, that tone, that wording. Bro, is that you? Upon arriving at the school gate, Jiang Cheng failed to spot her cousin Yi Qing's figure, so she opened QQ to send a message to Yi Qing. Cousin, where are you? I'm already at the school gate. Moments later, a voice message notification chimed on her phone. Yi Qing, Xiaoqing, wait for me. Your big sis will be there soon. Jiang Cheng. Alright, I'll be waiting at the main gate. To be fair, Yi Qing's voice was truly enchanting. It possessed a magnetic quality that was utterly irresistible, a surefire tool to captivate anyone. After replying, Jiang Cheng idly scrolled through videos on her phone to pass the time, while waiting for her cousin, wondering what exactly she wanted to discuss. A few guys approached to strike up a conversation, but Jiang Cheng coldly turned them down. To be honest, even after becoming a girl, her sexual orientation remained unchanged. They could be friends, but they definitely couldn't try to court her. Besides, if she ever reverted to her original form, she'd have something bigger than theirs. Wouldn't that scare them to death? After waiting about 5 minutes, a red Maserati pulled up to the school gate. A stunning woman stepped out of the car, drawing the gazes of many onlookers. Oh my god, is that Yi Qing? The top campus beauty of Jiangnan University. I can't believe I'm seeing her in person. Alas, she's truly beautiful, but she's so elusive. I've been in the same department as her for almost 2 years, and have seen her no more than 3 times. Yi Qing spotted Jiang Cheng, who was wearing a mask, in the crowd, and leaned against the car with a confident, seductive smile, beckoning her with a finger. It was as if she were saying, little cousin, come on over and fall into your big sister's embrace. Holy crap. The campus bowtie move is too much. Who's she flirting with? Could she be taken? I haven't heard anything on the forums, a passerby exclaimed in shock. Tell me who's the lucky bastard. Bro, today I must rid the world of this menace, another passerby said, tears of envy streaming down. At that moment, Yi Qing was clad in a leather jacket and pants, perfectly showcasing her exquisite figure. Her winered wavy hair added an infinite charm. A luxury car and a beauty striking such a tempting pose. It was practically a crime. Seeing Yi Qing's gesture, Jiang Cheng quickly walked over. In her mind, she thought this guy was still up to her usual flashy antics. She must have read too many CEO romance novels. Although she had always known Yi Qing was a rich second generation, she hadn't expected her to be this wealthy, driving such a fine car while still in school. The car must be worth at least a few million. Thinking this, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt that the 5,000 yuan in her bank account wasn't so impressive. The path to becoming a wealthy woman was long and arduous. Cousin, long time no see. What do you need from me? Jiang Cheng asked as she approached Yi Qing. Get in the car first. We'll talk inside. Yi Qing replied, elegantly opening the passenger door and gesturing for Jiang Cheng to enter. Jiang Cheng hesitated, then instead of taking the passenger seat, she opened the rear door and sat in the back. Hey Xiao Cheng, am I that terrifying? You've been avoiding me since we were kids. Yi Qing sighed, feeling helpless. After all, she was such a beautiful girl. Jiang Cheng wanted to say yes, as her original memories and instincts nearly portrayed this cousin as a female demon. But after a moment's thought, she remained silent, sitting in the back seat like a tool. Yi Qing grumbled, and upon seeing no response from Jiang Cheng, she took the driver's seat. The car started, and the school gradually faded from view. After Jiang Cheng and Yi Qing left, the crowd at the gate buzzed with chatter. Oh my god, isn't that girl in the purple dress with the mask familiar? Familiar, my ass. That's the fairy with the incredibly beautiful back from the forum yesterday. But why did she get into the campus bowties car? And that gesture from the beauty? No, they can't be an item. They're probably just friends. Don't gossip. If those two beauties actually end up together, I'd want to kill you all. I think they're a perfect match. One fiery, one ethereal. They're clearly made for each other. Even I as a senior almost fell for it. Am shipping this couple. Shocking top campus beauty does this to a new female student. New post up, everyone help share it. Holy crap bro, are you a pro? How are you everywhere? Ahem, I'm a junior now about to intern. I'm planning to be a journalist, so I'm practicing here at school. Don't say anything guys, just share it. Bro, you're a natural at this. But can we negotiate? Can you not watermark the photos this time? No, but if you want junior I can send you a private copy. Hee hee, you know how it is man. Bro, you're such a legend. Awesome. Meanwhile in the car, Jiang Cheng asked Yi Qing, who was driving, cousin, where are we going? You guess. Yi Qing replied mysteriously. Jiang Cheng, you guess if I'm guessing. Yi Qing. Damn, after years apart, how had her cousin become so sharp-tongued? Ahem, Hanya district. It's close to the school. We'll be there soon. But what are we doing there? Why so many questions? Afraid he'll sell you off. No, just asking. Relax, it's been a while. Your big sister has a surprise for you. Jiang Cheng silently nodded, thinking that she did indeed have that concern. After all, the memory of a tiny whip in her mind was still vivid, truly terrifying. Just recalling that scene made Jiang Cheng's face flush, and a strange excitement stirred within her which she vehemently resisted. It was as if two consciousnesses were debating in her head, one saying she liked men, the other saying she liked women, engaging in a fierce argument. The consciousness favoring men said, "You're now in a female body. You've become a girl, understand? You're no longer a man. Face reality." The consciousness favoring women argued, "Although I'm now in a female body, I have a male soul. I can't abandon my 20 years of values just because of a sudden gender change. That would be too disgusting." In the end, Jiang Cheng made a firm decision: stay single. As long as her heart was devoid of thoughts about men or women, she could naturally focus on getting rich. Men and women were merely obstacles on her path forward. During the subsequent journey, as if fearing Jiang Cheng might grow bored, Yi Qing opened an application and handed her phone to Jiang Cheng. You've only been at the school for 2 days and haven't gotten to know the campus yet, right? This is the student forum. Take a look, and if you're interested, you can register an account. Thank you, cousin. Jiang Cheng took her cousin's phone and began browsing the forum. Jiangnan University. The post titled, "Shocking the Heartless Campus Heartthrob, Li Hanqing actually fell for a girl only to be cruelly rejected," had risen to 4th place in popularity. Ahead of it were 3rd place, Shocking, who will claim the title of this year's top campus beauty. The hot favorite is actually her. 2nd place, Shocking, the top campus beauty did this to a new female student. Is it a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? 1st place, this year's campus beauty selection officially begins, brothers. Cast your votes. Jiang Cheng clicked on the first trending post, which was a voting thread. Originally, he wanted to check out the school's beauties. After all, the soul of a man understood such desires. But to his surprise, he found himself ranked 9th on the campus beauty list, accompanied by a photo of him wearing a mask. Judging by the angle, it was clearly a candid shot, leaving him somewhat dumbfounded. He continued scrolling through the replies below. Say what you will, but with that aura and that figure, it'd be a crime against heaven not to put her on the beauty list. Let her take off that mask first. Can't even see her face, and you're talking about beauty selections. Don't be ridiculous. Bro, I take issue with that. My family runs a plastic surgery hospital. How about you come with me, and it'll get you on the list too. Enough, this girl has a nice figure and silhouette, but nowadays which girl doesn't? If you want to be campus beauty, you've got to show your face. Who are you fooling with all this mystery? Exactly right. She doesn't even dare show her face, afraid she might scare people off, huh? Get lost. How dare you ugly bastard slander my fairy? Do you even know what a fairy is? Once she reveals her true face, the whole world will pale in comparison. Yeah, your fairy is wonderful, your fairy is marvelous, your fairy croaks like a frog. Everything you say is right. Your fairy is the most beautiful woman under heaven. I get it, stop talking. What the hell are you looking for a fight? Well, you've got it wrong. If I support you, it's wrong. If I don't, it's also wrong. How am I supposed to handle this? The content of the thread left Jiang Chung feeling somewhat uncomfortable. How should he put it? A bit nauseating, yet also a little pleased. Whether they supported him or not at all gave Jiang Chung an indescribable strangeness. There was a joy of being loved, and also a shame of having his male pride trampled upon. Jiang Chung had always thought that being popular was a nice, happy thing. But seeing them treat him as a girl always made him feel a bit awkward inside. Though he now wore women's clothes, and his body had changed, his mindset still hadn't shifted. He scrolled to the second post titled, "Shocking, the top campus beauty did this to a new female student. Is it a moral decline or a distortion of humanity?" Just from the title and format, Jiang Chung felt an urge to click in and take a look. Posts like this based on Jiang Cheng's 2 lifetimes of internet surfing experience were bound to have juicy gossip, and he loved eating online drama. He couldn't wait to click in, but upon seeing the 2 accompanying images at the top, Jiang Chung suddenly sensed something was off. Why is the protagonist me again? Jiang Chung shouted in his heart. The images showed the scene of Yi Qing picking Jiang Chung up into the car. The post was written by someone called Shockmaster, highly provocative with a flood of fujoshi comments and some sorrowful remarks from male students. Oh my god, this couple. I'm totally shipping them. Heterosexuality is just for reproduction. True love lies between the same sex. This is the truth, ha. Sigh, there aren't many girls on campus to begin with, and the prettiest ones are pairing up among themselves. It's unbearable. Don't be so down out anyway, someone that beautiful wouldn't look at you anyway. No, I think as long as they're not into girls, I still have a sliver of hope. Well, then your hope ends now. Isn't being single great, kid? After reading this post, I've become a lifelong bachelor. Though, as the only son in the family, I feel a bit sorry for my parents. Whoa, I'm crying. Jiang Chung looked at the replies, his forehead covered in black lines. This forum was seriously toxic. Just then his own phone buzzed with a QQ notification. He picked it up and saw messages from his 2 silly roommates. "Chungzi, are you abandoning us? Are you running off with another woman?" Followed by a crying emoji. Jiang Chung. Damn the poster. What grudge do you have against me to slander me like this? Don't let me catch you or else. In the boys' dormitory, a guy who was scrolling through the forum on his bed suddenly sneezed. But he didn't mind. In his line of work, he was used to being cursed at. Not too many, but not too few either. He continued browsing the forum, watching his post's popularity, saw a wide grin spreading across his face. Both the shock department and the news station have offered me internships for my senior year. Which one should I go to? Such a headache. I'm just too talented. Meanwhile, Jiang Chung decisively exited that post and clicked on the next one. Shocking, who will claim the title of this year's top campus beauty. The hot favorite is actually her. As soon as he entered the post, he saw the familiar ID and another photo of himself, silently fuming. "Shock master, I've got my eye on you." Jiang Chung quickly backed out, without daring to look further, afraid of hurting his eyes again. Looking at the next title with its same cliched format, he hesitated to click. Shocking, the heartless campus heartthrob, Li Hanqing actually fell for a girl, only to be cruelly rejected. But after a moment's hesitation, he finally clicked in, and then immediately exited. Sure enough, it was that familiar ID and his photo again. Was this damned editor fixated on him? This forum was ridiculous. Couldn't it focus on something normal? Jiang Chung angrily tossed the phone to the side of the seat. Yi Qing, who was driving ahead, seemed to notice Jiang Cheng's movements in the back and asked, "What's wrong? Did you see something interesting? The forum is full of clowns, sometimes it's really hilarious." Jiang Chung. Interesting. Indeed, it was interesting, if the protagonist wasn't me. Cousin, it seems our reputation has been ruined. Jiang Chung slumped into her seat, opened the second post, and handed the phone to Yi Qing. Yi Qing watched for a while, then let out a strange laugh that sent chills down Jiang Cheng's spine. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing much. I just think the poster has good taste. Aren't we a perfect match made in heaven?" He. "Cousin, my dear cousin, can you stop joking? I'm so tired right now. I just want to find that poster and give them a good beating." "Ahem, alright, enough of that. We've arrived. Get ready to get out." Oh. Exiting the underground garage, they entered Hanya compound. Jiang Chung followed Yi Qing to the gate of a villa. Yi Qing took a set of keys from her bag, handed them to Jiang Chung with a smile, and gestured toward the villa door, signaling her to open it. Jiang Chung was a bit confused, but obediently opened the door. Stepping inside, she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "So beautiful." The entire house was decorated in pink tones, exuding a strong princess-like atmosphere. In the center of the hall, large characters were arranged with roses. "Welcome, beautiful Miss Jiang Chung." After her astonishment, Jiang Chung looked at Yi Qing with a puzzled expression. She still couldn't figure out why her cousin had brought her here. Yi Qing, however, stood foolishly at the door looking a bit silly, grinning idly, as if lost in thought inside her pretty head. Cousin, cousin, cousin. After calling several times, Jiang Chung saw Yi Qing still standing there dazedly, so she went over and patted her chest finally, snapping her out of it. Not to mention her cousin had quite a figure. One pat felt really nice. As for Jiang Chung having any ill intentions, what ill intentions could there be between a woman and a woman? Oh, what is it, Xiao Chong? Cousin, why did you bring me here? Is this your home? Ahem, didn't I say I wanted to give you a gift? So where's the gift? Right here. From today onward, this is our cozy little nest. Yi Qing said excitedly. Huh. Jiang Chung couldn't believe it. This gift was far too extravagant. It's mainly because this house is too big. I get a bit scared living alone at night. Orange, you wouldn't refuse your cousin, would you? Yi Qing put on a pitiful expression. It's not that, but I'm doing quite well in the dormitory, cousin. I've made 2 friends, and we get along pretty well even if they are a bit silly. Don't stay in the dormitory. The environment there is terrible, cold in winter, hot in summer. If you get sick, you'll be heartbroken. As for your friends, that's not a problem. You can invite them over as long as they're girls, right? If so, they can move in too. There are plenty of rooms. Ah, that might not be appropriate. Jiang Chung felt a bit embarrassed, but it was true that the dormitory could be quite awful at times. It's fine, we're family. What's there to be embarrassed about? Tomorrow we'll go to the school to pick up your things and handle the paperwork. After that, you can live here peacefully. After speaking, Yi Qing pulled Jiang Chung upstairs and pushed open the door to a room that had already been prepared. From now on, this is your room. I'm right next door. If you need anything, just call me, and I'll be there anytime. Yi Qing said, happily handing a set of keys to Jiang Chung. Little cousin, you're like the Monkey King. No matter how far you jump, you can't escape the palm of my hand. The room was spacious, fully decorated, and in a style that matched the memories of Jiang Cheng's original self. It was clear the owner had put a lot of thought into it. Thank you, cousin. Jiang Chung felt a warmth in her heart and her affection for her cousin's sword. But she felt she had forgotten something, yet she couldn't recall what it was, which was a bit annoying. You must be tired from being called out so early. Would you like to rest for a while? He'll call you when it's time for lunch, and he'll take you out for a feast. Yi Qing said gently. She had made up her mind. Her cousin was more amenable to soft approaches than hard ones. From today on, she would establish a gentle, kind, and lovely cousin persona. Simmering the cousin slowly would surely lead to invincible success. All right, cousin. You should rest too. See you at noon, oh Xiao Chong. Lying on the soft bed in the room, Jiang Chung suddenly remembered what she had forgotten and sat up abruptly. Damn, my cousin has always seemed a bit off around me since we were kids. But today her impression of her cousin was actually quite good, completely different from her memories. Although she seemed a bit silly, she was genuinely kind to her. Jiang Chung thought again. It had been years since they last met, so it was only natural for her cousin to change. After all, people grow. Besides, this bed was so comfortable, and the dormitory bed was so hard. Even if I were killed, I wouldn't want to go back. Take things as they come. With that thought, she opened her phone, registered an account on the school forum, and seeing those 4 posts that made her gnash her teeth, decisively reported them. Only then did she feel much better. As for whether the report would succeed, she left it to fate, holding little hope. Suddenly the system's prompt sounded in her mind. Ding, congratulations, host. Mission triggered, restore reputation. Mission objective, reverse the perception of the faculty and students that you have become a lesbian within 3 days. Success reward, 1 designated skill card, 500 RMB permission to wear men's clothing for 1 week, 1 random men's outfit. Failure penalty, none. 500 RMB and permission to wear men's clothing for a week. These 2 things filled Jiang Cheng's mind, and her eyes sparkled with stars. Who said money and self-respect are mutually exclusive? Jiang Chung declared that this time she would have both. The reward was tempting, but how could she restore her reputation? Jiang Chung decided to try posting a thread first. In no time, a 1,000-word clarification post was written. She clicked publish, and it was done. But Jiang Chung felt that words alone might not be enough, so she put on a mask, took a selfie with her phone, and attached it to the post to confirm it was her, and not an imposter. After everything was done, Jiang Chung set an alarm for noon, then lay down on the bed, peacefully waiting for the post to spread. The alarm clock rang, jolting Jiang Chung awake. She immediately grabbed her phone from the bedside and logged into the school forum. Her post now had over 50 comments, and she eagerly clicked in, only to find the responses were nothing like she had anticipated. Oh my god, is this account the fairy herself? But why is she still wearing a mask in the photo? Junior, don't explain. An explanation is just a cover-up, we all get it. Exactly. There's no gender divide in love. As long as it's true love, you should pursue it. Junior is really beautiful. It would be even better if she took off the mask. This lady can tell at a glance that you two are a match made in heaven. Don't try to deny it. Don't worry, no one here will discriminate against you. Saw you people see everything through a slash lens. Didn't the post clearly say the campus belle is her cousin? Can you stop gossiping? Young man, you're still too naive. I've seen this excuse countless times in web novels, but in the end the male lead and the male lead still end up together. Master Ahem, might this little sister privately message you to borrow a few of those books? Jiang Cheng's face darkened as she scrolled through the replies, deeply realizing the difficulty of this task. At noon, Yi Qing and Jiang Cheng found a random restaurant to eat. After the meal, Yi Qing smiled and said, "What's wrong? You look so glum eating with me. Is it that painful?" "No, it's just some annoying stuff." Jiang Cheng replied absent-mindedly. "What's the matter? What's got my little Cheng so down? Come on, tell me your cousin will solve it for you." "It's nothing, just that post on the school forum. I clarified it this morning, but no one believes me. Sai cousin helped me think of something. This. You really don't need to mind what those onlookers say. Let them talk, it doesn't affect us anyway." Yi Qing's gaze seemed a bit evasive. "But seeing it, I just feel so awkward," Jiang Cheng said weakly. "Oh, is that so? It's simple. Follow me." A mysterious smile suddenly appeared on Yi Qing's face. Back home, Yi Qing told Jiang Cheng to wait in the living room while she went to her room. After a while, an unusually seductive young man emerged from Yi Qing's room. Looking at Jiang Cheng sitting on the sofa, the young man held a selfie stick and flashed a sinister smile. He strode over and cornered her against the wall, their faces inches apart. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to throw a punch, the young man spoke. "Cousin, you've successfully piqued my interest." Jiang Cheng was utterly stunned. Holy crap, was this her cousin? Unbelievable. If not for the voice and the way she addressed her, Jiang Cheng would have thought it was a real man. "Cousin, you." Master 666. Jiang Cheng was at a loss for words. The 4 great beautification techniques were truly terrifying. "Ahem, so handsome." Yi Qing let go of Jiang Cheng, pointed at herself, and said with a proud smirk, "Handsome, but why are you dressed like that?" Jiang Cheng was confused. "Silly goose, didn't you say you wanted to salvage your reputation as a lesbian? What better way to solve this than to show you have a boyfriend?" Yi Qing looked shrewd, suppressing her excitement. "So you dressed up as this? Cousin, you're a genius." Jiang Cheng suddenly understood, filled with admiration for her cousin. "Got it. Then let's start. We'll take some intimate photos and post them on the forum. That will definitely fix your reputation." Yi Qing was eager to begin. "Okay," Jiang Cheng said happily. But the next second her smile froze as her cousin charged over with the selfie stick and lifted her up. It was a princess carry. Jiang Cheng couldn't believe her cousin was so strong, lifting her with one hand. Feeling breathless, her face flushed as she squirmed in her cousin's arms, accidentally brushing against her cousin's ample chest, making her blush even deeper. "Cousin, isn't this a bit too much?" "Not at all. For the sake of your reputation, your cousin is selflessly sacrificing. Don't be shy, it'll be over in a flash." Yi Qing's expression was serious. Before Jiang Cheng could respond, a pair of flaming red lips pressed against hers. Jiang Cheng felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her cousin. She had even used her tongue. Click. The sound of a phone shutter went off. Jiang Cheng quickly jumped out of Yi Qing's arms. Her face was flushed, and looking at her cousin, Yi Qing, who seemed still intoxicated, Jiang Cheng wished she could die of shame. Having lived 2 lives, her first time had inexplicably vanished just like that. "Cousin, you." Jiang Cheng pointed at Yi Qing, wanting to speak, but not knowing what to say. "Ahem, Xiaocheng, those people on the forum are all shrewd. If we didn't make it look real, how could they ever believe it?" Yi Qing licked her lips. But there was no need to go that far. "Enough. They'll send you the photo later. Let's get your reputation back first. You have to believe me, your cousin is doing this all for your own good. My heart only belongs to you." Looking at her cousin's sincere expression, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but believe her a little. Taking the photo from her cousin, she logged back into the school forum, attached the picture of them together, and posted a new thread. "I am not a lesbian, I have a boyfriend, okay? Please don't believe the rumors." After about 10 minutes, the thread gradually gained traction, and replies started coming in. "Whoa, this girl finally shows her face, but why is it in such a scene? Oh heavens, the fairy actually has a boyfriend. It would have been better if she had a girlfriend. Sigh, my youth is over. I dare ask the heavens, is there still true love in this world? I knew it. Where are there so many lesbians? Exactly. It's just. Suddenly I feel so sad. Damn, I've lost another wife. Can someone call 120 for me? Yes, I'm heartbroken. I'm waiting online, it's urgent." Seeing the increasing replies, a huge weight was lifted from Jiang Cheng's heart. This task should finally be accomplished, right? Meanwhile, in the next room, Yi Qing smirked mischievously as she registered a new account on the school forum with the ID Orange's husband. She wrote a new post titled, "I'm really not here to show off my wife," attached the photo she had just taken with Jiang Cheng, and published it. She also secretly adjusted the settings, adding Jiang Cheng to the thread's blacklist. When that evening arrived, after Jiang Cheng finished dinner and returned to her room, the system's notification sound chimed. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, receiving 5 RMB, 1 designated skill card, 1 week of wearing male attire, and 1 random set of men's clothing." Jiang Cheng listened to the familiar prompt in her mind, her face beaming with joy. Finally, no more wearing women's clothes, haha, and the 5 RMB was in hand. She was practically a millionaire now. Everything was turning for the better, and Jiang Cheng felt elated. Yet before her happiness could last even 3 seconds, the system's notification rang out again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having assets exceeding 1 million and school forum followers surpassing 1,000. The conditions for activating the Peerless Elegance function are met. The function is now enabled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the main quest. Gain 1,000 followers. Quest objective: within 1 month acquire 1,000 followers. Quest success: reward 1,000 RMB. 2 random skill cards, 5 sets of women's clothing, and the system shop function unlocked. Quest failure: punishment, become the world's ugliest woman. Jiang Cheng's expression turned to shock. What just happened? Who am I? Where am I? What is this new function? Becoming a woman is one thing, but the world's ugliest woman. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but imagine it, and a shiver ran down her spine. Unthinkable, absolutely unthinkable. But 100,000 followers. Did she have to start live streaming? Jiang Cheng declared inwardly that she truly did not wish to be peerlessly elegant. After a moment's thought, she picked up the designated skill card and chose to use it. A vast skill list suddenly materialized before her. Jiang Cheng browsed through them one by one. The skills on the list were diverse and varied. Ultimately, her gaze settled on 2 skills. Professional level esports hand speed, essential for gaming, once used it rivals that of a professional esports player. Professional level singing skill, helps you sing a beautiful heavenly voice provided you don't have a raspy voice. After deliberation, Jiang Cheng ultimately chose the professional level esports hand speed skill. She had studied music before and though not exceptionally talented could sing pleasantly enough. With more practice, she might reach a professional level. Most importantly, among the choices of a beauty streamer and a gaming streamer, Jiang Cheng opted for gaming streamer. I want to rely on skill to make a living, not on my looks, she thought to herself. Glancing at the time, it was already 10 p.m. Feeling it was quite late, Jiang Cheng decided to sleep and handle these matters tomorrow. After all, a beautiful girl cannot stay up late. Unbeknownst to herself, Jiang Cheng was gradually accepting her female identity. The next day, in Jiang Cheng's room, around 5 a.m., Jiang Cheng was woken up by the weight of something, or rather someone. The evidence was her cousin, who was sleeping like a log on the bed. Jiang Cheng was dismayed. She never imagined waking up to find someone had slept with her, even if it was a woman, and her cousin at that. Looking at her sleeping cousin, who wasn't even wearing pajamas, with a generous bust that seemed to be a 34D, it was no wonder she had been woken by the weight. Who could withstand that? But how did she get into her room? Jiang Cheng clearly remembered locking the door before sleeping. Could it be sleepwalking? What a disaster. After thinking it over, Jiang Cheng gritted her teeth, fetched her cousin's blanket from her room, and draped it over her. Then she took her own blanket to the vacant room next door. She created the illusion that she had voluntarily given up her room to her cousin. Regardless, this was a dark secret. She must never let anyone know. It had to be covered up. However, she did not notice that as she busied herself, her sleeping cousin revealed a sly smile. After finishing everything, Jiang Cheng went to the next room to rest, but she couldn't fall asleep. Her mind was filled with all sorts of chaotic thoughts that refused to settle. An hour or two later, the sun began to rise, and the sky gradually brightened. Jiang Cheng opened her door and faked a yawn as if she had just woken up. With a calm expression, she walked to her bed, and looking at her cousin lying there, reached out and pinched her 34D. You slept with me, so we'll take a little advantage too, Yi Qing sat up with a start, making some incoherent sounds, and mumbled drowsily, Xiao Cheng, what are you doing? What was she doing? Jiang Cheng sneered, pointing at the room, and said, cousin, I should be asking you. How did you sneak into my room in the middle of the night, forcing me to sleep next door? Yi Qing was shocked. What? Sorry, I forgot to tell you, I have a habit of sleepwalking. Yi Qing put on a look of sudden realization, speaking a bit awkwardly. Jiang Cheng was exasperated. All right, hurry up and get up. We still need to go back to school to pick up some things. Oh, I talked to my 2 roommates last night. They said they're willing to move in too. Seeing that her cousin seemed normal, Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, glad that this matter was finally settled. I'm okay, we'll leave soon. On the way to school, Jiang Cheng mentioned the idea of starting a live stream to Yi Qing. Why live stream? I'm not short on money. If you need cash, just come to me, your cousin, and he'll make sure you're well fed and pampered. Yi Qing patted her chest, speaking very generously. No, it's mainly because I want to be self-reliant. If I ask you for money, every time people might think I'm a leech. Jiang Cheng politely declined. A leech? I'd love to be one, but the system won't allow it, alas. Oh, fine. Just tell me what you need. We have a decent computer at home, you can use it for now. Thanks, cousin. By the way, do you play Honor of Kings? Yeah, why do you ask? Are you asking me to carry you? Let me tell you, big sis here is an eternal diamond. I can easily help you rank up. No, well, I'm planning to do a gaming live stream streaming Honor of Kings, and I want someone to play with to make it more interesting. No problem. He'll take the assists and you can have all the kills. Trust your cousin, he'll carry you. Cousin, let me tell you, I'm pretty strong too. It's not certain who's carrying whom. So what's your rank now? Bronze, I guess. I haven't played in a long time. After settling Lin Yu and Mu Shui in, it was already evening. In the meantime, Jiang Cheng downloaded the game Honor of Kings onto her phone along with a live streaming app called Catchfish Live. After registering an account, she prepared to start her journey of attracting fans with the account ID named Sister Orange. She had originally planned to play only with Yiqing, but Mu Shui and Lin Yu also expressed their desire to join. Her cousin gladly agreed, creating a 3-1 situation, leaving Jiang Cheng no choice but to accept. However, recalling her past experiences watching them play, she still advised them not to pick AD carries, mages, or the like. If they did that, even a god would struggle to win. At this moment, the 4 of them sat on the sofa in the living room, taking out their phones to start a game. Of course, Jiang Cheng didn't forget to start the live stream first. The stream title was called, I Honor of Kings Live to 100 Stars. This wasn't a random title. Jiang Cheng had painstakingly come up with it after studying the titles of major game streamers on Catchfish. According to her speculation, this was definitely a title that would attract traffic. Now on the team formation page, the system indicated that only 4 people couldn't start a 5-player ranked match. It was worth noting the IDs of the players. Jiang Cheng's ID was called King, and Yiqing's alt account was called Ascend to King. In comparison, Lin Yu and Mu Shui's IDs were much more normal: Moon on the river and Snow in the forest. Jiang Cheng randomly called a stranger from the game's world chat to start the game, entering the hero selection screen. Because Jiang Cheng's original self hadn't been fond of gaming, she didn't have many heroes, only about a dozen. She instantly locked in Zhao Yun, one of her only 2 jungle assassin heroes. A jungler's soul, a jungler's pride, all junglers are superior. Yiqing chose Chung Yaojin for the solo lane. For some reason, many girls in this game inexplicably liked burly heroes like Chung Yaojin or Nyoemo. Lin Yu picked the mage, Xiao Qiao, while Mu Shui stuck with her signature hero Yao. That left the stranger with the only remaining role, the marksman. The stranger's ID was called Old Man's Range is Invincible, clearly indicating a player who loved marksman. At this point, Jiang Cheng and the other 3 had already confirmed their picks, and the game was about to begin. The stranger leisurely picked a little Luban and typed in the public chat, "You guys just play however you want, leave the rest to me." Jiang Cheng's heart leaped with joy, or it seemed she had encountered a pro, making victory in this game much more certain. Soon they entered the King's Canyon. The opposing team's jungler was Jianwei, known as the King of Standing and Fighting, while the others were marksman Bailey, mage Jinji, marksman Luban, and an old Arthur. Jiang Cheng started the game by buying a jungler's knife, cleared her own jungle, completely leveled up to 4, and then went to support Chung Yaojin on the solo lane. Through the minimap, Jiang Cheng noticed that Chung Yaojin was being heavily suppressed. The opponent was Bailey, and it seemed her cousin was struggling to hold on. Just as Jiang Cheng arrived, Chung Yaojin gave up first blood. Fortunately, the low-health Bailey was being reckless, still clearing minions on the path. Jiang Cheng from a nearby bush used her first skill to dash out, followed by her ultimate and second skill, instantly taking him down. But then came bad news from the mid lane. Xiao Qiao and Yao were caught by Zhenjia's ultimate, then swiftly taken down by Jianwei, who was hiding in a bush. Yao's passive didn't trigger, likely because she had been stunned earlier and the cooldown hadn't refreshed. The enemy team got a double kill. Our Luban immediately spammed, "Well played," in the chat, then typed, "Can the support come help me? Why are you following the mage instead of the marksman? I'm really speechless." In the bottom lane, Luban was outnumbered, Tutin constantly suppressed under the tower by the enemy duo, afraid to venture out. Luban was getting frustrated. Then Yao went to the bottom lane, but was ambushed by the enemy Arthur and Luban. Our Luban also charged in. As a result, the enemy marksman got another double kill. Jiang Cheng's head ached. With all 3 lanes collapsing simultaneously, who could withstand that? "Jungler, please come and gank quickly, don't let the enemy snowball," Luban typed again. "On my way, coming right up." Jiang Cheng rushed to the bottom lane, without delay, hiding in the nearby bush, waiting for the right moment. Seeing their jungler had arrived, Luban, with Yao riding on his head, swaggered out from under the tower. He fired a burst of shots at the enemy Arthur, then quickly retreated back under the tower. Then Luban typed in Al chat, "Come get me, can you even hit me? You 2 little bros." The enemy Arthur, enraged by this taunt, actually charged straight into the tower with the little Luban following behind, ready to dive for a kill. At that moment, Jiang Cheng's Zhao Yun appeared. Using her first skill to close the distance, she landed her ultimate on the little Luban in the back, followed by her second skill, finishing him off. With the blue buff still active, her first skill cooldown refreshed, and she used it on the nearly dead Arthur in the tower, securing a double kill. Well played. Just as Jiang Cheng was secretly pleased, a voice kept ringing repeatedly in the game. It was our Luban. He typed in the public chat, "Having fun stealing kills, Zhao Yun." Jiang Cheng, "Didn't you ask me to come? Besides, you couldn't have taken them on anyway." However, she realized that she might have been a bit greedy with that Arthur kill. After a moment's thought, Jiang Cheng typed in the public chat, "Sorry, I got too carried away." He'll be more careful next time. Luban, sorry. I'm telling you it's too late. Then in the subsequent game, Luban started feeding kills to the enemy. No matter what Jiang Cheng and the others said, he remained unmoved. The enemy team occasionally sent mocking messages. Brother Luban, well played. He'll give you a like after the game. Are your teammates annoying you? No problem, as long as you keep feeding well, report them after the match. I declare that everyone on the enemy team except Luban is a noob. By this time the live stream had slowly attracted a few viewers. Seeing the current situation in the game, they started mocking as well. With skills like this you're streaming? It's really an eyesore. Actually the gameplay isn't bad, it's just that the teammates are too terrible, severely affecting the stream's entertainment value. This streamer is great. Watching this game's plays I've already eaten 5 bowls of rice. But is this really a king level match? It looks more like a bronze match to me. Hey, look at the streamer's ID. The streamer's ID is king, so the title means. I just searched for this ID in the game, and it turns out it's really bronze. So magical and dumb. Haha, that's hilarious. So that's what king meant. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? Seeing the comments from both sides, Jiang Cheng's pretty face darkened. She decisively turned off the stream and clicked the surrender button. Yi Qing and the others also clicked surrender. In less than 8 minutes the game ended. On the team formation page, Luban sent a message and then left. For noobs, do you even deserve to play games? God bless, I hope I never run into you guys again. In reality, Jiang Cheng's face was as dark as it could get. Was a mere bronze match supposed to be this difficult? How was he supposed to achieve the goal of 1000 followers? This task was far too challenging. Times had changed, and even the system had lost its integrity. The thought of the consequence, becoming the world's ugliest woman, made Jiang Cheng shudder involuntarily. An image of Sister Dudu flashed through his mind, and he cursed under his breath. Noticing his expression, Yi Qing assumed he was upset over the game and quickly tried to console him. It's fine, it's fine. It's just one game. It's all that lousy random Luban's fault. A total noob who kept feeding. You played really well, you know. Exactly. It's all that stupid Luban's fault. If I ever run into him again, it'll give him a piece of my mind for making our sister Orange upset. Mu Shui shook her little fist adorably as she offered comfort. Their reassurances warmed Jiang Cheng's heart. Right, it was just a game. Being a streamer didn't mean he had to win every time. If he couldn't win, he could just lose. It wasn't a big deal. If he couldn't be a skilled streamer, why not become an entertainment streamer instead? That seemed like a good option. He recalled that many entertainment streamers were far more popular than skilled ones. With this realization, Jiang Cheng relaxed and a smile returned to his face. It's fine, let's keep playing. But aren't you guys worried about dropping ranks? Of course not. Playing together is about having fun. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Exactly. Just being able to play with you, Sister Orange, is already happiness. They queued up again only to realize one person was missing. Mu Shui nudged Lin Yue, who was hunched over her phone, furiously typing. Yeah, get in the game. Let's play. Hang on, I'm teaching that Luban a lesson. I won't feel better until I've cursed him out. The 3 of them were taken aback. They crowded around Lin Yu to see what she was doing. It turned out that after Luban left, Lin Yu had added him as a friend and launched into a fierce verbal battle. Noob, why did you add me? Lin Yu, hello, are you all alone right now? Luban, yes, so what? You want to be my duo? Forget it, you're too bad. Lin Yu, oh, so you're an orphan. That explains it. As they say, those who are hateful must have something pitiable about them. Luban, you're the damn orphan. Ill thing. Lin Yue, hey, don't say that. Let me ask you another question. How's the welfare at the orphanage over there? Luban, what welfare? Are you crazy? Lin Yue, do you always talk like this? Luban, yeah, what's it to you? Got a problem? Lin Yue, oh, nothing. It's just that you sound a bit like the husky at my grandma's place. Luban, ill thing. Lin Yue, but one time it annoyed me so much that I took a stick and broke its 3rd leg. It never barked at me again. Luban. Lin Yue, by the way, how old are you? Message failed to send. Please add the other person as a friend before sending. Haha, kids are just kids. Can't take a little teasing. Lin Yu put down her phone and looked up with a cheerful expression. She was met with the admiring gazes of Jiang Cheng, Yi Qing, and Mu Shui. Jiang Cheng thought to himself, was this the same long-haired gentle girl he remembered? She seemed a bit sharp-tongued. But this skill, it kind of suited his taste. Yi Qing, who had played Honor of Kings for a long time, encountered toxic teammates almost daily and could never win a verbal fight, so she usually just muted them. It was frustrating. Mu Shui felt the same way. In games there were always weirdos who started cursing for no reason. It was so annoying. In reality, the 3 of them spoke up one after another. Jiang Cheng, respect to Sister Yu. Few words, but fierce. Yi Qing, Master, please accept me as your disciple. Teach me your supreme, trash-talking technique. Mu Shui, yeah, I want to learn it too, he. Seeing the 3 of them, Lin Yu's smile froze. When had they come over? Had they seen her so unladylike? Had she been too absorbed in the argument? Was her reputation about to be ruined? Lin Yue, it's not what you think. I'm usually very gentle. Xiao Shui can vouch for me. It's just that in games I can't control myself. And that stupid Lubon was way out of line. He played like a mess and still badmouthed us. It was infuriating. That's why I went after him. Jiang Chung sat down beside Lin Yu and put an arm around her shoulder eagerly. Yeah, that doesn't matter. What matters is, do you have any tips to teach us? Held by Jiang Chung, Lin Yu blushed. Their bodies were pressed together, and she could feel Jiang Cheng's warmth. This was wonderful. Unexpected happiness. No, it was a golden opportunity. Summoning her courage, she pulled the unprepared Jiang Chung into her arms. Her face flushed, she said casually, "Of course I have tips. But I have a condition: from now on you have to play games with us three." Falling into the girl's soft jade-like embrace, Jiang Chung felt like had been electrocuted. His face turned bright red. Damn it, even after becoming a girl was he still unable to resist a woman's charm. Fine, as long as you have time, and don't mind me. He got up from her embrace, still blushing, and agreed decisively. Since he was planning to become an entertainment streamer, the era of caring about wins and losses was over. It didn't matter who he played with. But this woman had even copped a feel on him. His male pride. Yeah, hurry up and tell us the tips. We've been waiting forever. Yi Qing was losing patience, especially after seeing her cousin fall into someone else's arms. If that person weren't a girl, and a cute one at that, Yi Qing felt she would have lost her temper on the spot. Mu Shui sat quietly to the side, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Yu, filled with what seemed like envy and jealousy. There is only one technique: grow through Lanning. Lin Yu said earnestly to the three girls, a look of pride spreading across her face. I've reached this point through countless battles. After being silenced by that infuriating game of kings countless times, I finally mastered the art and became invincible. So there's no quick trick. Jiang Chung felt a bit disappointed. Yi Qing and Mu Shui, standing nearby, also lost their spirits. Sensing the awkwardness, Lin Yu quickly added, it's fine. Just call me when you play games, no one will dare bully you. Alright, from now on you're our dedicated game bodyguard. Sisters, log in. Lin Yu shouted. We're just waiting for you, hurry up. The three of them simultaneously rolled their eyes at Lin Yu. They were all still in the game interface, waiting for her alone. Soon Lin Yu logged in and joined the team. Jiang Qing thought for a moment and reopened the stream, but changed the title to Me Bronze Carrying Three Sisters Valley Survival. Now she understood that the previous title was too misleading and easily attracted criticism. The team still had only 4 people, unable to start a 5-player match. Does anyone have someone to invite? Just one, doesn't matter if they mind losing points, Jiang Chung said helplessly. She really didn't want to invite random strangers again. Carrying them was fine, but if things went wrong, like last match, the consequences were too severe. Mu Shui and Lin Yu both shook their heads, indicating they had no one. Jiang Chung then turned her gaze to her cousin. Yi Qing was about to say she didn't have anyone either, but seeing the hopeful expression on her cousin's face, she couldn't help but soften. Who could resist a request from their cousin? Alright, wait a moment. Let me see if anyone has a bronze Smuff account. With that, she minimized the game and logged into QQ. She entered a large group called Qing Queen's Crystal Palace and started calling for someone. It was a group of 2,000 people with over 1,500 active members online. Qing Queen, my beloved concubines who has a bronze Smuff in the QQ server. We're 4 missing, 1 waiting online, urgent. Law Noble, hubby, aren't you in Diamond? What, don't want to play with us and secretly using a Smuff to carry girls? Wei Imperial Consort, is the girl pretty? My little brother is bronze, hasn't ranked up in 2 years. If she's pretty, you'll snatch his phone right now and play with you. Qing Queen, Wei Imperial Consort, you unfaithful wretch. With me as your husband, you're still thinking about other women. Wait till I divorce you tomorrow, humph. Qing Queen, I'm just playing games with my stunningly beautiful cousin and her 2 roommates. One with long black hair, one little lowly he. Star Prince sis. Take me too, I want to play with cousin. Qing Queen, no, that would ruin your persona. The so-called heartless school beauty, what, spring hasn't even arrived, and you're already in heat. Dingstar Emperor has been muted by the admin for 12 hours. Law Noble, ha 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 ha, heartless school beauty. I'm dying of laughter. Sexy group owner, abusing your brother online, beautifully done. Wei Imperial Consort, I've successfully snatched my brother's phone with a punch. He's now crying to our parents. Send the team invite link quickly. Qing Queen, coming, wait a moment, I'll send it right away. Exiting QQ, Yi Qing made an okay gesture to Jiang Chung, and the others then sent the team invite link to the group. The next second someone joined with the ID name Cold Night Star. Seeing this ID, Yi Qing's expression changed. Don't start, wait. But it was too late, as the team leader Jiang Chung had already clicked to begin the game. What's wrong, cousin? Seeing the other 4 had all confirmed, Yi Qing hesitated for a moment before also confirming. It's nothing. I just invited the wrong person, but it's fine. His skills are decent. Soon they entered the hero selection screen. Yi Qing picked Xiao Xiao, then quickly split the screen and logged into QQ to start a private chat with Star Prince. Qing Queen, who let you in? Do you want a beating again? Star Prince, you sent it to the group. Whoever was fastest got in. Who can you blame? Qing Queen, believe me, you'll kick you out tomorrow. Star Prince, don't sis. am still waiting to inherit the group owner's throne someday. Qing Queen, you're even thinking of usurping the throne. Just wait till after the game I'll deal with you. Star Prince, my dear big sis, you can't be like this. I'm just trying to carry you all, aren't I? My skills are obvious to all. Big sis. Yi Qing's face darkened. She entered the Crystal Palace group and decisively kicked out Star Prince, marking him as never accept applications from this member. Wei Imperial Consort. Qing Queen, it says the team is full. What's going on? Qing Queen, a blockhead snatched the spot, but I've already kicked him out. Well, play another time. Yi Qing finished all this, canceled the split screen, and returned to the game. In the game, she called out to Cold Night Star. Cheng Yaojin, little star, if we lose this match, you know the consequences. Hanexian, ridiculous. Am known as the undefeated master of the East. How could I lose in a bronze fish pond? The lineup this match was decent. Jiang Cheng took the marksman Marco Polo. Yi Qing played Cheng Yaojin again. Mu Shui was still Yao, and Lin Yu didn't pick Xiao Qiao, but chose the tower-pushing maniac Milady. The enemy lineup was terrifying. Li Bai, Kai Wenji, Angela Mosey, and Little Lu Ban. Li Bai with Frenzy was probably going top lane. Kai Wenji surprisingly had a jungler item. Angela and Mosey both bought boots first without support items. Bronze souls, bronze spirit, bronze skills, very pure. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng's face broke into a smile. She opened the microphone and said, everyone fight hard. Look at the enemy lineup, oh, we're sure to win this match. Yi Qing and the other two nodded, seeing their team's advantage and gaining confidence. But there are always strange people who like to butt in randomly. Cold Night Star Hanexian. Wow sis, is this our cousin? Her voice is so nice. Does she have a boyfriend? I don't have a CP. Seeing this in the game chat, the four of them instantly changed expressions. Jiang Cheng. Yi Qing Sigma attack him. Mu Shui. Lin Yu wanna throw him out. Jiang Cheng turned off her mic and said nothing. CP my ass. Still she felt helpless about her sweet voice. Sigh. Shed heard there were voice-changing tutorials online. When she had time, she definitely needed to learn one. As time passed, the number of viewers in the live stream gradually increased, breaking through 100 and continuing. Streamer, your title says you're aiming for 100 consecutive losses, haha. I came for the girl, where is she? Huh, no face reveal. I'm out. Watching the streamer's teammates plays, I couldn't help but crouch by the fridge. Now the fridge is empty, but I still can't control myself. How can this be so cringeworthy? Ha, bet you didn't expect me to be eating at a buffet right now. Honestly, these girls might be terrible at the game, but their voices are quite pleasant. I wonder what they look like. Although Jiang Cheng had changed the title, there were still some trolls in the livestream. Jiang Cheng sighed helplessly. It truly was an era that valued appearance even in gaming. But the system's mission was urgent, alas. Taking advantage of a moment after being defeated, Jiang Cheng quickly added a tag to her livestream. Face reveal at 100 followers. As soon as she posted this, the livestream exploded. This familiar tactic feels like deja vu. Mom, I'm a little scared. I don't know why, but listening to the streamer's pleasant voice, I'm actually looking forward to it. Brothers, I'm already on my way to the train station, no ticket bought, ready to hop on a train and leave immediately. To hell with leaving, I want to see the streamer's stunning beauty after 100 followers. What if she actually is a good-looking girl? A good-looking girl. Ha, if she reveals her face at 100 followers, and she's not as beautiful as a celestial maiden, just an average pretty woman. I'll eat my own live stream. Speaking so decisively, was it you I saw at the train station buying a standing ticket? Rubbish, I was at the station that day too. That guy carried the entire train engine away on his shoulder. The speed was inhuman. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng had no mood to chat with the viewers. Her attention was mostly on the game. At this point, the game was heavily one-sided. The expected crushing defeat had arrived, but it was the enemy team dominating Jiang Cheng's side. Xiao Xingzi, I need urgent backup, came Yi Qing's frantic voice. Her record was now 0-53. She had been killed by the enemy's Li Bai for first blood at the start, and had been suppressed ever since. This was her fourth time calling for help. Sis, I'm coming. Hanexian, with Yao riding on his head, was also overwhelmed. Though he knew his sister was terrible, he hadn't expected the other teammates to be just as bad. Except for the marksman, who was somewhat competent, the other two teammates were truly beyond words. As for Yao, as long as she stayed safely on his head and didn't wander off, that was fine. He was a king-tier jungler. Could he really be capsizing in a bronze-level fish pond? Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng was thriving in the bottom lane. The two enemy mages had been camping mid lane since the start, refusing to move. The supportless Lu Ban had clearly become Jiang Cheng's prime target. At this moment, Jiang Cheng's hand speed shone in this unknown duel. She had already taken 5 kills since the start, all from Lu Ban. Moreover, she had cunningly employed some tricks. She had realized that in bronze-tier battles, unknown engagements were the norm, with everyone fighting independently and rarely providing support. So every time she fought Lu Ban, she carefully controlled her health to a precarious level. This gave Lu Ban the illusion that he could kill her, but just barely miss. This tactic worked well, netting her 5 kills and destroying 1 enemy turret. But it was useless now. The enemy Lu Ban seemed to have caught on and stayed hidden behind the second turret, frustrating Jiang Cheng. Marco Polo all, sacrifice Luban for boundless power. Luban no. 7 all, don't get too cocky, you're just a bit lucky. Indeed, every time Luban was just a sliver of health away from killing Marco he missed. The enemy Luban was unwilling to accept this. This wasn't a matter of skill, but luck. I a Black Star human, am I not even worthy of playing games anymore? Is there no place in this world for my kind? Marco Polo all, don't push me. I'm already invincible. Luban no. 7 all, ha invincible. What do you dare to tower dive and kill me? Jiang Cheng glanced at the enemy Luban's taunting message, then checked the gold difference, feeling confident. She first used her first skill to poke Luban. With the red buff's effect, Luban lost half his health and scurried away. It was worth noting that the red buff under Jiang Cheng's feet was a gift from Luban. Earlier the enemy jungler Kai Yinji had chimed in with something like, I curse you to the stars, the meaning of which eluded Jiang Cheng. Luban, you don't come any closer. Jiang Cheng used her first skill to dash into the tower, catching up to the fleeing Luban, then followed up with her ultimate to stun him. As she exited the tower, the familiar satisfying kill sound echoed on the screen. Inside the tower, Luban's corpse lay pitifully on the ground, evoking sympathy. At this moment, her own minion wave reached the enemy's second turret. Jiang Cheng still had half health and wasn't in a hurry to recall, so she took down that turret as well. By now the livestream's viewer count had exceeded 200 and more viewers were chatting. The girls' voices are lovely. Can we play together? I want to see the streamer's face reveal. Streamer, can we play together next round? My main account is King Tier. Is the male teammate single? His voice is pretty nice. I have a sister. Ahem, she's stunningly beautiful. If possible, I could introduce them. Jiang Cheng gazed at the comments from the viewers in the livestream room, a look of helplessness spreading across her beautiful face. What were these people's usernames? They seemed a bit strange. Wait, let me find someone to ask for you. At least there was still one normal person. Jiang Cheng replied to a you who forced others into difficulties. She wholeheartedly approved of his sister's interest in Han Yixingchen. After all, it was clear that this lad Han Yixingchen urgently needed a partner. Having someone to keep him in check would be good. It would stop him from constantly bothering her in the game. Jiang Cheng felt a bit delighted. This was the first fan to send her a gift in the livestream room. Moreover, he was quite generous. Based on the value of gifts on Zhuyu Live, this was 100 yuan spent. Sending gifts could boost the livestream's popularity. In the blink of an eye, her room's viewership soared past 1,000. Although she knew most of this popularity was artificial, Jiang Cheng was still very happy. Thank you for the gift, Tycoon AU. She quietly checked her subscriber count. It had reached 300. This made Jiang Cheng feel a trace of fondness for this generous tycoon who forced others into difficulties. At the same time, she secretly resolved to help arrange this match. Cousin, a fan in my livestream room has a sister who's interested in your younger brother. Can you help set them up? Jiang Cheng nudged her cousin, who was playing a game beside her. What? Some girl has taken a liking to that guy. Yi Qing took off her headphones, a look of surprise and peculiarity on her face. Did you post his photos? What photos? Cousin, I don't even know that guy. How would I have his pictures? Jiang Cheng was puzzled. Was that guy very handsome? Oh, alright then. But that guy is fine with online dating. Meeting in person might be a bit difficult. Yi Qing said mysteriously. What's wrong with him? Could it be that aspect? Jiang Cheng immediately jumped to some conclusion, feeling a hint of pity for Han Yixingchen. Cough, no. Where did your mind go? It's just that this guy is a bit odd. In modern terms, he's a nobody in real life, but a tyrant online. Yi Qing quickly explained, clearly shocked by Jiang Cheng's wild imagination. A myriad of emotions surged within her. Was this still the cute and helpless little cousin she remembered? Which bastard had corrupted her? She seemed even more knowledgeable than herself. Damn it. According to him, he's too handsome. Women in real life only covet his looks, not his type. Online, he might just get lucky and find true love. Don't be fooled by how active he is when gaming with us now, or how he tries to flirt. In reality, he's never even had a girlfriend. Ta! Jiang Cheng couldn't help but burst out laughing. So that was it. Wasn't this just being secretly smug? She had thought it was something else. It's fine, it's fine. Find a girl to interact with him more. Maybe he'll gradually improve. Yeah, you're right. They'll send you his contact info later. You can give it directly to your fan. Yi Qing thought for a moment and agreed. She couldn't let this guy keep acting foolish online. It was better to settle him down. Thanks, cousin. Jiang Cheng said cheerfully. She returned to the livestream room to inform Yu that she would send the contact info later and told him to encourage his sister. Then Jiang Cheng focused on playing the game. No way, that's so pathetic. Mu Shui had somehow leaned her little head over, clearly having overheard the entire conversation. Don't talk about him. You're single yourself. Yi Qing put down her phone and rubbed Mu Shui's adorable face. Indifferent. I have Ye Qingzi and Yu Qingjia. Having you all with me is enough for me. Mu Shui said sincerely, her tone causing Yi Qing's pretty face to blush. She cursed inwardly. Damn it, this woman. Why was she so straightforward? And so cute. I can't handle this anymore. Just then Jiang Cheng's voice rang out. She was sitting on the opposite sofa engrossed in the game and noticed that Yao and Chung Yaojin had gone missing. She quickly took off her headphones and said urgently, "Hey, why aren't your characters moving? Don't just chat. The enemy is almost at the crystal." The two were stunned and hastily grabbed their phones. They saw the enemies frantically attacking their high ground tower. As the tower's health bar plummeted, both their hearts sank. Looking at their other teammates, Milady lay fallen under the first tower, looking utterly desolate. Han Xian was chasing the enemy Li by having run 8 streets away with no sign of turning back. Marco Polo was under the enemy's high ground, the recall beam glowing. Could one person really turn the tide? Yi Qing and Mu Shui were still in death cooldown, only hoping for a miracle. In times of crisis, a hero must appear. Jiang Qing's Marco Polo charged back from the enemy's high ground, rushing at the opposing team with an unstoppable momentum. He unleashed his first skill, followed by his second skill, an ultimate to stun them all in an instant. 3 seconds later, a miracle happened. No, the hero fell. Marco Polo perished at 12 minutes and 32 seconds. Jiang Cheng put down her phone, expressionlessly staring at the two dumbfounded girls opposite her. Cousin Xiao Shui. Her voice was calm, but Yi Qing could clearly hear the storm beneath it. This blame could still be shifted. Little cousin, it's all my fault for bringing this Han Xian in. He chased Li Bai for almost 18 streets and ignored our own tower. He's really a burden. Yi Qing angrily began to denounce Han Xian, as if forgetting she had just been AFK. Exactly. This Han Xian is such a drag. I followed him and got sold out several times. That was Mu Shui's voice. Hearing them talk like this, Lin Yu on the side couldn't help but cast a resentful glance. Her expression clearly said, "You're telling it so convincingly, I almost believed you." Looking at the two dumbfounded girls across from her, Jiang Cheng ultimately said nothing more and turned back to the game. At 12 minutes and 40 seconds into the game, the enemy advanced like a landslide, and their mid-lane high ground tower fell. They swiftly launched an attack on their crystal. At the critical moment, Han Xian rode the white dragon and returned. He finally broke free from Li Bei's relentless pursuit, arriving just as the enemy minions were about to enter the crystal's range. Gazing at the 4 burly opponents before him, he opened his microphone before launching his assault and bellowed, "For the sake of the ladies, this battle must be won. Unleash your power, my little universe." His voice was so solemn, his conviction so unwavering that the 4 ladies were left speechless. Jiang Cheng, Lin Yue, and Mu Shui couldn't help but glance at Yi Qing, who awkwardly turned away, unable to meet their eyes. Their gazes clearly said, "Is this really your brother? Where did you dig up this oddball?" The voice carried into Jiang Cheng's livestream room, instantly filling it with joy. "Bro 666, said Hanyu 2018. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Is this the charm of bronze rank?" remarked Lost Little Boat. "I'm already creating a Smurf account. Wait till I finish my noob tutorial," said passing sanitary pad. "Bronze man, bronze soul, bronze skills are truly pure. The joy of bronze is beyond your imagination," declared 80 years in bronze. "Indeed worthy of the man my sister set her eyes on enough," mused Lovelock Picker. "First time clicking into a bronze live stream, didn't expect it to be this hilarious, haha," said passing pangolin. "Yeah, it's truly a peculiar flower in the live streaming world, but I love it, haha," said Guardian under the starlight. Ding. 80 years in bronze sent the streamer a silly. Ding. Lovelock Picker, you sent the streamer a luxury sports car. Ding. Passing pangolin sent the streamer an excavator. Countless viewers showered Jiang Cheng with gifts, and the livestream's popularity surged to over 20,000, with more people steadily trickling in. Staring at the screen full of gifts, even a luxury sports car gliding by, Jiang Cheng was stunned. Carefully scanning the viewers' comments, he realized it was all because of that one line from his Chinibyu jungler. Holy crap, the power of Chinibyu is so immense, Jiang Cheng thought in disbelief. Then with a sweet voice, Jiang Cheng politely thanked the big spenders who had sent gifts, and even asked for follows. By then, Jiang Cheng's follower count had surpassed 1,000, and even the fan group had over a dozen members. For a newcomer who had just started streaming, achieving such results was already a delight to Jiang Cheng. Moreover, some fans voluntarily helped him ask for follows, warming his heart and making him feel that the future was bright. "These fans of mine are just too adorable." Joyful Bronze Games streamer of bronze fame. "If joy you seek, a follow is the game," said 80 years in bronze. "Across mountains and seas, feelings run deep. Want you leave a follow, don't be cheap," said Lovelock Picker. "Fate brings us from afar. Seeing the streamer stirs my heart, already followed," said I am the roadblocker. "Haha, such a joyful live stream, followed, said I, and the spring breeze are passers-by." Back in the game there, Han Xian lay dead on the ground, looking utterly desolate. The only silver lining was that Han Xian had cut off the minion wave, preventing the enemy from attacking the crystal immediately. Milady would revive in 4 seconds, Chung Yaojin, and Yao needed 7 more seconds. Marco Polo had 15 seconds left, and Han Xian, having just died, would need over half a minute to revive. However, at some point there Han Xin had started trash-talking the enemy team in the game chat. Jiang Cheng eagerly scrolled through the system messages. Dianwei enemy. Who is this insolent whelp? So ungrateful, now you're dead, feeling miserable, aren't you? Li Bai enemy. Haha, you chased me for 18 blocks, so what? Did you think you could win? Hilarious. Han Xian. A bunch of little brothers, you think you're all that. Mosey enemy. Can you stop being ridiculous? You play like trash and still have the nerve to talk. Han Xian. I was already a king when you were still in diapers. Who are you to act like a big shot here? Li Bai enemy. With skills like yours, a king. Bro, if you're gonna blow smoke, at least make it believable, ha. Mosey enemy. Don't bother with him. The minions are coming. Ooh, let's just push. That Han Xian is just a primary school kid. Han Xian, you forced my hand. Don't blame me, blame your own loose tongues. Awaken my primordial power. Suddenly Han Xin's respawn timer dropped to 0. Golden light burst from the revival platform, and a Han Xian larger than the Storm Dragon King appeared in the canyon. Clad in silver armor exuding heroic aura, a white dragon faintly coiled around his spear. With a single second skill dash and sweep, he unleashed an incredibly powerful spear aura, instantly wiping out all 5 enemies. Pentakill. The system's announcement echoed through the King's Canyon. Han Xian had secured a pentakill. The colossal Han Xian preened, flicking his long hair, as if flaunting the superiority of his hack, then typed in public chat. Now do you see the gap between us? Anything else you want to say? Li Bai enemy. I curse you, you unscrupulous bastard using hacks. Mosey enemy. As a righteous defender of the King's Canyon, I will report you. Prepare to face the judgment of justice. Dianwei enemy. What a damn nuisance. Even in this game you run into cheaters. Might as well go play PUBG. Hurry up. Han Xian. Haha, don't be impatient, gentlemen. He'll push right away. With a single second skill, Han Xian reached the enemy crystal and tapped it lightly with his spear, shattering it instantly. Holy crap, bro, add me as a friend and tell me where you bought this hack. That was Li Bei's last words, clearly stunned by the hack's power. In Yi Qing's villa. Holy crap, will his actions drag us down? I heard hackers can get their teammates banned too, said Lin Yu. Probably. I think I've heard of that. I'm a bit scared. This account has been with me for 2 years, said Mu Shui. That guy actually used hacks secretly, and there are so many people watching the stream. I'm dead, said Jiang Cheng. Sisters, for our own good, how about? After we exit we report him, suggested Yi Qing, the elder sister of Cold Night Star. The 4 exchanged glances, gradually revealing eerie smiles. Everything was understood without words. An invisible sinister hand slowly reached out toward Cold Night Star. Yet the person in question, Cold Night Star, remained utterly oblivious. Long after, he never realized that the blame for that evening's defeat lay not entirely with the enemies, but with his own incredibly inept teammates. Meanwhile, in Jiang Cheng's live stream, the viewers who had witnessed the girl's entire performance were absolutely stunned. Accustomed to the dazzling displays of skilled streamers, many found this clumsy play surprisingly refreshing. The 9th disciple of the beggar sect. Haha, you're killing me. Are you trying to make me laugh to death so you can inherit my inheritance? Huabei user 1949. Wake up, man, upstairs, you have no inheritance. The streamer probably wants to inherit my Huabei balance. You the lockpicker, streamer, you can't do this. If you treat him like this, my little sister will be very sad. The 80-year-old bronze. I observed the celestial signs last night and saw at a glance that these girls are no ordinary mortals. They will surely raise their throne at the pinnacle of bronze and remain there for eternity. Huh. The 1927th king. I'm laughing. A play like this from the streamer could be my lifelong source of humor. The beast in the dark. Talk about Han Xin's psychological shadow right now, ha. Manual Athena. Reporting to teacher, my computer crashed trying to calculate it, ha. Jiang Cheng saw none of this, as she had previously hidden the live stream assistant button on her phone. Now she stared at the game's settlement screen with a conflicted expression, feeling a bit awkward. Although her teammate was clearly cheating, he had still carried them to victory. Would it be too much to report him? Her finger hovered over the phone screen. Jiang Cheng hesitated. As if sensing her unease, Yi Qing walked over with a gentle smile and patted her on the shoulder. It's okay, we all reported him, but it didn't go through. Given how Honor of Kings works, it's probably impossible now. The kid got lucky. Yi Qing smiled, pulled out her own phone, and showed it to Jiang Cheng. Leaning in, Jiang Cheng saw the screen displayed report unsuccessful. A million questions flooded Jiang Cheng's mind. It didn't make sense. Such blatant cheating, and the report failed. Was the reporting system of such a huge game just for show? When she got screwed over by teammates before, she'd just curse in the game and lose points. Damn it. Now a literal god appears, and it can't even detect it. Useless. Jiang Cheng thought hard, and suddenly remembered the frame on his avatar. A 10 meaning VIP 10. Wow. You're VIP 10, and still in bronze. She was speechless. A surge of inexplicable anger rose within her, turning to boldness. Jiang Cheng viciously tapped on Di Renjia's little face. Salary -1, salary -1. Then she picked up her own phone and pressed the report button. Although Jiang Qing knew her report would likely fail too, she had to vent her frustration. After system review, your report has been deemed valid. A ban penalty has been applied to the reported user. Jiang Qing, R. Really? Jiang Qing saw the message on the screen and couldn't believe it. She rubbed her big eyes and looked again to confirm. Oh my god, how is this possible? The report actually went through. Jiang Qing was baffled, turning to the equally confused Yi Qing. Cousin, you weren't just showing me a fake screenshot, were you? You guys really didn't succeed. Of course not. If it had, the system would have sent a notification. Check my phone. Yi Qing looked innocent. And Yaya and Xiaoxue can vouch for me. Yeah, ours didn't work either, Lin Yu and Mu Shui chimed in. Knowing her cousin wasn't lying, Jiang Qing felt a headache coming on. How could a plan for 4 people end up with just her doing the deed? Ahem, cousin, is your little brother going to be okay? It should be fine, Yi Qing replied. Ding. Yi Qing's phone rang. She picked it up, looked at the message, and her expression turned strange. She held the phone out to Jiang Qing. Little star, sis, my account got banned. It must be those kindergarten kids on the other side. So pissed. Little star, I can't play with cousin anymore. Can you give me our cousin's QQ? I'm kinda interested. Little star, sis, don't ignore me. If you give me cousin's QQ, we'll do whatever you say. Little star, sis, my lifelong happiness is in your hands. You gotta help me. Jiang Qing, good grief, reading the string of messages on the phone, Jiang Qing nearly died on the spot. Bro, there are so many girls in the world, why do you have to pick the one whose soul is armed with a spear? I freaking. Suddenly a spark of inspiration flashed in Jiang Qing's mind, and she gave Yi Qing a very sinister smile. Cousin, about that thing I mentioned earlier, finding a girlfriend for your little brother, still good, right? Oh, huh, no problem. Finding him a girlfriend isn't a bad thing, huh? Yi Qing caught on instantly and expressed full support. Watching Little Star on Yi Qing's phone still blabbering on about their cousin Jiang Qing revealed a sinister grin. She got the contact info for you. The lockpicker's little sister added a few words and used her cousin's phone to send it over. Queen Qing, cousin's contact info XXXXXXXX, Queen Qing. Here you go. Seize the opportunity yourself. Bother me again and it'll break your third dog leg. Little Star, sis, you're the best sister in the world. Am honored and proud to have a sister like you. Little Star, once I win over cousin my wife, and I will be grateful to you for life. Queen Qing scram. Good grief, this was the first time had seen someone so deserving of a beating. To say such things without even meeting her face to face. Jiang Qing mentally labeled this stranger scumbag playboy. Damn bastard. Even though the contact info wasn't hers, Jiang Qing was certain the guy was fantasizing about her. Phew. Jiang Qing handed the phone back to her cousin, took a deep breath, and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, sweat born of pure fury. She was so angry her whole body trembled, itching for a fight. Alright, don't be angry anymore. A girl's anger will only give her wrinkles. They'll give him a proper scolding later. Yi Qing took the phone, glanced at the chat history, then looked at the fuming Jiang Qing, revealing a helpless smile as she tried to console her. Inwardly, she felt a wave of relief. That damned little rascal dared to covet the cabbage she had nurtured for over a decade. He must be itching for a trip to the king of hell. Thankfully, her cousin wasn't swayed by his tricks. She would definitely teach him a lesson later, making him understand that the queen's authority was not to be trifled with. Humph. I'm fine. By the way, cousin, make sure you don't tell him that contact info isn't mine. Jiang Qing took a deep breath, then earnestly urged her cousin. For a man like that, so subtly arrogant, who would keep him in check if no one did? She hoped that Ayu's younger sister would be effective enough to take him down. Of course. Honestly, his father has long wanted to marry him off. Now that there's finally a chance, it's pretty good. Right now I just hope Ayu's cousin is ugly, hee. Yi Qing replied with a straight face, a hint of a sly grin creeping onto her lips, her mind clearly wandering somewhere. Why do you hope she's ugly? That's a bit off, cousin. Jiang Qing was puzzled. While their family has an ancestral tradition, they must marry an ugly wife. They say an ugly wife brings fortune to her husband. Who knows what their ancestors were thinking? Yi Qing explained. Oh, that tradition is truly bizarre. Jiang Qing nodded, half understanding. Exactly. Let me tell you, the fact that he's so handsome now is nothing short of a miracle, definitely a genetic mutation. Yi Qing seemed to have found her rhythm, speaking with unbridled enthusiasm. He's handsome. How handsome? Do you have a photo? Jiang Qing was curious, but seeing Yi Qing about to ramble on about her brother's toddler years, she found it a bit exasperating and quickly interrupted. She had seen many beautiful people, but this type was a first. Everyone said looks were hereditary. Attractive parents meant attractive children. So what kind of mutation was this? Hearing Jiang Qing's words, Yi Qing froze, almost slapping herself twice. Why did she have to say so much? What if her cousin saw that guy's photo and got completely mesmerized? She had dug herself such a huge pit. Oh heavens, was this still the wise and clever her from before? No, they say love makes people foolish. Could she have truly fallen for her cousin? That wasn't right. The normal progression should be for her cousin to fall for her first, shouldn't it? Damn it, she got it. It must be her cousin's looks. Indeed. Looks are justice. Stop, stop, stop. Don't overthink this. Why was her mind wandering again? How should she respond to her cousin now? She couldn't really show her that guy's photo, could she? While the chance of love at first sight was low, the consequences of success would be disastrous. Just then Mu Shui and Lin Yue, hearing about a handsome man, also gathered around. Sister Qing, I lost the last game and am heartbroken. My fragile soul needs a photo of a handsome man to heal my wounds. Lin Yue put on a pitiful act, speaking sorrowfully. Yeah, I never thought a game could leave me so sad. Even though we won this round, for some reason, an even deeper sorrow wells up inside me. Alas, at times like this, only a photo of a beauty can save me. Mu Shui lay sprawled across the sofa like a starfish, her voice weak and tinged with melancholy. Watching the two drama queens, Jiang Cheng was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. These two were quite adorable when they acted, at least entertaining to watch. Hee. Cousin, we've been waiting forever for your photo. Jiang Cheng started acting cute, blinking her big eyes and speaking in a soft, syrupy voice. Seeing her adorable cousin trying to charm her, Yi Qing silently swallowed her saliva. How could anyone resist this? At that moment she completely ignored Mu Shui and Lin Yue beside her, her eyes fixed solely on her cousin. The cabbage she had nurtured for over a decade finally seemed to be bearing fruit. Yi Qing gritted her teeth as if making a decision and said with a hint of struggle, "Wait, before I show you the photo, I need to tell you something first." "What is it?" Jiang Cheng was a bit confused. Her cousin's demeanor was strange. Wasn't it just looking at a photo? Why the dramatic build-up? "Sister Qing, hurry up and say it, we want to see the photo." Yes, Sister Qing, I want to see the photo." Lin Yue and Mu Shui, growing impatient, urged her on. "Final, say it. If after I'm done you still want to see his face, then I won't say another word." Yi Qing looked at the three curious kittens, feeling a headache coming on, hoping her plan would work to kill their curiosity. Then Yi Qing began to speak in a very grave tone. "About this guy I didn't want to say much, but for your safety, I think it's necessary to mention a few things. At 8 he started fighting, claiming to be unbeatable in kindergarten. At 12 he sneaked into the red light district with some thugs and got thrown out for not having enough money. At 14 he got a tattoo of a big turtle on his chest, strutting around claiming to be a gangster. At 16 he brought a woman out of the red light district and dared to take her home, only to end up bedridden for a month after his father's lesson. At 18, after coming of age, he slipped out again, joined a pyramid scheme, and somehow made over 100,000. Now with the police's help he's been sent back, but he's still unwilling and keeps thinking about starting his own organization. With such a terrible record, do you still want to see his photo?" Yi Qing almost shouted the last sentence. "Yes." Hearing her cousin's story, Jiang Cheng became even more curious. Yes, Sister Qing, show us the photo." "Want some popcorn?" Mu Shui and Lin Yue had somehow acquired a bag of popcorn and were munching away with relish. Yi Qing, oh, why weren't these people following the script? Or had her painstakingly concocted tale of such a despicable person completely failed to faze them? It defied logic. "You really want to see it?" Yi Qing asked, clinging to a last shred of hope. The three nodded in unison, shattering her final illusion. Yi Qing opened the photo album on her phone, found a picture of little Xingzi, and casually tossed it onto the table. Then she collapsed onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. At that moment she felt a sense of helplessness. Despite her efforts to craft such a terrifying persona for little Xingzi, why wouldn't they just back off? Why is it this guy? Jiang Cheng felt a bit speechless as she looked at the photo on her cousin's phone. Wasn't this the flashy fellow who had asked for her contact number on registration day? Li Hanxin or something like that. Rumor had it he was some kind of campus heartthrob. So his polished exterior was just a facade to hide such a sordid soul. How repulsive. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but grow more wary of this person. According to her cousin, this man, if not utterly evil, was certainly close to it. "Oh my god, a demon was right beside me." Suddenly a piercing shriek reached Jiang Cheng's ears. It sounded familiar, like little Mu Shui. She turned to see Mu Shui, frightened, like a koala, leaping onto Lin Yue, pointing a trembling finger. "Yeah, Xingzi, did you see this person? The demon was right beside us. I saw it. Can you get off me first? If you don't, I'll sue you for murder." Lin Yue was quite calm looking at the photo. But Mu Shui suddenly jumping on her gave her a big scare. Especially her ample chest pressed tightly against Lin Yu's face, moving restlessly. Lin Yu's face flushed red from holding her breath, feeling she could barely breathe, a strange resentment spreading across her face. Was this damn girl raised on papayas? They were so huge. She had never really noticed before, never imagined they were so magnificent. Seeing Lin Yu's predicament, Jiang Cheng laughed heartlessly. She knew all too well the grandeur of Mu Shui's figure. It was simply inhuman. Yi Qing, who had been lying on the sofa, somehow turned her gaze over, tears of envy streaming down her face. After finally pulling Mu Shui off her, Lin Yu took a deep breath. This woman was truly lethal. "I'm telling you, if you do that again, I'll sever ties with you, humph." Looking at Mu Shui sitting on the sofa, still looking scared, especially at that pair of voluptuous curves, Lin Yu's anger flared up. She had nearly suffocated her. But I was scared, Mu Shui muttered softly. It's okay if she doesn't want you still have me. Yi Qing chimed in excitedly. First, she was glad her plan seemed to be working. Second, for some reason, after seeing all that, she found this little lowly more and more pleasing to the eye. A mature woman with a lowly, a dominant with a submissive. It just felt right, no problem at all. Lin Yu shot Yi Qing a glare, then gave Mu Shui a hard stare, as if to say, you know what to do, right? Screw up and you're done for. Seeing Lin Yu's reaction, Mu Shui hesitated, unsure what to do. Hee enough talk, you're both mine. Yi Qing said, walking over just as the situation was about to deadlock, pulling them both into a tight embrace with a commanding tone. Suddenly held tightly, both of their faces flushed crimson. Lin Yu quickly stood up, struggling free from Yi Qing's grasp. Mu Shui tried to follow, reaching out to push Yi Qing's arms away. She pushed with all her might. But Yi Qing's arms didn't budge. She pushed with all her strength. Still no movement. Hey, do you not like me that much? Yi Qing said, seeing Lin Yu escape her embrace and feeling the little lowly in her arms growing restless. Sensing trouble, she quickly adopted a sorrowful tone. No, Qing Jia. I'm just not used to it, Lin Yu said awkwardly. She couldn't deny that Chengxi's cousin had been kind to her, but she always felt the other woman's gaze was a bit off. It was like how she looked at Chengxi. No, wait. Like the weird look the male lead gives the female lead in a TV drama, which made her uncomfortable. Maybe she was overthinking it. She had been watching too many dramas and her sixth sense was always so strong. In Yi Qing's arms, Mu Shui gradually calmed down upon hearing this, and said sincerely, Qing Jie, you've been so good to us. How could we not like you? Yi Qing was ecstatic inside, but her face remained a mask of sorrow. Then are we friends? I've had very few friends since I was young. I really wish I could have more friends like you. Of course we are friends, the little lowly in her arms declared firmly, though she couldn't understand how someone as kind and beautiful as Qing Jiejie could lack friends. Lin Yu sat back down beside Yi Qing and took her other hand. Seeing Yi Qing's sad expression, she felt a pang of shame, thinking she had been projecting her own pettiness onto a noble heart. Watching everything go so well, Yi Qing laughed inwardly countless times. Indeed, her upgrade from the online 36 strategies of love to 108 techniques for chasing girls was proving somewhat useful. This move was called Attack the Heart Ha. It was a pity her own cousin was impervious, proving a tough nut to crack. Jiang Cheng had unknowingly walked up behind them, watching the daily antics of these drama queens, a faint smile playing on her lips. She never expected her cousin would ultimately outplay them all. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead, remembering her live stream was probably still on. Oh no, this is bad. She quickly grabbed her phone from the table. Sure enough, it was still broadcasting. There were only a dozen or so people left in the stream, just chatting idly. After all, the streamer herself was absent, so viewer attrition was inevitable. The viewers couldn't just entertain themselves staring at an empty screen. Love water. That slick move reporting your teammate. Tell me, streamer, what's your relationship with old Ma? 80-year bronze veteran. Streamer, not playing anymore. Where'd you go? A U of forced lock. Looks like the streamer is busy. Those interested can wait. If you don't have time, you can bail. 80-year bronze veteran. Hey bro, since we've got nothing to do, how about a chat? Last night's flowing star. Chat about what? 80-year bronze veteran. Ahem, to be frank, brother, am quite interested in your little sister. Looking back, no one, a U of forced lock, bro. I was just away on a business trip, and you're already trying to find a new husband for my wife. Last night's flowing star. Whoa, this is. What nonsense are you talking? That brother-in-law of mine is an underworld messenger picking nose, said a U who loves to make things difficult for others. But I've come back, replied the one looking back, can't see the old days. So can we not play these paranormal jokes late at night, said Bronze from the 80s. I can't handle this. Exactly, and am home alone right now, said last night's stars like falling rain. I just want to find my family, replied the one looking back, can't see the old days. How did you get my phone number? Are you human or ghost? Asked the U panicked. Brother, I just want to find my family. Get lost. I'm not your family. You're already dead, understand? Damn, don't scare me, said Bronze from the 80s. Bro, their chat is freaking me out. Maybe we should watch something to get our blood pumping and come back, said last night's stars like falling rain. Brother, your doorbell is ringing. You? What do you want? They'll give you everything, just let me go, okay? I just want to find my family. Brother, I'm coming in. You've gone too far, you scared everyone away. Right back at you, brother. Your acting is even better than mine. Ha, drama queens. You think you can scare me with these tricks? How naive. Old here just flips through a comic and all evils are warded off, said Bronze from the 80s. Same here, sarcastic, said last night's stars like falling rain. Watching the drama queens in the live stream, Jiang Cheng's head ached. Good heavens, what kind of demons and monsters were in his live stream room? Ahem, I'm back. Had something urgent to attend to. Putting on his headphones, Jiang Cheng said a bit sheepishly. Streamer, I've been waiting forever. How's my sister's matter going? Asked you. Ding, caught a live female streamer, said last night's stars like falling rain. Wow, the streamer's back from the dead. Everyone get in here, said the gatekeeper on the clouds. In an instant, over a dozen bystanders popped up. I gave him your sister's contact info. He should have added you as a friend now. Go check it out. But I have to say this guy. He doesn't seem like a good person. Tell your sister to be careful. Jiang Cheng replied, but after thinking about his cousin's description of that guy, he couldn't help but add a warning. It's fine. My sister is an expert at taming dragons and subduing tigers. Gotta go, I need to report to her. Good night and sweet dreams, streamer. Ding, you sent the streamer 100 heartbeats. Good night. Jiang Cheng felt a warmth in his heart. Indeed, everyone liked to feel cared for. After settling that matter, he didn't feel like gaming anymore. He chatted with the viewers for a while, then turned off the stream. After saying goodnight to his cousin and the others, Jiang Cheng returned to his room. Lying in bed, he took out his phone and checked his personal account on Catchfish Live. He had 816 followers in one night. For someone with no popularity, having such results on his first stream was already quite good by normal standards. But Jiang Cheng was a bit troubled. He wasn't normal, he had a mission. With over 800 followers plus over 1500 from the school forum, he still needed more than 97700 to reach his target of 1000 followers. Damn, this mission was too hard. Damn system. Only 29 days left. What was he going to do? Was he really going to have to show his face on stream? No way, absolutely not right now. Heaven never seals off all exits. But where was the way out? Meanwhile, in a standalone villa near Jiangnan University, Li Hanxing lay naked on the bed, his skin whiter and more delicate than a woman's exposed to the air. He was excitedly holding his phone, opening QQ. Cousin, here I come, he. Li Hanxing felt his romantic luck had been strong lately. Girls he was interested in kept appearing in his life one after another. Their voices were irresistible to him, a voice enthusiast. He no longer had to pretend to be an ascetic boy, He declared that all vulgar beauties should step aside. He only wanted his cousin. In his imagination, Qin Jie's cousin was his cousin too. First come, first served. There was nothing wrong with that. Adding the number Qin Jie had given him, Li Hanxing carefully typed out a message, knowing that on the other side of the screen might be the happiness of his life. Hello, beautiful. Hello, handsome. A burly, scar-faced man was secretly hiding on the other side of the screen, revealing a faint, sinister smile. That name. It felt a bit cringy. Li Hanxing frowned, then relaxed. The next second, he quickly changed the nickname for his cousin. My super cute little fairy few, that looked much better. Time to reply to his cousin. Fate brings us together across 1,000 miles. May I ask the latest name? He had been too eager when asking Qin Jie earlier, and had forgotten to ask for his cousin's name. Asking a girl's name after just 2 sentences? Isn't that a bit hasty, handsome? I don't usually chat with girls, especially the one I like. Oh my, how can you be like this? Do you chat with other girls like this too? Shy, how is that possible? I usually don't even look at women. Of course, I only say such things to the one I like. Really? By the way, I heard you're a tough guy. How tough? Li Hanxing was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that Qin Jie must have been helping him. He had to perform well. Haha, you caught me. I am indeed a peerless tough guy. I can break rocks with my chest and eat 100 caddies of grain a day. 100 caddies of grain. Are you a pig? Eating that much, you must weigh a few hundred caddies, right? Incredulous, Li Hanxing panicked. Damn, he had bragged too much. Just exaggerating. I have a good figure. I can eat a lot without gaining weight, Early the next morning, Jiang Cheng was roused by the alarm. Notably, her cousin wasn't mysteriously lying in her bed today, which brought her considerable relief. She was supposed to go to school to pick up textbooks and also collect military training uniforms. Jiangnan University placed great emphasis on students' physical fitness. The freshman military training lasted an entire month, and no leave was granted except under special circumstances. It was said that the training instructors were as fierce as wolves and tigers, terrifyingly harsh, and many young people had suffered greatly under them. But these were not Jiang Cheng's current concerns. Military training was her lifelong nemesis. Her original self had already prepared a countermeasure, a medical record proving she had anemia and couldn't engage in strenuous exercise, which was still tucked away in her bag. Such a wonderful thing as military training should be left to those energetic young men and women. It would save her more time to gain followers. But thinking about this, Jiang Cheng's head ached even more. 100,000 followers. Wasn't that incredibly difficult? System, is there any way to gain followers quickly? Unable to come up with an idea, Jiang Cheng called out to the system. A ding sounded, followed by a warm tip. It is recommended that the host live stream with her face revealed. With the host's current feminine allure, it is irresistible to mortals. Not that cross-dressing is good or wonderful, but it draws popularity. Why did it feel like the system was deliberately tricking her? Ignoring the slightly off-kilter system, Jiang Cheng took out the male outfit she had earned from completing a previous task from the system's wardrobe. Gazing at the ancient scholar's attire full of classical charm, a flash of inspiration struck Jiang Cheng. Live streaming in women's clothing was out of the question, but she could create an alternate identity. Since she was already so good-looking, dressing as a man would surely attract fans too. Inspiration flooded in. In a modern city, a strikingly handsome young man in ancient scholar's garb appeared on the streets, instantly spreading across the internet, becoming an overnight sensation and amassing countless fans. Though the trope was a bit old, there was no helping it. Her own looks were too extraordinary. Ha ha ha, this old lady. Oh no. This old man was a true genius. She had already thought of a name for the alternate account, Lin Haoyue. It symbolized that this small account would surely become immensely popular in the future, drawing countless fans like the bright moon in the sky, serving as a dedicated tool for the elegant system's missions. Ahem, yes, that was it. She wasn't bad at naming things at all. The more Jiang Qing thought about it, the more motivated she became, quickly changing into the male outfit. After a while, she finally got the clothes on properly. Indeed, wearing ancient garments was quite troublesome. Walking to the mirror, Jiang Qing was stunned by the reflection. Indeed, if one's beauty reached a certain level, did it transcend gender and captivate all? Even someone as straight as Jiang Qing couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of herself in men's clothing. In the mirror stood a figure of peerless beauty with sword-like brows and starry eyes. The white, elegant, ancient robe accentuated an ethereal air, like a banished immortal descending from the heavens, mesmerizing all who beheld it. Though there was a slight softness and a faint bulge at the chest, these were minor details hardly worth worrying about. Gosh, I can't look anymore, or I'll fall in love with myself. This damn charm of mine. Turning away, Jiang Qing dared not gaze into the mirror any longer, letting out a long breath and muttering to herself. But soon a smile bloomed on her face. With such an alternate identity system. Mere child's play. Just as Jiang Qing sat on the bed dreaming of brighter days, a terrified woman's scream pierced the air. Jiang Qing's expression shifted. That voice sounded like Xiox's. Had something happened? Several beautiful girls living in a luxurious villa were inherently tempting targets for crime, and Jiang Qing grew worried. With no suitable weapon in the room, she grabbed a rather heavy figurine and rushed out hastily. Running all the way to Mu Shui's door, Jiang Qing hesitated briefly before forcefully pushing it open. Who goes there? How could this be? The figurine slipped from her hand and shattered on the floor as Jiang Qing was stunned by the scene before her. Mu Shui was curled up on the bed, clutching the blanket, her face streaked with tears, as if something had happened to her. On the floor of the room, her cousin was lying in pajamas, looking as if she had just woken up. Jiang Qing's face twitched as she quickly understood the situation. Taking advantage of the two women's distraction, she slipped out of the room and slammed the door shut. So she had overthought things this morning. Her cousin had just sleepwalked to a different room. This habit of her cousin's was truly frightening. Jiang Qing was about to return to her room to tidy up before heading to school after breakfast. But she ran into a confused Lin Yue, who also seemed to have just woken up and was drawn by the commotion. The moment they met, Lin Yue snapped to alertness, her beautiful eyes fixed on the incredibly handsome man before her. Who are you? How did you get into this house? Hearing this, Jiang Qing's lips curled into a faint smile. Yaya hadn't recognized her. Time to have some fun teasing her. Beautiful lady, do I look like a villain? Why are you so wary of me? Jiang Qing deliberately lowered her voice, adding a hint of frivolity. Since she hadn't learned voice modulation, her tone sounded a bit odd, but overall it was androgynous. Tell me now, or I'll call the police. Breaking into a house in broad daylight, Lin Yue shouted, loudly unmoved by the man's handsomeness. Woman, I advise you not to play with fire. When I get angry, even I'm afraid of myself. Jiang Qing grew interested, threatening Lin Yue in a fierce tone while slowly approaching her. Don't come closer, or I won't be polite. Watching the man closing in, Lin Yu's expression turned panicked. She grabbed a nearby broom and pointed it at Jiang Qing. Yeah, you want to hit me? Sigh, so heartless. Seeing Lin Yu like this, Jiang Qing felt a bit guilty. Maybe she had gone too far. She quickly reverted to her original voice and said sorrowfully, Lin Yu, no. If she hadn't misheard, that was Chengxi's voice. You are a chump. Rubbing her eyes, Lin Yu took another good look at the person before her before speaking in disbelief. Yeah, who else could it be? The sad thing is, yeah, you actually wanted to hit me just now, Jiang Qing said helplessly. Lin Yu, did I say I really want to beat you to death right now? Would you believe it? If you dare to joke with me like that again, I'll sneak into your room at night. You know the consequences, humph. Knowing the person opposite her was Jiang Qing, Lin Yu relaxed and spoke fiercely. Not at all, it's you who didn't even recognize me, sigh. Jiang Qing's face was full of sorrow. Stop fooling around. Why did you suddenly think of cosplaying? Where did you buy the clothes? I want to buy one too. They're so beautiful. Lin Yu ignored this drama queen, instead showing great interest in Jiang Qing's attire, her eyes sparkling with stars. Although Jiang Qing dressed as a man was also stunning, Lin Yu had been startled by the prank earlier. Still a bit annoyed, she didn't want to praise this woman who, despite her beauty, seemed a little mischievous. Ahem, I had them custom made. They arrived just 2 days ago. Jiang Qing explained. She couldn't answer that question. She had searched on Taobao before and found no clothes produced by the system, meaning the system's outfits were unique. She had to claim they were custom made. Oh, I see. They'll go freshen up first, then we'll go to school together. Lin Yu didn't press further. The clothes were secondary. the person wearing them mattered most. Sure, I'll walk down the street in this outfit, and you'll hold my arm. What do you think the passersby will do? Jiang Cheng said with a mischievous grin. Of course Jiang Cheng wasn't trying to flirt, but rather to foster friendship in a cheerful way. Yuri, that would never happen in this life. Suppressing that faint thought, Jiang Cheng mused inwardly. Once humans became familiar, they loved to joke around like this. It was probably normal. Get lost, you damn Yuri. Lin Yu's pretty face flushed as if unsure how to respond, but she ultimately refused decisively. After chatting for a while, they each returned to their rooms to pack up and freshen up, planning to head to school after breakfast. At the gate of Jiangnan University, as soon as they stepped out of the car, Mu Shui and Yi Qing cheerfully linked arms with Jiang Cheng as naturally as could be. With a luxury car, beauties, and countless envious lemon-flavored onlookers, Jiang Cheng felt flattered by the treatment. Was her ancient costume really that charming? These two had been clinging to her since breakfast, rubbing against her. They even claimed, since you want a cross-dress as a man, why not make it more exciting? Today you're our boyfriend. Sigh, where was their feminine reserve? At least Yaya wasn't so outrageous. Not far behind, Lin Yu bit her lip, her eyes full of resentment as she watched the three in front. She looked like a poor girl abandoned by a rich kid, stirring murderous intent in many toward Jiang Cheng. At that moment, Lin Yu was filled with regret. Damn it. She regretted it so much. That should have been her treatment, but because she pretended to be reserved, it was gone. Just gone. The group walked into the school, stunning countless single passersby. It was as if spring had arrived, then suddenly departed. A luxury car and girls. Where's this rich kid from? Holy crap, if I'm not mistaken, the one on the left is our school's beauty. Damn, my youth is over. Dressed so flashy and with 3 girls. Just because he has money. What's so great about that? You vulgar people only think about money. The key is that person's looks. They're really handsome. I'm in love. Just a pretty boy. I say that new female student from a couple of days ago was better. She was a stunning beauty, but so low-key unlike this flashy one. But that student didn't show her face. You can't compare. Look at that handsome guy. His black eyes pull at my soul like a black hole. Senior, I saw you a couple of days ago. Didn't you say you'd been devoted to the Yuri fandom for 20 years and fallen for that masked student at first sight? Ahem, what do you know? I'm just appreciating beauty. Everyone loves beauty. It has nothing to do with love, understand? Hey, have you noticed? Those girls next to that guy look familiar. Yeah, aren't they the ones from the fairies group a few days ago? No, shut up. My fairy would never bow to money. Maybe what we saw that day was actually this guy cross-dressing. Holy crap. Better to say the fairy was cross-dressing as a man. You guys are useless at everything but gossip. Setting that aside, can that fairy's aura, that ethereal coldness, be faked by this rich kid? Use your brain when you talk. Actually, don't you think this guy has some charm too? I feel he's quite ethereal, ahem. I agree, but he seems a bit playerish. Look at that girl behind. She looks abandoned, following him all the way. So pitiful. Hey, shocking. Jiangnan University suddenly has a stunningly handsome man. Li Hangxing's position as school heartthrob in jeopardy. Shocking. Jiangnan University beauty reportedly taken. Everyone calm down. New posts are up. Please share, like, and comment. Holy crap. Senior from the news club, why are you everywhere? Isn't it almost time for internships? Seniors say society is dangerous, so I'm building some capital. Feeling the pointing envy and hatred from the crowd, all the way, Jiang Cheng was very embarrassed and instinctively lowered her head. Though she had once wished for such treatment, now it felt overwhelming. The gazes of the passers-by were like wolves and tigers, making her feel like a lamb straying into a wolf pack. Yet Mu Shui and Yi Qing beside her wore joyful smiles, seemingly unbothered by the onlookers. Yi Qing thought, finally a chance to openly take advantage of my cousin. How could I miss it? Mu Shui thought, I don't know why, but I feel like I'm in danger, as if I've turned. But I really love this feeling. Behind them, Lin Yu still wore that resentful expression, though the clouds on her face seemed darker. At that moment she wanted to shout, let go of that guy, let me have him. Damn it. Once a sincere opportunity lay before me, yet I failed to cherish it. Only after losing it did I regret it deeply. If heaven could grant me another chance, I would surely seize it, hold Orange's arm, and ascend to the pinnacle of life from then on. At this moment the campus was not particularly crowded, with only a few new students walking along the paths carrying various daily necessities. Suddenly, a handsome young man appeared in their line of sight ahead. Spotting Yi Qing, he waved excitedly and jogged over. Hey Qingjia. This person was none other than Li Hanqing, the abominable younger brother Yi Qing had spoken of. Seeing Li Hanqing approach, Yi Qing's face twisted into a look of helpless resignation. What rotten luck. Out of the entire sprawling campus, why did she have to run into this guy? Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng and the others were on high alert, their faces etched with wariness. Through Yi Qing's descriptions, Li Hanqing had become a dangerous, villainous figure in their eyes, like a final boss straight out of a novel. To make matters worse, Jiang Cheng had already been harassed by this wicked character, who clearly harbored some ulterior motive toward her. If this guy recognized Jiang Cheng, and did something terrible, the consequences would be utterly unthinkable beyond imagination. Soon Li Hanqing reached them. The young man's gentle smile bathed in the morning sunlight felt incredibly warm. Yet Jiang Cheng and the others grew even more vigilant, instinctively stepping back. A wicked person acting so gentle. A wolf in sheep's clothing, no doubt. Behind that warm smile, who knew what devious tricks lay hidden? Xingjie, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you today. Who are these friends? Li Hanqing asked cheerfully, though he was a bit puzzled by the people around his cousin. His gaze lingered particularly on Jiang Cheng, who was disguised as a man. As far as he knew, his cousin didn't have a boyfriend. Where had this guy come from? Yeah, what a coincidence. I really didn't expect to see you here, Yiqing said through gritted teeth, forcing a plastic smile. Then pointing at Jiang Cheng, she added, my boyfriend Lin Haoyue. Jiang Cheng nodded with a forced smile, inwardly lamenting the absurdity of the situation. What kind of twisted plot was this? She then pointed at Mu Shui, who was clinging to Jiang Cheng's arm, his cousin Mu Shui. Mu Shui frowned, but ultimately held her tongue. Finally, she gestured toward Lin Yue, who was standing behind them. And her, my boyfriend's ex-girlfriend Lin Yue. Lin Yue, I have a profanity I'm itching to use, but I don't know if I should. Hearing such a tangled web of relationships from Xingjie, Li Hanqing was taken aback. A cousin he could understand, but an ex-girlfriend. What kind of plot twist was this? Could it be that Xingjie had stolen someone else's boyfriend, and the ex had followed them to school to make a scene? In just a few months had Xingjie's moves become so ruthless. Hello brother-in-law, hello cousin, hello brother-in-law's ex. Li Hanqing greeted them with a smile, but regretted at the moment the words left his mouth. A glare thick with resentment locked onto him, making him realize his slip of the tongue. Lin, you wanna throw him out? Ex-girlfriend, 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 my ass. Do you even think before you speak? Lin Yu screamed inwardly. If she hadn't pulled that stunt this morning, Yiqing would be the ex-girlfriend now, damn it. So sad. But this guy was really asking for a beating. If she didn't know he was a wicked, evil bastard, Lin Yu would have loved to rush over and punch him senseless. Even so, Lin Yu's gaze was still fixed on Li Hanqing like a dagger, making his scalp prickle. Just as a conflict seemed imminent with an inexplicable tension filling the air, Yiqing quickly stepped in to salvage the situation and change the subject. So what's up? Is there something you need? Well, a few days ago you gave me cousin's QQ. We've been hitting it off great these past few days. When I saw you today, I wanted to come over and thank you, hee, Li Hanqing said excitedly. But he failed to notice the gradually strange looks on the faces of those around him, continuing cheerfully. In a month, cousin is coming to City C. I'd like to treat Xingjie to a big meal. Brother-in-law should come too. Not interested. Good luck, and may you succeed, Yiqing said with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, offering a few blessings before flatly refusing his invitation. Her own adorable and charming cousin was right beside her. Why would she need to go out for a big meal? It wasn't like she was broke. Still, Xiao Cheng's fan sister was quite something. Wow, in just a few days they were already planning to meet in person. Was this some kind of love spell? Online dating is sweet, but meeting in person is a disaster. Good luck, my foolish little brother. Hey, don't be like that, Xingjie. You did me such a big favor, I have to thank you, Li Hanqing said sincerely. If Xingjie hadn't given him cousin's QQ, who knows when he would have met the one. Xingjie was practically the benefactor of his life. So, you're determined to interrupt your sister and brother-in-law's honeymoon, ha Xiao Xingzi. Yiqing said, growing a bit impatient. This guy was so annoying. Didn't he realize he was standing there like a giant light bulb? Just look at her ethereally beautiful cousin. She had even stopped talking. Ahem, alright Xingjie. We'll catch up some other time, Li Hanqing said, momentarily stunned before quickly catching on. He was intruding on his cousin and brother-in-law's precious time together. But weren't there two other tagalongs beside her? Why was she picking on him? Still, after saying that, he tactfully walked away. Having been beaten by his older cousin since childhood, Li Hanqing had developed a bit of a psychological shadow. If Yiqing had heard what he was thinking, she would have given him a thorough lesson. How dare a stinky man like you compare yourself to my beautiful, charming girlfriends? Don't you know your place? The giant light bulb in Yiqing's eyes, the evil villain in Jiang Cheng, and the other's eyes had finally left. Everyone let out a slow, relieved breath. At that moment, everyone looked at Yiqing with a newfound admiration, even Lin Yue, who had been so resentful. The scene they had just witnessed, Li Hanqing as docile as a lamb, had stirred a tempest in their hearts. A strange expression crossed Jiang Cheng's face. She mused inwardly, could such a wicked and terrifying person be so meek in front of his cousin? Was he also a former victim of the little whip? Mu Shui's face once again bloomed with a youthful, adorable smile, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Yiqing. Xingjie is so amazing. She's like the brave hero from a fairy tale who defeats the demon. Justice will always triumph over evil. Although Lin Yu was still brooding over the ex-girlfriend incident, her gaze toward Yiqing had softened somewhat. Who wouldn't love a hero who could make even a dragon bow its head? That kind of persona was simply irresistible. Soon Jiang Cheng and her companions arrived at the distribution area. Seeing the queue stretching like a colossal dragon, they felt utterly exasperated. For a moment Jiang Cheng entertained the idea of turning around and coming back when there were fewer people. But in the end she obediently joined the line. A few boys and girls in the queue looked at them with sparkling eyes offering to let them cut in line. However Jiang Cheng resolutely refused. Was she the type to cut in line? Just because she was attractive didn't mean she would make an exception. She was an upright person after all. Of course the truth was that the line was so massive that Jiang Cheng feared she'd be glared to death by those behind her if she tried to cut in. She was planning to gain countless fans with this persona, so she couldn't afford any blemishes on her record. After enduring an agonizing hour-long wait, it was finally Jiang Cheng's turn. Fortunately the weather wasn't hot, or else she would have been utterly drained. The staff member handling the procedures was a young, bespectacled, and gentle-looking male teacher. He took Jiang Cheng's student ID with a warm expression, and upon seeing the photo of the girl, he was visibly taken aback. However, since student ID photos were generally plain, he didn't seem overly surprised. "Classmate, are you cosplaying?" "Not bad, actually." Jiang Cheng felt a bit awkward and didn't know how to respond. With so many students around, she couldn't afford to be exposed. Seeing that Jiang Cheng didn't intend to reply, Teacher Wang didn't press further. He simply smiled gently and processed her paperwork. It was clear that the girl before him was somewhat shy. By the time they walked out of the school again, it was nearly noon. After placing the collected books and clothes in Yi Qing's car, Jiang Cheng and the others planned to grab some food nearby. Just then a sensuous, mature older sister with stars in her eyes approached them. She was dressed quite lightly, and every smile and frown exuded a unique charm, though her foundation was a bit heavy. "Hello handsome, can I add you on social media?" "Ahem, that's not convenient." Jiang Cheng pointed at the girls beside her looking resigned. Honestly, Jiang Cheng would have loved to add the bowtie sweet chat, too, just to chat occasionally. But the lively girls next to her seemed to have flames shooting from their eyes, and though she was innocent and didn't know why she sensed danger, the air was thick with a perilous aura. Though the feeling was strange, Jiang Cheng wisely chose to back down. Speaking of which, Yi Qing and the others were much more attractive. "Can I take a photo with you?" The girl, feeling somewhat inferior next to the beauties around Jiang Cheng, didn't insist on the contact info, and instead asked for a photo. Indeed, how could such a stunning guy not have admirers? She was just a toad lusting after swan meat. But even so, she wanted to get some benefit. She'd show the photo to her sisters back home. They'd be green with envy. Jiang Cheng softened at the girl's hopeful gaze. Glancing at her companions and seeing no alarming move, she relaxed and said, "Sure, but I'm not very photogenic." "Ahem. That's fine, I'll come over." With that, the girl familiarly linked arms with Jiang Cheng and took a few photos with her phone. The moment her hand touched Jiang Cheng's arm, Jiang Cheng clearly felt several sharp knife-like stares. Jiang Cheng suddenly felt as if she had been caught cheating by a wife. "What were you all doing? Did you really see me as your boyfriend?" Though he had once been invincible with his spear, now even if he had the desire, he lacked the means. Jiang Cheng grumbled inwardly. Fortunately, the girl knew her limits. After taking the photos, she let go promptly, much to Jiang Cheng's relief. Any longer, and he felt he'd be killed by those stares. The girl excitedly looked at the photos on her phone and even showed them to Jiang Cheng and the others. Looking at the pictures, Jiang Cheng had to admit the girl had great selfie skills. With the phone's beauty filter, even Jiang Cheng was a bit dazzled. Yi Qing and the other girls' eyes lit up too, but the woman in the photos made them resentful. Damn it, they hadn't even taken a photo with Qingzi yet, and now a stranger had stolen the first. Returning the phone, Jiang Cheng was about to leave when the girl suddenly said, "Handsome, my name is Lan Qiyun. What's yours?" "My name is Lin Haoyue." Jiang Cheng smiled and replied over his shoulder, then headed toward a restaurant ahead. Finally, it was over. Could the murderous stare stop now? He hadn't eaten enough breakfast and was starving. Time for a feast, and he'd make sure to eat his rich cousin out of house and home. Lan Qiyun stood there alone, watching the young man's fading figure as she slowly drifted into a daze. Haoyue, what a beautiful name. She no longer felt like shopping. She just wanted to go home and share this with her annoying sisters, making them jealous. A bunch of bratty sisters. They'd definitely regret not coming when they saw these photos. Lan Qiyun was a street photography blogger, and her roommates were bloggers in the anime and gaming circles, though they weren't very popular. Back in the rented apartment, Lan Qiyun yelled, "Minions, your queen has returned. Hurry and come to greet me." No response. The air was eerily silent. Ahem, a bit awkward. Were they really going to ignore her like that? "Just wait, don't come begging later, humph. I was going to bring you some treats, but since you're not giving me face, I guess you'll miss out." Before she could finish, two overly dramatic voices rang out. "Your Majesty, your humble servant is here. Your Highness, what treats do you have for us?" The voices belonged to Lan Qiyun's two roommates, Qianbei and Zhang Lan. "Last night, I observed the celestial signs and foresaw a great encounter at noon today. I intended to share it with you too, but you ignored destiny and failed to appreciate it. Alas, you've chilled my heart." Lan Qiyun's lips curled into a smile. "Oh, I didn't mean to. It's just that the blazing sun harms one's skin. I feared losing your favor." Qianbei said seriously. Ahem, my sister speaks the truth. Same here. Zhang Lan echoed. Ha, insolent demons, how dare you deceive me so. Lan Qiyun didn't want to give up her hard-earned photos so easily, but before she could finish she was interrupted. Enough with the drama, hurry up and show us the treats. Qianbei couldn't wait any longer. A photo of a handsome guy, Lan Qiyun said smugly. Oh, you big flirt, is this the treat you brought us? Don't disturb me while I'm editing my video. Qianbei lost interest at once. In her line of work, she had seen countless photos of handsome men and women, and this was nothing to get excited about. Sister Lan, you've deceived my feelings again. Truly a woman's words cannot be trusted. You big liar. Zhang Lan was also disappointed. She had lost count of how many times she had been let down. Each time her expectations were raised only to end in an indescribable mess. She vividly recalled the last time Sister Lan had brought back a photo of an exceptionally rugged man. She had looked forward to it eagerly only to suffer 3 sleepless nights afterward. Damn, it was terrifying. Watching her roommate's reactions, Lan Qiyun grew anxious. She had been plotting this boast for a long time and was determined to pull it off. She grabbed Qianbei's hand and said urgently, Hey, let me tell you, this time it's different. It's a rare, unparalleled handsome guy. Not interested. Go find Lan Lan. Qianbei rolled her eyes dramatically at Lan Qiyun and ignored her. Lan Qiyun turned her gaze to Zhang Lan only to see her shaking her head, as well a trace of fear even evident on her delicate face. What the hell? Did I bring back a photo of a monster? Why are you so resistant? What infuriated her most was that Zhang Lan and Qianbei actually nodded. Since you don't want to, don't come begging me later. Lan Qiyun returned to her computer desk, connected her phone to the computer, uploaded the photos, and enlarged them. Alas, such an unparalleled beauty. My brother Hao Yu's photo. They'll have to savor it alone. She deliberately raised her voice so her 2 ignorant roommates could hear. Having lived together for over a year, she knew their habits well. Sure enough, 2 pairs of small eyes sneaked a glance in her direction. Women. I'll go get a drink of water from the kitchen and slowly appreciate this earthly beauty. Lan Qiyun deliberately walked away, giving them an opportunity to sneak a peek. Mom, I'm in love. Lan Lan, I think I am too. How can there be such a handsome person in this world? But his chest looks a bit off. What do you know? That's clearly because his abs are too big. His thin clothes can't contain them. Quick, bring the phone over and download the photo. Yeah, otherwise Sister Lan will show off again when she comes back. The 2 girls huddled around Lan Qiyun's computer, the sound of their swallowing distinctly audible. Ahem, what are you 2 doing? A sudden voice startled them. Turning around, they saw Lan Qiyun standing behind them with a smile, her expression peculiar. Women, I knew these little girls couldn't resist their curiosity, you silly sisters. Ahem, Sister Lan, why are you back so soon? I saw your desk was a bit dirty and came to wipe it for you. Qianbei said awkwardly. She felt she had been tricked again. Alas, was there any sincerity left in this world? Zhang Lan had already vanished without a trace. Despite her small frame, she could run so fast, showing no loyalty at all. But you didn't bring any tools, Lan Qiyun said with a knowing smile. Ahem, I forgot in my hurry. Did you like the photo? Lan Qiyun suddenly asked. Qianbei was dumbfounded, unsure how to respond. Do you want it? Lan Qiyun continued. Yes. Qianbei finally admitted, unable to resist. The handsome guy was too tempting. In 20 years of life, she had never seen such a captivating man. Beg me, and I'll send it to you. Lan Qiyun stepped forward slyly, pushed Qianbei aside, and shielded her computer, looking very smug. Qianbei am so. She wanted to curse her out, but the photo of the handsome guy. Fine, she would swallow her pride this once. Little Lan, just wait till I catch you. Sister Lan, I beg you. Since you call me sister, well, share the joy. Take the photo yourself. Lan Qiyun was triumphant. She had finally turned the tables. By the way, aren't you a street photographer? Why not shoot a video with that handsome guy? It'd definitely go viral. There were several beautiful girls beside him. I exerted a lot of effort just to get this photo, Lan Qiyun said helplessly. Honestly, she wished she could too. But every girl around him was more beautiful than her. She felt inferior. Oh, okay. So do you mind if I use these photos to write a post and get some traffic? Sure, no problem, but you have to help me write one too. What for? I'm not your employee. I need some traffic too. Being a blogger is getting harder these days. Bebe, for the sake of this photo, you can't abandon me. Fine, I'll send it to you after I finish writing. Let's prepare one for Lan Lan too. Good sisters share everything. He'll leave this task to you, the scholar. He'll go have some watermelon first. Get lost. By afternoon, Qianbei had written 3 posts, each nearly 2,000 words. She also photoshopped the picture, mainly swapping Lan Qiyun's head for theirs. After finishing, without even time to eat, they quickly uploaded the posts to Weixin using their respective accounts. Weixin was the largest social networking site in Zhuxiao, with nearly 500 million daily active users. It supported countless bloggers of all sizes, and many had used the platform to skyrocket to fame and reach the pinnacle of their careers. Although Lan Qiyun and her friends hadn't made it big, yet they had amassed a few thousand followers. The main problem was that good hot topics were too hard to find, and even when they did, others beat them to it, leaving them stuck in mediocrity. The girls gathered around the computer, their faces full of anticipation. They had a feeling this post would explode. After all, the man in the photo was incredibly handsome. A gentleman as flawless as jade, unmatched in the world. If this post didn't go viral, it would be an injustice to heaven and earth. Lu Yu was a university student with no particular hobbies besides browsing Webtoon, admiring handsome men, and secretly scrolling through the comment sections to read netizens' amusing remarks. Today, while eating outside her school, she was scrolling through Webtoon, as usual, when she stumbled upon a post. A gem lost in the sea of time, 5,000 years, the most stunning beauty on earth, unearthed by me from the crowd. He shall be the brightest star of this world. Another clickbait title, trying to lure her in. Lu Yu thought so, but her fingers, disobeying her mind, clicked on it anyway. What met her eyes was a photo of a man and a woman together. The woman was utterly ordinary, even somewhat ugly in her eyes. But the man was dazzling, as if not of this world, leaving Lu Yu momentarily mesmerized. What kind of divine creature was this? How could there be such a strikingly handsome man in this world? Gazing at the incomparably beautiful man in the photo, Lu Yu's face flushed instantly, her heart pounding like a startled rabbit. Looking at the plain girl in the picture, she felt an indescribable emotion. Why? Such a gorgeous guy ends up with such an ordinary girl. Boss, give me 5 gin of wine. I'm getting drunk tonight. Sure thing, little lady, wait a moment. Reading further, Lu Yu realized she had overthought it. The girl in the photo was just a passerby who happened to encounter the handsome man. That made her feel much better. Boss, forget the vinegar, just bring me some mild wine. You can't just change your mind. I've already prepared it. Are you messing with me, girl? Do you know who I am? Ahem, boss, I'll take it. Can we settle later? You're a sensible little lady. Come again. Wiping cold sweat from her forehead, Lu Yu cursed the unscrupulous merchant, inwardly vowing never to return. Yet seeing the boss' fierce face, she quickly backed down. After all, it was just a few gin of vinegar, nothing expensive. She wasn't afraid of that thuggish bald man. Admiring the handsome guy's photo was the priority. Yes, that was it. On Webtoon, the 3 posts surged in popularity, chased by countless beauty lovers. Within 2 hours, Qianbai's post had nearly 10,000 shares. Ecstatic at her computer desk, she felt like an underdog finally rising. Turning to celebrate with her 2 friends, she caught their malicious glares. Confess, did you slack off on our posts? Lan Qiyun demanded fiercely. No, how could I? I wrote them seriously, Qianbai said guiltily. Then why the huge gap in our stats? Lan Qiyun smiled, hiding murderous intent. Her likes neared 10,000 while hers and Lan Lan's barely passed 1,000. Comparing their posts, it was like heaven and earth. How serious? Zhang Lan asked. Well, I spent 3 hours total, 2 on mine, 20 minutes editing photos. And 40 minutes on yours, Qianbai muttered weakly. Lan, let's beat her up together. Crackling sounds followed. Hey, can you not hit my face? Damn it, you got my chest. It's too obvious. I've always hated it. I'll fight you. Sis. I surrender. Can you move your foot off my chest? Hey, why are you taking off your shoes? No, don't do that, or I'll break up with you. It's warm and cozy. You're wearing too many clothes. Meanwhile, on Webtoon, their posts reached a climax. Famous actress Lin Xiaoyu reposted, unbelievable. There's someone so devastatingly handsome in this world. Renowned folk singer Mo Hanya reposted, like a rising moon though my heart yearns, it's beyond reach. Comedian Zhang Feng reposted, don't fight me. This man is mine. So what if I'm a guy? Many influencers, mostly women, shared the posts, boosting shares, likes, and comments toward the trending list. The comments section was a zoo. Damn, if I had this face in my youth, I'd be king of a small country. Heaven's unfair. Seriously, this is the modern male version of Sudaji. Even a macho man like me gets tempted seeing this photo. Crap, him off to the bathroom, just to wash my face. Any pro here? Photoshop that annoying woman out of the photo. She ruins the view. Well said. Such an ethereal divine beauty shouldn't share a frame with mediocrity. Though I thought the OP was decent before. Today I learned what true excellence is. Inspiring and humbling. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry for clicking this post. I've turned. Clouds yearn for her raiment, flowers for her face. Beautiful, too beautiful. Wow, this handsome guy is like a painting. I decompose a poem for the world, but am too uneducated, so I'll just say. Such beauty must belong to us boys, right? You gave buzz off. Alas, handsome men are public property. Why are they all for you girls? Ahem, I agree. Though I wasn't into men before, faced with such allure, I don't mind a trip to the mountain. Well said. The ancients noted that desire is human nature. Male or female beauty, it's all the same. What kind of demons are you all? Little girl, that's just how the world works. Looks are justice and truth. If you're beautiful, even the sky falling is your fault, ha. But why do I feel strangely sad? My eyes are stinging. Damn, anyone recommend a good plastic surgery clinic? At this moment, Jiang Chung had no idea that a photograph of her and an unknown girl would stir up a colossal wave online. Now she was being dragged into group photos by a few silly roommates. Hey, yeah, it's my turn. You've already taken several, alright. Mu Shui glared at Lin Yue, who was monopolizing Jiang Cheng, and gritted her teeth. What's the rush? Just 2 more photos. A Cheng isn't going anywhere anyway. Jiang Cheng, I feel like a puppet at everyone's mercy. Nearby, Yi Qing was idly scrolling through Bo Xine to pass the time, occasionally glancing over with a faint, elusive smile, like a mature lioness eyeing her prey. She didn't join in for photos with Jiang Cheng. After all, she had much more intimate shots. Recalling that day, Yi Qing couldn't help but lick her lips. Little Cheng's lips were so sweet. A pang of nostalgia hit her. She wondered when she'd find another opportunity. Her slender fingers swiftly slid across the phone screen until she stumbled upon a post. A pearl lost in the sea, the most peerless beauty in 5,000 years, unearthed by me from the crowd. She will be the brightest star of this era. At first she paid little attention, as such clickbait posts were everywhere. But this one boasted high traffic, ranking 8th on the trending list. Probably another studio bot hype. Yet the moment she clicked in and saw it, she was stunned. The man in the photo. Likely, probably no. It was definitely her cousin. Shock quickly gave way to fury. Damn it, which bored fool posted Little Cheng's photo on Bo Xine? Don't let me find out who. And even if it's posted with such high popularity, trouble is inevitable. Is my honeymoon life with Little Cheng about to end? After some thought, she decided to tell Jiang Cheng anyway. The post was too hot to handle. She just hoped Little Cheng didn't want to become a celebrity. A star's life is tough, so it's a real headache. If worst comes to worst, she could ask her dad to step in. Hey Little Cheng, come see. You've gone viral. Oh, what's up? Jiang Cheng had no clue, but seizing the chance to escape her 2 clingy roommates, she didn't hesitate. Under their resentful gazes, she decisively slipped away to her cousin's side. Look, you're famous. 8th on the trending list. Yi Qing handed her phone to Jiang Cheng with a hint of helplessness. What? Trending? Jiang Cheng was still dazed, but after seeing the phone's content. Holy crap. That's probably me, right? But who's the girl beside me? What's going on? Staring at Qian Bai's face in the photo, she was bewildered. This? Cousin M confused. I don't know that girl. Isn't it obvious? You took a photo with a girl at noon, and as for the different head, must be one of the 4 great sorceries. But this person is something else. Using sorcery on herself, while leaving you barefaced. Yi Qing spoke with the smug air of an insider chiding the person for lacking fairness. Though she knew her cousin in male attire was already the finest under heaven, no sorcery could do more than add a touch of perfection. Sorcery? Is it that terrifying? Jiang Cheng was startled. Sorcery had existed in her past life too, but it hadn't evolved to the point of swapping heads. You're still young and surrounded by naturally beautiful girls like us, so it's normal not to know. Yi Qing explained, then studied Jiang Cheng's expression and probed. But since you're on the trending list, do you want to do something about it? Don't you want lots of fans? The word struck a chord. Seeing the post's popularity, Jiang Cheng's heart surged with excitement. She had only hoped to use this alias to gather some fans at school, never expecting a coincidence to rocket her to the trending list. Heaven helps me. Completing the system's mission is within reach. Yes, I'll DM that blogger right now. Wait, are you sure? Yi Qing was troubled by Jiang Cheng's excitement. What's so great about being a star? Isn't it better to be a rich girl with your cousin? What's wrong? Jiang Cheng was puzzled. Do you really want to be a star? The glamour under the spotlight isn't as rosy as you imagine. Yi Qing's face turned serious. Honestly, she didn't want Jiang Cheng to go down that path, at least not now. It wasn't that she couldn't bear to part with Little Cheng. Ahem. But Little Cheng was too young, and that circle was a bit chaotic for her. Though her family could protect a Cheng thoroughly, their life would inevitably face disruptions. Yi Qing dreaded the day paparazzi would harass her. Hello, Miss Yi. Is it true you're currently living with Miss Jiang Cheng? Hello, Miss Yi. There are rumors online about an improper relationship with Miss Jiang Cheng. Any comments? Hello, Miss Yi. Would like to invite Miss Jiang to star in a romance film with male lead XXX. Please pass it on. Imagining these alarming scenes. And if one day she and Little Cheng, stumbling out of the room at dawn bleary-eyed only to face cameras. Yi Qing, no way, absolutely not. After hearing Yi Qing out, Jiang Cheng was baffled. No, I don't want to be a star. I just want to gather some fans. What's so good about being a star? Paparazzi everywhere love life, all messy, zero freedom. I wouldn't want that. Really? Yi Qing was delighted. Her Little Cheng truly shared her thoughts. Really, why would I lie to you? Jiang Cheng replied. Little Cheng, you're amazing. Come here, give me a hug. With that, the overjoyed Yi Qing embraced Jiang Cheng, and before she could resist, a pair of fiery red lips pressed against hers. A familiar feeling. Here you go again. Jiang Cheng wanted to bite back, to make Yi Qing feel real pain. But for some reason her whole body went weak, drained of strength. A strange sensation surged in her heart, stirring fantasies, yet also resistance. A few seconds felt like an eternity to Jiang Cheng. Finally, Yi Qing released Jiang Cheng, her face flushed, eyes shy, and murmured awkwardly, Little Cheng, I was just too happy, I couldn't help it. Then Yi Qing dashed towards her room without looking back. As she ran, she thought to herself, Little Orange is as delicious as ever. This time, well, it was truly an accident. I hope Little Orange doesn't overthink it. It's not that I deliberately took advantage of Little Orange's softness, it's just, I was too thrilled I couldn't help myself. Ahem. With a loud bang from Yi Qing's door, Jiang Cheng was left bewildered in the living room. She had been molested again, and by the same person no less. Most importantly, why did she feel a flutter of joy in her heart? Damn it, this must be an illusion. The two witnesses in the living room stared at each other wide-eyed after witnessing the brief scene. Yeah, am I dreaming? Pinch yourself. Ooh, if it doesn't hurt, then it's a dream. That was Lin Yu's scream. Why didn't you pinch yourself? Why pinch me? I'm afraid of pain, yeah. And you think I'm not? First tell me, does it hurt? It hurts. Then it's not a dream. Whoa. Mu Shui buried her head in Lin Yu's bosom and burst into tears. It was a bit uncomfortable, but still heartbreaking. My Orange, I haven't even made a move, and you've been snatched away. You're impossible. Why is there someone as clueless as you in this world? Pushing the girl out of her embrace, Lin Yu said with a hint of frustration, didn't you see the incredulous look on Yi Cheng's face? They clearly haven't reached that stage yet, right? It must be Yi Qing's one-sided affection, humph. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Mu Shui lifted her head, her tears ceasing, and her eyes sparkling instead. That's true, but Orange didn't seem too resistant. Maybe we can also. What are you thinking? How can that be? Don't you want to maintain any ladylike image? Lin Yu's expression changed as she scolded Mu Shui. Yet her body moved slowly toward the stunned Jiang Cheng, phone in hand. Smack. Click. A kiss in the photo was captured. Lin Yu dashed back to her room, her heart a mix of thrill and joy. So exciting. Today I finally gave away my first kiss, and to the beautiful Changhe. This silly Shui has finally wised up, but while the early bird catches the worm. Mu Shui. Watching Lin Yu's series of slick moves, Mu Shui stood dumbfounded. If her memory served her right, the truth was that Yaya had stolen her idea and forcibly kissed Orange. How could this be? A herd of mythical beasts stampeded through Mu Shui's heart. Damn it, Yaya, you've betrayed me in the end. But opportunity knocks, but once. She too deserved the same treatment these two unprincipled women had received, Wiping the tears glistening in her eyes, Mu Shui looked at the nearby Jiang Cheng and pulled herself together. Orange, you can't play favorites, just have one kiss. Her cheeks flushed. Mu Shui slowly edged closer to Jiang Cheng. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng thought, what just happened? I'm so confused. If my mind isn't playing tricks, I've been kissed again, this time by Yaya. What kind of crazy plot twist is this? Why does it keep happening? I'm not a lesbian. What are you all up to? Yaya's lips are softer than my cousin's. Jiang Cheng felt a bit overwhelmed. She sensed herself leaning toward the other side. How could she have feelings for a girl? Could wearing men's clothes have awakened a dormant male soul within? Never mind, even though she had become a girl, her original soul remained, so she certainly couldn't be interested in men. So, being a lesbian actually seemed within psychological tolerance. Just as Jiang Cheng was struggling internally, a voice came through. Orange. Little lowly Mu Shui had somehow appeared before Jiang Cheng, her face slightly red, stammering her name. What is it, Xiao Shui? Jiang Cheng looked at Mu Shui warily, the previous incidents fresh in her mind. As the saying goes, bad things come in threes. If it happens again, ill. Actually, it's not so bad. Besides, from their days together, little lowly Shui seemed like a sweet, naive girl. How could she do such a thing? She was probably just worrying unnecessarily. Could you bend down a bit? I have something private to tell you. Mu Shui said weakly, her face crimson, inexplicably lowering her head as if troubled. Oh my god, just as she was about to execute her plan, this hiccup occurred. Looking at the 175-meter Jiang Cheng and comparing it to her own height, Mu Shui felt like crying. Though she wanted to jump, she feared missing the target, so she had to find a way to make Orange lower her head. Why was she so short? Damn it, she hadn't worn her height-increasing shoes today. What is it? So secretive. Jiang Cheng believed her, and curiously bent down, wanting to know what could make Xiao Shui show such an expression. Hee. Mu Shui smirked slyly to herself. The plan was a success. Seeing Orange's cherry lips so close, she swiftly wrapped one arm around Jiang Cheng's neck, held her phone in the other, and leaned in. Smack. Click. Click. Mission accomplished. Damn that Yaya, she only took one photo, as shed take two despite her. But this feeling was so strange. The moment she kissed Orange's lips, why did her heart race so fast? Was this love? I can't face anyone. Mu Shui skipped back to her room, leaving Jiang Cheng alone in the empty living room. In the end, had she been wrong to trust? Where was the pure and adorable Xiao Shui? Jiang Cheng was utterly bewildered. Everything that happened today completely shattered Jiang Cheng's perception of her beautiful roommates. While their lips were sweeter than each other's, she had always thought them cute, beautiful, and kind, but never imagined they were such women behind her back. Hi, Jiang Cheng, from now on, am running away from home. Never mind, I don't know where to go anyway, I'll just stay here. I'll give them one more chance. If there's a next time, even if the heavens themselves try to stop me, I'm leaving. Jiang Cheng returned to her room, locking the door behind her before she could finally lie down on the bed with ease. Pushing aside the cluttered thoughts in her mind, she knew that completing the system's task was now of utmost importance. She opened Weixin and registered an account, choosing the username Brother Haoyue. She had already decided that once this endeavor succeeded, this account would become her dedicated fan attraction profile. She located the first bloggers who had posted her photos: Street Snap Yuner, King's Little Fairy Bebe, and Lon Lon the cosplay enthusiast. All three had a considerable number of followers. One had over 100,000 while the other two had tens of thousands. Jiang Cheng felt a twinge of envy. Based on the posting times, her photos had been released by these three individuals. But why were there three of them, and why had they all posted at the same time? Jiang Cheng found herself somewhat perplexed. After a moment's thought, Jiang Cheng sent each of them a private message. To confirm her identity, she even included a selfie. Once the messages were sent, she waited a few minutes, but receiving no reply, she began browsing posts while waiting for a response. To be honest, Jiang Cheng was genuinely curious about how the netizens would judge her male alter ego. But when she opened the post, she was taken aback. The comments had veered off in a rather alarming direction. Boxin's richest woman officially verified a hefty reward of 100 RMB for any information on this man. If you know him, contact me at xxxxxxxx. 7 heroes of Brokenback Mountain. In the face of beauty, all are equal. How dare you women claim this peerless gentleman as your own? I from the mountain of Brokenback with countless disciples am the first to refuse. Fairy Mai, absurd, laughable. Since ancient times, love between man and woman has been natural. How dare you, a heretic, show your face here? Pervert tch. 10,000 likes. Lord Longyang of Brokenback Mountain. As long as there's no woman in my heart, my blade strikes like a god. If a man resides in my heart, my blade surpasses the divine. A Fujoshi, alas, in the past, I would have considered you brothers of Brokenback Mountain as kindred spirits. But today a celestial has descended, correcting my worldview. Don't blame me for my sharp words, blame yourselves for lacking in looks. Lamplight by the ancient Buddha, Ba, dear benefactors, do not lose your composure. This humble monk perceives this man as a demon star destined to bring chaos to the land. I shall renounce my vows today, descend the mountain, and seek him out to deliver him. I am very serious, you bald fraud. If you're going to deliver him, just deliver him. Why the hell are you renouncing your vows? Say it yourself, what do you mean? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. A Taoist nun from Panlong Mountain. Once I thought I had let go of my attachments, that I had severed all desires, and would never again be entangled in worldly karma. Little did I know that today I would see such a man, and now I am renouncing my vows online. Chu Tianjiao, haha, you guys are too much. There are clearly two people in the photo. Are you all just ignoring? I am climbing a mountain, bro, don't try to distract me. My eyes can see no one but that damned man. User 1949, hahaha, poor blogger, this is the most tragic I've ever seen, no exception. An old steed in the stable, brothers, I'll see you on the road to the plastic surgery hospital. Damn it, I don't care about being natural anymore. Who says a middle-aged man can't have a second spring? Wait till I walk out alive. There'll be a jade-faced young gentleman who stuns the world. Jade from the heavenly mountains. Alas, the world has decayed and hearts are no longer as they once were. You bunch of looks obsessed. Sigh, if only I had such a face. Boxin's top gossip. This is the sourest gossip I've ever tasted, just like a lemon. Damn it, bro, from the front, wait for me. Let's team up. Jiang Cheng was stunned by the various eccentric characters in the comments. Good heavens, are there really this many Fujoshi and Fudanshi in this world? Or is it just my ridiculously high looks? Narcissism in progress. She unconsciously touched her face. Yes, it was indeed beautiful. Reading the diverse comments, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt that this transmigration wasn't entirely bad. A blessing in disguise, perhaps. Suddenly a notification popped up at the top of her phone, and her heart leaped with joy. One of the bloggers had finally replied. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lan Qiyun and her two roommates were staring at their computer screens with worried expressions. Lan Jia, we used his photos without permission. Do you think he's coming to confront us? Qianbei asked anxiously. Probably not. A guy that handsome can't have a bad heart, right? Zhang Lan chimed in weakly. Enough, this was our fault to begin with. Whatever happens, well, face it. What's the worst that could happen? Lan Qiyun said firmly, though inwardly she was also a bit nervous. Street Snap Yuner, hello, are you Brother Haoyue? I apologize for using your photos without permission earlier. I'm sorry. Jiang Cheng, it's fine. I'm not here about that today. Street Snap Yuner, then what is it? Jiang Cheng, well, I'd like you to help promote my account. I'm trying to attract some followers ahem. Street Snap Yuner, that's all. Jiang Cheng, what's wrong? Is it too much trouble? Street Snap Yuner, no, that's no problem. We'll promote it right away. Jiang Cheng, then I'll leave it to you. Thank you. Street Snap Yuner, it's nothing. We should be the ones thanking you. Without your photos, we wouldn't have gained so many followers. Street Snap Yuner, by the way, Brother Haoyue, can you leave me your contact info? Ahem. Jiang Cheng, sorry, my girlfriend won't allow it. Anyway, a friend is calling me. He'll leave this matter in your hands. Thanks. She replied hastily, and promptly exited the chat interface. Good grief, was her male alter ego really that attractive? Jiang Cheng could clearly sense that the person on the other end of the screen had ulterior motives toward her. Women, all the same. She wondered if she'd turn this woman straight, if she switched back to her female outfit. The thought even made her feel a bit eager. But the next moment Jiang Cheng dismissed the idea. Good heavens, she still had 3 particularly troublesome roommates at home. Remembering the evening's encounter, she couldn't help but shiver. Going after other women? No, better not. The female bloggers on the other side were quite efficient. Within less than 5 minutes they had posted an article. Seeing that it was at least 500 or 600 words long, Jiang Cheng was envious of their typing speed. Shocking. After countless efforts we've finally found him, Brother Haoyue. Due to the heated discussion, many clicked in immediately. Proud little fairy. Thanks for the portal, I'm heading over now. One leaf. The Haoyue army reports for duty. Anyone else? I've seen mountains and rivers. Wow, thanks for helping me find my idol. Finally I can unfollow. Old man Tian Bushing, greetings to the above. Hey Race, a famous quote for you. Li Yunlong says you're truly a talent, damn it. Haoyue's fiancé, Golden Autumn, the bright moon rises. Step 1 of winning Brother Haoyue is complete. Check-in. With the current surge in popularity, netizens were fervent about posts concerning Brother Haoyue, and Jiang Cheng's alt account's follower count skyrocketed instantly. From 0 to 1,000, then to 10,000, it only took an hour. Jiang Cheng before the screen was overjoyed. This couldn't be better. With this alt account, the damned system's tasks were nothing to fear. After another 2 hours, the follower count of Jiang Cheng's alt account had already reached 100,000. The system's prompt finally arrived. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Gain 100,000 followers within a month. Task reward: obtain 2 random skill cards, 1 million RMB, 5 sets of women's clothing. The system mall will soon open. Please continue your efforts. 2 cards materialized on Jiang Cheng's bedside table, and the women's clothing was automatically stored in the system wardrobe. At that moment, Jiang Cheng was lounging lazily on the bed, phone in hand, watching the ever-increasing followers and dreaming of a bright future. As for the game livestream originally planned for tonight, it had long been forgotten. With the task nearly complete, wasn't it better to be a carefree pigeon? Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile, feeling that the system's voice was the most pleasant it had ever been. 1 million RMB and 2 random skill cards in hand. Glancing at the bank balance on his phone, over 2 million. As for the women's clothing, Jiang Cheng resolutely ignored it. But the next moment he was dumbfounded. Ding, system upgrade successful. Due to the host's excellent personal conditions, it is officially renamed the Peerless Goddess System. Anti-cheat function activated. Ding, cheating detected. Rewards cancelled. Follower count from the host's male persona will be converted at a ratio of 10,000 to 1 into the task progress. The task continues as normal. The system's voice at that instant was like demonic whispers drilling into Jiang Cheng's ears. The clothes and 2 cards that had appeared by his bedside vanished completely. Why do you say I'm cheating? Jiang Cheng was so furious he nearly jumped up. I earned those followers with my own ability. How dare you call it cheating? As for the system's name change, he didn't pay much attention. Or rather, why bother? No matter what it renamed itself, Jiang Cheng was determined to call it Little Tong as a nickname and Rice Bucket as its formal name. Though out of caution, he wouldn't dare say the latter out loud. How you dog of a system. Ding, this system is named the Peerless Goddess System, dedicated to cultivating the host into a peerless goddess as its primary goal. Ding, let me emphasize, you may choose not to become a goddess, but please do not become a god. That would be an insult to this system. Ding, of course, please do not lose heart. Since you can be a qualified god, you can certainly become a qualified goddess. Then why didn't you make that clear earlier? Jiang Cheng was a bit frantic. This system seemed like a pervert to him. A system devoid of emotion, yet obsessed with women's clothing. How utterly despairing. How you scummy system, perverted system. Why are you so outstanding? Why don't you just die? Ding, the system was not upgraded and functions were incomplete. Apologies for affecting the host's normal experience. As compensation, the system will issue an upgrade reward. Such a messed up system. You must be the first since the dawn of time. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth, his earlier good mood completely gone. Jiang Cheng, dog system, I feel like you're messing with me. Ding, reward being distributed. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent level 1 cute passive skill. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the special skill heal. Given the host's resistance to the female body, this is a special upgraded version of brown sugar water, healing art. May the host soon eliminate inner demons and embark on the path of the goddess. Ding, congratulations to the host for unlocking the women's clothing enhancement feature. Here, wearing the custom women's clothing from the system will enhance your charm. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving an ordinary mask. Wearing it will make you inconspicuous and blend in with the crowd. The system does not recommend wearing it except in special circumstances. Friendly reminder, this item only works on strangers. Ding, system reward distribution complete. May the host complete the task soon and the system mall will open. A series of system prompts interrupted Jiang Cheng's thoughts. He reluctantly turned his attention to the system's rewards. First, the cute skill. Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, little Tong, I thank your whole family. With my looks already so beautiful, I have to be careful when going out. Adding this, Jiang Cheng wanted to ask if there was a combat master skill card. Give me a dozen of those, okay? Second, the heal skill. In Jiang Cheng's eyes, this was somewhat useful. The system had mentioned it was a premium version of brown sugar water, probably for menstrual cramps. He just hoped it would be effective. The last time his body experienced a period was before Jiang Cheng's transmigration. Good heavens, though he hadn't experienced it firsthand based on the original Buddhist memories of pain, Jiang Cheng shuddered at the thought. But overall, this skill was still somewhat useful. Third, the women's clothing enhancement feature. Jiang Cheng was puzzled, unsure of its purpose. The system's description seemed to indicate it increased charm. Jiang Cheng. Right, little Tong, you're just not satisfied that I'm not attractive enough to tempt people into crime, are you? He took out the flowing celestial dress from the system wardrobe. Then, Jiang Cheng was astonished to find that the dress now had attributes. Name: flowing celestial dress. Level 5 clothing. Attributes: charm 1, purity 2. Evaluation: an ancient court treasure, incomparably splendid in style, captivating to the heart. Jiang Cheng, it's all about charm again. Are you dog of a system? You're going too far. Relieved, Jiang Cheng examined the other clothes in the system wardrobe and found that only this one piece had attributes, putting most of her mind at ease. Ding, a warm reminder: the female clothing enhancement function only works on garments above level 4. On the path to becoming a goddess, beautiful attire is always indispensable. The system's belated prompt caused Jiang Cheng's face to twitch. You damn. Why didn't you say so earlier? She wasn't truly angry at the delayed notification, but felt that her dwindling masculine soul had suffered another blow from this seductive perk. One last reward remained: an unremarkable mask. This equipment item finally brought some comfort to the disheartened Jiang Cheng. The function wearing it makes you unremarkable caught her interest. Great, finally something practical. I'll wear this mask whenever I go out. Even if it doesn't work on acquaintances, as long as it works on strangers, that's enough. This way I won't have to be so cautious every time I step outside. After reviewing the system's benefits, Jiang Cheng still felt quite distressed, mainly because her phone screen still displayed the mobile banking app. Just moments ago there had been 2 million, but in an instant 1 million vanished. The lost 1 million brought tears to Jiang Cheng's eyes. It wasn't just money, it was the lifelong pursuit of an ordinary person like her. Damn system, fortunes change. 30 years east, 30 years west. Don't bully a poor girl. After lazing on the bed for a while, her stomach growled. Jiang Cheng checked the time: 7:00, time to eat. She planned to go out for a meal and then start her reluctant live streaming career. As for the fans of her alternate account, she had completely given up on them. After this dog system upgraded, what use are those fans? A 1:0,000 ratio. Why don't you just kill me? What use do I have for this wretched system? Not to mention this current mission of 1:0,000 fans. At this rate, I'll be completing it till the end of time. 1:0,000 valid counts. For my alternate account, that's 1 billion fans. Forget it. The sheer number made Jiang Cheng lose interest in her alternate account. Arriving at the kitchen, her cousin Yi Qing had already prepared a meal ordered from a luxurious restaurant outside. Such was the simple life of a wealthy woman. Mu Shui and Lin Yu quickly lowered their heads as Jiang Cheng approached. They were still feeling a bit embarrassed about what had happened earlier, even though they had actually enjoyed the experience. Yi Qing, however, was much more at ease, smiling and waving at Jiang Cheng with a gentle tone. Xiaoqing, come quickly, you're the only one missing. I was just about to call you. Knowing that her little cousin was a foodie, she had specially prepared such a large feast today to soothe any restless feelings. No need, I ordered takeout. Despite the various delicacies on the table, including an extravagantly opened bottle of red wine, Jiang Cheng silently swallowed a few times, but coldly refused. For some reason, seeing these three people irritated Jiang Cheng, especially her cousin's expression as if nothing had happened. Women. Eat and drink your fill, then deny it. Ahem, Xiaoqing, takeout isn't healthy. Come eat with us, Yi Qing said again. No, I personally avoid waste, Jiang Cheng refused mercilessly, silently shedding tears as she looked at the table full of food. She opened the takeout app on her phone, ready to place an order. But suddenly she didn't know what to order. Or rather, for some reason, nothing seemed appetizing. The fragrant, beautifully colored dishes on the table held an invisible magic that made Jiang Cheng lose interest in the takeout on her phone. If you don't come over, well, waste, even more, Yi Qing said. But it's your waste, not mine. Wow, you little rascal, you want to make me waste food and put me in the wrong. If you don't come over now, I'll take action. Yi Qing noticed Jiang Cheng's small movements, a faint smile playing on her lips as she threatened playfully. Yeah, Chengzi, come and eat. Acheng, I'm hungry. You can be mad at me, but please be kind to the food. It won't taste good if we wait any longer. Lin Yu and Mu Shui also began to persuade her. But seeing the silly expressions on those two, Jiang Cheng felt inexplicably annoyed. You provoke me, and then all you can think about is food. Isn't that going too far? No, I'm fasting today. Don't tempt me, thanks. Struggling to tear her gaze away from the food on the table, Jiang Cheng swallowed hard a few times and spoke with a hint of anger. But the next moment, she froze as a piece of chicken suddenly entered her mouth. Jiang Cheng chewed instinctively. Delicious. But she immediately came to her senses, stopping her chewing as she looked at her cousin, who wore a mischievous smile. Yi Qing elegantly took a napkin from the table and wiped the grease from her slender fingers. Then she turned to Jiang Cheng with a grin. Xiao Cheng, your fast is broken, so just eat. How was the chicken? Jiang Cheng, cousin, do you know you're going to lose me completely like this? But tasting the lingering flavor of the chicken in her mouth, Jiang Cheng ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. Cousin, you win. Food is the priority of the people, and waste is shameful. I'm not giving in, just helping them share the burden to avoid waste. Jiang Cheng thought to herself. 5 minutes later, with greasy lips, she was gnawing on a chicken leg without any pretense, mumbling nonstop. But somehow everyone present found her incredibly cute and adorable at that moment. So delicious, cousin, where did you buy this? I think I'm in love with the taste of this chicken. A certain system wept silently in Jiang Cheng's mind. This useless host, how am I supposed to train her? The path to goddesshood is so long. Xiao Cheng, if you like it, I'll buy it for you every day, Yi Qing said. Looking at the unkempt Jiang Cheng, Yi Qing's face was full of affection. For some reason, she suddenly found her cousin even cuter, so adorable, so lovable. Mu Shui and Lin Yue, though silent, stared at Jiang Cheng with wide eyes. How can she be this cute? After a satisfying meal, Jiang Cheng prepared to start her daily livestream routine. Zhang Qingyun, once a renowned star in the imperial capital, was deeply troubled. After immense effort and connections, she managed to secure a trending topic through her company only to have it pushed down. For her, a former Alistair now on the decline, this was like adding insult to injury. At that moment, she sat on her sofa glaring at a photo on her phone. How laughable these people are. A clearly photoshopped image, and they're all fooled. Zhang Qingyun refused to believe in the so-called most beautiful man in 5,000 years. In her mind, such a flawless person could not exist in this world. Ian, have you found out? After staring at the photo for a long time, Zhang Qingyun finally asked her agent. The agent Ian stepped forward and said, Yunjia, I consulted professionals. That image does show signs of editing. Are you sure? Absolutely. But the extent of the editing needs further analysis. That's enough. I knew it. How could there be such a stunning man in this world? How those fools online actually believed it. I'm going to post on my blog now. Notify the company to help build some momentum. Yunjia, maybe we should wait. Wait until everything is clear. This is the last resource the company has given you. Agent Ian was worried. It's fine. You have to take risks to win. We need to seize the biggest opportunity while everyone's still unsure about the photo's authenticity. If we wait for others to catch on, there won't be anything left for us. Zhang Qingyun smiled, as if envisioning herself back on stage, captivating thousands with cheers echoing around her. All right, I'll make the arrangements. Ian replied, and turned to leave. In the empty villa hall, Zhang Qingyun sneered coldly. How they all think I'm washed up, even the company has given up on me. And tomorrow I'll make the entire Zhuxiao entertainment industry remember Zhang Qingyun again. What a joke of a company. It wasn't like this when she was at her peak. The fickleness of human nature. Just wait until I return to the top. Outside, Ian looked at the darkening clouds in the sky, his resolve growing stronger. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Perhaps this chance could propel Qingyun back to stardom, and he too would reap great benefits. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Cheng cheerfully prepared to start her live gaming stream, completely unaware of the storm brewing around her. Cousin, listen up, heads can be broken, blood can be spilled, but the blood pack must never be lost. Yaya, don't wander off unless it's necessary. I'll come catch someone later. Xiao Shui, don't ride anyone except the shooter, got it. Sister Wei, the development lane is yours. Lead us to a glorious victory. Before starting the stream, Jiang Cheng gave repeated instructions to her 4 teammates. The last one was a girl Yi Qing had brought in to fill the numbers with the in-game ID, my sister's a monster. That girl who had once snatched her brother's phone and got squeezed out by her cousin and younger brother finally returned to the stage, standing in the bronze arena. Got it, cousin. I'm an eternal diamond. I just had a bad game earlier. Chill. Okay, Chung, I'll wait in the mid lane. I won't leave until you come. Yeah, I'll stick with the shooter this round. We'll definitely win. Ching'er, rest assured, leave the shooter to me. With the 5 united, they could break even the strongest metal. Seeing their confident expressions, Jiang Cheng's mood lifted slightly. Today they would shatter the myth of never winning. Then she started her stream, the title still reading, I Bronze, leading 4 girls surviving in the rift, which was a bit puzzling. Jiang Cheng thought, why would I change a title I worked so hard to come up with? It's not like I lack confidence in him. That afternoon she had carefully reviewed the profiles of her previous opponents. Good grief. Yesterday they were bronze, today they're diamond. It was obviously a smurf account. And the most infuriating part, she kept matching with these alt-account players. Once might be coincidence, but twice or thrice was a pattern. Unlucky attribute, No amount of strategy can save bad luck, and spinning won't change fate. Jiang Cheng had no choice but to tread carefully. As soon as the stream started, familiar faces appeared. A you who loves to make things difficult. Thanks streamer for giving me, my sister, and that handsome guy a chance. If we end up together, I'll send you a red envelope. Jiang Cheng felt uneasy watching the chat. Why on earth did he use cousin like that guy? Thinking back on her decision, Jiang Cheng felt a strange sense of guilt, as if she had pushed an innocent girl into a fire pit. Ahem, it's fine. He said he's meeting your cousin in a month, right? A you who loves to make things difficult, yeah, my sister, and I have been really happy lately. Thanks so much, streamer. Watching the cheerful AU in the chat, Jiang Cheng hesitated, but still said honestly, that guy's not a good person. He's really bad. I hope your cousin will reconsider. If things go wrong later, I'll feel guilty. A you who loves to make things difficult, no worries, streamer. My sister's motto is face challenges heated. Where there's a will, there's a way. Oh, perseverance pays off. Exciting stuff like this fits our family tradition. He. A bald, burly man with a fierce face let out a weird chuckle on the other side of the screen. Alright then, please tell your sister that if things get tough, she should back off. Seeing their firm stance, Jiang Cheng felt helpless. She just hoped the cousin was tough enough. But even a strong dragon might not overpower a local snake. If only she hadn't set this up in the first place. Better to have introduced a guy to that scoundrel instead. Jiang Cheng thought to herself, but it was too late. A you who loves to make things difficult, relax, streamer. Our family doesn't get played that easily. Have some faith in my sister, okay? A you who loves to make things difficult sent the streamer 100 heart gestures. A you who loves to make things difficult, alright streamer, gotta go. Someone's messaging me. I'll drop by again later. Bye. Okay, thanks for the gift, Jiang Cheng replied. The burly man on the other side closed the streaming app, looked at the QQ message, and broke into an excited grin. Li Hanqing Fairy, are you free? Up for a chat? I'm coming, sweetheart, wait for me. The burly man's inner welcome to the King's Canyon. Moments later, Jiang Cheng and his team entered the game. Our lineup: Jiang Cheng as Zhao Yun, jungler Mu Shui as Yao, support Yi Qing as Lian, top laner Lin Yu as Yi Xing, mid laner, and my sister, who had abandoned all pretense, as Lu Ban No. 7 marksman. The opposing lineup consisted of Li Bai, jungler Lu Shan, support Gong Sun, Li marksman Jiao Chan, mid laner, and Zhu Yujing, top laner. As soon as Zhao Yun, controlled by Jiang Cheng, appeared in the canyon, he opened the all-chat channel and tentatively asked, Zhao Yun, smuffing. Zhu Yujing, enemy. Oh, you guys here to pub stomp too? Jiang Cheng. Pub stomp, stomp my ass. I'm the one getting stomped as the fish in this tank. Damn it. He knew it. Had been matched against Smurfs again. What the hell was wrong with this game's matchmaking? No amount of luck could save a non-payer, and even if he was cursed by fate, he'd never spend a dime. This was the final roar of a true non-payer. Hot trash game. Jiang Cheng ignored the enemy for now, and let his cousins Lian put to the river near the enemy's blue buff area. He calculated the timing. Around now, Li Bai should be arriving to take the blue. Jiang Cheng sent another message, this time using quick voice input. Zhao Yun, Li Bai, what rank is your main account? Can you carry me next round? Meanwhile, the enemy Li Bai was cautiously attacking the blue buff, fearing that 3 burly men might leap out from a bush. After all, the opening chat had hinted that the enemy was also a bored smurf here to pub stomp. Best to stay cautious. Seeing the message from Zhao Yun, Li Bai smirked inwardly. Could it be that this Zhao Yun had spotted his Phoenix's cry skin from the start? Was he in awe? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. His urge to show off grew. Li Bai began typing, but at that moment the hulking Lian Pa charged in, followed closely by Zhao Yun. With his fingers still tapping the in-game keyboard, Li Bai had no chance to react against the two aggressors. He put up a token resistance before giving up first blood. He also handed a fresh blue buff to Jiang Cheng. Just before dying, he managed to type out his last word. Li Bai, enemy. I'm actually pretty bad. My main is only around 30 stars in king rank. If there are any girls on the enemy team, I can carry you. He cousin awesome. That Li Bai must be furious, ha. Jiang Cheng stood up excitedly. Yeah, and he claims to be 30-star king. TCH, not even a match for the two of us, huh? Yi Qing was equally thrilled, especially after seeing Li Bai's final message. She had beaten a king player. Didn't that mean she had king-level skills? Clearly the reason she couldn't reach star glory was her terrible teammates. How unfair the matchmaking system was. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream gradually increased. Most were previous subscribers who had clicked in after seeing Jiang Cheng go live. Watching the streamer's slick moves, they were all having a blast. Mozhang Renryu, live and learn. Is this the legendary psychological warfare? Impressive. 80s bronze player. Why you can play like that? The streamer is like an old sow wearing a bra. Layer after layer, completely trapping Li Bai. I quit king. Awesome. Little cow doing a handstand. Awesome to the sky streamer. Biming Yu. Imagine Li Bai's psychological trauma. Came to stomp fish, but got stomped instead, haha. Watching the viewers' comments, Jiang Cheng felt a bit speechless. What were these weird sayings? They sounded so twisted. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng had strong resistance. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the viewers, he refocused on the battle. Having killed the enemy Li Bai and stolen his blue buff, gaining an initial advantage, Jiang Cheng's Zhao Yun and his cousins Lian had decisively retreated. Because Li Bei's teammates had disappeared from their vision after clearing the minion wave. They were Smurfs after all, so they had the basic skill to rotate, but they were a bit greedy for minions. It was clear these guys weren't that skilled either. Jiang Cheng's Zhao Yun leisurely headed to his own red buff area, while his cousin went straight to the top lane. Judging by the situation, there she might still catch some minions. While taking the red buff, Jiang Cheng sent another friendly greeting to the enemy. Zhao Yun, is that all Li Bei's got? The 30-star King God gives first blood to a bronze player. Upon seeing this message, Li Bai was explaining to his teammates. Li Bai, streamer, trust me, it's not that bad. The enemy is just too sneaky. Gongsun Li, I don't care. I want to win this round. You're a 30-star king, and often say you might become a pro player. Surely you can stomp a bronze-level fish tank. The girl playing Gongsun Li Little Pair was also a bit frustrated. As a well-known entertainment streamer with 5 million fans famous for fishing, she had just wanted to relax today by pub stomping. She hadn't expected this. Li Bai, hailed as a god by the group chat, had become the enemy's first kill. Her livestream chat was exploding. Little Pair's personal guard, sincere feelings never last, but tricks win hearts. The enemy truly understands this. Passerby, I gotta say a 30-star king playing like this in bronze is embarrassing. Xingqian Yoming, where did the streamer find teammates? Did they fake their rank? Haha Taishu, this Li Bai made me lose my appetite. Watching the teasing and mocking comments, she felt a bit annoyed. She had been streaming for 2 hours and the viewership was at its peak. Millions of views, hundreds of thousands online. Though she was an entertainment streamer, she still had pride. If she lost this round, how could she face her fans? Little Pair felt distressed. Lushan, enough. Even gods make mistakes. Streamer, don't you think my support is better? Li Bai, I'll prove myself with strength. Streamer, please trust me. Just as Li Bai was boasting ambitiously, Jiang Cheng's message arrived. Li Bai, this Zhao Yun. I swear you're deliberately messing with my head. In fact, his suspicion was spot on. That was exactly Jiang Cheng's plan. First cripple the enemy jungler's mindset, then target him relentlessly. Without a shot caller, his own chances of winning would skyrocket. This was a strategy Jiang Cheng had painstakingly devised before the game even began. Don't talk about stooping to any means. The matchmaking system was the one truly playing dirty. Tough luck, but all he wanted was to win. Jiang Cheng sighed inwardly. Even the most entertaining streamer couldn't lose every single match in bronze rank. That wouldn't make them an entertainer, that would make them an absolute noob. He wanted to see what lay beyond bronze. Upon reading the message, the opposing Li Bai erupted in fury, typing back while farming the jungle. This time he used voice input. No choice, the enemy was too treacherous. Li Bai, you bunch of scrubs, I'm about to show you what fear really means. Seeing Li Bei's message, Jiang Cheng realized the opponent was livid and starting to trash talk. But that only made Jiang Cheng happier. Anger meant their mentality was half shattered and his win rate was climbing. Zhao Yun, after you hit level 4, how about a 1v1? Dare you? Let me tell you, I'm a genuine bronze player. Don't you chicken out. Li Bei's fury blazed upon reading this. That little thief on the other side was going too far. First he used dirty tricks to steal first blood, and now he was provoking him, trying to break his focus. Utterly despicable. Even though his teammates were on the other side of the screen, he could already imagine their thoughts. Is this the so-called top player from our streamer's fan group? Too scared to accept. Look at you now. Although they were all fans in the same streamer group, he knew these guys never truly respected him. They weren't weak either. They had dueled before and he had won, but the gap wasn't huge. Now that they were finally teaming up with the streamer to smuff in low ranks his poor performance would surely give them ammunition to mock him. After a moment's thought, he said via voice, Streamer, I've got an idea to turn the tables and give them a taste of their own medicine. How about we mess with them? Gongsun Li Shao, liar, what's the plan? Li Bai, they'll pretend to accept, lure their jungler elsewhere, and then we gank. It'll work like a charm. Lushan, boss, you're not actually afraid of that Zhao Yun, are you? Jiao Chan, isn't that a bit too underhanded? Li Bai, damn, when the enemy played dirty you said nothing. He knew these guys wouldn't behave, enemies outside, traitors within. He just hoped the streamer would see reason. Li Bai thought to himself, Gongsun Li, good idea. Winning is all that matters. I've already thrown my dignity out the window. Shao, liar, behind the screen felt a headache coming. The taunt from Zhao Yun earlier had stirred up a ruckus in her stream's chat. Shan Yi, see you in Fu, wow, see that. Even a king tier player has to play like this in bronze. Bronze people, bronze souls. Bronze players are the real elites. Feng Yuchang Sua Zai Xian Zhao Run. Haha, a king tier player's bronze Q psychology guide. I'm taking notes. Watching the chat, Shao Liar was speechless, just biting her lip unconsciously. When she saw Li Bei's message, she agreed, without hesitation. Even though it wasn't directed at her, it still felt awkward. After all, she was part of this team. If they lost, she'd share the blame. Plus, with her fame, people would only say shocking. Famous streamer caught smuffing in bronze gets wrecked. I'm laughing my head off. Still seeing Li Bei's plan, she couldn't help but think smuffing in bronze together. Li Bei, why are you so brilliant? Damn it, shouldn't she be unstoppable in bronze? And that short-legged Lu Ban on the other side hiding under the tower and refusing to come out. She couldn't even get a kill to cheer herself up. It was infuriating. Nearby, Li Bei heard the streamer's reply and happily messaged Zhao Yun. Li Bei opponent. Alright, whoever chickens out is a coward. Today I'll teach you that there's always someone better. Don't be too cocky. Damn, couldn't type bastard, so this had to do. To impress the streamer, Li Bei was willing to go to great lengths. After all, he was the streamer's biggest fan. Jiang Cheng saw Li Bei's message and smirked slyly. What does that have to do with me? Li Bei was so naive. He'd just ignore him and go after their Gong Sun Li instead. That would really piss him off. He typed back in public chat, sure, whoever doesn't show up loses their balls. On seeing this, Li Bei was overjoyed. Sucker, you fell for it. A moment later, Li Bei's body flashed with light as he hit level 4, and he quickly called out to the enemy. Li Bei, I'm level 4 now. Meet me in the river between the top and mid lanes for a duel to the death. Zhao Yun got it. Wait for me, you'll be right there. Seeing Zhao Yun's reply, Li Bei started coordinating with his mid laner to gank the enemy marksman. Lose the team fight, but Lu Ban must die. The enemy top laner was too tanky, and the mid laner was always under tower with a passive immunity item. After some thought, little Lu Ban was the easiest target. The support Yao, who had been sticking with Lu Ban, was low on health. Maybe even a double kill. This golden opportunity couldn't be missed. Plus at level 4, he could dive towers, especially with Lu Shan's interference ability. This time I'm all in. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng and Lin Yuxing were also heading toward Lu Ban, but they were slower since they had been farming the jungle near the top lane. Clearly both sides had the same idea. Fate, haha. The destined clash of titans was inevitable. Li Bei and Jiao Chan arrived at the bottom lane first and signaled to Xiao Liar. Streamer, go in first. They'll charge up my ultimate and clean up. Let's kill them all together. Lu Shan, you go in first. Remember to use interference. Gong Sun Li, Lu Shan, and Jiao Chan charged into the tower with the fresh wave of minions. Lu Ban tried to retreat, but got hit by the enemy team. They knocked Yao off her, but luckily Lu Shan had a helpful first skill. Yao transformed into a deer and bolted without a second thought. Gong Sun Li, Lu Shan, Jiao Chan. The deer was right there. And it's gone. Lu Shan remained silent. Li Bei chuckled inwardly. Even though one got away, he was thrilled. That Lu Shan who had just mocked him, and now this. How pathetic. With the last basic attack, his ultimate lit up. Li Bei used his first skill to dash into the tower and unleashed his ultimate, but Lu Ban's flash dodged most of the damage, only knocking off Yao from her head. With interference still active, Li Bei wasn't worried. Shorty, no matter how much you hop around, you can't escape the 5-finger mountain of R4. A few basic attacks with his teammates took down Lu Ban, but before he could retreat, his face showed disbelief. From the nearby bush, 2 burly figures leaped out, Zhao Yun and Yi Xing. Li Bei, oh, that Zhao Yun, you son of a... No honor. Li Bei cursed furiously in his mind. Seeing his own Lu Ban no. 7 brutally slain by Li Bei, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of irritation. That Li Bei from the opposing team had no sense of honor, completely disregarding his earlier words as if they were nothing but empty air. Or perhaps he was truly a eunuch. No matter. Those who break their vows must face retribution. Yeah, go. Yi Xing unleashed his ultimate skill, trapping the opposing Li Bei, Jiao Chan, and Lu Shan within a cage. Gong Sun Li, positioned farther back, evaded the control. If there is a deity in this world, even they would lose by half a move, Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly, reciting the hero's line. Slaughtering a king-rank powerhouse might be the pinnacle of Lin Yu's glory. By then the interference effect had faded, and the tower's damage relentlessly pounded Lu Shan. With his health already low, Lu Shan collapsed after just a few hits. The others, equally low on health, attempted to flee, but were blocked by Yi Xing's ultimate, trapped with no escape. Lin Yu leisurely placed her chess pieces outside the barrier, using her first and second skills to torment those inside. Lin Yu, am about to claim a triple kill, hee, she thought joyfully. As for Jiang Cheng's Zhao Yun, he charged straight at the opposing Gong Sun Li from the start. How dare she kill our Lu Ban? Unforgivable. Gong Sun Li had exhausted her skills while taking down Lu Ban and hadn't yet recovered. Just as she was about to enter the tower, she was intercepted by Jiang Cheng's fully stocked Zhao Yun and met her in beneath the turret. At that moment the system announcement echoed, triple kill. Lin Yu's Yi Xing had claimed 3 kills, sending Li Bei and his teammates back to their base. In reality, Lin Yu was so thrilled, she nearly jumped for joy. She ran to Jiang Cheng and gave him a loving hug. Ah Cheng, from now on I'll rely on you. Following you means good fortune. Ahem, it's nothing. You're strong too. Jiang Cheng humbly replied, the delicate fragrance of the young girl's body making his heart race. Still, he felt a twinge of guilt for playing this way. It seemed a bit underhanded, especially considering what those viewers in the livestream were saying about him. Glancing at the livestream comments, Jiang Cheng's head ached. That opponent was the real fool sacrificing his dignity just to deceive him. Back in the game despite his reluctance, Jiang Cheng decided to continue his strategy. He sent a message to Li Bai. Xiao Yun, I've bought the scalpel. What courier do you need? Li Bai, I've never seen such a shameless person. Can't you prepare one yourself? I'll buy my own. After being ambushed by that treacherous, despicable Zhao Yun, his teammates now looked at him with distrust. If not for their familiarity and the streamer's mediation, they might have unleashed their fury. Now daring to provoke him again was simply unbearable. Li Bai, have friend mind your own business. What model do you need? I have a full toolkit. Free delivery to your doorstep. Zhao Yun, sorry I'm female. So what does that have to do with me? Jiang Cheng's words stirred up both sides. Yi Qing and the others were laughing uncontrollably on the sofa, and Jiang Cheng couldn't suppress his grin either. In Jiang Cheng's livestream a wave of 666 and awesome comments flooded in. Meanwhile Li Bai's face turned ashen, his mind reeling as if a stampede of mythical beasts had trampled through it. He glared at the opposing Zhao Yun's ID king. Was this for real? How could it be? The player behind that cringy ID was actually a girl. What kind of woman would choose such a name? So in the end I'm the one bearing all the burden. No, this isn't fair. Li Bai struggled to suppress his rage, but couldn't stop his fingers from typing in the public chat. Li Bai enemy. I curse you to the stars. Damn this stupid game. Seeing his words turned into asterisks only fueled his fury, and he couldn't help but roar. Since he hadn't turned off the team voice chat, his outburst reached his teammates. Already frustrated with his poor leadership, they felt even more contempt. Lu Shan blamed the game for playing badly. What's wrong with you? Jiao Chan, why did the streamer invite this guy? Trying to lose. Even in bronze there's nothing left to lose. Jihikyo, I hate cursing the most. Do you want to become an apple in my hand? Xiao Liar, listening to the in-game voice, rubbed her forehead in exasperation, countless thoughts racing through her mind, but she ultimately said nothing. She only realized she had made a grave mistake. Why did I invite this guy to play? Couldn't he maintain some decorum during my stream? At the very least turn off the mic before speaking. To be fair, I was streaming live. Now over 100,000 people have heard this. What about my cute, cheerful, and charming persona? Li Bai, you're such a liability, Xiao Liar thought. Meanwhile, the livestream audience grew even more unrestrained. Comments that had been about, where's the scalpel, and various courier requests ready for action, now exploded. King 9527, haha, I'm dying of laughter. A King 30-star player with this mentality. That's just pathetic. Someone in the back said, this streamer isn't going to flip the game, is she? Flipping in a bronze match would be absolutely wonderful. HHH. Manjiang Xinyue remarked. Turns out that Zhao Yun over there is actually a girl. That's just too impressive, though I'm not talking about her skills, that gives me goosebumps. Wu Qingku added, newbies are still watching the stream, but the veterans have already opened the game, HHH. Zhezhenbu, sure, Yiwei chimed in, don't even mention it. I tried that trick before, and the enemy jungler chased me for 3 days and nights. Glancing at the comments in her stream chat, Xiao Liar was surprised to find that her popularity hadn't dropped, but seemed even higher. The insults she had anticipated didn't appear much, instead there were quite a few aimed at her own Li Bai, which she resolutely ignored. The stream remained as cheerful as ever. Was she overthinking it? Gradually calming down, Xiao Liar refocused on the game. Her fans were so adorable, she couldn't let them down. She had to win this round. She made up her mind. However, fate had other plans. Just as Xiao Liar was about to soothe her teammates' spirits, a system notification appeared before her eyes. Li Bai had gone AFK. Xiao Liar thought. Are you doing this on purpose, aren't you? Li Bai. Xiao Liar, who had just been ready to dominate, drooped her head, her spirit crushed, and began to harbor murderous intent toward her own Li Bai. Opening the in-game voice chat, she said indignantly, I can't take it anymore, folks. I'm out. I really can't go on. Let's just surrender at 6 minutes. They'll go to the fan group first, and kindly see this Li Bai out. Lu Shan replied, don't get mad, streamer, you'll get wrinkles. Once we're out, I'll teach him a proper lesson. That Li Bai is truly inhuman. Jiao Chan added, count me in. Zhu Yujing said, alas, the situation is hopeless. Li Bai, may you rest in peace. Just don't let me find your grave, thanks. After exchanging a few pleasantries with her in-game teammates, Xiao Liar closed the game. She couldn't bear another second in that King's Canyon, it was infuriating. She slammed her phone heavily onto the table, turned on the camera, and grumbled to the viewers in her stream, damn it, I'm done. I seriously suspect that Li Bai is a spy sent by the enemy team. Her melodious, lowly voice combined with her undeniable charm made her look incredibly cute. In her stream, Zue AI Xiao Liar said, it's okay, it's just a game. You're a beauty streamer after all. It's nothing. Yi Liangshan remarked, the streamer met the wrong person. So tragic, HHH. Yipai Zhongmen said, don't be upset, streamer. This old man sends you a loving hug. That Li Bai was too much of a drag, it's not your fault. Jiang Hulangzi wondered, could Li Bai have gone to fulfill his promise? Delta. Yu Buchuan exclaimed, Li Bai, you scoundrel, show yourself. I have 2 sword techniques I'd like to teach you. Ben Rinshin Show said. The streamer is so cute, and yet that Li Bai had the heart to go AFK. Ha, he's simply scum. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, a young boy gazed at his shattered phone on the floor, shedding tears of regret. Ka TT. Now it's done. In a moment of impulse, he had lost his living expenses for the semester. Feeling the spare change left in his pocket, he decided to buy a bottle of red potion and some anti-inflammatory medicine. His parents would definitely need them when they got home from overtime. That damn Zhao Yun'll never forgive him. So would the streamer blame him? No, she definitely wouldn't. She was so cute and kinda she wouldn't hold it against him. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng, upon seeing Li Bei's message, decided to strike while the iron was hot. At this point, she still didn't know that the enemy Li Bai had gone AFK. Zhao Yun said, "What are you talking about? I don't quite understand." "Brother Li Bai, how about 1 package free shipping?" Zhu Yujing asked. "Can you stop, you troll? You've already made our Li Bai go AFK. What more do you want?" After waiting a while without a reply from Li Bai, Zhu Yujing spoke instead. Li Bai went AFK. Was his mental fortitude that fragile? Reading between the lines of the enemy's words, Jiang Cheng found it hard to believe. Could they be trying to trick her? Thinking back on everything that had happened in this match, Jiang Cheng grew more convinced. Yi Qing beside her said worriedly, "Little Cheng, could those guys be trying to set a trap for us?" "Yeah, you're right, cousin. We can't let our guard down." Jiang Cheng nodded. Indeed, her cousin was right. It was highly likely, given that the enemy team was no pushover. They were clearly old hands at scheming. Not to mention Li Bei's swordsmanship alone was not to be underestimated. "'Tis to achieve their goal, they could even be so ruthless with themselves. From now on, she must stay vigilant and never let her guard down until the very last moment," Jiang Cheng mused. But that Zhu Yujing called her a troll. Had she even said anything profane? After a moment's thought, Jiang Cheng replied to Zhu Yujing, "The canyon is a battlefield and heroes are generals. The ancients said the art of war, attacking the mind, is paramount. Attacking the city is inferior. Don't you know that?" Upon seeing Jiang Cheng's message, Zhu Yujing thought, "Wow, this is a high-level troll, even using classical Chinese." But did he know that nonsense? He hated reading these flowery ancient texts. Ignoring Jiang Cheng, Zhu Yujing and the remaining 2 teammates began idly waiting for the 6-minute mark. Since the streamer had left and 2 teammates were absent, they had no heart to continue playing. In the following moments, Jiang Cheng and her team remained highly alert, dreading that the enemy might come up with some devious trick to lure them in. But oddly enough, the enemy suddenly seemed to become as relaxed as salted fish. Li Bai and the enemy marksman seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. Occasionally, they saw Lu Shan leisurely hitting small birds and crabs, looking somewhat strained. Zhu Yujing munched on an apple and went to duel the Lord in the Dragon Pit, often soaring into the air, flying freely. Zhao Chan danced a beautiful dance under her own tower, captivating and ruinous. An empty city stratagem in the canyon. Jiang Cheng was puzzled, but she didn't have time to ponder. As soon as the 6-minute mark hit, the enemy crystal exploded automatically. Victory. Yet Jiang Cheng and her team were dumbfounded. They had won. How was this different from what they had expected? This was too easy. In reality, Jiang Cheng, Yi Qing, and the others stared at each other in disbelief. Inside Jiang Cheng's live stream, "Wow, is this tactic really that practical?" said, "Wait until autumn comes on the 8th of September. Dust and mortals rolling by chimed in, "Games on ill, go try it." Bronze since the 80s added, "The streamer is incredible winning like this. My scalp tingles from the show, haha." Heartache of Parting Sorrow remarked, "I'd like to crown the streamer as the founder of the Canyon's psychological school. Please accept my bow." Imnata Yandra said, "Gosh, the streamer's mischievous girl next door vibe must mean she's super cute in real life, right? Who could resist that? Love it, love it." Beta driving a tank added, "Back when I was the top fan, I said the same thing to that woman. And look what happened." Love and Storm queried, "Holy crap, big bro, you're still around." Beta driving a tank replied, "Am waiting for the real face behind that screen to show itself, huh?" "Old pal, you sound so sure. Got any inside info?" asked Bronze since the 80s. Beta driving a tank retorted, "Ha, inside info. Aren't all those so-called beauty streamers who hide their faces the same?" Jiang Cheng was happy about winning the game, but seeing Beta pop up again in the chat gave her a headache. Not showing your face means you're ugly. What a disease. She touched her own breathtakingly beautiful face and indulged in self-admiration for 3 seconds. Then she casually gave Beta driving a tank a 3-day nutritional mute. If he kept talking nonsense, she'd permanently ban him. Next, Jiang Cheng continued her canyon conquest using this tactic. Unfortunately, she played 5 rounds with mediocre results. She won 2 and lost 3, and the enemy even chased her down 18 streets. "I'm done. These people don't play by the rules." After a game ended, Jiang Cheng's face crumpled like a bitter gourd, her otherworldly beauty tinged with a hint of poignant sorrow as she complained in frustration. This trick didn't seem to work anymore, and she lost again. To add insult to injury, the enemy team taunted her throughout the entire game. Not as gentle as the first opponents at all. It's just a game. Why so much hostility? Luckily, Yaya was reliable enough to step up at the last moment and shut them all down. It's okay if you're really upset. Your cousin here will use her financial superpower to teach those guys a lesson. Listening to Jiang Cheng vent, Yi Qing felt a pang of sympathy. When had her own stunningly beautiful, adorable, and charming cousin ever suffered such humiliation? Didn't those gamers know how to cherish a beauty? Truly infuriating. Exactly. Orange, don't be sad. If you're really down, how about I come to your room tonight to comfort you? Mu Shui chimed in from the side, her big eyes sparkling. But her words drew two pairs of strange glances. Yi Qing thought, this big-chested lowly, could she have designs on Xiao Cheng? Had she misjudged her all along? Lin Yu mused, seizing every opportunity. When did this little girl get so naughty? Feeling uncomfortable under their stares, Mu Shui timidly shrank back, but her eyes still held a glimmer of hope as they looked at Jiang Cheng. Seeing Orange so angry, she thought she might have a chance with her cuteness. Soon her hopes were dashed. No need, Xiaoxua. I'm tough enough. Jiang Cheng waved her hand, thinking to herself, letting you into my room. I'm afraid I'd lose my chastity by morning. Ha, women, especially cunning ones. She had seen it all since that incident this afternoon. These three women were all off. Picking up her phone from the table, Jiang Cheng prepared to claim her daily quest rewards, then log off the game and stream to sleep. Just as she returned to the system interface, the add friend message bar popped up automatically. Mind no woman opponents, Jungler Han Xin round 1, I request to add you as a friend. Please confirm. Me racing a turtle opponents, Jungler Xin, so round 2, requests to add you as a friend. Please confirm. Painting on the river opponents, Jungler Zhao Yun round 3, requests to add you as a friend. Please confirm. Recalling the fierce exchanges in the game, Jiang Cheng felt a headache coming on. Still, she reluctantly checked the notes in their friend requests. I curse you to the stars. Good heavens, each one was a fierce beast, a savage from the ancestral plains. Adding me as a friend? No way. Jiang Cheng decisively rejected them all, unconsciously moving closer to Lin Yu. It wasn't cowardice, as she was just awed by Yaya's in-game prowess. I feel safer with Yaya. Why are these gamers like this? Sighed. Jiang Cheng sighed. Ching, you finally made your choice, haven't you? Lin Yu pulled her close and embraced her, asking with deep affection. Come on, stop being a drama queen, okay? Jiang Cheng blushed slightly and broke free from Lin Yu's arms. Lin Yu didn't stop her, but casually groped Jiang Cheng's chest as if by accident. Satisfied, Lin Yu's mood lifted instantly, and the post-game slump vanished. Maybe that's Ching's charm, haha, Lin Yu mused. Jiang Cheng didn't notice Lin Yu's little move, or perhaps she dismissed it as a natural brush. Picking up her phone, she prepared to chat with the viewers in the live stream, and then turn it off to sleep. Speaking of which, Jiang Cheng felt her fans were pretty good. Even though she hadn't played well in those rounds, they still cheered her on with 666. Except for that beta driving a tank. Just thinking about him made her angry. What a jerk. He was nothing but a rotten apple in the barrel. Good thing she had muted him. Meanwhile, in Jiang Cheng's livestream, that guy called the top fan by viewers had created a new alt account and started stirring up trouble again. Huawei said, Yaya is awesome. I wish I had a teammate like that, so cool. Beta driving a tank replied, hope you still think that when you see her true face. Fruit Tree added, day 1 of loving the streamer starts with joining the fan group. Beta driving a tank continued, I used to be the biggest fan of a female streamer who never showed her face. Let's not talk about it now. I just hope you all think twice before spending money. Bronze since the 80s countered, bro, that's not fair. Our streamer is an entertainer, not a beauty streamer. Why focus on that? Beta driving a tank retorted, so you wouldn't mind if the person you like turns out to be a sow. Beta driving a tank has been banned by the streamer for 365 days. When Jiang Cheng saw that guy for a moment, she thought she was seeing things. That tank driving Beta, wasn't he supposed to be muted? How did he reappear? Before she could dwell on it, she noticed his comment. It nearly infuriated Jiang Cheng to death, and she immediately handed him another 365-day, all-year nutritional package. Jiang Cheng, you old so your whole family are old sows. Alright, it's getting late, everyone rest early. Jiang Cheng announced to the livestream audience that she was signing off. She had intended to chat a bit more, but seeing that tank driving Beta killed her mood. Just as her finger touched the end stream button, a viewer's message appeared. Hongchen Gungun, host, you tricked me. I used your strategy, and now the enemy jungler is coming at me with a knife. What do I do? Waiting online. Jiang Cheng, this situation feels familiar. Ahem. Jiang Cheng didn't dare reply, as she pretended not to see it. What could she do? Wasn't she in the same boat, just now? How she missed the oldie bye. These people are way too aggressive. Turning off the stream, Jiang Cheng took one last look at her subscriber count 1300. Having gained nearly 500 followers, Jiang Cheng felt a bit helpless. At this rate, wouldn't she be the undisputed ugliest woman? Could it be? She really had to show her face and cross-dress on stream. Actually, now it didn't seem to bother her as much as before. So I'll deal with it tomorrow. Time to sleep. Gotta protect my own skin. Yawning, she greeted her cousins, and feeling exhausted returned to her room, shed her clothes, and lay down to sleep. Lu Feng was a loyal fan in Jiang Cheng's livestream room, his ID being 80s bronze in real life, and in reality, a short video creator. After watching Sister Orange's stream today, a spark of inspiration struck him. He immediately used a screen recording from Jiang Cheng's stream to create a funny video and uploaded it online. The title was Sister Orange: The Ultimate Bronze Psychological Warfare Guide. The video mainly featured Jiang Cheng's psychological tactics from the first round along with some post-production and humorous music. From Jiang Cheng's initial feigned weakness, Li Bei's careless death, to Li Bei's mental breakdown, Jiang Cheng's taunts Li by going AFK, and the enemy's helpless surrender. The entire game process was vividly portrayed. Notably, a special close-up was given to the 3 remaining opponents' idle actions. Subtitles read, Ado plays with a bird, Orange scratches the dragon, Cicada dances hotly. It was hilarious. Of course, he also made sure to highlight Jiang Cheng's livestream room ID at the end of the video. Who's the best at bronze strats? Catch Sister Orange on Zhuxiao. Search on Zhuxiao XXXXXXXX, experience a different bronze world. After all, he had been a loyal fan of Sister Orange since her first stream. Ahem, looking forward to the 100k follower face reveal. The video was uploaded online, and within 2 hours its popularity gradually soared. Many cultivation addicts stumbled upon it, watched the video, burst into laughter, and then opened the game. Hi Xingchen. Holy crap, a bronze player can be this terrifying, haha. Xingguang Inhuan, humble bronze disciple, pays respects to the founder. Day 120 of uninstalling the game. Is there any big shot willing to try this in-game? After watching this video, I'm hyped again, but unfortunately, I have no data left. Sigh. Changshao Wuyuang. I fell for this video's trick. After playing one game, I'm now in a 100-man war in the discussion group. The situation is extremely brutal. Any brothers here to help? Xingchen Budu, I took a closer look at this video's category. Game guide. Thanks author. Thanks author's whole family. Changya Man. Author, could you share your home address? I'd like to visit and express my gratitude in person with a generous gift. Meanwhile, Lu Feng, who had done all this, was already fast asleep on his bed, snoring heavily. Sister Orange showed her face. So beautiful. Huh. Why did she turn into an old sow? Where's my streamer? Beta. Top donor. Why are you here again? Heavy snores mixed with some incomprehensible sleep talk. Lu Feng tossed and turned in bed, clearly not having a good dream. Heavy snores mixed with some incomprehensible sleep talk. Lu Feng tossed and turned in bed, clearly not having a good dream. In the Demon City, amidst a luxurious estate covering thousands of square meters, a flat-chested lowly around 16 or 17 dressed in cool attire was lying on the bed, legs crossed, scrolling through videos. A fair amount of white skin was exposed, yet it still couldn't hide her board-like figure. In her left hand was a bottle of soda, in her right hand a crispy fried chicken leg. Occasionally she would use her toes to nudge her phone and switch videos. Her movements were so nimble that it was clear she was an expert, making one's scalp tingle. Though her mouth was stuffed full, her little face was puffing with anger. Today's livestream experience was terrible, and it infuriated her. Turning sorrow into appetite became her ultimate remedy for calming her mood. Wally, by God, what 30-star king rank? Was that an excuse for not being able to win even a low-tier match? If you can't win, fine, but then you go AFK. It's infuriating. And that Zhao Yun on the other side, turns out she's a girl. I bet you're a T with maxed out taunt skills. The flat-chested lowly little pair began her daily rant in her mind while eating. Her targets Li by the elementary schooler, Zhao Yun the big T. There was no helping it. As a glamorous streamer, no matter how bad her mood or how bitter she felt, she couldn't show it in front of her fans. That would negatively affect her lovely followers. Swiping through one video after another, cursing Zhao Yun and Li by countless times in her heart, little pair's mood finally improved a bit. Just then a video caught her eye. Sister Orange: The Ultimate Bronze Psychological Warfare Guide. The IDs Li Bai and Zhao Yun on the video cover looked so familiar. Little pair muttered to herself as she looked at the video. Tapping it with her foot after watching the entire video, a dangerous glint gradually appeared in her eyes. Yet a smile somehow tugged at the corners of her mouth, even if it seemed a bit silly. Damn it, Ado plays with a bird, Orange scratches the dragon. This video creator is really a genius. But her smile immediately faded as she looked at the enlarged livestream room ID at the end of the video. Zhao Yun, so she really is a girl. But, so what if she's a girl? Someone who can say things like that can't be a good girl. Now that I know your livestream room ID, just wait and see. You've crossed me, and you're done for. Early the next morning, Jiang Cheng was awakened by a commotion. Clad in a pink nightgown, she groggily opened the door, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Standing before her was her cousin, Yiqing, also in her pajamas, yet her face was etched with panic. Oddly enough, Yiqing's nightgown was the same shade of pink and identical in style to Jiang Cheng's. What's wrong, cousin? Can't you let me sleep in for once? Jiang Cheng rubbed her eyes, a hint of exasperation creeping into her voice. Did she not have a reputation for being grumpy in the morning? She felt like hitting someone. All you do is sleep, you little lazy pig. Do you even know you're being torn to shreds online? Yi Qing caught the disdain in Jiang Cheng's tone and grumbled inwardly. Here, she was rushing over first thing in the morning to deliver the news, only to be met with annoyance. But who could help loving her cousin? Saishi Yi Qing was a renowned beauty in her own right, yet she had stooped to the level of a fawning dog. Shoving her phone toward Jiang Cheng, Yi Qing said indignantly, "See for yourself. These people online are nothing but weather vanes swaying with the wind. Just yesterday they hailed you as the most stunning beauty in 5,000 years, and now, with someone stirring the pot, they're tearing you apart." My. Still half asleep, Jiang Cheng rubbed her eyes again and took the phone from her cousin. The moment she saw the content, she jolted fully awake. Master of image retouching. Dear netizens, I am a professional image retoucher. I can tell you with absolute certainty that the photo you've been idolizing has been doctored. In other words, the person in the photo may not be as handsome as he appears. We've all been deceived. Brother How US Street Snap Uner. The post had been shared over 10,000 times with more than 50,000 comments, and the buzz was still escalating. How can this person be like this? Jiang Cheng fumed, her cheeks puffing up in anger. Was this for real? Claiming her photo was retouched. Were they out of their minds? A professional image retoucher. What a load of nonsense. They were clearly deranged. Don't get angry yet. Look at this too. Yi Qing took the phone back, tapped a few times, and handed it to Jiang Cheng again. The renowned actress Zhang Qingyun had reposted the tweet with a comment, "I truly never imagined there could be such shameless people in this world. It's infuriating. Do you think you can amass fans just with a retouched photo? By the way, may I ask if your next step is to start selling products?" Brother How Yua. That post had nearly 100,000 shares, over 200,000 comments, and millions of likes. Jiang Cheng was baffled. Was she shameless? Was it shameless to be born with such high natural beauty? Where did this jealous lemon come from, with such terrifying envy? How ridiculous. She shoved the phone back into her cousin's hand, ran to the bedside, picked up her own phone, and logged into Brother How Yu's account. Only then did she realize her account had been bombarded by netizens. If time could rewind, how I knew it. How could anyone be that good looking? Turns out it was all a lie. How you a hater, do you know you reek of a foul stench? It's disgusting. I am no good person, really. What a letdown. All that excitement for a fake. What a waste of time. Old steed in the stable. Haha. Grandpa walked out of the plastic surgery hospital alive, and well, now a handsome young lad again. The blogger might be ugly, but I'm already handsome. Huh. I'm in a good mood today, so we'll spare you. Thousand Mountains and Green Waters scum like this should be banned. Can't we have a clean corner of the internet? Jiang Cheng ignored the comments from the manipulated netizens. Replying to them was clearly pointless. In her mutual follow list, Street Snap Uner's messages showed 99. She tapped and skimmed through them briefly and exited. The messages contained apologies and proposed solutions. Under pressure from netizens, Street Snap Uner had admitted to retouching the photos, but only their own faces. However, most netizens, led by paid trolls, refused to believe a word. After all, the accuser was a professional. Humph. After a moment's thought, Jiang Cheng posted a message without tagging anyone. Just a simple sentence and a few photos. Brother How Yua, how can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon? Attached were a few photos taken yesterday with Yaya and Xiaoxua, though their faces were blurred out. Jiang Cheng didn't have any solo photos in her album, and with her hair still messy from just waking up, a fresh shot wouldn't look good. So she decided to use yesterday's. After the post went live, Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and sent a message to Street Snap Uner and the others. I've posted something. Please help share it. Meanwhile, in the rented apartment of Lan Qiyun and her friends, the three were pacing like ants on a hot pan, their faces dark with despair. Sister Lan, has Brother How Yue replied yet? Qian Bei asked nervously, having lost count of how many times she had asked. No. He hasn't posted a single thing since creating his account. I'm starting to wonder if he even uses Buxin. Lan Qiyun's expression was complicated, dark circles under her eyes from not sleeping a wink since 11 p.m. the night before. What do we do? If Brother How Yue doesn't come forward to clarify, are we doomed? Zhang Lan said, her spirits sinking. Don't be so pessimistic. Justice will prevail. I didn't retouch Brother How Yu's photo when I edited it. The truth will come out eventually, Qian Bei said through gritted teeth, trying to comfort them. But deep down she was uneasy. The opposition was terrifyingly powerful. A veteran actress with millions of followers backed by her company. Could they really withstand that? But I can't take it anymore. Those trolls are so vicious. Zhang Lan's eyes reddened, her voice trembling with grievance. Brother How Yue sent a message. Lan Qiyun's sudden joyful shout startled the other two, but relief quickly followed. Really? What did he say? Is he angry with us? No. He just asked us to share his post, Lan Qiyun replied. What post? Qian Bei asked. You both follow Brother How Yue on Buxin, right? It's his first post. Oh my god, my brother Haoyue is so handsome, so domineering. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon? When the three opened Jiang Cheng's first post on Buxin, that line greeted them. Their immediate thoughts were domineering, masculine, handsome, incredibly cool, so full of manly charm. The old saying goes, no one is perfect, but wasn't brother Haoyue the exception? How could the heavens create such a flawless being? It was utterly captivating. In the ancient-style music circles of Zhuxia, some say Mo Hanya is the most talented, the most eccentric, and the most beautiful. Her talent, of course, refers to her singing gift. At just 18, she has amassed millions of fans beyond doubt. Her eccentricity stems from her untamed nature, doing as she pleases, unbound by rules. Rumors online hint at her preference for women. Ahem, of course, such a personality is also a highlight in the eyes of many netizens. As for her beauty, it naturally refers to her appearance. She adores Hanfu, especially white garments. When clad in white, she resembles a celestial fairy descended to the mortal realm, unattainable and distant. Mo Hanya was troubled today, or rather speechless. Waking up early in the morning, she found her social media inbox inexplicably bombarded by a horde of people. Her fans were fiercely battling a swarm of unidentified trolls. After scrolling through comments for ages, she discovered the reason. She had previously liked, commented on, and reposted a photo of a handsome man. Netizens then accused her of being his shill, claiming she took dirty money. All because of such an absurd reason. Can you believe it? Though there was still half a photo in her album. Don't ask why only half. The full photo had a woman who slightly marred the aesthetic. As for the news that the handsome man today was a Photoshop fraud, and the original was actually quite ugly, Mo Hanya didn't really care about that. She couldn't see the man himself to judge his looks. But the photo was genuinely stunning, mouth-wateringly so. Whether it was a real photo or a trick, it didn't matter. She had gained a beautiful image, no loss there. On an ordinary day, Mo Hanya would have gladly played the role of a spectator. But today she was furious. Not just because she was caught up in the turmoil, but mainly because a girl from her fan group had just called crying, saying she was verbally abused by these trolls. The moment the girl's tearful voice reached Mo Haney's ears, she was enraged. Such an adorable girl, and you beast could lay your hands on her. Simply unforgivable. After hanging up, Mo Haney's face gradually darkened. A dragon has its reverse scale. You touch it, and you die? The girl in her memory was a gentle Jiangnan woman, usually tender, especially when chatting with Mo Hanya, like a spring breeze, warm and comforting. Only when others spoke ill of Mo Hanya would the girl flare up, turn dark, and then. Recalling this, Mo Haney's expression grew even colder. How dare you bully my people? Damn you, you will pay. Soon, through some connections, she uncovered the mastermind behind it all, Zhang Qingyun, a fading female, star and old woman, who topped the trending list today because of this incident. With the target locked, Mo Haney's fingers danced lightly over the keyboard, and shortly after, a post was published on her social media. No matter how beautiful your appearance, it cannot hide your scorpion-like filthy heart. Besides, do you know you're hideously ugly? Zhang Qingyun. Below she attached several screenshots of today's comment section. After posting, Mo Hanya contacted a few friends in the circle to help boost it. The same incident also happened to other influencers who had liked brother Haoyu's posts. Unlike Mo Haney's bombardment, the popular actress Lin Xiaoyu, as a current top-tier star, had over 30 million fans on social media. The troll army barely reached her doorstep before being driven out by her fanbase. A few fearless ones fighting with all their might went 1 against 10,000 engaging in online battles. The outcome? Hard to describe, utterly miserable. Although the trolls didn't affect Lin Xiaoyu, she had no intention of letting the mastermind off the hook. Lin Xiaoyu's contracted company Yongla Film and Zhang Qinjian's Star Hero Media are two giants in the entertainment industry of Zhuxia, always at odds. Now that they had a legitimate chance to suppress their rival Lin Xiaoyu, and her company naturally wouldn't let it slip. Of course, there was another important reason. Lin Xiaoyu had been closely following brother Haoyu's social media. As soon as Jiang Cheng's post went up, she saw it immediately. After specially hired professionals confirmed that the photos showed no signs of editing, Lin Xiaoyu made her move. How long can the heat bought by despicable means last? Zhang Qingyun. Below she added a comment. I consulted professionals about this. Of brother Haoyu's photos show no signs of photoshopping. Soon these posts clarifying for brother Haoyu began to ferment online. Is this a moral decay or a distortion of humanity? A once popular actress stoops to such base behavior. FCK, this is why I was besieged this morning for defending my idol. Can this old hag just die already? I seem to have been misled by other slander. Is it too late to return to the right path? Haha, I've always said my darling Haoyu is peerless, a rare man of unparalleled elegance across the ages. I told you, but you didn't believe me. Face slap now, huh? My precious Haoyu, your wife owes you an apology for believing others' lies and doing that to you. Alas, I'll grab a knife and fight that old hag to the death. You must forgive me. If Qingyan doesn't die, I won't rest easy. True fans of that old hag, look at my name. I'll battle you for 800 rounds. A firefly's light dares to compete with the bright moon. This Zhang Qingyun is utterly clueless, laughably ridiculous. The tides of the internet turned in the blink of an eye. When Zhang Qingyun learned of this news, she nearly fainted from rage. As her agent, Yin, entered the villa, the luxurious space was already in shambles. Zhang Qingyun sat on the floor, disheveled, her face etched with hatred. Why is this happening? Yin, tell me why. As Yin walked in, the woman's voice rose hysterical, like a vengeful ghost. Sister Yin, I'm sorry. I didn't check thoroughly. Agent Yin lowered his head, ashamed, unable to meet Zhang Qingyun's gaze. Sorry. What use is sorry? Now it's over, we're completely finished. No chance to turn things around. Huh. It's all gone. Zhang Qingyun strode over, grabbed Yin by the collar, and screamed at him in a shrill voice. Yin Jia, don't be like this. Perhaps there are other ways. Seeing Zhang Qingyun's extremely unstable mental state, Yin firmly pressed his hands on her shoulders, hoping to calm her down. Ways. Zhang Qingyun's body gradually quieted down, a faint glimmer of light appearing in her eyes. Hasn't the company given up on me? She looked at Yin, hope rekindled in her eyes. No. Yin's voice was very faint, but at this moment it was undoubtedly a heavenly sound to Zhang Qingyun. Ha, the company hasn't given up on me. Ha, the company hasn't given up on me. I haven't fallen yet. Ha ha. Yet she did not notice the hesitant expression on Yin's face. And the briefcase clutched tightly in his hands. Inside it lay a document. A notice of breach of contract and compensation from the company. Zhang Qingyun had been deceived by the company, who not only was she terminated, but she was also burdened with a staggering sum of liquidated damages. But Yin didn't dare tell her this. Having been her agent for 7 years, accompanying this woman through her glorious prime, witnessing her decline, and now her twilight years, he had known for a long time that the woman before him was not a good woman. Yet he seemed to have fallen for her long ago, irretrievably so. Tough situation. Yin Jia, come with me. Yin bit his lips, summoning immense courage to utter those words. I'll go to the company. Then wait for me, you'll change clothes, and put on some makeup. Zhang Qingyun glanced at her slightly soiled clothes, and hurried upstairs. Yin Jia, not the company. You. Come with me. Yin ran ahead of her, and blocked her path, his voice low. Yin, do you know what you're saying? Zhang Qingyun's expression shifted, as if sensing something, her face gradually frosting over. I like you, Yin Jia. Come with me, okay? Yin lowered his head, but his words were resolute. Get out of here. I don't have an agent like you. Zhang Qingyun suddenly turned into a furious lioness, shouting, while pushing Yin out the door. Yin Jia. Everyone has given up on you. Why won't you come with me? Yin's voice was low, and 2 tear streaks had appeared on his face. Get out, you're not worthy. Zhang Qingyun picked up a piece of broken porcelain from the floor, and pointed it at Yin, her firmness cutting into his heart like a knife. Final go. A bitter smile spread across his face. After a long silence, Yin finally set down the briefcase, and walked out step by step. Only one thing was left behind forever, perhaps never to be retrieved. He was not one to pester. Respecting her was his final choice. After Yin left, Zhang Qingyun collapsed to the floor, as if all her strength had drained away. She glanced at the document in the briefcase he had left behind, a desolate expression on her face, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Let it be. Time 1130. Location, a couple's restaurant near Hanya residential area. Characters, Jiang, Cheng, Yiqing. Event, accompanying cousin to relax. Numerous words omitted here. As soon as Jiang Cheng stepped into the restaurant, her expression changed. She looked around with a strange expression at the pairs of men and women who seemed deeply in love. Glancing at her cousin, who wore a silly grin, murderous intent slowly rose within her. This is the great place you found for me to relax. Jiang Cheng's voice was very low, but her tone was full of accusation. Xiaoqing, don't you think the atmosphere here is great? Yi Qing said smugly. Jiang Cheng. It was indeed nice. The air was thick with the scent of hormones, and the ambience was exceptionally romantic. If I'm not mistaken, this is clearly a couple's restaurant. Women. She said she'd take me out for a walk to relax. How did I end up being tricked here? Luckily my male disguise hasn't expired yet, or I really want to kill my cousin. No good, let's go somewhere else. Jiang Cheng said expressionlessly, then thought better of it, and put her plain mask back on. Her male persona was quite famous now, and with so many people here it was easy for accidents to happen. Don't be like that, I've already paid. Let's sit down and eat something. Yi Qing hurriedly urged upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words. She had finally found this chance to be alone with her cousin. How could she let it slip away? If not, I'm going back. Jiang Cheng shot Yi Qing a fierce glare and said in a low voice. Fine, let's go somewhere else then. Who says I don't dote on you? Seeing Jiang Cheng's determination, Yi Qing hesitated, but ultimately gave in to her wishes. Plan A failed, Plan B begins. Time half an hour after leaving the restaurant. Location, a forest path in the park's small woods. Event, accompanying cousin to relax. At noon in the small woods, not a soul was in sight. The two walked along the forest path, breathing in the fragrance of nature. A gentle breeze blew, and watching the golden leaves dancing in the wind, Jiang Qing finally felt a long-lost sense of peace. Her cousin had finally done something right, Jiang Qing muttered to herself. They walked side by side, slowly advancing deeper into the woods. Yi Qing was also unusually quiet, but her eyes kept darting around the woods on both sides, as if searching for something. Finally her eyes lit up. She vaguely saw a flash of white in the forest ahead, moving in the distance. Although it was a bit hard on the eyes, it was indeed the target. According to the master's teachings, under certain circumstances, human hormones secrete faster, making it easiest for love to blossom. Cousin, come over here, the view is better this way. Yi Qing pulled Jiang Qing gradually closer. What's so special about this place compared to where we were? I don't think it's any better, Jiang Qing said, puzzled. Don't rush. Take off your mask, close your eyes, and listen with your ears. Here you will feel the rhythm of life. Yi Qing's almost devout words left Jiang Qing speechless. But in the end, Jiang Qing chose to obey, listening with her ears for the so-called rhythm. The sound of wind and fallen leaves intertwined, creating a very beautiful sensation. I paid you, now move. A voice suddenly reached Jiang Qing's ears. That voice. A bit jarring. Yes. It sounded just like something she had seen in her past life. But how could it appear here? Her body felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She opened her eyes to see what was happening. What met her gaze was a pair of seductive red lips drawing closer and closer. Jiang Qing's face twitched as she swiftly raised her hand to cover Yi Qing's mouth. The texture feels a bit off. At this moment, Yi Qing was still lost in her own fantasy world, her eyes closed. The soft touch she had imagined never came. She tentatively stuck out her tongue, only to find it blocked. Yi Qing finally sensed something amiss, and opened her eyes only to meet Jiang Qing's furious glare. Cousin, what are you trying to do? Jiang Qing yelled through gritted teeth, her voice so loud it startled numerous birds from the woods. Yi Qing was baffled. The scenario seemed off. Ahem, cousin, it's not what you think. It's just that some bewitching voice whispered into my ears. I couldn't control my body. As Yi Qing racked her brain for an explanation, a man's voice, filled with rage, rang out. Who's the reckless brat? Ruining my fun, got a death wish. Jiang Qing followed the voice and saw a burly bald man clad only in red boxers storming out of the woods with an imposing air. Further off, a woman seemed to be hurriedly dressing herself. Jiang Qing thought, was this the owner of that voice? Why did she feel like a peeping Tom? Damn, this looks bad, cousin. Let's get out of here. Yi Qing spotted the approaching man and grabbed Jiang Qing's hand, breaking into a sprint. The bald man in red boxers gave chase without relenting. Stop right there. Don't run. When I catch you, I'll beat you to a pulp. The man felt deeply aggrieved. Over 30 and still a virgin, he was often mocked by his friends. Today he had finally mustered the courage to spend 888 yuan on a companion, hoping for a thrilling experience in the secluded woods at noon. As had heard, it would be more exciting. But then those two clueless brats had ruined everything. His desire unfulfilled, he could not find peace. He had to vent his fury by giving them a beating. Gradually they ran out of the park and onto streets with pedestrians. The sight of this peculiar trio stunned the onlookers. Passerby one remarked, a handsome guy and a beauty ahead, a scantily clad brute behind. What's this? Passerby two added, that brute looks like a pervert. Everyone keep your distance. Passerby three commented, that guy despite his fierce look has some assets. TSK. Passerby four exclaimed, shocking. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, in our great land, such beastly behavior. Anyone with a high-res phone camera, lend it to me. Listening to the whispers of the crowd, the man felt even more wronged. Wasn't he the victim here? Damn thieves. Zhang Yinxiang will never let this slide. Stop right there. Turning his grievance into motivation, the man ran faster. Seeing the closing gap, and Yi Qing's labored breathing, Jiang Qing halted. Cousin, run. That brute looks dangerous. Mistaking Jiang Qing's stop for exhaustion, Yi Qing turned back to grab her hand, urging her to keep running. No more running. Can you even keep up, you fool? Jiang Qing was exasperated. She was fine, having been strengthened by a combat mastercard far surpassing an ordinary girl's stamina. But her cousin, she would likely die from exhaustion before the brute could lay a hand on her. Even if I can't run, I have to. If he catches us, we're doomed. Yi Qing was on the verge of tears, regretting not foreseeing this in her plan. I should have hired an actor. A single misstep leads to eternal regret, she thought. No more running. Let's talk this out. Jiang Qing found the situation exasperating. The turn of events was giving her a headache, especially since they were in the wrong. The man's eyes were practically welling up. How great was his grievance? You finally stopped running me ragged. The man slowed, feigning a fierce expression as he approached, though equally winded. Bro, let's be reasonable. We'll compensate you for your emotional distress, okay? Yi Qing's voice wavered as the man drew near, but Jiang Qing remained composed. Money? You dare offer me money? Do you think I'm short on cash? The man's anger flared. He reached for his wallet to hurl it at this insult. Could his first time be measured in money? But as his hand touched his skin, he realized something was off. Naked. After patting himself down, he exclaimed in shock, "Damn. My clothes. My wallet." His anguished cry coupled with his state was heartrending. "Bro, hey, race your wallet." A woman's voice came from afar. The girl had dressed and was rushing over. Jiang Cheng was amused. Why did she feel like laughing? This brute seemed adorably foolish. The girl reached them quickly and handed the wallet to the man with a pitiful look. "Bro, when will you give me the 888? The man was puzzled. "Didn't you just have my wallet? Just take it from there. But you only have 5 1 yuan coins in there." The man froze. Sis, since the deal didn't go through, how about? He stammered, looking embarrassed. "You bald cheapskate. You're broke. Broke and trying to hire. Screw you." The girl erupted into a tirade. The man stood there, not daring to talk back, his face a mask of grievance like a battered wife. The pair completely ignored Jiang Cheng and Yi Qing. The two watched the quarrel bewildered. "Xiao Cheng, they're not paying attention. Let's slip away," Yi Qing whispered, taking Jiang Cheng's hand to sneak off. "Sure." Jiang Cheng was rather entertained by the man's performance, amused that he was a freeloader. At her cousin's reminder, she realized this was a golden opportunity. Why stay? They quietly retreated. During the journey, after shaking off the burly man, Jiang Cheng always maintained a subtle distance from Yi Qing. Each time Yi Qing tried to approach and explain, Jiang Cheng would quicken her pace, leaving her greatly vexed. It was nearly 1 o'clock by the time they returned home, having also brought some food for Lin Yu and the others along the way. As soon as she stepped through the front door, Yi Qing eagerly prepared slippers for Jiang Cheng, hoping to salvage her image in her cousin's eyes. Jiang Cheng cast her a sidelong glance, ignored her, and fetched a pair for herself. Now she finally realized that her own cousin was simply inhuman. Reflecting on today's events, especially the incident with the burly man in the thicket, could any human possibly do such a thing? Only Mu Shui was in the living room. Now, Lin Yu must have been in her own room. Handing the lunchbox he was carrying to Mu Shui and asking her to pass it to Lin Yu. Without further conversation, Jiang Cheng took his own and retreated to his room. Watching Jiang Cheng's slender figure vanish from sight, Yi Qing shed tears of regret. Damn it all, that accursed master. What kind of advice was that supposed to be? My cousin. Alas, was he truly destined to tread the path of cross-dressing live streaming? Jiang Cheng sighed deeply within his heart. Given the glacial pace at which his follower count was growing for his gaming streams, if he refrained from showing his face, the completion of his task would likely be postponed to the Greek calends. By then, he mused with a bitter chuckle, he would probably become the first individual in history to secure a spot in the Guinness World Records for being the most unattractive woman purely by virtue of his looks. After all, the system had allotted him a mere month. Yet if this continued, he feared his male soul would gradually erode into nothingness. Damn it, why so sudden? It must be this system harboring a grudge because I didn't show my face during the live stream to complete the task. That's why it assigned me this mission, forcing me to buy that skill I didn't want. The more Jiang Cheng thought about it, the angrier he grew. This system was utterly despicable. Yet his actions were resolute as he swiftly went to the shop to purchase the advanced female attire skill. He prepared for his face-revealing live stream that evening. Motherfucker, I don't want to be a man anymore. He then walked over to the system's wardrobe. Despite the fierce struggle within, Jiang Cheng eventually opened it. With trembling hands, he took out that flowing celestial dress from before. After a few days, Jiang Cheng once again donned this beautiful classical gown. Standing before the mirror, gazing at his own graceful reflection, he unexpectedly felt, not bad. Ding, congratulations to the host for overcoming the heart knot and shedding the male mindset. The system will grant you a random skill card as a reward. Keep up the good work. You were meant to be an unparalleled goddess. How could you be troubled by mere male memories? Break free and you will soar to great heights. In the vast void, a certain system laughed heartily. Its silly host had finally wised up. The system's voice rang once more in Jiang Cheng's mind. But its words grated harshly on his ears. What did it mean by shedding the male mindset? That was too much system. Jiang Cheng cursed inwardly, but after much thought, he held his tongue. A card appeared on the bedside table. Jiang Cheng knew it was the system's reward, a random skill card. So he walked over and picked it up. He clicked to use it. Instantly, he found himself closing his eyes involuntarily. When he opened them again, he had stepped into a surreal and dazzling world. In this world, Jiang Cheng witnessed many things. A colossal divine being split heaven and earth with a single axe, creating myriad wonders. A defiant underdog shouted, "My fate is mine to command." An unparalleled prodigy embarked on a path to the heavens. Beings traversing myriad realms cried out for return amidst the darkness of foreign lands. Also, a handsome CEO, ignoring his family's objections, fell in love with an ordinary woman. A little girl, scorned and suffering from a harsh fate, received pity from the unseen. A goddess wandering the realms resolved one tragic story after another with her own methods. A girl who fell in love with her cousin, defying the world's words, ultimately succeeded. Jiang Cheng stayed in this world for a long time. He witnessed countless bizarre and wondrous scenes. Incalculable inspirations surged through his mind. At last he emerged from that world and returned to reality. A new skill had taken root in his mind, named Level 1 Novelist. As soon as he opened his eyes, Jiang Cheng instinctively reached for a pen and paper, eager to record all the inspirations flooding his mind. Those magnificent worlds and heart-stirring love stories captivated him. But then he froze. His mind finally caught up. This skill was damnably insidious. He couldn't control the urge to start typing. Jiang Cheng, damn it, this dog system tricked me again. Ding, the random skill card operates without any external interference. Please don't slander the system. If this system could interfere, it would have given you a belly dance skill first. As if sensing Jiang Cheng's thoughts, the system's voice rang out again in his mind. Ahem. System big brother, let's forget the belly dance. Typing is better. A typist's soul, a typist's spirit, typists are the cream of the crop. Jiang Cheng felt a bit awkward, like being caught gossiping behind someone's back. But this skill, was it pushing him to write novels? That profession rumored to have a baldness rate far higher than programmers. Jiang Cheng shuddered at the thought, his mind automatically conjuring an image of himself after losing all his hair. It was on a grand stage under the spotlight where he walked up gracefully in a hat cheered by countless spectators. Just as he bowed to thank the audience, the hat fell off, revealing unimaginable. But he really wanted to write down all those inspirations. Jiang Cheng could barely control his hands itching to type. Slap, slap. He gave himself 2 harsh slaps, using the pain to stop his actions, and issued a final strict command to himself. Can't write, can't write. The consequence of baldness was unacceptable. But these restless inspirations. Damn it. This restless heart. Jiang Cheng eventually put pen to paper. Those unspoken matters between my cousin and me. Bah. No, start over. Signing in for 50,000 years at the beginning, am invincible after the system's death. Synopsis: at the dawn of the world before the gods emerged, a streak of light broke through the barriers of time and space. Jiang Cheng appeared in the primordial world, and then, his own system committed suicide. Chapter 1: the system died. I'm so happy. First sentence: wait, system, your death method isn't quite right. It's prone to errors. In the vast void, a certain system shed tears of regret. How unfair fate was to give it such a host. I won't accept this. An hour later, Jiang Cheng held up the 200-word manuscript freshly typed on his phone, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. A certain system wept silently in a corner. Phew, that felt good. So typing was such a joyful thing. Baldness be damned. I refuse to believe the system would let its perfect goddess become a bald one. 20,000 words in an hour. Turns out the hand speed skill from gaming could be used like this. Jiang Cheng felt a swell of pride. This hand speed must be incredibly impressive in the web novel circle, right? But now that these manuscripts were written, where should he submit them? Jiang Cheng was a bit overwhelmed, unsure if the novel websites in this world were the same as in his previous one. After searching online for a while, Jiang Cheng discovered that while there were many web literature sites in this world, most were small and poorly reviewed. The only industry giant was Red Eggplant Novel. After some thought, he downloaded the site's mobile app. He then checked the author benefits, which seemed quite decent. Most importantly, the site had massive traffic with many users, which might help him attract some fans. He added the site's editor on QQ, asked about specific details, and prepared to submit. Jiang Cheng was quite confident in his manuscript, but felt excellent to him when he read it. Mainly, the more miserable the system in the book, the happier he felt. With a hint of anticipation, he sent the 100-word manuscript to the editor's QQ email. Now he just had to wait for the review. Once it passed, he would be proudly known as a novelist. Jiang Cheng felt a bit delighted, having completely forgotten his earlier resistance. According to the website's prompts, the novel review would take about a day or two. Jiang Cheng glanced at his watch. It was nearly 6 o'clock, time for another meal. Just as he stepped out of his room, he saw his cousin approaching with a roast chicken that glistened with a rich color and exuded an enticing aroma. Hey Xiaochen, hungry? Look what I have here, specially prepared for you, Yi Qing said with an ingratiating smile. And not hungry. Jiang Cheng forcibly suppressed the urge in his heart, refusing to even glance at the roast chicken in Yi Qing's hand. What a joke. Though the chicken looked delicious, how could he ever bow his head for a mere bird? Really not eating. I made it with my own hands. Yi Qing pleaded pitifully, the corners of her eyes moistening, as if it would be a grave sin for Jiang Cheng to refuse the chicken. Before Jiang Cheng could respond, a sound came from the nearby door, and a cute little head suddenly popped out. SSO fragrant. Mu Shui stared at the chicken in Yi Qing's hand, a trace of glistening drool unknowingly forming at the corner of her mouth. Is this tonight's dinner, Sister Qing? The little girl said sweetly, unconsciously licking her lips, looking utterly adorable. Yi Qing. She wanted to say no, but that shouldn't be a big problem, right? Yet seeing Mu Shui's expression, she couldn't bear to utter a refusal. Before Yi Qing could figure out how to respond, Jiang Cheng took the chicken from her hand, and handed it to Mu Shui. Here my cousin specially prepared this for you. Go ahead and eat. Wow, really? Sister Qing, I love you. You're the best. Taking the chicken, Mu Shui immediately tore off a drumstick and began devouring it, eagerly speaking somewhat indistinctly to Yi Qing between bites. Truly fragrant. Yi Qing simply watched as the chicken she had carefully prepared for her dear Xiao Chen fell into this glutton's mouth. A myriad of emotions surged within her. Yi Qing first glanced at Jiang Chun, who wore a faint smile, then at Mu Shui, who was wolfing down the food, and silently wept inside. This greedy little thing. Why did she have to show up now? Forcing a stiff smile, she said to Mu Shui with a rigid expression, It's fine, it's fine. Who can blame you for being so cute? Thank you, Sister Qing. Wait a moment. Mu Shui expressed her sincere gratitude, but then thought that such delicious food shouldn't be enjoyed alone. Good things ought to be shared with friends. After a moment, the little girl Mu Shui bounced back to her room. In Jiang Chen's hand appeared a chicken wing, while in Yi Qing's hand was a chicken tail. Yes, a chicken tail. For some reason at that moment in that scene, Jiang Chun felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. Yi Qing stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at the chicken tail in her hand. A stampede of 10,000 mythical beasts thundered through her heart, leaving behind only tearless sorrow. I've been so good to you, and this is how you repay me. Yi Qing gnashed her teeth, inwardly harboring a deep hatred for that black-hearted little lowly. Glancing at the chicken wing in Jiang Chen's hand, then at the chicken tail in her own. A strong woman wept, and Yi Qing's heart wailed in anguish. Seeing Yi Qing's pitiful state, Jiang Chen felt like laughing, but managed to hold it in. Eating the chicken wing in his hand, occasionally looking at the chicken tail, in Yi Qing's, he felt that the deliciousness of this wing had reached a whole new level. Xiao Shui truly is a kind-hearted and adorable girl, hee. Cousin, eat up quickly, it won't taste as good when it gets cold. Jiang Chun held up his chicken wing to show Yi Qing, suppressing his laughter and speaking with feigned seriousness. Yi Qing, cousin, you're not human anymore. You're no longer the sweet little darling you once were. I'll eat. Yi Qing finally swallowed the chicken tail with tears, bearing all the burden alone. All of this came from love for her cousin. Seeing Yi Qing's aggrieved expression, Jiang Chen almost felt a pang of guilt, as if she had been the one to torment her. Was this too cruel? But somehow didn't this make her cousin seem even cuter? Cousin, don't be upset. They'll treat you to a big meal later. You choose the place. Jiang Chun patted Yi Qing's shoulder apologetically and spoke. Did my ears deceive me? That was the first thought in Yi Qing's mind. Xiao Chun actually offered to treat me to a meal. Wow, she's not mad at me anymore. I'm so happy. Really, Xiao Chun? Did I hear that right? You heard right. Well, bring Yaya and Xiao Shui along, but go easy on the place. I'm not a rich lady like you. Okay, you're the best, cousin. At 6:10 p.m. the four of them arrived at the place Yi Qing had chosen. Facing the slightly rustic venue, the aroma of barbecue wafted over them. Jiang Chun was a bit surprised that her cousin had found such a spot. This place had a familiar scent. It was a semi-open-air barbecue joint facing the bustling traffic of the city. The sizzling barbecue paired with ice-cold beer and a gentle evening breeze brushing by. It seemed to soothe the sorrows of many. They settled into a private booth, and Yi Qing said smugly, So how is this place? I went through a lot of trouble to find it. It's lovely. The evening wind swept through Jiang Chen's hair, revealing a smile on her stunning face. She vaguely remembered coming to a place like this before, but back then she had her brothers with her. Can you guys tell me in advance next time you go out to eat? I'm so full right now. It was the little lowly Mu Shui's voice, her eyes reproachful as she looked at Yi Qing. Earlier she had eaten most of the chicken by herself, and wouldn't be able to digest it anytime soon. Staring at the fragrant barbecue on the table, she could only swallow her saliva regretfully, wanting to eat, but truly unable to. Ladies, the skewers are all here. Let's dig in. As soon as Lin Yu spoke, she drew frequent angry glares from Mu Shui, leaving her somewhat confused. What's wrong, Xiao Shui? Lin Yu asked. Don't even mention it. She just ate most of a roast chicken by herself, and now she can't eat anymore. Yi Qing said with a smile. Inwardly she was chuckling. You greedy little thing, regretting it now, huh? What? Roast chicken? How come I didn't know? Lin Yu's gaze at Mu Shui gradually turned dangerous. Had this one been sneaking food behind her back? Yeah, hear me out. That chicken was so small I swallowed it in one bite. Mu Shui dared not meet Lin Yu's eyes as she explained. I recall that roast chicken weighed about 2 jin. Yi Qing chimed in with a smile, delivering the final blow. Oh, so you really did sneak food behind my back. Take this. Hit me anywhere but the face, and we'll still be friends. Deal? Around 7 o'clock the group finally returned home, sated and content. Notably, Mu Shui had devoured 2 more large plates of skewers during the meal. A young girl with such a petite frame and ample bosom, yet her appetite was astonishingly immense. Jiang Cheng watched in stunned disbelief, recalling that this very girl had already consumed most of a roast chicken earlier. Back home, Jiang Cheng prepared to retreat to her room to commence her streaming career. The mere thought of it ignited a spark of irritation within her. That damn system was simply too excessive, relentlessly refusing to let her off the hook. Xiaocheng, are you planning to stream games again? Want me to call someone to join you? Yi Qing approached, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. No games this time. I'm going to do a facecam stream, Jiang Cheng replied, casting a glance at her. Oh, Xiaocheng, why the sudden urge to show your face? Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Yi Qing's heart fluttered with unease. This plot twist was entirely unexpected. Why would Xiaocheng suddenly want to stream with her face exposed? Was she tired of playing games with her? Or perhaps she found her too terrible at them? That couldn't be right. Her main account was Eternal Diamond rank. Well, then it must be that she thought others were too awful. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts raced through Yi Qing's mind, gradually kindling a murderous intent toward Mu Shui and Lin Yu. To earn money and support the family, Jiang Cheng casually fabricated a reason in response to Yi Qing's question. After all, she couldn't possibly reveal the existence of the system to anyone. Although Yi Qing was likely the closest person to her in this world, there was a problem. She was a sleepwalker. She wouldn't dare tell her even if she wanted to. Hearing Jiang Cheng's reply, Yi Qing was taken aback, and a surge of maternal affection flooded through her. That was it. Her Xiaocheng, orphaned at a young age, alone and adrift with a fate full of hardships. These years must have been incredibly difficult for her, hadn't they? Xiaocheng, I can take care of you. Her voice shed its usual frivolity as Yi Qing slowly approached Jiang Cheng and pulled her into an embrace. A faint melancholy graced her features, but her words were utterly sincere. Jiang Cheng. The moment her back touched Yi Qing's two soft ample mounds, her first thought was, damn it, she's taking advantage of me again. But turning her head to see Yi Qing's earnest expression, it didn't seem like an act. What's wrong with you? Jiang Cheng's voice softened, tinged with a hint of tenderness as she gently inquired. At the same time, she wondered if she had said something wrong. She looked so heartbroken. Yet at that moment, with the warm, fragrant softness in her arms, Yi Qing's melancholy had already vanished into thin air. Wow, Xiaocheng's body. Mother of God, this is the feeling of love. Lost in her own fantasy world, Yi Qing completely failed to hear Jiang Cheng's words. Her hands unconsciously drifted upward, brushing against Jiang Cheng's, and gave a gentle squeeze. Good heavens, it felt so wonderful. An involuntary moan escaped her lips, accompanied by Jiang Cheng's earth-shattering scream. Jiang Cheng shoved Yi Qing away with all her might, crossing her arms over her chest in a protective gesture, staring warily at the momentarily stunned Yi Qing. Jiang Cheng's face was flushed crimson, her entire body trembling. The look she gave Yi Qing was akin to gazing upon a pervert. So she had been overthinking things after all. It was all a trick, huh? After being pushed away, Yi Qing finally snapped back to reality. Recalling what she had just done, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. So thrilling. Damn it. Xiaocheng's body. I couldn't help myself. But seeing Jiang Cheng's wary, protective gaze, a flicker of panic stirred within her. Internally, she berated herself. Why can't I control my hands? The misunderstanding had only just been cleared up, and now this had happened again. But it was Xiaocheng. She had absolutely no resistance against her. Another thought rose in her mind. Ahem, Xiaocheng, if I said that was an accident, would you believe me? Overwhelmed by the pressure of Jiang Cheng's piercing gaze, Yi Qing finally spoke, though her voice carried a note of weakness. Seeing Jiang Cheng's eyes fixed on her, Yi Qing couldn't shake the feeling that she was being looked at like a degenerate. She wanted to explain, but had no idea where to begin. After all, she had indeed done those things. There was no way to talk her way out of it, so she could only try to gloss it over. Even as she said it, Yi Qing herself found it hard to believe, but there was no other choice. It was the truth. Her original intention was simply to comfort Xiaocheng, but her Xiaocheng was born with such captivating beauty, her body so alluring that she just dying beneath the peony blossoms. One can still be a romantic ghost. I believe you. Jiang Cheng maintained her defensive posture, nodding before adding, please keep a distance of at least 1 meter from me from now on. Thank you. Jiang Cheng's words were polite, yet carried an icy coldness that pushed people away. Over these past days, she had come to understand Yi Qing's nature well enough. Something was off. Although Yi Qing had a great figure, stunning looks, and a soft body, none of that justified her being the one getting bullied. Humph. She had to make her understand. When Yi Qing heard the first 2 words from Jiang Cheng, she was so thrilled, she nearly cried. Xiaocheng, you're so good, I knew you still loved me. But then Jiang Cheng's next sentence plunged Yi Qing into an icy abyss, sending chills through her entire body. That cold, keep-away demeanor struck Yi Qing's warm heart like a hammer. Was Xiaocheng disgusted with her? How could this be? She frantically searched her mind for an answer, but could not comprehend. Tears gradually welled up in Yi Qing's eyes, making her look utterly pitiful as she stood there frozen in place. Seeing Yi Qing's pitiful state, Jiang Cheng felt a flicker of triumph. Now she'd see if she dared to keep doing that. She walked over, wrapped an arm around Yi Qing's soft shoulders, and flashed a grin. Ahem, I was just kidding. Xiaocheng, you. Say that again, Am not hallucinating, am I? Wiping the tears from her eyes, Yi Qing spoke with disbelief. I was just kidding, Jiang Cheng repeated with a cheerful laugh. Yi Qing, why do I feel like Xiao Cheng just played me? The one who often walks by the river will eventually get their shoes wet. Xiao Cheng, you bullied me. Do you know how heartbroken I was? You have to make it up to me. Once Yi Qing confirmed, she hadn't misheard, the sadness on her face vanished, instantly replaced by a fierce glare at Jiang Cheng. Hey, you're the one who keeps ambushing me. Jiang Cheng grumbled indignantly. Wasn't she the one who suffered the most? I don't care. You have to compensate me for hurting my feelings, humph. At this moment Yi Qing was like a little girl, throwing a tantrum, her cheeks puffed out adorably. Oh, I can't be bothered with you. I'm going to stream. Seeing Yi Qing like this, Jiang Cheng felt a headache coming on, unsure how to handle her. Yi Qing's cute act was far too lethal. Jiang Cheng felt her own heartbeat quicken and instinctively wanted to escape. At the same time she silently complained, are you a little girl who never grows up? Still acting spoiled. Wait, Yi Qing called out to Jiang Cheng. What's wrong? As Jiang Cheng turned around, Yi Qing suddenly ambushed her. Yi Qing's head plunged straight into Jiang Cheng's bosom, rubbing against it restlessly a few times. Jiang Cheng, what the hell? This again. With great effort, she pushed her cousin's unruly head out of her embrace. By now Jiang Cheng's face was flushed crimson, and she was slightly out of breath. You? Staring at Yi Qing's lecherous expression, Jiang Cheng was so furious she could barely speak, wanting to curse her, but unable to utter the words. Indeed, was she too kind to her? Little Cheng, my tears were shed for you, so it's only fair to wipe them on you, isn't it? Seeing Jiang Cheng's exasperation, Yi Qing's face also reddened slightly, yet she spoke with a righteous air, as if she were the aggrieved party. At that moment, through Jiang Cheng's actions, she automatically conjured a truth: her cousin wasn't rejecting her, but was merely shy. That her grand plan was within reach. Without waiting for Jiang Cheng's reply, Yi Qing hummed a little tune and happily scampered back to her room, leaving Jiang Cheng standing there dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. She rubbed her slightly aching chest and touched her burning cheeks. Forcing herself to calm down, Jiang Cheng stared at Yi Qing's door and bared a gritted teeth smile. After washing her face in the bathroom to cool down the heat, Jiang Cheng prepared to start her live stream for the day. As for her cousin, there would be time for that later. Humph. Meanwhile, in Jiang Cheng's live stream room, though she hadn't started broadcasting yet, the room was already exploding with popularity, with an astonishing 500 online viewers. Bear in mind, Jiang Cheng hadn't even started her stream yet. Commander of the Bright Moon Army Long Yang Jun, the Bright Moon Army is here. Brothers and sisters from Buxin, come on out, ha. Little princess of the Bright Moon family, Orange sister, your sister-in-law has arrived. Little Fujoshi of Brother Bright Moon's family, take Brother Bright Moon away, but leave the little sister for me, okay? Nameless soldier of Broken Back Mountain. If I'm not mistaken, this seems to be a game streamer. I want to see Orange sister show her face. Hoeing at noon. Calm down, most good-looking female game streamers will show their faces eventually. Boxin's Su Rishian. Heaven didn't birth me, Su Rishian, and the chaotic path of villainy would be like an eternal dark night. Orange sister, your brother told me to find you, ha ha ha. I am the prodigy of the Zhao family. Upstairs, Zhao Ritian refused to accept this. Brother Bright Moon's little sister belongs to me. All of you crawl away. Beta riding a tank. Hope you still think that when you see her true face. Bright Moon below this. That ID looks familiar, like I've seen it somewhere. It'll only be the second on the leaderboard for life. Holy crap, is that you, big brother? MXX. Back then you ran off overnight with a train engine, and you haven't contacted us in years. Beta riding a tank, your name hurts my eyes. 3 years no regret, 10 years with a smile. Oh my god, I think I know who this big brother is. Orange is my wife, the victim from the case that shook the entire Huaxia internet back then. Galaxy with me, judging by this. Could it really be him? Brother-in-law of Brother Bright Moon, then what he said. Hold on, I'm going to change my name. In Shanghai today, Little Pear rarely skipped her stream. After posting a leave notice to her fans, she lounged lazily on her bed, opened the Catch Fish live streaming app, entered the room number of a certain female troll she had in mind, and prepared to see just who this mysterious figure was. As soon as she entered Jiang Cheng's live stream room, she was stunned. 500 online viewers and over 200 subscribers. Holy crap, so many people. Staring at the black screen, she confirmed that this so-called Orange sister hadn't started broadcasting yet. Little Pear fell into thought. She had assumed Orange sister was a minor streamer on Catch Fish, but never expected the room to be so explosive. With the stream not even live, so many were already waiting for her. Could she be some celebrity recently invited by the platform? But she hadn't heard anything about it. Unable to figure it out, she opened the chat area, hoping to find answers from the viewers' comments. Brother Bright Moon. That name sounded familiar. Seemed to be a very popular handsome guy on Buxin recently. Orange sister is his sister. Well, that explained why so many were in this room. Beta riding a tank. Was this person famous? Which platform's top donor? So many people were fawning over him. Running away with a train engine. Oh my god, was there really someone with such divine strength in this world? Orange Sister is an ugly freak. Indeed, as expected, how could a pretty and cute girl ever make such remarks? What Orange Sister's traffic was obtained by morally blackmailing Brother Bright Moon. They aren't blood-related. Orange Sister is brought in by a stepmother. Wave after wave of explosive news struck Little Pear's heart. Her eyes grew brighter, and she became increasingly curious about Orange Sister, who hadn't even started streaming yet. What kind of person? Scumbag, she must be about to be besieged by the crowd once she starts. Little Pear felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation, thinking this trip wasn't in vain. She was lucky to have such a juicy scoop. After scrolling through numerous viewers' comments, Little Pear gradually pieced together a mental image of Orange Sister. Name: Orange Sister. Tentative. Identity: daughter of the wicked stepmother, sister of Brother Bright Moon. Poor relationship. Looks: 100. Some viewers said Orange Sister was like a demon from myths, a freak among humans. Height: 1 meter 21. Heard she had dwarfism as a child. Weight: 70 kilograms. Growth: direction gradually distorted. Bust flat as a board, smaller than her own. Waist: indescribable, probably thicker than 5 of her tied together. Features: tyrannical, hideously ugly, flat enough to be grating looking from afar, like a lump of rock. Personality: despicable, shameless, insidious, cunning, ruthless, like a female demon straight out of hell. Just as the image of Orange Sister conjured from the viewers' comments appeared in her mind, Little Pear couldn't help but shiver. She hugged herself, pulled up the blanket, and hid under it, trembling. Mommy, are you sure? Is this even a human being? Isn't this a demon from hell? Little Pear felt a chill. If Orange Sister was really like what the netizens said, should she run away now? Damn, it's terrifying. More frightening than watching 10,000 horror movies in a row. Every time the mental image of Orange Sister appeared in her mind, Little Pear couldn't help but feel a wave of dread. Around 7:30, Jiang Cheng finally prepared to start her live stream. She was dressed in a pale blue flowing celestial gown with a white veil covering her face. Her delicate beauty was faintly visible through the veil, making her appear like a fairy who had descended into the mortal world. She had found the veil after rummaging through the system wardrobe for a while, and her heart fluttered with a hint of nervousness. Little did she know wearing the veil only made her more enchanting. Hello everyone, I'm Sister Orange. Click follow and you won't get lost. Opening her live stream room, Jiang Cheng first greeted her audience out of habit. Then she froze in front of the desk, staring blankly at the comments from the viewers. So many people, but had she offended someone? The viewers in the live stream room were equally bewildered. On the other side of the screen, countless question marks must have appeared over their heads. Where was the so-called ugly woman they had been told about? Who was this breathtakingly beautiful girl in ancient costume? The one driving the tank Beta should just die. Let's go back to the live stream room before Jiang Cheng arrived. Beta had transformed into a life mentor, earnestly advising the viewers. Oh my god, I never thought the sister of my beloved Haoyue would be such a person. Exactly when I mentioned these things in her live stream, before she scolded me. Little did she know, no matter how much she tried to hide, she couldn't fool my discerning eyes. Big bro, luckily I ran into you today, or I'd still be fooled by that veiled ugly woman. I don't know why there are so many people here, but didn't our streamer promise to show her face after reaching 1,000 followers? Bro, they all use the same tricks. I don't want to dwell on it either, but as someone who's been through it, I can't just watch you younger ones fall into the trap. So have you seen our streamer before? Hey, you people, don't be ungrateful. Big bro is kindly warning you, and you're still defending that ugly woman. I'm really fed up. Right. And what's worse, she's morally blackmailing my Haoyue. This woman is truly venomous. Everyone listen to me, we must put an end to this unhealthy trend in the circle. Let's all change our names to the same format, and give that woman a warning, okay? Big bro, what kind of name should we use? I think the name of that brother, who's a black fan of Sister Orange, is pretty good. Let's all do it. Anything that bashes this female streamer works. Got it, big bro. This was the barrage of comments Jiang Cheng saw when she first opened her live stream. Vicious. Ugly. Did those words have anything to do with her? The ID of the one driving the tank Beta seemed particularly glaring in her eyes. Damn it, there are so many female streamers who don't show their faces. Why are you picking on me? Jiang Cheng was utterly speechless. Just as she was about to give him another permanent nutritional package, a system announcement appeared in the live stream room. Beta gifted the streamer 10 eternal true love. Jiang Cheng was a bit stunned. What kind of twist was this? Wasn't he just cursing her a moment ago? Why had he suddenly given her so many gifts? Among the gifts on the Zhuyu live streaming app, Eternal True Love was the most expensive. One Eternal True Love was worth 1,000 RMB, and its promotional effect was excellent, visible across the entire platform. In the blink of an eye, Beta had spent 1,000 RMB. Then she saw Beta's comment. Sister Orange, you are peerlessly elegant, like a celestial maiden descending to earth. Everyone please follow. Streamer, what's your QQ? Let's be friends. Pick me for online dating, I'm super sweet. Jiang Cheng. Other viewers, those who had changed their names, I have never seen such a shameless person. But haha, the streamer finally showed her face. So happy, so beautiful, my heart is melting. Those who said our streamer was ugly step forward. Especially that beta. Huh, changed his name. Does the promise to eat feces still count? What does what beta said have to do with me? But the streamer is indeed so stunning that I am sincerely convinced. You're so shameless changing your name. But the streamer is really beautiful. Sister Orange, I was entrusted by your brother Hayua to take care of you. Can I have a way to contact you? You dog thief, I will be irreconcilable with you. How can there be such a scumbag in this world? Arg so mad. Sister Orange won't blame me, will she? Where do you live, bro? I want to have a word with you. Watching the sudden shift in the live stream comments, Jiang Chung felt she couldn't keep up with the times. What was happening? Another big question mark appeared over her head. Meanwhile, the target of the viewers' attacks, beta, now Wang Gongzi, remained remarkably calm. Having weathered many storms, how could he be swayed by the remarks of some juniors? Streamer, seriously, I'm starting to like you. Can you give me your contact info? Name your price for gifts. Seeing his comment, Jiang Cheng's face darkened. This guy was truly insufferable. Did she lack his paltry money? How disgusting. The hesitation caused by those 10 eternal true love gifts vanished instantly. The nutritional package had to be given. Wang Gongzi was banned from the stream for 365 days. Seeing Jiang Cheng's action, the entire live stream room erupted in cheers. A neat row of 666 scrolled down the screen. After no longer seeing that guy's comments, Jiang Cheng finally felt much more at ease. That guy was truly a piece of work. Hello everyone, let me reintroduce myself. I'm Sister Orange. Please take care of me from now on. Feeling that the live stream room had returned to normal, Jiang Cheng gave her self-introduction again. Day 1 of guarding the orange. Greetings, Goddess Orange. From now on, I am your devoted fan, Eternal Night. With such a melodious voice and such stunning looks, I'm utterly captivated. Orange is my wife. My wife is indeed beautiful, and her voice is enchanting. What do you say? Envious, aren't you? My goddess is called Orange. Brothers, let's gang up and break the third leg of the guy above. Thanks. Orange sister's little sister. To be blunt, after breaking it, I suggest feeding it to the dogs. Manual funny. Before the screen, little pair stared at the peerless Orange sister on her phone for a long time. Tears of longing treacherously streamed from her mouth. Indeed, she had not managed to leave Jiang Orange's livestream. Mainly because Orange sister had never shown her face before, and little pair thought her luck wouldn't be so bad, so she stayed. Who would have thought, despite all calculations, Orange sister actually revealed her face, and it was so. How can she be this beautiful? Sitting on the bed, she murmured involuntarily. The demonic image of Orange sister she had conjured in her mind was instantly shattered, and the image of a peerless celestial maiden descending to the mortal world gradually grew majestic in her heart. Gazing at this ethereal beauty that seemed not of this world, little pair quietly swallowed a few times, her cheeks inexplicably flushing. Her original intentions, being a female troll seeking revenge, all dissipated like smoke the moment she beheld Orange sister's true countenance. Under such an overwhelmingly captivating beauty that conquered all genders, every flaw turned into an asset, didn't it? A celestial maiden on earth, none other than this. After being dazed for a while, little pair's fingers uncontrollably tapped on the gift-giving section. Little pair gifted the host a true love. Eternal nightfall approaches. Whoa, a big spender. Little Moon's little sister. Does the big spender need a hangerin? Beauty like a flower. Pick me, pick me. 3 meals a day, just enough to fill me up. Orange's biggest fan. Poor me can only watch the big spender show off, sigh. Just then a crowd entered Jiang Orange's live stream through the True Love Eternal portal. Little pair's personal guard. Whoa, host, you actually stood us up to secretly watch another female host stream. All my youth is over. Little pair's heart's treasure. Ding, caught a little pair. Hey, what are you doing? Get your butt back to streaming right now. Little pair's biggest fan. Look what I've found. My host is secretly meeting with another female host behind our backs. Kinda thrilling. With little pair sending a gift, her loyal fans flooded in from various other host streams. They started clamoring for little pair to obediently return to her own stream. Before the screen, little pair was on the verge of tears, staring at her fingers still lingering on the gift section. She thought to herself, damn it, why did my fingers have to be so itchy? Now I've been caught by the fans. Sigh. In Jiang Orange's livestream. Thank you, big spender, little pair, for the true love eternal. Hee finger heart. Jiang Orange made a finger heart gesture towards the stream, causing many viewers to exclaim they couldn't handle it. Jiang Orange was a bit delighted. This should be the first big gift from her own fan. In Jiang Orange's heart, that exasperating beta driving a tank naturally didn't count as her fan. Little pair, host, can we follow each other? I'm also on Catchfish Live. Sure, wait a moment, I'll go follow you now. Seeing the big spender speak in the chat, Jiang Orange nodded slightly. After all, they had given her such a generous gift. Beta silently sheds tears. Jiang Orange clicked on the profile of this big spender little pair. The moment she entered, she sensed an aura of lemon. Whoa, this was a big spender with over 5.6 million fans. Not only that, but the profile page was also incredibly lavish. Catchfish Annual Streaming Champion, Most Beloved Female, Host by Viewers of the Year. 2 dazzling gilded titles caught Jiang Orange's eye. After clicking follow, Jiang Orange quickly exited, afraid of blinding her eyes. Alright, follow done. Little pair. Okay, host'll take off now. I got caught by my fans and need to go stream. TT. Looking at the rows of Little Pair's loyal fans in the chat, Jiang Orange was a bit confused. She hadn't noticed before, but she quickly figured it out. They must have all come through the True Love Eternal portal since that big spender had so many fans. Haha, alright big spender, bye-bye. They'll drop by your stream when I have time. After Little Pair left, Jiang Orange checked her subscriber count. Because of the dozen or so True Love Eternal gifts, many viewers had gathered around, leaving quite a few follows. Although it couldn't compare to the big spenders, it had jumped directly from 2,000 to over 4,000 fans. Compared to the start of the stream, it was a net increase of over 2,000 fans. 1 million fans was just around the corner. Jiang Orange was a bit happy looking at the viewers in the stream with even more warmth. But when she looked at the comment section again, her head started to throb. Jiang Orange was a bit speechless. Although she was a proper host, many of her fans seemed a bit off. Some asked about her underwear color, some about her bra size, some if she could dance that kind of dance, and even what kind of weird questions were these? Jiang Orange felt like she had fallen into a huge pit. She casually gave a few people with extremely vulgar comments a nutritional meal plan. She also made her loyal fan 80 years old Bronze a room moderator, letting him help deal with those unruly old perverts. It was too difficult to handle these incorrigible old folks alone. Jiang Orange touched her forehead and began answering the viewers' questions. Of course, because there were too many viewers to reply to each one individually, Jiang Orange responded randomly. Little Moon's Little Princess. Host, how old are you this year? Me. I'm 18 by full years, 19 by nominal age. Wandering Uncle. Host, how's your figure? What are your measurements? M. Personal privacy, not convenient to disclose. Little Pair's personal guard. Host, do you like our little pair? Who doesn't like a rich sugar mommy? He. Am not a little pervert. Host, can you dance that kind of revealing hot dance? I can gift you lots of presents. No can do, I'm a proper person. Don't ask how proper, am the properest of the proper. Painting a dragon into jade. Host, can you take off your veil? With the veil on, I'm already a national beauty. If I take it off, I'm afraid you all won't be able to handle it. Haha. I really come from Zwan. You want talk about your bust size, you won't dance provocatively, and you won't even take off your veil. What kind of female streamer are you? Why don't you just die? I really come from Zwan was muted by the moderator for 30 days. Behind the screen, Jiang Cheng secretly gave her moderator a thumbs up. Well done. Jiang Cheng's live stream gradually found its footing. After the rectification efforts of 80 years as a bronze player, now known as Orange's chief steward, the comments in the stream finally became much more orderly. That's right, after this big brother was appointed as the moderator of Jiang Cheng's stream, he decisively and excitedly changed his name. Although the name Chief Steward seemed a bit odd. Now the number of concurrent viewers in Jiang Cheng's stream had stabilized at around 200,000. Watching the ever-rising number of her followers, Jiang Cheng felt overjoyed. However, she was a bit puzzled as she wasn't sure when it started, but it seemed that many fans of the big shot Little Pair had flooded into her own stream. Wasn't that big shot supposed to be streaming? Why were so many people coming to her instead? This confusion didn't last long before Little Pair appeared. Little Pair, Sister Orange, I'm here again. Jiang Cheng was bewildered by Little Pair's message. What was with that crying emoticon? What's wrong? Not in a good mood. Jiang Cheng asked. Little Pair, my fans abandoned me. Before they left, they teased me saying I'm too ugly. I'm so sad. Jiang Cheng. Holy crap, so that's why there were so many of Little Pair's fans in her stream. Oh well. Jiang Cheng felt a twinge of guilt. This shouldn't count as poaching fans, right? Ahem, probably not. They came of their own free will. Meanwhile, seeing Little Pair arrive, the fans in her stream couldn't sit still. Little Pair's personal guard. Humph, always being stood up by you, now the tables have turned. Well, stand you up for a change, Naya, Pair, an Orange fan. Don't be sad, Pair, I still love you, but Orange is just too beautiful. Look at my name, hee. Gun in hand, I have both Pair and Orange, hee. Ikarma's a bitch, Pair. Don't be sad, how about we watch Orange together? Brother from Hao Yu's place. You can't always walk by the river without getting your feet wet. Orange, you can't stand us up, see. The consequences are serious. Little Pair. What a coincidence. Watching her fans pop up one by one with their bizarre messages, Little Pair was dumbfounded behind her screen. So you all. What the heck? These turncoat bastards had all run over here. She had obediently gone back to her own stream, but less than 10 minutes after starting, everyone had fucking vanished. Let's go back to over 10 minutes ago in Little Pair's stream. Little Pair's personal guard streamer, my wife is giving birth. Little Pair's true fan, my second uncle's daughter, fell down. I need to go to the hospital to accompany her. Loves Little Pear a lot. The author of a novel, I'm following Crow's dressed, he'll be right back. A bunch of weird excuses were thrown around, and some random viewer even commented that she looked ugly today and her chest was getting flatter. Little Pear. The beautiful woman was speechless. Honestly, although she wasn't as pretty as Sister Orange, she was still born with a face as beautiful as a flower, alright. As for her chest, as the ancient said, if the chest is not flat, how can one pacify the world? These shallow people. But then again, Sister Orange really was beautiful, and her voice was so gentle and pleasant. Since her own fans had run off, there was nothing wrong with her giving up on her stream to come watch Sister Orange, right? Luckily, the stream hadn't been on for too long. The viewer count in Little Pear's stream was already low, and now they had all fucking disappeared. So Little Pear happily came to Sister Orange's stream. Before she could even say a few words, she saw her own group of fans popping up. Little Pear. The beautiful woman was at a loss, utterly confused. Isn't your wife having a baby anymore? Doesn't your second uncle's daughter need you anymore? Looking at their messages again, were these her diehard fans? Although they were perfectly in sync with their streamer, this sync was a bit too heartbreaking. Maybe she should just go back to being a carefree rich lowly. Sadness. Was this big? Just then Little Pear saw a message from Orange's chief steward in Jiang Chang's stream. Orange's chief steward. Brothers, click follow so you won't get lost. Our Orange is cute and charming. Watching her in your spare time can even grant you a healthy and long life for 100 years. Little Pear's sadness surged again. Look at Sister Orange's fans, and then look at hers. Can't you have some restraint? Can't you love me a little more? Big shot Little Pear, are you okay? Seeing the big shot staying silent for so long, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but ask. If it weren't for the fact that the avatar of the number 2 on her gift list was still lit, Jiang Cheng would have thought this big shot had been driven away by her fans. Little Pear, it's fine, Sister Orange. Just call me Little Pear. Okay, sure. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Cheng appointed Little Pear as a moderator. She had actually considered this before, but Little Pear had left too quickly that time, not giving Jiang Cheng a chance to act. Little Pear, streamer, do you want to do a voice call? Little Pear spoke up again, wanting to connect with Jiang Cheng. Sure. Jiang Cheng thought it over. Talking alone was indeed a bit boring, so she readily agreed. Once Little Pear was on the call, her first words were, "All you little brats who just spoke from today on I Little Pear have remembered you." Her tone was a mix of fierceness and cuteness, incredibly adorable. Listening to Little Pear's voice, Jiang Cheng thought she must be a very cute little lowly. But after hearing her, Jiang Cheng felt like laughing. Was this kind of voice really suitable for threatening others? Right now, all Jiang Cheng wanted to do was pat Little Pear on the head. Her voice was just too adorable, wasn't it? Jiang Cheng wanted to remind her that threatening like that had no intimidating effect at all. But after thinking it over, she didn't say it. Meanwhile, the comments in the stream were inexplicably starting to get weird again. Dragon Yang Dao Master, 3 years in prison, death sentence is not a loss. Hey brother, don't pull me. Hey, don't hold me. Holy shit, why are you kissing me? Damn it. I give up, alright. Please just take your tongue back. Wow, that voice is so adorable. I wanna, said the strange uncle wandering among mortals. I may be unworthy, but I'd trade 1 night of passion for 10 months of your peace. The weird scholar flirted, winking. 3 years in prison, I wouldn't regret it. Even if the heavenly king descended today, nothing could stop me. But why is there a screen in front of me? Watching the lecherous horde emerge one after another in the livestream, Jiang Cheng said helplessly, can you all behave? But such words obviously couldn't curb the netizens' wicked thoughts. Not only did they fail to calm the stream, but they even dragged Jiang Cheng into the mire. The streamer is so cute. I wanna, said Times Imprint. Sometimes love strikes when you least expect it. Streamer, I wanna offer you my first time. Declared Orange under the sun. I want both Orange and Pear, what should I do? Mused Green Hills with Clouds. Jiang Cheng's head ached. What nonsense was this? Indeed, wasn't driving the car the essence of humanity? Were all those copycat comments fake? She symbolically gave a few of the most explicit commenters a timeout, then stopped bothering with the rest. There were simply too many people. Her chief steward's avatar had gone dark who knows when. Ignoring the viewer's inappropriate remarks, Jiang Cheng started chatting with Little Pear. Sister Orange, do you have a boyfriend? Little Pear asked first. As soon as she spoke, the live stream comments quieted down considerably. While Little Pear's bowled straight to the point. I'm a bit excited, but for some reason also a bit scared. The streamer probably doesn't have a boyfriend, right? Commented Orange's Little Ming. Same here, same here. How could a fairy like Sister Orange have something like a boyfriend, said Love Orange the most. If she did, it would definitely be me, haha, joked a random spectator. Dream on, retorted another. No, do you? Jiang Cheng shook her head in reply. She wondered why Little Pear was asking such a question. Shouldn't that be what boys ask girls? But a boyfriend? That would never happen in this lifetime. I don't have one either, Streamer, do you have a girlfriend? Little Pear asked again, her tone a bit mischievous. The live stream exploded as if a bomb had been dropped. 666, Pear's awesome long live Yuri, instantly became the main theme of the comment section. Wow, after all this time I never thought you were this kind of streamer pair. Exciting, said Little Pair's personal guard. Am not gay, but why do I inexplicably feel a sense of anticipation, wondered Bright Moon Brother's little princess. Damn, you're a savage. I salute you, said Old Man Climbs Mountains. Yuri is endless bliss, pity it can't bear kids, murmured the lurker. Jiang Cheng. Hearing Little Pair's ambiguous tone and seeing the audience's abnormal comments, Jiang Cheng was bewildered. This. She had thought it was a cute neighborly little loli, but never expected. It wasn't that Jiang Cheng was overthinking, but this type of question felt strangely familiar, as if, in her memory, only her cousin had ever asked her something like this. Was this little loli mass-produced from the same factory as her cousin? You mean female friends? I have lots. I get along well with people. In elementary, middle, and high school, I had many friends, including plenty of female friends. Faced with the question, Jiang Cheng thought it over and finally pretended not to understand, giving a vague reply. She was innocent and upright. How could she be lumped together with a bunch of perverts? Jiang Cheng's tone carried 3 parts sincerity and 7 parts innocence, making those in Little Pair's stream who had dirty thoughts feel a bit ashamed. Indeed, she was a celestial being. What were they thinking? They were practically defiling this earthly beauty. Sister Orange is a fairy, stop your wishful thinking. Sister Orange is a fairy, stop your wishful thinking. Someone started spamming this comment, and even the perverts gradually quieted down. The viewer's reaction nearly made Jiang Cheng ecstatic. So this was all it took. Truly, life was a stage, and it was all about acting. After chatting with Little Pair a while longer, Jiang Cheng checked the time. It was past 9 p.m. She had been streaming for over 2 hours. Feeling tired and her eyes blurry from staring at the screen, she decided it was time to rest. Checking her subscriber count, she saw it had reached 1 million. The system task's goal was achieved. It made sense though, with the hottest streamer Bright Moon Brother and the big fish Little Pair driving traffic, 1 million subscribers was expected. Knowing the task was complete, Jiang Cheng relaxed, yawned, and announced her goodbye to Little Pair and the audience. Alright, it's late. Everyone get some rest. The streamer is going to sleep. Sister Orange, good night. I'll visit your stream often when I have time, said Little Pair. Wow, you're going to flake on us again. Is there no justice? Exclaimed Little Pair's personal guard. This. She had been too excited chatting and forgotten about her own fans in this stream. Streamer, let's sleep together. Count me in. I sleep very cutely, said Orange's sweetheart. Add me. Don't hog at all, chimed in old Taoist from Broken Bridge. Taking one last look at the still lively livestream, Jiang Cheng felt helpless. Oh heavens, as a proper person looking at these fans, she always felt something was off. After shutting down the stream, Jiang Cheng took a shower, then locked her bedroom door to prevent Yi Qing from sleepwalking and attacking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of showing her face in the livestream and gaining 1 million fans. Reward 2 million renminbi, 1 random skill card, 1 set of 5th level women's clothing. The system's voice came a bit late. A white card appeared on the bedside table. Jiang Cheng glanced at it without much concern. Instead, she excitedly opened her mobile banking app, looked at the balance, and revealed a relieved smile. After doing all this, Jiang Cheng casually tossed aside her towel, climbed onto her soft bed, and drifted into dreamland. Naked, of course. After Jiang Cheng fell asleep, the turmoil from her first livestream appearance did not subside. The bright moon rises, a fairy descends. What kind of divine siblings are these? Shock. The victim of a scandal that once shook the nation appears in Sister Orange's livestream, but their actions are despicable. Shock. Rumors say a well-known streamer from Zhuyu bent under the peerless beauty of Sister Orange. Shortly after Jiang Cheng ended her stream, 3 posts appeared on Bashan, rocketing toward the trending list like lightning. The strikingly handsome brother Bright Moon and the ethereally beautiful Sister Orange became an instant nationwide sensation. The comment sections of these 3 posts drew crowds of netizens eagerly watching the spectacle. I'm not an extra. Seeing this post, I couldn't help but get up, turn on the light, and stand before the mirror. After confirming I'm still that handsome, I lay back down. In the end, she just isn't worthy of me. Little fish of Bright Moon's house, I think. As a girl, loving both of them isn't too much, is it? 365 days of loving Lizzie, wow, Lizzie bent. Then, first life of loving Orange checking in. Years of wanting to cut beta. The top donor vowed to live stream himself eating feces, but then went silent. Wonder if he kicked the bucket or what. Hey brothers, how about we rally online? On the campus of Jiangnan University, it was deep into the night and few pedestrians remained. Liu Yue, the campus premier gossip collector, dubbed the future king of the shock department by his predecessors, crouched in a shadowy corner, letting out a long sigh as he gazed at the eerie surroundings. Another day with no harvest. As usual, finding nothing in reality, he prepared to log on to Bashan to seek inspiration and material online that would stun the world. Unfortunately, the handsome guy, the only traffic magnet among the freshmen, or even in the entire university, and the masked fairy had vanished like smoke over the past 2 days. He wandered the campus all day encountering nothing but ordinary juniors and never once ran into them, let alone dug up any hot scoops. Those two had been elusive from the start of the semester, infuriating him. Due to the prolonged lack of big scoops, many classmates on the forum had begun to disdain him, complaining that his intel was outdated. "Sigh, I never thought I'd see the day when I the shockmaster would fall this low." Lu Yu held his phone in one hand and a cigarette in the other, crouching in a corner of the campus, occasionally blowing smoke rings exuding an air of melancholy and decadence. Opening Bashan's trending list, he glanced at the top hot topics and felt a bit speechless. They were all about popular celebrities, stale gossip with no real substance. Such content was too familiar to his classmates, lacked freshness, and could easily spark arguments. Thus it wasn't his goal. As the future top ace of the shock department, Lu Yu craved the thrill of uncovering obscure material and stunning the world on his own. His finger scrolled downward, and at the bottom of the list a post gradually caught his eye. "The bright moon rises, a fairy descends. What kind of divine siblings are these?" The title piqued Lu Yu's interest. It seemed different from the others. The moment he clicked it, he was stunned. Before his eyes were photos of Brother Bright Moon and Sister Orange. Wow, isn't this? Those two absurdly good-looking freshmen from our school. He couldn't help but exclaim, his heart surging with shock. Indeed, was his focus on the campus forum too narrow-minded? Reading the post, he gleaned a wealth of information. The Fairy Jr. and Bright Moon Jr. were siblings. Holy crap, that was huge news. Head jotted down. The Fairy Jr. was streaming and incredibly popular. Not yet on the forum, could note it down. What? A dozen eternal true love gifts worth over 100,000. Bright Moon Jr. had revealed his face on Bashan and gained 5 million followers in one go. Do these juniors have such broad connections? Someone shed tears of envy. After reading the entire post, Lu Yu exuded an aura of a lemon incarnate. Sour. Damn sour. He touched his own somewhat chiseled face, then looked at the photos of the two, who seemed otherworldly. After pondering for a long time, he finally understood. Some people truly peak from birth. Returning to the dorm, Lu Yu carefully organized his material, and confirming no such post existed on the campus forum, happily began his creation. He had a premonition that with today's material, tomorrow he the Shockmaster would still be the coolest kid on campus. In the Hanyu neighborhood around midnight, the sound of a key turning in a lock heralded the opening of Jiang Cheng's door. At that moment, Jiang Cheng remained oblivious, still in deep sleep. In the darkness, a shadowy figure fumbled around for a while before appearing by Jiang Cheng's bedside. Their movements were cautious, careful not to disturb the sleeping beauty. "I'm just sleepwalking. May Lady Luck bless me, amen." The shadow muttered softly, touching the bed. Then they gently removed their shoes, lifted a corner of the blanket in the dark, and lay down. Reaching into the middle, a soft touch transmitted through their fingers. The shadow froze as if shocked. They were amazed. Was this Lady Luck's blessing? Cousin wearing nothing. With a racing heart and trembling hands, the shadow mustered immense courage and slowly reached out again. Then the sound of a switch clicked, and the room was flooded with light. Staring at the motionless shadow on the bed, seemingly still asleep, the awakened Jiang Cheng's face was filled with helplessness. As expected, it was that person again. Was she sleepwalking again? But why was her face so red? Could she be having an erotic dream? Her bed had been taken over by Yi Qing again. Speechless, Jiang Cheng put on her pajamas and headed to her cousin's room for the night. Sigh, what a hassle. On the second day, Jiang Cheng rose early from his cousin's bed. Returning to his own room, he unceremoniously ushered the drowsy Yi Qing out. After shutting the door, he retrieved the random skill card from the previous day. Upon clicking to use it, Jiang Cheng acquired a new skill in Gujing Mastery. After a moment's thought, he logged into a shopping app and purchased a Gujing for 6 or 7,000 RMB. The drawback of the skill card was the overwhelming sense of immersion it brought, stirring an irrepressible desire within him. Soon it was time for breakfast, and Mu Shui came to summon Jiang Cheng. At the table, Mu Shui and Lin Yu seemed preoccupied, their usual vivacity absent, leaving Jiang Cheng puzzled. "What's wrong? Not in a good mood, Ye Xiaoxua?" Jiang Cheng inquired, concerned by their pallid expressions. "Yeah, you two do seem off. What's the matter?" Yi Qing, who was busy eating, finally noticed their unease, gulping down a mouthful of milk and bread before speaking somewhat indistinctly. "It's nothing much, just military training. The school announced today that it starts tomorrow," Lin Yu replied in a subdued tone, clearly reluctant. Mu Shui remained silent, but her eyes betrayed a look of reluctance, especially when she gazed at Jiang Cheng, tinged with an inexplicable sadness. "Come on, don't worry. It's just military training and nothing to it. Just push through and it'll be over," Jiang Cheng said, at a loss for words, offering what encouragement he could. She had nearly forgotten about it. Thanks to the original Bodis medical certificate, Jiang Cheng was exempt from military training, so he hadn't paid it much attention. Exactly, it's not a big deal. Military training has plenty of benefits. I once knew a girl who was frail before training, but afterward, she claimed she could unscrew her boyfriend's skull. Yi Qing chimed in with a sly grin. "Really? Mu Shui asked in disbelief. Was military training that powerful? She had gone through it in high school, and it wasn't that dramatic, though she had only lasted 2 days before calling her brother to pick her up. Really, but you need to bring sunscreen. The girl I mentioned forgot hers. After training, her skin tone changed completely. Her boyfriend broke up with her over it, and later he ended up in the hospital. As Yi Qing began her tale, Mu Shui, Lin Yue, and Jiang Chun listened with curiosity. But halfway through, Mu Shui and Lin Yu's expressions shifted, and Jiang Chen's gaze toward Yi Qing grew peculiar. Glancing at their own fair, delicate skin, the two girls' faces turned pale, their faint curiosity about college military training evaporating into nothing. Lost in her recollections, Yi Qing failed to notice the girls' startled looks and continued talking animated. Let me tell you, after training, that girl gained over 20 pounds. When she fought her ex-boyfriend, she was ruthless. I was there, and that groin kick. TSK. Cousin, you're off track. Jiang Chun interjected, exasperated, cutting her off. He thought, are you encouraging them or discouraging them? Look at Yaya and Xiaoxua. Their faces are white as sheets. If you keep this up, will they even dare to go? Still, Jiang Chun felt a flicker of relief that he didn't have to participate. Even he found Yi Qing's stories unsettling. Ahem, sorry, I got a bit carried away. Yi Qing said sheepishly after being interrupted. Mu Shui and Lin Yu's faces had turned rather pale. Darker skin, weight gain. Were these supposed to be benefits? It's okay, Qingjie. Do you have any good sunscreen recommendations? Mu Shui forced a smile and asked. Qingjie, did you never go through military training? What was it like for you? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled as to why Yi Qing only talked about others and not herself. As for sunscreen, I'll take you shopping later and get you some other things too. As for military training, I've never done it. My dad wouldn't let me. But Xiao Xingzi went often, and he said it wasn't too bad of him. Yi Qing finally noticed the odd looks on their faces, realizing she might have misspoken, and felt a bit awkward. Mu Shui, thanks Qingjie. Lin Yue. Seeing their dejection, Jiang Chun couldn't bear it. After shooting a stern glare at the culprit Yi Qing, he began weaving the benefits of military training he had just looked up online into little stories to cheer them up. After listening, their expressions finally brightened. After breakfast, Yi Qing took Mu Shui and Lin Yu on a shopping spree at a nearby mall. As they left, Yi Qing tried to drag Jiang Chun along, but he flatly refused. Watching them exit, Jiang Chun breathed a sigh of relief, silently wishing Mu Shui and Lin Yu a pleasant shopping trip. From past memories, his cousin's shopping habits were nothing short of terrifying. A true shopping maniac. The most vivid memory was from his childhood when his cousin visited. Naive and ignorant, he had been dragged to a nearby supermarket. Initially excited at the prospect of snacking on his wealthy cousin's treats, he ended up not only empty-handed, but nearly exhausted. They even had to take a taxi home to carry all the purchases. And that small supermarket was only about 500 or 600 meters from his house. Just thinking about hauling all that stuff made his head ache. After seeing them off, Jiang Chun cheerfully returned to his room. He lay on his soft, comfortable bed, sighing contentedly. Life, he mused, was all about bed and money. Nothing else mattered. He picked up his phone, opened a short video app, and began scrolling through videos. After scrolling through videos for a while, Jiang Chun felt a bit bored. No, rather, he was speechless at his account's recommendation algorithm. Why treat him like this? The first video, ghost catching. The second, ghost killing. The third, ghost haunting. Why did it keep pushing these eerie videos? While they weren't terrifying in daylight, the relentless barrage was overwhelming. Yet driven by curiosity, he couldn't help but watch them all. Sighing, Jiang Chun closed Douyin and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, utterly exasperated. Just then a notification from QQ Mail chimed. Ding, you have a new email. He tapped it open. It was a notice from the editor confirming his novel had passed the review. Seeing this, Jiang Chun eagerly logged into QQ to discuss the contract with his editor. Hello, I submitted a novel yesterday, and it shows as approved today. The editor replied, big shot, what's the novel's name? Jiang Chun answered, sign in for 500 years, am invincible after the system's death. The editor said, this one. Great title, and a clever concept. Send 200 words through the backend to proceed. Jiang Chun replied, thanks editor. He'll publish it now. The editor responded, no problem. Feel free to ask me anything. Jiang Chun nodded. Logging off QQ, he felt elated. Had heard online gossips claim that editors in the web novel industry were cold and aloof. But today he realized they were all wrong. The editor was quite warm. Truly, hearing is false, seeing is believing. Others' words serve only as reference. He opened his computer, logged into the author backend of the Hongxia novel site, swiftly created an account, and chose the pen name Xingku. Then Jiang Chun uploaded the 200 words had written yesterday. After a moment's thought, he added a line to the synopsis. Without the system, how can one speak of the great Tao? Jiang Cheng's path to invincibility begins with fully inheriting the system's legacy. He clicked to apply for the contract, waiting for the editor's approval. Unsure how long it would take, Jiang Chun picked up his phone, opened a writing app, and began typing. With the editor's affirmative response, he felt a surge of motivation to write. He wrote from 8 a.m. until nearly noon. Chapter 11, Where Lies the System's Legacy? Chapter 20, First Excavation of the System's Tomb. Chapter 50, Unable to Resist, I Dug Up the System's Grave Again. After finishing the 50th chapter, Jiang Cheng set down his phone and stopped typing. Not from mental exhaustion due to prolonged thought. On the contrary, his inspiration was flowing more freely. But his stomach growled rebelliously. After all, man is iron, rice is steel. Skipping a meal leaves 1 week. Stepping into the living room, he saw that Yi Qing and the others hadn't returned, yet likely still shopping. Jiang Cheng silently sympathized with Mu Shui and Lin Yu for 3 seconds. Back in his room, he ordered takeout on an app and lay on the bed reviewing his 4 hours of work. In those 40 chapters, the protagonist's deceased system grew increasingly tragic, unable to rest in peace, subjected to all sorts of cruel torments. Among them 2 instances of dancing on its grave, 3 grave diggings, and 1 dissection of the system's corpse. Truly horrific. Yet Jiang Cheng smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Truly me writing so well, was his first thought. Next, he'll write about flogging the corpse, was his second thought. In nearly 4 hours, Jiang Cheng had written over 900 words without a single block. Enviable indeed. If other authors saw this, they'd exclaim, "Holy crap, he's inhuman." In the distant void, a certain system was gazing at Jiang Cheng's novel with fascination. Sometimes pondering, sometimes scoffing, sometimes shaking its head, sometimes brimming with excitement. Yes, the system had become utterly addicted to the story. Initially, the system had been resistant to Jiang Cheng writing such a tale. But upon deeper exploration, it unexpectedly found the novel quite good, except for the poor fate of the system character. Moreover, the human host protagonist was utterly despicable. Compared to its own host, it thought this one was probably better. In the end, it concluded that its own host was decent compared to the scoundrel in the book. Just as the system was deeply engrossed in the novel, it suddenly jolted awake, feeling as if it had swallowed something foul. It had finished the 50th chapter, and Jiang Cheng hadn't started writing again. That's it. Are you kidding me? I was just getting into it. The system felt a pang of melancholy, tempted to assign a mandatory task to the idle host. But after deliberation, it held back. After all, every great system has its principles. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng, having lounged in bed, received a call from the delivery driver. After a quick lunch, Jiang Cheng logged into the author backend to check the contract progress. A red dot appeared at the system messages. Your work sign in for 500 years. Invincible after the system's death has successfully signed a contract. You now enjoy platform support and rewards. Please maintain regular updates. Finally succeeded. Seeing the belated site notification, Jiang Cheng felt relieved. After uploading another 200 words of backlog, he logged out and opened the Hongqian novel app on his phone. With excitement, he typed his novel's title into the search bar, added it to his bookshelf, and gave it a 5-star rating in one smooth motion. A sense of accomplishment swelled within him. For the rest of the time, he couldn't focus on writing, constantly checking the backend, waiting for his first reader to appear. Around 4 p.m., the novel's first reader surfaced, but the story didn't unfold as Jiang Cheng had imagined. There was no shower of praise or gifts. A comment from Rain over Black Mountain read, "Author, what are you doing? Killing off the golden finger at the start. Are you insane?" A 1-star review appeared in the comment section. Jiang Cheng. Gazing at the sole 1-star review on his novel's page, the only comment there was, Jiang Cheng felt it was piercingly harsh, an indescribable bitterness churning within him. The anticipation that had once filled his expression had vanished without a trace. He closed the novel app, lying back on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. In the void, the system was equally enraged by that 1-star review. Bound by an inexplicable link to its host, it sensed the fading embers of Jiang Cheng's writing soul. Damn it. Was his novel destined to die before it even began? Roughly half an hour later, Jiang Cheng's phone rang, shattering his reverie. He picked it up and saw it was a call from his cousin. "Hey Xiaocheng, we're at the door. Come let us in. I forgot my keys." Yi Qing's breathless voice came through the line. "Okay," Jiang Cheng replied. After hanging up, he quickly slipped on his shoes and headed for the door. At the villa's main gate, Yi Qing, having just ended the call, was conspiring with Lin Yu and Mu Shui, both exhausted and drenched in sweat. "Xiaocheng will be here soon. Remember, none of you let him carry your things. Make him grab the stuff from the trunk." "Got it." "Understood." As Jiang Cheng swung the door open, he saw the 3 of them laden with bags, panting heavily. He chuckled, inwardly grateful he hadn't joined his cousin on this trip, or had be another victim today. Still, it wasn't as bad as had imagined. Maybe his cousin had mellowed over the years. "Why so much stuff? Here, let me help you with some." He reached out to lighten their load. But Yi Qing stopped him before his hand could reach. Awkward and hesitant, she said, Xiaocheng will handle what we're carrying. There's a bit more in my trunk. Could you grab that? Just a little left." Lin Yu and Mu Shui remained silent, tacitly endorsing Yi Qing's suggestion. "All right," Jiang Cheng replied, taking the keys she offered. Without a second thought, he walked over to the parked car. When he reached the car and opened the trunk, Jiang Cheng froze in shock. The trunk was packed to the brim, forcing him to draw in several sharp breaths. Good grief, had he once again underestimated his cousin. Damn, I've been careless. When he turned around, the villa entrance was empty, not a trace of those girls. It dawned on him he had been tricked by his cousin and the others. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, a small head peeked out from the villa doorway. It was Mu Shui. She had gleaned from Yi Qing's plan a way to boost her favor with Jiang Cheng, and now she was ready to act. Her big eyes darted left and right, ensuring no one else was around. Then, brimming with excitement, she scurried over to Jiang Cheng, beaming eagerly. Qingzi'll help you. Qingjie and Yaya are so mean, leaving you to haul all this alone. See, I'm the one who cares about you, hee. Unbeknownst to her, two figures had silently crept up behind her. Jiang Cheng, who was loading bags onto his arms, turned at the sound and saw the mischievous little girl. His expression instantly twisted into one of extreme bewilderment. Jiang Cheng thought, what kind of plot is this? I'm so confused. Behind Mu Shui stood Yi Qing and Lin Yue, their faces dark with fury, wearing sinister grins as they glared at the sly girl. Hearing her words, they were seething with rage. Yi Qing fumed. Damn, my plan B was seen through. And this big-chested lowly dares to badmouth me to Xiao Cheng right in front of me. Unforgivable. Lin Yu thought, of all the calculations, I never expected this usually clueless girl to steal a march on me and then trash me to my face. Seeing the state of the two behind Mu Shui, Jiang Cheng was reminded of a word from his memory dark side. Are you serious? He asked. Xiao Shui, you're acting a bit off, Yi Qing said. I've activated Berserker mode, Lin Yu declared. As three voices rang out in succession, little Mu Shui finally sensed something was wrong. Her expression shifted to one of panic. If she wasn't mistaken, those last two voices sounded eerily familiar. She timidly turned around to find two demonic figures baring their teeth at her. Their eyes, sharp as blades, bore into her, sending a chill down her spine. Just as she was about to explain, a sudden spark of inspiration struck her. Glancing at Jiang Cheng, she puffed out her chest, and with a fierce, righteous air confronted Lin Yu and Yi Qing. You two have such cruel hearts. How can you bear to make Qingzi, such a delicate girl, carry all this alone? Don't your consciences ache? Yi Qing and Lin Yu were dumbfounded by her tirade. Jiang Cheng thought, well played. The two were stunned by Mu Shui's speech. Had she suddenly had an epiphany? Indeed, seizing the initiative was key. Jiang Cheng watched them in silence. Her intuition told her that something had happened among them that she didn't know about. Yi Qing and Lin Yu hesitated, then their momentum faltered. Ignoring Mu Shui's accusations, they exchanged a glance. Wordlessly, they walked to the trunk, grabbing bags as they explained to Jiang Cheng. Xiao Cheng, don't listen to her nonsense. We just went in for a sip of water. We never meant for you to do it alone. It's all Xiao Shui's scheming. Who knows what's going on in that little head of hers? Yeah. Qingjie and I carried the heaviest stuff. We're exhausted from the trip, and then Xiao Shui frames us like this. It's really heartbreaking. Watching their Oscar-worthy performance, Mu Shui was left speechless. Indeed, there's always a higher mountain. Live and learn. In the end, Jiang Cheng sat leisurely on the sofa in the villa's living room, watching the three exhausted individuals hauling things inside. Though Jiang Cheng wanted to lend a hand, no matter how much she insisted, they refused to let her carry anything. Thus, Jiang Cheng had no choice but to go with the flow. Surprisingly, this feeling was rather pleasant. Seeing the weary expressions of the others, she fetched half a watermelon from the kitchen, placed it on the coffee table, and asked, tired, aren't you? Have some watermelon to cool down. The plate of watermelon was quickly devoured. After finishing, Yi Qing greeted Jiang Cheng with a tired look. So exhausted. Xiao Cheng, remember to call me when it's time for dinner. I'm going to take a nap. After Yi Qing returned to her room, Mu Shui and Lin Yu also retreated to theirs. Watching their weary steps, Jiang Cheng smiled helplessly. After tidying up the table, she too went back to her room. Lying in bed for a while, Jiang Cheng thought of her novel again. She opened the Hongxia novel app to take another look. Though the first reader's comment had been a blow to her confidence, she still couldn't give up. After all, she felt she had written quite well. Opening her novel's comment section, Jiang Cheng glanced at it, and a joyful smile involuntarily spread across her face. There were now over a dozen comments, all 5-star ratings. Old Bookworm No. 1. True System Flow. The protagonist kills the system to prove the Tao. Awesome. Mad Heaven's Tyrant. While the author's imagination is incredible, it completely overturns my understanding of system flow. 5 stars. Great Luo Dao Lord. If the system doesn't die, how can the Tao be spoken? That line is perfect. Finally, a protagonist who isn't just a tool. 10-year Xuanhuan reader. The author has great prose, and the plot is captivating. Keep it up. They'll keep following this story. Seeing the reader's comments, Jiang Cheng's passion for writing was reignited. The system struggling in the void finally relaxed, knowing its novel still had an audience. Noticing comments that the story was too short, Jiang Cheng logged into the backend and uploaded the remaining 70,000 words. After all, she could write quickly. Also, the first recommendation on Hongxia novel came after 10,000 words. With this upload, she met the threshold. She eagerly anticipated how many would appreciate her novel after the recommendation. The only drawback was that her novel still lacked a cover. Logging into QQ, Jiangcheng planned to ask her editor about it. She remembered that Hongxia novel had a perk offering free covers. Jiangcheng, editor, are you there? Editor, yes, big shot. Jiangcheng, my novel has hit 10,000 words, but I don't have a cover yet. I heard the platform offers one. Editor, wow, if I recall correctly, you just signed today, didn't you? You've already reached 10,000 words. Jiangcheng, yes, I heard the platform gives recommendations at 10,000 words, so I uploaded. Editor, alright, big shot. Wait a moment, he'll get a cover for you. Use it for now. The recommendation will come tomorrow. If it doesn't feel right, let me know, and he'll change it. Jiangcheng, thanks, editor. Editor, no problem. Just keep updating steadily. About half an hour later, the editor sent the cover. Jiangcheng's first impression was positive, and the more she looked, the more she liked it. The cover had a dark theme featuring a handsome male figure stepping on a small glowing orb. That orb must be the protagonist's system from the story, perfectly matching her novel. After thanking the editor, Jiangcheng happily uploaded the new cover to the backend. Then she reopened the app, admiring the updated cover with a bright smile. A few more comments had trickled into the section, still no negative ones. After finishing, Jiangcheng checked the time, past 5 o'clock. Feeling the burning passion for writing within her, Jiangcheng resumed her work. This time she was exceptionally productive, writing over 30,000 words in about an hour. However, she didn't upload them immediately, choosing to keep them as drafts. Glancing at the clock, it was past 6. She saved the 30,000 words and went to call Yi Qing and the others for dinner. After the meal, it was past 7. Time for her live stream, but Jiangcheng wasn't in the mood. Mainly because Xiao Shui and Yu were leaving for military training tomorrow and were clinging to her. Seeing their pitiful expressions, Jiangcheng couldn't bear to refuse. So she made up an excuse and posted a notice to her fans canceling the stream. After a day of shopping with my cousin the shopaholic, am utterly exhausted and unfit to stream. Please understand. Given Jiangcheng's immense popularity, responses flooded in within seconds. Autumn Mountain watching Orange. While the streamer has a cousin, you must introduce her to me. Am young, wealthy, charming, and more importantly have a pure heart. Love Orange's day too. My dear Orange, I waited 2 hours for your stream, and now this. So heartbreaking. Who wore my long johns? No worries, your beauty has overwhelmed my will and shattered my spirit. So I've decided to obey you, just don't forget you have a true fan waiting here. Sad. How you at, Gidge's little fan. Missing person notice, name how you at Gidge. He's been missing for 2 days. Do you know where he is, Sister Orange? Seeing the fans' messages, Jiangcheng felt a bit awkward. She really couldn't become a proper flaky streamer. Her fans were just too passionate, making her feel guilty about canceling. She ignored the messages from fans looking for her alternate identity, since she was Haoyue Gidge herself. But glancing at the 2 pitiful girls beside her, Jiangcheng abandoned the idea of streaming. They were leaving tomorrow, and she wouldn't see them for a month. Jiangcheng felt a pang of reluctance. From tomorrow on, only she and her cousin would be in this house. Sigh. Meanwhile, on the student forum of Jiangnan University, the shocking prodigy had once again reached the pinnacle of his online fame. A post he had published the previous night after a day's fermentation had firmly secured the top spot on the forum's hot list. This post was not merely a collection of online materials. After Lu Yu's deep processing, it had perfectly crafted a persona of extraordinary allure for Jiangcheng and his alternate identity. Qingzi is celestial maiden descended into the mortal world, peerlessly elegant and breathtakingly beautiful, driving millions of fans wild with adoration, while countless tycoons lavished fortunes, yet could hardly catch a glimpse of the immortal visage beneath her veil. Haoyue, an unparalleled immortal banished from the heavens with a countenance that surpassed ancient and modern times, yet possessed a cold and aloof temperament. Though revered by countless netizens, he remained indifferent and transcendent. Last night, many students of Jiangnan University, upon seeing that the account of the shocking prodigy they followed had finally updated, clicked in eagerly. They had thought they would finally get news of their beloved celestial maiden and male god, and indeed they did. But upon witnessing the heights she and he had reached, countless hearts were instantly shattered. Any lingering secret hopes gradually cooled. How could they ever be worthy of Haoyue or the fairy Qingzi? In an instant, countless students felt their hearts break, crying out in anguish toward the windows. Farewell, youth. Farewell, fairy. Farewell, Haoyue. Haoyue is single, I am single. If Haoyue never dates, he'll stay single forever. Love at first sight for a fairy ruins your life. Oh, from then on the opposite sex becomes a stranger. Goodbye, my future sons and daughters. Your father has failed you. The dormitory matrons were utterly baffled. Unaware of the situation, they listened to the earth-shattering wails echoing from various floors at odd hours. Large question marks formed above their heads. What the heck were these little rascals howling about in the middle of the night? Something about a fairy Qingzi and a male god Haoyue. Could it be academic pressure? It was driving these kids mad. In the comment section of the post, the discussions were gradually turning therapeutic. Holy crap, my male god has abandoned me without a trace. My Haoyue brother. Love at first sight for a fairy ruins your life, see how you are again, and you're broken-backed. Brothers, I have finally seen through the mortal world, and am heading to the mountains. He is like the bright moon radiant with a million fans, how could he ever fancy a mere student like me? Sigh. A celestial maiden descends. From the first moment I saw her I knew. How could someone like me, a mere mortal, ever dare to gaze upon her? The gentleman is unparalleled, the beauty is captivating. I look down at myself, ponder for a long time, and finally write 8 words: born human, I am sorry. If I could live another life, I would surely be a celestial lord holding Haoyue in my left hand, and Qingzi in my right, living a life of bliss. But in the boys' dormitory, Liu Yu had just managed to stop his silly roommates from their mournful howling. Because they lived on the first floor, he was alert enough to see the dangerous glare from the dormitory matron outside the window. Good heavens, it had given him quite a fright. But fortunately the matron didn't say anything. Upon seeing Liu Yu's actions, she nodded slightly and left. Her expression seemed to say, "Young man, not bad, you have a future." Letting out a sigh of relief, Liu Yu sat on his bed watching the post-comment share, and like counts climbed steadily, his smile, so wide it nearly split his face. Had not the shocking prodigy been born, the Tao of shock would be shrouded in eternal darkness. But seeing the comments gradually veering off into the bizarre, he felt a headache coming on. If this continued, he was a bit worried that tomorrow there might be news of a Jiangnan University student dying from excessive grief. Ahem, this batch of students had weak mental fortitude. Not like him, who though constantly shocking others remained unflappable himself. Truly, he was the prodigy of the shocking generation. Thinking it over to prevent any potential tragedies, he posted another message in the comments. Shocking. Tomorrow is the day of the university freshmen's military training. Will the goddess and the male god show up? Looking forward to it. As usual, his shocking statement sparked the readers' imaginations, leaving them craving more. After posting, he liked it himself and pinned the comment to the top. As the only comment in the thread sporting 3 badges, and given the post's current popularity, it wasn't long before many replied. Chu Ran was a newly enrolled freshman at Jiangnan University this year. She came from a wealthy family, was beautiful, and was an undeniable top student. Her mantra was, "Don't anyone dare disturb my studies." From childhood her eyes had been fixed solely on academics, and she held nothing but disdain for sweet campus romances. That was until that day when she was collecting textbooks and caught a fleeting glimpse of a man who seemed not to belong to this world. Though it was but a brief glance, she knew that her heart had been stolen by a stranger. Over the past 2 days she had begun to seek information about that man, but aside from knowing he was also a freshman at Jiangnan University, she had found nothing. Until today, when a post on the forum ignited a glimmer of hope in her heart. But after clicking in eagerly, she was met with a wave of intense frustration. Though the poster's writing was terrible and the content a mess, the man's peerless elegance left her feeling somewhat inferior. Looking at the comments from her classmates, most expressed similar feelings of heartbreak and sorrow. Why must an immortal descend to the mortal world, disturbing my heart and wounding my spirit? Her heart was filled with desolation, yet the photos in the post held a magical allure, keeping her from closing the page. The post's description of Haoyu's transcendent aloofness only deepened her infatuation. How unfair fate is. Why couldn't I have met such an extraordinary man just a little earlier? Sigh. Just as she was lost in melancholy over the dazzling photo of the young man, the post's author posted again. What? Haoyue was going to be at military training tomorrow. Chu Ran stared at the shocking prodigy's comment, her heart suddenly racing. Didn't this present her with a golden opportunity? A waterside pavilion gets the moonlight first. As fellow freshmen training together, it was only natural for sparks of romance to fly right. To hell with the saying, the rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its nest. As long as she set her mind to it, and crafted a perfect plan to cover all loopholes, the chances of success should be quite high. The confidence of a top student. With that thought, Chu Ran saved the photo of Haoyue from the post, then picked up her notebook and pen from the bedside, and began drafting her plan to win over her male god. Where there's a will, there's a way. The 120 chin passes eventually fell to Chu. The heavens do not betray those who persevere. 3,000 you soldiers could swallow Wu. At this moment, Chu Ran's heart blazed with ambition, vowing to use a decade of diligent study to weave an inescapable net and ensnare the radiant moon's spirit. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Liu Yu watched the gradually improving post and couldn't help but reveal a simple, foolish smile. I, the shock master, am truly a genius. The shock department really struck gold. He gloated inwardly. Glancing at the comment section of the post, the smile on his lips grew increasingly arrogant. Damn, I was just too emotional earlier. How could I have forgotten this? Thanks, OP. You're welcome, we're all siblings here, no need for formality. Liu Yu beamed with joy and casually replied. OP, your kindness is immense. It is a blessing for the freshmen and for Jiangnan University. I shall never forget it. When the day comes that I unite with the fairy in matrimony, I will surely repay you with a generous red envelope. Brother, I think you're dreaming. Liu Yu thought to himself. Brother OP, can you share some deeper resources? I'd like to borrow a video he. Seeing this comment, Lu Yu felt a bit irritated. He felt insulted, and a strange discomfort crept over him. After all, the Orange Fairy was also his dream girl. It was one thing to boast to himself, but why drag her into it? Brother, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Never mind, ignore him and move on. Lu Yu gave the commenter a friendly report as a greeting and continued browsing. Brother Hao Yue is going for military training. Got it, we'll be waiting tomorrow with the whole dorm. Originally unable to attend due to illness, after seeing this news my back no longer aches, my head no longer hurts. Just waiting for Brother Hao Yue to appear. However, the comments gradually began to take a strange turn as many upperclassmen swarmed in frantically, posting 3 types of comments. Sophomore in sorrow. Junior in decline. Senior in confusion. Lu Yue. What the hell? Oh, I forgot Jiangnan University's military training is at the military base. What does that have to do with us upperclassmen? He slapped his forehead, remembering this hard-to-accept fact. He had been all set to skip class and see the Orange Fairy. Why does Jiangnan University's military training have to be at the base? Some were happy, some were sad, and even worse, some were just watching the drama. Leaving aside Lu Yu's heartbreak, the comment section was now split into 3 distinct factions. The freshmen were filled with joy, eagerly awaiting the next day. The sophomores and juniors were steeped in sorrow, their posts exuding a healing aura. Only the seniors, who were off campus for internships, flooded the comments with various memes of people eating popcorn, creating a stark contrast. Someone asked, "Seniors, why do you have so many popcorn memes? Don't you find it a bit odd?" A senior replied, "Orange is beautiful, Hao Yue is handsome, but damn it, I'm not on campus right now, so all I can do is eat popcorn." Leaving aside the storm on the school forum at the Cold Leaf District inside Yiqing's villa around 11 p.m., Jiang Orange finally shook off Lin Yu and Mu Shui, those clingy pests. Yawning, she trudged wearily to her room, her heart filled with resentment, toward Mu Shui, toward Lin Yu, and toward her silly cousin. Who would have thought those girls could be so boring? At some scoundrel's suggestion, they had dragged Jiang Orange into playing 4 whole hours of Ludo. Seriously, with the beautiful scenery and the long night ahead, these girls are utterly dull. Jiang Orange was utterly speechless. Even a few rounds of King of Glory would have been better, even if she didn't win. Speechless. Back in her room, Jiang Orange quickly fell asleep. The next morning after breakfast, Jiang Orange and Yiqing helped Mu Shui and Lin Yu pack their luggage and prepared to send them to school, where buses would take the students to the military base for training. At the gate, Mu Shui and Lin Yu, laden with bags, looked particularly somber. Jiang Orange also felt a twinge of reluctance, while Yiqing surprisingly seemed a bit excited. "Orange, for the next month, you'll be away. Take good care of yourself. Remember to lock your door at night." Lin Yu hugged Jiang Orange, her face tinged with sadness, and spoke with a hint of implication. As she said this, her eyes involuntarily glanced at the grinning Yiqing. To be honest, she was a bit worried about Yiqing. The incident this morning still sent a chill down her spine. Forgot to mention, this morning Yiqing had crawled out of Lin Yu's bed. To make matters worse, when she woke up, she mumbled drowsily, "The bed is so hard today." Lin Yu was grinding her teeth, even though she accepted Yiqing's explanation afterward. But she still held a grudge. Her repeated warnings were to prevent her dear Orange from suffering the same fate. "Moi," Jiang Orange replied with a hint of confusion, as if she knew nothing. But her heart tightened. Had Ye discovered something? Or had Xiaoxue told her about her own experience? Probably the latter, since her own actions were flawless. Beside her, Mu Shui was also a bit nervous, wondering if Ye had seen her that day. Was that broken figurine left by Ye? The culprit Yiqing remained leisurely, her face full of smiles. "Me? How did I end up in your bed?" "Oh, sorry, I was sleepwalking again. It's nothing, just a casual reminder. With just you and Sister Qing living in such a big house, it's always better to be safe than sorry. Better to lock the door at night." Seeing Jiang Orange's confused expression, Lin Yu finally relaxed. It seemed her dear Orange hadn't been harmed yet. Still, she repeatedly urged Jiang Orange to lock her door before sleeping. After warning Jiang Orange, Lin Yu turned her gaze to Yiqing, but her look was no longer gentle. It held a sharp edge that made Yiqing slightly uncomfortable. "Sister Qing, you too. Take good care of yourself and lock your door at night." Though the words were the same, Lin Yu's tone, when speaking to Yiqing, carried an unsettling air. Yiqing nodded slightly, then turned her head away, too timid to meet Lin Yu's gaze. Inwardly, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. How had she blurted out that sentence so groggily this morning? Though it was indeed quite flat, she shouldn't have said it aloud. Now she had thoroughly offended Ye. As for locking doors, she didn't care much. She had the key, so who was she afraid of? She was the master of the house, after all, free to go wherever she pleased. Leaving aside the silent clash between Lin Yu and Yiqing, Mu Shui had somehow drifted to Jiang Cheng's side, her face brimming with reluctance. Yet if Jiang Cheng wasn't mistaken, her cheeks seemed slightly flushed and her expression carried a hint of shyness. Jiang Cheng asked softly, "What's wrong?" "Xiaoxue." Mu Shui didn't answer, but with rosy cheeks, she pulled out her already unlocked phone and handed it to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng took it and looked instantly breaking into a sweat. It was a video seemingly about a Western cheek kissing custom. Jiang Chung sank into thought. Could this girl be expecting him to kiss her? Even if it was just on the cheek, it was still awkward, wasn't it? Yet outright refusal seemed unkind, especially at this moment of parting. He couldn't bear to hurt Mu Shue's feelings. Just as Jiang Chung was wavering, a burst of maidenly fragrance wafted over, and a moist sensation suddenly brushed across his right cheek. Jiang Chung, touching the lingering dampness on his right cheek, he was a bit bewildered. He felt his heart racing faster, and inexplicably his own cheeks seemed to heat up. He glanced at Mu Shue, who was cheerfully dragging her small suitcase toward the door, her face beaming with satisfaction. Lin Yu and Yi Qing were equally stunned. Everything had unfolded before their eyes. Though they said nothing, their expressions turned rather peculiar. Yi Qing thought, that big-chested, scheming little girl is truly insufferable, taking advantage of my cousin again. Lin Yu mused, was she too naive after all? She had only settled for a small hug. And why were tears of envy streaming in her heart? At Jiangnan University, the military training assembly point. Unlike previous years, this spot was crowded not only with incoming freshmen, but also with numerous sophomores and juniors. Many good-looking seniors of both genders had donned seductive outfits, clustering at the entrance to form a striking scene awaiting the arrival of their dream crushes. Yet they found nothing for a long while, with only the sound of ordinary boys and girls swallowing saliva grating on the nerves. "Whoa bro, look at that hot girl in black stockings over there. She's stunning him, almost drooling," said a clueless freshman, nudging another who was staring at the entrance, only to be met with irritation. "Don't bother me, I'm waiting for my goddess." "What goddess?" the first freshman asked, puzzled. "Orange fairy, don't you know?" the second replied, surprised. "Was there anyone at this school who didn't know about the fairy?" "I'm not sure." "Bro, can you fill me in?" the first freshman said, sheepishly, feeling oddly out of touch. "Oh, it's a long story. It starts with a post from the night before last. The bright moon rose, a fairy descended. The whole world seemed to have light again." Similar incidents occurred throughout the assembly point. Gradually, many freshmen who hadn't seen the forum learned of a divine couple at Jiangnan University, fostering anticipation for the unseen brother Haoyue and sister Orange Fairy. Meanwhile, Jiang Chung and her group finally arrived at the school gate. Stepping out of her cousin's car, Jiang Chung suddenly remembered she had forgotten her plain mask. Yet seeing the sparse crowd at the school entrance, she breathed a sigh of relief. Helping Yi Qing unload Lin Yu and Mu Shue's luggage, Jiang Chung gave each of them a loving hug, chatted for a while, and watched them enter the school before preparing to leave. Jiang Chung had no intention of entering the campus. First, the training assembly point wasn't far, and the two had little luggage. Second, without her mask, she feared those wolfish students might stir up trouble again. The whole little sensation from a few days ago had exhausted her. However, she didn't notice a girl in military uniform clutching a notebook, staring intently at her. Chu Ran was feeling distressed. Initially, seeing Jiang Chung step out of the car had brought her a moment of joy, because the forum said brother Haoyue and sister Orange Fairy were siblings. But until the car door closed, there was no sign of brother Haoyue, leaving her disheartened. Could brother Haoyue have already gone in? Impossible. She and her hired helpers had been circling all school gates since 5 a.m. How could anyone have slipped through? Could it be? Perhaps brother Haoyue wasn't attending military training. As the assembly time approached, a thought suddenly struck Chu Ran, spiraling uncontrollably, and her spirits plummeted. Looking at the notebook in her arms, she felt all her efforts were in vain. It contained 18 strategies she had devised overnight for brother Haoyue. Yet watching sister Orange about to drive off, she felt a pang of reluctance. She wanted to approach Jiang Chung and ask for brother Haoyue's contact information. As Lin Yu and Mu Shue, the two figures large and small, vanished from sight, a trace of loss crept across Jiang Cheng's exquisite face. They had just parted, and already she missed them. "Let's go, Xiao Chung." Yi Qing, seated in the driver's seat, called out to Jiang Chung. A broad smile spread across Yi Qing's face. The temporary departure of Lin Yu and Mu Shue brought her inexplicable joy. She saw it as a golden opportunity. Without the two-third wheels, her masterful flirting skills would surely make her cousin's affection soar. Coming. Jiang Chung opened the car door, about to get in, when a girl's voice suddenly reached her ears. "Excuse me, could I ask you something?" "Huh? Hello, what is it?" Hearing someone call her, Jiang Chung paused mid-motion and turned to face the shy girl before her. "It's just, I wanted to ask, is your brother not coming to military training today?" Gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful Orange Fairy before her, Chu Ran suddenly felt her mouth go dry and her speech falter. Though she had seen photos on the forum, before seeing her in person left her utterly stunned. "No wonder you're Haoyue's sister. You're truly such a charming girl." "Jiang Orange. My brother. Who? I don't recall having a brother." Hearing the girl's question, Jiang Orange's mind went blank for a moment. But she quickly regained her composure, staring at the girl with a strange expression. Well, could she be a fan of my old account? Damn, why is my luck so rotten? Yeah, he's sick and won't be attending the military training." Looking at the shy girl before her, Jiang Orange concocted an excuse to brush her off. But things often take unexpected turns. Brother Haoyue is sick. What illness? Is it serious? Which hospital is he in? Can I go see him? Chu Ran grew anxious upon hearing Jiang Orange's words and pressed for answers. Jiang Orange, are you a walking encyclopedia of questions? Girl, do you have to be like this? That relentless drilling spirit is hardly commendable, you know. Jiang Orange's head throbbed from the barrage of questions. Just as she was pondering how to shake off this clingy girl, Yi Qing's voice came at just the right moment. Xiao Orange, hurry up and get in the car, or he'll leave without you. Cousin, wait for me. Coming. Sorry, I have something urgent to attend to. Talk later. With that, Jiang Orange scrambled into the car. Watching her drive away, Chu Ran stood frozen for a long time, a gust of autumn wind bringing endless sorrow. Tossing her notebook aside, Chu Ran trudged dejectedly toward the campus. Though she could tell Orange Fairy was brushing her off, she realized her own eagerness had robbed her of her usual wisdom. So this is what it means to fall for someone. It really does lower your IQ. The plan died before it could even begin. Brother Haoyue, you are truly the moon in the sky, unreachable for mere mortals. At the assembly point, it was already 10 in the morning, time for departure. Groups of freshmen reluctantly boarded the buses, never catching a glimpse of Brother Haoyue or Orange Fairy. Some who had requested leave just to see them now wept silently, their hearts aching. Military training had nothing to do with me in the first place. Lin Yu and Mu Xuem mingled among the crowd, secretly amused by their classmates' expressions. Upon arriving at the assembly point, they understood why everyone looked so down. They were all hoping to catch a glimpse of their Orange. Our Orange is peerless and unmatched in the world. Stop your wishful thinking. A few who had seen them with Jiang Orange came to ask, but they managed to brush them off. After the freshmen left, most of the sophomores and juniors dispersed in disappointment. Many took to the forum to lambaste a certain someone. Only a handful clung to a glimmer of hope, lingering on the spot. Of course, the outcome was predictable. Meanwhile, Jiang Orange was lounging on her soft bed, utterly comfortable. She giggled foolishly while reading comments on her work in the Hongxia novel app. The recommendation had arrived as promised, and the effect was remarkable. Seeing the hundreds of comments in the review section, Jiang Orange was overjoyed. With every refresh of the page, 1 or 2 new comments appeared. Best of all, the vast majority were positive. A particularly enjoyable, invincible-style novel worth reading. Holy crap, the author has created a whole new genre. The system-killing genre, LOL. No need for many words. The author's imagination is staggering. 5 stars. After reading the comments for a while, Jiang Orange closed the app with a grin. Logging into the author dashboard, she uploaded the 300 words she had written yesterday. Then she began her daily writing marathon. Chapter 73, A System Descends from Beyond, Obliterating the Peerless Divine Emperor. In the vast void, the system watching Jiang Orange's writing felt a surge of pride. Finally, a formidable figure among systems destined to strike down the protagonist and seize the book's fate. Chapter 74, The Corpse Collecting System Burying It. Chapter 78, Two Systems Buried Together, Wealth Source System. I have a WTF that I don't know whether to say or not. After writing about 200 more words, Yi Qing came to call Jiang Orange for dinner. Checking the time, Jiang Orange saw it was noon. She saved the manuscript and headed to eat. At the table, Yi Qing and Jiang Orange sat across from each other, a lavish spread before them. Most dishes were Jiang Orange's favorites, but she had little appetite, taking only small bites. Perhaps she had grown used to eating with 4 people over the past few days. Missing Lin Yu and Mu Shui, she felt something was off. Across from her, Yi Qing wore her usual cheerful, carefree smile. But oddly, she kept piling food onto Jiang Orange's plate like a gentle older sister, something she had never done before. This uncharacteristic behavior put Jiang Orange on high alert. Something's fishy, definitely fishy. Cousin, when someone's being overly nice, they usually want something. Spill it. What's on your mind? Jiang Orange decided to strike first. Nothing, just wanted to show you some extra care. Yi Qing's face was all sweetness as she calmly added another generous helping of braised pork to Jiang Orange's bowl. Oh, if that's the case, could you stop piling food on my plate? I'm not a pig. Jiang Orange eyed the mountain of food in her bowl, exasperated. Seriously, how could she possibly eat all this? No worries, if you can't finish, it'll help you out, hee. Yi Qing's voice was still honeyed and considerate. Jiang Orange. For some reason, a wave of panic washed over her. This feels like a huge problem. Is there an expert out there who can tell me what's wrong? Waiting online, urgent. 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 Lunch had barely lasted any time at all, yet Jiang Cheng found it excruciatingly long. Finally, after finishing the last grain of rice in her bowl, she set down her chopsticks, a look of relief spreading across her face as she stood up and said, Cousin, I'm done eating. I'm heading back to my room. Jiang Cheng wanted to escape. Yi Qing was acting far too strange today, and a sense of unease stirred within her. An instinctive feeling told her that staying here would only invite disaster. However, the moment Yi Qing heard her cousin was about to leave, she stopped what she was doing. With a hint of embarrassment and a pitiful tone, Yi Qing said, Xiaoqing, could you do me a favor? What favor? Let's be clear, I'll help if I can, but you can't force me if I can't. Jiang Cheng wore an expression that said she had expected this all along, slumping back onto the stool with a listless air. Indeed, there's no such thing as a free lunch. She hoped this favor wouldn't be too troublesome. Well, it's actually nothing much. Just playing a role-playing game. Yi Qing looked a little embarrassed, her cheeks flushing slightly as her words became hesitant. This attitude, coupled with those seemingly casual words, immediately put Jiang Cheng on high alert. Huh, what game? They'll download it later, but I'm feeling a bit sleepy now, cousin. Just send me the download link, okay? With that, Jiang Cheng feigned fatigue and headed toward the door, trying to bluff her way out and make a clean getaway. As if she'd believed that nonsense about a role-playing game. She had already decided that once she was inside her room, she wasn't coming out. But after just a few steps, Yi Qing called out to her. Wait, I'll tell you the truth, alright. Yi Qing felt a bit helpless, sensing that Xiaoqing was playing dumb. What truth? Jiang Qing's heart sank, but she still turned around, maintaining a bewildered expression. It's like this, a friend of mine is coming to see me tomorrow. Yi Qing walked over, took Jiang Qing's hand, and guided her back to the stool before speaking. Huh, what does that have to do with me? Jiang Cheng was genuinely confused this time. What did her cousin's friend visiting have to do with her? It has everything to do with you. Tomorrow, you'll be my boyfriend for the day. After saying this, Yi Qing's face seemed to flush an even deeper shade of red. What kind of logic is that? Jiang Cheng rolled her eyes dramatically at Yi Qing, utterly speechless. What kind of nonsense logic was that? Xiaoqing, listen, if you don't help me, you'll have no other choice. It's just that my friend is good in every way except for being a bit showy. She recently got a handsome boyfriend and came to pick a fight with me. And I don't have a boyfriend myself, barely any male friends at all. After thinking it over, I had no choice but to ask you. Seeing her cousin's reluctance, Yi Qing put on a look of utter despair and began to explain the situation. After hearing Yi Qing out, Jiang Cheng understood. So it was a classic game of one-upmanship between girls. But even with her cousin's detailed explanation, Jiang Cheng still felt a strange nagging sensation, as if something was off. She instinctively tried to dodge, but, I'm a girl too. Why don't you ask your little brother? Seeing Jiang Cheng's reaction, a faint smile curled at the corner of Yi Qing's lips. She knew she had a chance. It's fine. You know you have universal appeal, Xiaoqing. Put on some men's clothes, and you'll be the dashing brother Haoyue who captivates everyone. As for Xiaoqingzi, isn't he all wrapped up with your fan sister? Last time we met, he said they were about to meet in person. It wouldn't be right to bother him now. Well. After hearing Yi Qing's words, Jiang Cheng found herself momentarily unable to argue. Rubbing her forehead, she finally relented. Alright. But you can't take advantage of me tomorrow. Don't worry, Xiaoqing. You know my character. I'm not that kind of person. Hearing Jiang Cheng agree, Yi Qing jumped up from the stool in delight, her face full of righteous indignation. Jiang Cheng, cousin, have a little self-awareness, will you? If you were normal most of the time, would I even have to say that? After chatting with Yi Qing for a while longer, Jiang Cheng returned to her room. As for doing the dishes, naturally that was Yi Qing's job now. Lying in bed, the system silent for so long, finally spoke again. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a side quest, the greatness of the System Clan. Quest completion condition, promote the greatness of the System Clan. Within the novel, signing in for 500 years at the start, I became invincible after the system died. Quest success, reward 30000 RMB. Quest failure, penalty unknown. No, dear host, please be aware that you have a brilliant and mighty system standing behind you. Jiang Cheng. Listening to the voice in her mind, any trace of drowsiness vanished instantly. She shot up from the bed, her face a mask of utter bewilderment. Holy crap, this system. Does it read novels too? Did it see everything I wrote? Is it asking me to change the storyline? System, what exactly is this unknown penalty? Jiang Cheng began to call out to the system, but her tone was a bit weak. After all the things she wrote in her book had really trashed the system, cough. But this system wasn't all that great either. It couldn't even handle just 2 systems being killed off. Sai was still a long way from her goal of the protagonist kills 3,000 systems to become invincible. Ding, the unknown is the greatest terror. It is recommended that the host accept this quest to avoid lifelong regret. After the system's voice finished, no matter how much Jiang Cheng called out, she received no further response. After pondering in bed for a while, Jiang Cheng ultimately chose to accept the quest out of fear. Although the success reward was mediocre, the unknown penalty was too daunting to ignore. Picking up her phone, Jiang Cheng prepared to revise the storyline. How could she modify the plot without affecting the existing system? And she also had to promote the greatness of the System Clan. She thought about it for a long time until a sudden flash of inspiration struck her. If the protagonist became a system, not only could he kill systems more effectively, but wouldn't that also indirectly promote the greatness of the System Clan? Inspiration flooded in. Jiang Cheng's heart leaped with joy, silently praising her own genius, and she picked up her phone to start writing. Chapter 92 The Power to Seize Systems. Chapter 95 The System Slaying Youth finally becomes a system. Chapter 98 Infiltrating the System Chat Group. Chapter 100 The urge to kill systems begins to stir. This writing session stretched on for another 4 hours. Jiang Qing only stopped when her fingers grew numb. Gazing at the freshly completed 80,000 words on her phone, she couldn't help but smile with joy. In the vast void, a certain system was deeply engrossed in reading those 80,000 words Jiang Qing had just written. When it reached the chapter titled The Youth Who Slayed Systems finally became one, it became instinctively excited. Its host had indeed written exactly as it had envisioned, and even went a step further by directly making the protagonist a member of the system race. In most novels, the protagonist is destined to be invincible and unparalleled throughout the ages. Having him glorify the might of the system race, wasn't that absolutely splendid? Overjoyed, the system grew increasingly satisfied with its host. After a moment's thought, it promptly issued the reward for this task. It then continued reading the subsequent chapters. The host's novel was unexpectedly captivating, but the further it read, the more it felt something was amiss. Infiltrating a system chat group. Was there such a thing? It had never heard of it. A growing desire to slay systems. Hey, you're a system now. You can't harm your own kind. Slaughtering systems brings me joy. Good heavens, our race has produced a traitor. Meanwhile, Jiang Qing, having finished her writing, was leisurely lying in bed scrolling through videos to pass the time. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in her mind once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, the might of the system race. Task reward received, 3000 RMB. Hearing this, Jiang Qing smiled to herself, turned over, and continued watching videos. Around 6 o'clock, Yi Qing came to call Jiang Qing for dinner again. At the table, Yi Qing once again stressed the importance of meeting her friend tomorrow, urging Jiang Qing to perform well. Returning to her room, Jiang Qing pondered for a moment, then took out the unused skill card, and chose the professional voice acting skill. She was going to use Brother Haoyu's alternate identity to meet her cousin's friend tomorrow, and she still felt a bit uneasy. What if someone recognized that Brother Haoyu was a girl and connected it back to Sister Orange? That would be disastrous. To be cautious, she decided to fix the most glaring weakness of Brother Haoyu's persona, his voice, before meeting her cousin's friend. Shortly after the skill card was fully integrated, a variety of sounds began to emanate from Jiang Qing's room. There were lowly voices, Shota voices, youthful male voices, mature female voices, and seductive female voices, a whole array of sounds. To her surprise, this skill was quite entertaining, so she downloaded a voice acting script app. A low, slightly manic male voice rang out. Today, they'll only tell you one thing: you are mine, and no one can take you from me. A cold, commanding female voice replied, I already have a child with someone else. Can't you just let me go? A lowly voice tinged with tears pleaded, Big brother, please, let my mom go. The manic young male voice snarled, Shut up, you little brat. Don't call me brother. An elderly voice, seething with rage, boomed, You wicked wretch. Release your mother and your sister at once. Jiang Qing was deeply engrossed in her play, but Yi Qing outside the door was in a panic. She had come to close Jiang Qing's door, which wasn't fully shut, only to overhear these sounds. The sounds didn't seem to be coming from a phone. The low, slightly manic male voice in particular set Yi Qing's mind racing with wild thoughts. How could there be a man in her cousin's room? Just as she was about to push the door open, a cold, commanding female voice sounded again, leaving Yi Qing utterly bewildered. Who was that now? She stopped pushing the door, hesitating. Could her ears be playing tricks on her? Maybe her cousin was just watching TV in her room. After eavesdropping for a few more moments, Yi Qing was now convinced that something was wrong with her hearing. She thought to herself that she should go to the hospital for a checkup one of these days. But come to think of it, the drama her cousin was watching seemed a bit off. A father marrying his son's beloved, having a daughter with her, then the son flying into a rage and kidnapping the stepmother and stepsister, only for the father to walk in at that moment. What kind of twisted plot was that? Was this a moral collapse or a distortion of human nature? Although she gradually calmed down, Yi Qing grew even more curious. Of course she was curious about the name of this drama. Good grief, just from the voice acting, even Yi Qing, a seasoned veteran of bad plots, felt like she was being poisoned, yet her cousin actually enjoyed watching it. It was truly baffling. Pushing open the door, Yi Qing was about to ask Jiang Qing what drama she was watching. But there was her adorable little orange lying leisurely on the bed, taking a deep breath. Then a hoarse, furious, elderly roar erupted from Jiang Qing's mouth. You bastard! Get out of this house! Yi Qing, what the hell was this? Why did she inexplicably feel a sense of being drawn in? And was that sound coming from Little Orange's mouth? For a moment, Yi Qing's face was covered in dark lines. At that moment, Jiang Qing, who was playing with her new skill on the bed, noticed Yi Qing walking in. An awkward expression instantly spread across Jiang Qing's face. She scrambled to sit up and said, a bit embarrassed, Cousin, why did you suddenly come in? You startled me. Yi Qing, I startled you. You were the one who gave me a fright. But she still replied with a smile on her face, Little Orange, your door wasn't shut tight. I just came to close it for you, but then I heard those sounds and couldn't help but walk in. Ahem, I thought you were watching some drama. No, it's just. Since I'm going to use that alternate identity to meet your friend tomorrow, I was afraid my voice might be recognized. So I just found some tutorials online to learn voice mimicking. Jiang Chung replied sheepishly. Thinking back, the voice acting plot she'd just been practicing was incredibly cliché, and her cousin had heard all of it. Jiang Chung felt mortified. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's explanation, Yi Qing didn't say much more. Instead, she walked over and sat on the bed, flashing a smile that she thought was sincere but looked mischievous to Jiang Chung. Little Orange, that lowly voice of yours was really nice. Can you do a few more lines? Jiang Chung. Cousin, you're definitely a bit weird. Without a word, Jiang Chung got off the bed, shoved Yi Qing out the door, and slammed it shut with a bang. Standing outside the closed door, Yi Qing wasn't discouraged. Instead, she revealed a slightly wicked grin. Little Orange, see you tomorrow. Early the next morning, just past 6:30, while Jiang Chung was still in deep slumber, Yi Qing burst in with an air of urgency. Xiao Chung, time to get up. She yanked off Jiang Cheng's blanket, revealing her slender and graceful figure. Yi Qing froze, her mouth suddenly dry. After checking beneath her nose to ensure nothing was amiss, she hastily pulled the blanket back over Jiang Chung. Seeing this in broad daylight was truly overwhelming. Still lost in sleep, Jiang Chung felt a chill, and a woman's voice pulled her from her dreams. She opened her eyes. Before her stood her cousin, her cheeks lightly flushed, an expression of urgency on her face. Jiang Chung was startled and quickly checked herself. The blanket was still there. She breathed a long sigh of relief, then eyed Yi Qing warily. Cousin, what do you want so early in the morning? Yi Qing, still flustered, spoke hurriedly. Xiao Chung, my friend just called. She and her boyfriend are arriving soon. Get up and get ready quickly. Oh, Jiang Chung nodded. As she moved to throw off the blanket and rise, she sensed something amiss. Looking at Yi Qing, who showed no signs of leaving her bedside, Jiang Cheng's expression gradually turned dangerous. Cousin, shouldn't you be leaving? Why don't you need help getting dressed, Xiao Chung? Yi Qing picked up the men's clothes Jiang Chung had prepared the day before, grinning mischievously. No, just leave the clothes there. Jiang Chung refused firmly. Only after Yi Qing had left the room did she get up to change. Half an hour later, fully dressed and washed, Jiang Chung looked at Yi Qing lounging leisurely on the sofa, somewhat bemused, and asked instinctively, Cousin, where's your friend? Seeing Jiang Chung emerge, Yi Qing's eyes lit up from the sofa, and she silently swallowed a few times. Though she had seen it many times, she still found Jiang Chung in men's attire irresistible, a sight she never tired of. Hearing Jiang Cheng's question, Yi Qing quickly composed herself, putting on a proper air. I just asked. They're still on the way, should be here soon. Oh, then well, wait, Jiang Chung said, sitting down beside Yi Qing to await their arrival. In the meantime, Jiang Chung asked Yi Qing about her friends, believing that knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory. By 8 o'clock, the cousin's friends still hadn't arrived, but Jiang Cheng's stomach was grumbling pitifully. She wanted to eat, but felt awkward leaving her cousin, having already agreed to wait. After a while longer with the friends still absent, Jiang Chung grew hungrier. Feeling a bit weak, she said to Yi Qing, Cousin, when will your friend get here? If they don't come soon, I'm going to get something to eat. Yi Qing's face showed embarrassment as she touched her own empty stomach. She felt a surge of irritation, silently fuming at their unreliability. Had they absconded with the deposit? Xiao Chung, they should be here soon. If you're hungry, have a snack first. I need to use the restroom. With that, Yi Qing headed for the bathroom, leaving Jiang Chung alone in the living room. Inside the bathroom, Yi Qing angrily picked up her phone and dialed an unfamiliar number. As soon as it connected, she couldn't help but hiss, Why aren't you here yet? Don't you want the money? A resigned male voice came from the other end. Boss, it's rush hour. The traffic is a nightmare. We can't help it. Yi Qing was momentarily speechless at his excuse. Rush hour indeed. Unreliable was unreliable, no matter how many excuses they made. If she remembered correctly, she had specifically told them to come early when she hired them. Alas, one fears not a godlike opponent, but a pig-like teammate. If they couldn't make it, her plans would be ruined. For a moment, Yi Qing was caught in a dilemma. Boss, give us another half hour. We'll be there within half an hour. At that moment, the couple on the other end of the line, worried by Yi Qing's prolonged silence, feared losing the job, and quickly added, Really, boss, rest assured. Even if we have to run, we'll be at your place within half an hour. Hanging up, assured by their promise, Yi Qing's expression gradually relaxed. She walked back to the living room with a light step. By then, Jiang Chung was munching on a piece of bread with a carton of milk on the table. Seeing Yi Qing return so late, she looked at her with hopeful eyes. Cousin, I've been waiting so long. Did your friend stand you up? Why don't we go out for something to eat? To be honest, Jiang Chung wasn't fond of such snacks. No, I just contacted them again. They'll be here in half an hour. I didn't expect them to be so flaky. Bear with it a little longer, and they'll treat you to a big lunch. Hearing Jiang Cheng's intention to bail, Yi Qing quickly reassured her. Around 8:40, Yi Qing received a call. After hanging up, she smiled and said to Jiang Chung, They're here, dear husband. Let's go meet them. He Alright Xiao Qing, let's go now. Relieved, Jiang Chung stood up and replied in a very magnetic male voice. The two walked out together. Once outside, Yi Qing naturally linked arms with Jiang Chung, adopting an intimate pose. When Jiang Chung saw her cousin's friends, she was honestly a bit stunned. The two looked travel-worn with disheveled hair panting heavily and sweat beading on their foreheads. She could only imagine what they had been through on the way. If Yi Qing hadn't cheerfully greeted them, Jiang Chung might have mistaken them for passers-by fleeing from bandits. Hello Xiao Qian, long time no see. I've missed you. And this must be your boyfriend, very handsome. Introduce us. Yi Qing warmly hugged the girl, then gestured to the boy beside her with a compliment. However, the girl didn't respond, staring blankly at Yi Qing's side, as if stars were twinkling in her eyes. Noticing this, Yi Qing followed her gaze and felt a surge of anger. I paid you to help me woo my cousin, and you're here gawking at her. He'll slap you with a gas canister. Yi Qing slowly approached the girl, intending to pinch her waist to wake her up. However, just as his hand was about to reach out, the girl moved. Instinctively, she pushed Yi Qing aside and walked toward Jiang Chung with an infatuated expression. Despite her petite and delicate appearance, the girl possessed considerable strength. Caught off guard, Yi Qing nearly stumbled to the ground. Yi Qing, being pushed aside by the girl, was entirely unexpected for him. Perhaps she never dreamed that the actor she hired would lack even the slightest shred of professionalism. After finally steadying himself to avoid falling, Yi Qing turned around with a face full of fury, ready to question the girl loudly, only to find she had vanished from her spot. Only the girl's boyfriend remained, offering an awkward yet polite smile to the irate beautiful boss. To be honest, his girlfriend's loss of control was something he had anticipated. The moment he saw the man beside the boss, he had a foreboding feeling. After all, that was the peerless Hao Yue encountered in real life. Under such circumstances, which girl wouldn't go wild? Initially thinking it was just an ordinary task, never did he expect to see Hao Yue in person. Truly astonishing. Thankfully, it was an orange fairy, otherwise he might have had to betray his conscience and play the rogue. As for whether the wronged husband would be left forlorn under the allure of beauty, he could only pityingly mutter, "Time to take your medicine." With these thoughts, he cast a look of pity at his boss. In this scene, his beautiful boss seemed like. Seeing the hint of pity in the man's eyes, Yi Qing grew furious. Glancing to the side, he noticed the girl had somehow already approached his cousin. Good heavens, her utterly smitten expression made Yi Qing curse inwardly. What the hell? Was this a joke? I hired you to back me up, not to undermine me. At that moment, Yi Qing's heart felt as if a million divine beasts were trampling through, crushing his fervent and passionate soul into pieces. Truly, he had overestimated people's integrity. Meanwhile, Jiang Chung, dressed in masculine attire, saw the approaching girl, and his expression shifted instantly. Her cheeks flushed, and her bright, piercing eyes locked onto Jiang Chung as if she wanted to speak, but hesitated repeatedly. This unsettled Jiang Chung, who involuntarily took a step back, ready to call for his cousin's help. Before he could speak, Yi Qing came over and naturally linked arms with Jiang Chung. With a forced smile full of vigilance, she addressed the girl. Xiao Qian, what's wrong? Not feeling well. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Lin Hao Yue. Seeing Yi Qing suddenly appear beside her idol, the girl swallowed back the words she was about to say. Only then did she remember that this peerless man already belonged to someone else. What have you done to deserve Hao Yue's favor? Though unspoken, these words roared countless times in her heart. Watching the blissful couple so deeply in love, she recalled her task, to help the boss resolve relationship issues with her boyfriend. Yet the two seemed perfectly fine. Oh, what emotional problems needed solving. Lost in thought, her face gradually paled as countless realizations dawned on her in an instant. So, this was a scheme within a scheme. The whole story about a fight with the boyfriend and needing external stimulation to reconcile was all a lie. She now understood this was a trap to fish out poor single souls like herself, only to flaunt their love and satisfy their twisted psychological needs. Having figured it out, her face was filled with sorrow, her body trembling slightly, a heartbroken look that evoked pity. This alarmed Yi Qing, who quickly said, "What's wrong, Xiao Qian? Are you alright? Shut up, you psycho. You've got someone as wonderful as brother Hao Yue, yet you still spend money to rub our faces in your happiness." The girl yelled angrily at Yi Qing, leaving the others baffled. As a devoted fan of brother Hao Yue, she had once dreamed of meeting him in real life. But the world was vast, the odds minuscule, and over time that hope had faded. Today she thought it was just an ordinary commission to resolve relationship issues. Never did she expect to witness this. The peerless brother Hao Yue had ultimately chosen such a twisted woman. Faced with the girl's extreme anger, Yi Qing was momentarily stunned. Glancing at his cousin, he found Jiang Chung also looking at him with suspicion. Inwardly he wept. What did I do? Why call me a psycho? Cousin, you have to believe me, things aren't what you think. Oh heavens, what have I done wrong for God to send this woman? On the other side, Yi Qing pulled Jiang Chung a considerable distance away before finally stopping. Seeing that the girl behind them hadn't followed, Yi Qing couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. She cast an apologetic smile at Jiang Cheng beside her, half sighing and half explaining. Wow, Xiaocheng, you really ought to tone down your looks a bit. I'm afraid it might cause big trouble sooner or later. By the way, I didn't scare you just now, did I? I never expected my friend to be so clueless. Watching her cousin's masterful performance and frantic explanations, Jiang Cheng revealed a knowing smile, gently nodding without saying much else. She had witnessed everything that just transpired, especially those words, spending money to show off love, which brought Jiang Cheng a great deal of clarity. Those two were probably hired by her cousin with money, weren't they? However, seeing through it without calling it out, her cousin was usually quite good to her, even if a bit too goal-oriented. Well, let it be. Seeing no unusual reaction from Jiang Cheng, Yiqing finally felt relieved. Yet along the way she spoke noticeably less and often drifted off lost in thought. Several times, if not for Jiang Cheng calling out to her, she would have walked straight into a tree. The two arrived at a breakfast shop, appeased their growling stomachs, and then returned home. Back in her room, Jiang Cheng opened the novel app again, wondering if today's statistics were out. She was curious about how effective yesterday's promotion had been. Tapping into her work's main page, she saw that apart from an increase in comments and gifts, everything else remained largely the same as yesterday. Feeling a bit puzzled, she sent a message to her editor and learned that data updates only came around 2 p.m. each day. Glancing at the clock, it was just past 10 a.m., so she had a while to wait. Feeling somewhat bored, she casually uploaded another 10,000 words and resumed her daily writing routine. Amidst the vast void, a certain system stared at the content of Jiang Cheng's novel, feeling darkness encroach upon its vision. A sense of shame before its clan's elders welled up within it. Though it had no idea where the system clan's headquarters actually was, its loyalty to the clan was as clear as the sun and moon. It could only resent being saddled with such a troublesome host. Yet watching the novel penned by its host, it couldn't help but be drawn to continue reading. What kind of host had it ended up with? What kind of demon was this? It had originally thought its previous tasks could turn the novel's content around and restore the system clan's glory. Never did it expect such an outcome. Why did its reading experience feel even smoother? Something seemed off with it. Around 2:10 p.m. the data for yesterday's novel finally came out. Jiang Cheng, who had been refreshing the page since 2 p.m., was momentarily stunned by the numbers before breaking into a delighted smile. Reads, 8000 bookmarks, 500 earnings, over 2000. Though the earnings weren't enormous for her current situation, they were still substantial. Especially the nearly 1000 reads, which filled Jiang Cheng with joy, fueling her motivation to write even more. Time flew like a white horse passing a gap, and 2 days had passed in a blink. During those 2 days, Jiang Cheng spent her time writing novels, dabbling in voice acting, and when bored, browsing the comments section of her novel. She would always laugh heartily at the witty remarks. Indeed, the comment section was full of talent. Occasionally she would go out for a stroll, with Yiqing living a fulfilling life. However, if fans of Sister Orange saw how leisurely she was, they would surely be furious. On Bushina, a post stormed into the trending list at lightning speed, its ranking climbing rapidly. Titled, "Shock the Divine Siblings Taking the Internet by Storm Turn Out to be Pigeon Immortals Descending to Earth. Is this moral decay or human depravity? The netizens shall decide." The post was made by a netizen named Seeking Enlightenment on the Mountain, rumored to be a fan of Brother Bright Moon. In the post, he vehemently denounced the current pigeon-like behavior of Sister Orange and Brother Bright Moon. He protested Sister Orange's 3-day absence from streaming and Brother Bright Moon's inactivity since creating his account. He particularly criticized Brother Bright Moon, whose Bushine account was barren with only one post, a link to Sister Orange's page. How could he be worthy of his millions of fans? Calling him a pigeon was an understatement. The comment section below was a gathering storm, with all manner of netizens from various online communities surfacing to call for their return. One user, Old Monk Eating an Orange, wrote, "Heavens have mercy. That one time I went out to chant prayers for someone I happened upon Sister Orange's stream. I abandoned 18 years of cultivation, stepped out of the monastery, and sought to cross the mortal tribulation of love. Little did I know, as soon as I left the mountain, I heard this dreadful pigeon news." Another chief steward of Broken Back Mountain declared, "Broken Back Mountain, the highest under heaven, the path of dragon and young, ancient, and unmatched. Today I represent the countless virile men of the mountain calling for Bright Moon's swift return. I once dreamed in vain, shared. 80 years later, lying on my deathbed, I know my time is short, yet one regret lingers, keeping me from closing my eyes. Trembling, I hand my phone to my grandson, entrusting him with my last wish. I tell him with difficulty, when Sister Orange starts streaming again, remember to burn this phone for me." One side, Immortal Venerable Path, chimed in, "Boundless heaven, good and good. I observed the celestial signs last night and know the full story. Allow me to explain. The ascension history of Bright Moon and Orange. Not long ago, Bright Moon gained insight from observing pigeons, comprehending the Tao of pigeons, and ascended to immortality in a single morning. After his ascension, Orange came seeking him, found no trace, but obtained a true solution to the pigeon Tao. She comprehended it and ascended the next day. The world calls them the two immortals riding pigeons to the 9 heavens. Bright Moon's little princess wrote, "Brothers and sisters, let's organize a search party. Turn heaven and earth upside down if we must, but well, drag Brother Bright Moon out. If not, Sister Orange will do just as well." Jiang Cheng was unaware of all this online commotion, having not logged into Zhuyu or Buoxin for days. The system had been silent lately, issuing no new tasks, so she naturally turned into a slacker. After lunch, Yi Qing, as usual, took over the dishwashing. Seeing nothing demanding her attention, Jiang Cheng was about to greet Yi Qing and head back to her room to write. Just as she prepared to leave, the doorbell suddenly rang. Jiang Cheng hurried over and opened the door, only to be astonished. Standing outside was Mu Shui, who should have been at military training, looking delicate and lovely, followed by a handsome man drenched in sweat, with a resigned expression, surrounded by various bags and parcels. Seeing Jiang Cheng at the door, Mu Shui's eyes instantly welled up. She rushed forward and tightly embraced Jiang Cheng. "Chengzi, these past few days have been so hard for me. Boo-hoo, I missed you so much." Her voice was sorrowful, hinting at the ordeal she had endured during training. Jiang Cheng, who had initially intended to push Mu Shui away, stopped upon hearing the little Lola's words. In a flash, her mind conjured up many thoughts. Damn, college military training is terrifyingly harsh. Poor little Shui, how much suffering has she been through? Sigh, thank goodness I didn't go. Ultimately, Jiang Cheng didn't push Mu Shui away. Instead, she gently pulled her into an embrace, softly patting her back and soothing her. "Don't cry, Shui. You're back now, aren't you? If you keep crying, you won't look pretty." As she comforted Mu Shui, Jiang Cheng glanced at the man behind her. He stood about 1.8 meters tall, clad in a white tracksuit with a face like polished jade and eyes like bright stars. A rare, handsome man. In Jiang Cheng's memory, only that malicious guy Li Hanxing, whom she had introduced to a fan sister, could rival this man's looks. Yet their temperaments differed starkly. Li Hanxing exuded an extreme, sickly feminine beauty, while this man embodied the polar opposite of masculine vigor. Noticing Jiang Cheng's scrutiny, the man rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, "Hello, I'm Mu Shui's brother. Call me Mu Feng. I'm here to play porter for my troublesome little sister." He gestured helplessly with the bags in his hands. By then, under Jiang Cheng's comfort, Mu Shui had calmed down. Hearing her brother's words, she spun around and smacked him hard on the head. She said fiercely, "You're the troublemaker. Say that again, and I'll tell Mom and Dad to deal with you." A hot-tempered sister scolding her brother online. "Oh, my little princess, don't be like that. I'm your own brother. How can you be so cruel? Don't forget you're a little angel." Facing his fierce sister, Mu Feng covered his head, which didn't really hurt, and begged for mercy. After all, he knew his place in the family. Angering his parents' little princess. The consequences. Well, he didn't want to experience that again. "Fine, I'll forgive you this once. And what are you standing there for? Hurry up and move my stuff inside. Do you expect two delicate girls like us to do it?" Seeing her brother's relatively sincere attitude, Mu Shui generously waved her hand, signaling the matter was settled. Then, like a boss instructing an employee, she ordered her hapless brother around, and he promptly complied. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. Mu Shui's brother had a truly pitiful family status. The image of a robust, handsome man that Jiang Cheng had built up in her mind shattered in an instant. How tragic, isn't it? After sternly instructing her brother, Mu Shui took Jiang Cheng's hand and walked into the house with a gentle smile. Inside, Yi Qing, having cleared the dining table, sat leisurely on the sofa, pondering her next move to win Jiang Cheng over. After the awkward incident 2 days ago, she had stayed quiet for a couple of days, but today her thoughts were stirring again. An amusement park. They say the Ferris wheel is a place full of romantic fantasies, but Jiang Cheng might not be keen. A movie theater could work. Choose a terrifying horror film, and when Jiang Cheng gets scared, she could secretly win her heart. Even if Jiang Cheng isn't afraid, she could pretend to be scared and still get some advantage. As Yi Qing was musing about where to take Jiang Cheng in the coming days, Mu Shui pulled Jiang Cheng over. Seeing Yi Qing lost in thought, Mu Shui gestured to Jiang Cheng to stay quiet. Then with a smile, she crept behind Yi Qing, covered her eyes, and lowered her voice, saying, "Guess who I am." Startled by the sudden hands, Yi Qing was briefly flustered, but then thought who else could be in this house besides herself and Jiang Cheng. It must be Jiang Cheng playing a joke on her. How romantic her little Cheng had become. It seemed her recent efforts hadn't been in vain. With this thought, she smiled knowingly and played along, saying, "Of course it's my dearest little Cheng." Wrong guess again. The response caught Yi Qing off guard. Maybe her description was off. Then it must be the stunningly beautiful little Cheng. Wrong guess again. The peerlessly elegant little Cheng. Wrong. The kind-hearted little Cheng. The little Cheng who loves her cousin. Finally, hearing Yi Qing's endless variations of little Cheng, Mu Shui grew exasperated. She stopped lowering her voice and used her own tone, but her inflection began to change. Wrong guess again. Hearing the voice, so like Mu Shue's Yiqing paused, but then thought it must be Jiang Cheng using her voice acting skills to trick her. Such a petty trick wouldn't sway her judgment. How your cousin has seen through everything. The little Cheng who loves voice acting. At those words the hands covering Yiqing's eyes immediately withdrew. Seeing the light again, Yiqing smiled, triumphantly convinced she was right. Yiqing was just about to turn around to tease her little orange when a voice full of exasperation rang out from behind her. I'm done playing Qing. You're so boring. Besides orange, is there no one else in your heart? Hearing this voice, a sense of foreboding rose in Yiqing's heart. She turned around to see a little girl with a puffed-up face behind her looking utterly speechless. It really was Mu Shui. Yiqing was startled. How could it be? Xiao Shui. Wasn't she supposed to be at military training? How did she suddenly show up? Glancing to the side, she saw her own little orange watching her, barely able to suppress a smile. By the door stood an obtrusive man seemingly out of nowhere. Yiqing averted her gaze and looked at Mu Shui with some embarrassment. Why couldn't things go according to plan? Xiao Shui, why are you back so suddenly? Was the training not going well? Not knowing how to respond, she tried to change the subject. It was okay. I passed out on the second day. Mu Shui, instead of pressing the matter, rubbed her chin and dropped a bombshell. After drawing concern from Jiang Cheng and Yiqing, she calmly added another sentence. Of course I faked it, hee. Her words revealed her mischievous nature. As soon as she spoke, Jiang Cheng's hand landed on Mu Shui's head, rubbing it vigorously, as she complained, you've learned to be bad in just a few days, tricking us like that. Yiqing on the sofa was equally speechless, but chose not to say anything. After a while of chatting, Jiang Cheng suddenly realized she had forgotten someone. By the way, where's Yaya? Still at training? She asked hastily. Probably not. She passed out too, Mu Shui replied with a straight face. Faked it as well, I suppose. Yiqing interjected quietly. Yes, she fainted with me, but her family lives far away, so they can't pick her up right away. She'll probably be back tomorrow. After saying that, Mu Shui made a funny face at Yiqing, who responded with a big eye roll. Knowing that the 2/3 wheels were about to return, Yiqing felt deeply frustrated. She had been enjoying her time alone with Little Orange for the past month. But who would have thought those two lacked any perseverance, planning to bail out after less than 3 days of training? Couldn't they at least last a week for show? Assigned on day 1, fainted on day 2, and back on day 3. Her grand plans had been ruined before they even began. She couldn't help but recall a line from her middle school textbook: the late emperor had not accomplished half of his mission before he fell. In silence, she shed bitter tears for her lost youth. Meanwhile, by the door, Mu Feng watched his younger sister chatting animatedly with 2 beautiful girls. He was envious and tried several times to join the conversation, but didn't know how to start, afraid of offending his sister's roommates, especially the girl named Jiang Cheng. For some reason, the moment he saw her, his heart raced. He stood there lost in thought until his legs grew numb, finally speaking up, Xiao Shui, since I've dropped you off, I'll head back now. After thinking it over, he confirmed the fact that as a stereotypical straight man, he couldn't find anything to say. Okay bro, take care. Mu Shui, who was chatting with Jiang Cheng and Yiqing, suddenly realized her brother was still there. She waved him off casually and didn't move to see him out. Mu Feng was left speechless. Confirming his suspicions, this was indeed his dear sister. Dragging his tired legs, he opened the door awkwardly, but before stepping out, he turned back to steal another glance at Jiang Cheng, who was still talking with his sister. Once outside, he thought it over, but couldn't suppress the flutter in his heart. It was the breath of spring stirring his imagination and emotions. He had found the one. Opening QQ, he hesitated for a long time before finally sending his sister a message. Xiao Shui, can you do your brother a favor? Wheedling after seeing it sent, he waited a few minutes, but got no reply. Thinking for a moment, he turned back to look at the villa's house number, as if memorizing it, then jogged away. Inside the villa, Mu Shui, engrossed in conversation with Jiang Cheng and Yiqing, didn't notice the notification on her phone. They chatted a while longer until Mu Shui yawned, claiming she was tired from the trip, then each returned to their rooms. Back in her room, Jiang Cheng was about to continue her protagonist's quest to slay systems in the novel, but before she could start, the system's voice rang in her mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a main quest: become the goddess of this world. Girl, Part 1. Mission objective: gain 20 million followers. Time limit 3 months. Success reward 5 million renminbi. A random level 7 women's outfit. Title: Peerless Beauty. Failure penalty: annihilation. Note: having accepted reality, it's time to embark on a new journey. O maiden blessed by fate, show more of your charm on the path to becoming a goddess. Jiang Cheng was stunned. I'm blessed by fate. I'm clearly cursed to have met such a lousy system. This dog of a system was clearly fabricating things out of thin air. Thinking of the invincible god-level systems in fantasy novels, and then looking at her own. Useless and fond of tormenting its host with threats of annihilation. It was a disgrace to all systems. But no matter how she felt, Jiang Cheng carefully remembered everything the system said. Sai, why can't an ordinary person like me live an ordinary life? Well, it seems she had a rather extraordinary system. In the vast void, a certain system wept tears of sorrow reading Jiang Cheng's novel while pulling out a little notebook. In it wrote, the 187th Victim System Transformation System. Lived to 15, slain by Jiang Chun in the Eastern Wasteland. After reluctantly accepting the mandatory task from the system, Jiang Cheng began pondering her grand plan to attract followers over the next 3 months. Gazing at the progress bar of the system task in her mind, her thoughts stirred with anticipation. Upon first seeing the numbers on the progress bar, Jiang Cheng was greatly astonished, for the figure displayed was exceedingly high. The progress bar indicated over 5 million followers, slightly surpassing the combined total of the followers from both the Orange Sister and Bright Moon Brother accounts. This meant that the task had lifted its previous restrictions, allowing her alternate personas to participate as well. As for the slight excess, Jiang Cheng understood it to be the followers from her novel. Upon realizing this, her confidence surged dramatically. 3 months to gain 20 million followers. This would seem an impossible mission for most people. Yet given Jiang Cheng's current circumstances, it did not appear overly daunting. After all, she had once achieved the remarkable feat of gaining 1 million followers with just a single photo. After a moment of deliberation, Jiang Cheng ultimately decided to leverage the skills she already possessed. Professional level esports hand speed. This system-branded skill seemed to have transformed into professional level typing speed in her hands. Though her novel's fanbase was still modest, it still held some utility. Professional level singing skill. This was quite promising, and her mind harbored many stunning songs from her past life that might shine brilliantly in this world. Professional level gouging skill. Yes, this was also commendable and could complement her singing ability, likely yielding impressive follower attraction. Professional level voice acting skill also had potential worth considering. Beginner level martial arts mastery. This one, perhaps best to skip unless she intended to open a kung fu training class. After a preliminary assessment of the follower-attracting potential of her existing skills, Jiang Cheng focused her attention on the professional level singing skill. As for skills like being cute or healing, she dismissed them outright. Initially, she had also considered the gouging skill. But upon checking Taobao, she found her pitiful gouging had yet to be shipped. 3 days, and still not dispatched. Jiang Cheng immediately abandoned that notion. As her mind wandered through various classic divine songs from her past life, she felt a bit overwhelmed. What should she sing? There were simply too many beautiful choices. As for where to release the songs, Jiang Cheng had already decided Douyin. As the largest short video platform in Juxia, it was naturally her first choice. After much thought, she settled on a classical-style song. Jiang Cheng softly hummed a few notes, and the graceful melody echoed through the room. Paired with the girl's ethereal fairy-like countenance, it was utterly enchanting. However, as she prepared to execute her plans, several obstacles stood in her way. When Jiang Cheng began to prepare the song, she suddenly realized she lacked equipment, and more importantly had no knowledge of music arrangement. She was at a loss. Equipment could be bought online, but arrangement required expertise, and she had no acquaintances in that field. Could she just sing a cappella? After all, songs with accompaniment, and those without, had vastly different emotional impacts, significantly affecting her follower-gathering endeavor. How to solve this problem? Jiang Cheng pondered for a long time before pinning her hopes on the system shop in her mind. She now possessed over 5 million follower points. It was time to spend some to expand her skill set. She hoped the system shop wouldn't disappoint her. But upon checking, her face darkened with displeasure. Damn this rogue system, it was price gouging. The items previously priced at 1 million had absurdly risen to 10 million. Was this some kind of joke? Jiang Cheng was utterly speechless. Her last shred of hope vanished. This system was truly a pirated version, utterly unreliable. System, why have the shop's prices suddenly increased? Jiang Cheng immediately summoned the system, her tone sharp with reproach. A chime sounded, followed by a prompt. Friendly reminder: the previous prices were part of a new user discount period. What you see now are the normal prices. Jiang Cheng, why the hell didn't you say so earlier? After ending the conversation with the system, she dejectedly exited the shop, her face full of dismay. Indeed, she would have to stick to live streaming for now, saving these talents for later when she had accumulated more follower points or met professionals in those fields. Jiang Cheng reluctantly yielded to reality, temporarily shelving this seemingly immature idea. Just as she was fretting over the 20 million follower task, next door Mu Shui lay in bed, brows furrowed, tossing and turning. The phone on her bedside table buzzed, incessantly agitating her. Mu Shui was in a half-asleep state, several times tempted to grab the phone, yet each time she was held captive by the soft bed. She thought that after a while the call would go unanswered and the world would fall silent. But alas, fate had other plans. Several times the phone fell silent, only to ring again shortly after. Who on earth keeps calling me while I'm drifting into dreams? Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Mu Shui struggled to pick up the phone. The vibrating sound was sheer torture for someone half asleep. Rubbing her bleary eyes, nearly furious, she glanced at the screen. You have 18 missed calls. Click to view details. Mu Shui. 18 huh? Good job bro, you're amazing. Staring at the familiar contact name, idiot brother, her face gradually darkened. Mu Shui gritted her teeth and immediately called back, ready to vent her anger at her insufferable brother. The moment the call connected, Mu Feng's fawning voice came through. My angelic sister, what are you up to? Got time to chat with your dear brother? Mu Shui's face grew even darker after hearing his words. She replied in an icy tone. I was sleeping and you woke me up. I'm furious, and there will be consequences. Just so you know, you're doomed. But, on the other end of the line, hearing his younger sister's voice, the indifferent tone left Mu Feng momentarily bewildered, followed by an involuntary shiver. Xiao Shui was angry because of his call and the consequences awaiting him. Thinking of his embarrassingly low status in the family and how their parents doted on his sister, he dreaded what was to come. Xiao Shui, let me explain. Mu Feng hurriedly tried to explain, but before he could finish, the phone emitted a series of beeps. Mu Feng, sensing trouble, he quickly dialed Mu Shui several more times, but each call went unanswered. On the other side, after hanging up, Mu Shui lay back down on the bed. Having learned her lesson this time, she directly switched her phone to airplane mode, ensuring no one could disturb her sleep. Soon she drifted into a dream, a smile curling at the corners of her lips, clearly a pleasant reverie. Meanwhile, Jiangcheng, troubled by the mission assigned by that pesky system, had grown resigned after failing to find a solution. He decided to resume his writing endeavors for the day, for even a novelist could amass fans. It was worth noting that through Jiangcheng's relentless efforts over the past few days, his novel had reached 300 words, and his fan base had swelled to a staggering 100. According to the system, the novel's follower count was also factored into the progress bar for this mission. Though it was but a drizzle compared to the system's task, the potential was immense. Should his novel ever be adapted, it would attract countless fans. With this thought in mind, Jiangcheng's motivation to write only grew stronger. However, as he set pen to paper, whether due to Jiangcheng's resentment toward the system or the natural progression of the plot, the system dwelling in the vast void watched the chapter titles Jiangcheng continuously wrote, and felt an inexplicable chill run down its spine. Initially it was tolerable, but later a sense of impending doom rose within it, yet oddly mingled with a glimmer of anticipation. Chapter 153, The Birth of a System Factory. Could it be that the host's mind had finally opened, seeing the scarcity of systems like our kind? Let's hope for a few more female systems. Upon seeing the first chapter title, the system allowed itself to relax. Gazing at the chapter title, it indulged in boundless fantasies, its eyes brimming with anticipation for the ensuing plot. Chapter 161, The Birth of the First Generation Tool System. Tool System. Could it not choose a more pleasant name? And what about my female system? Chapter 165, The Strategy of Replacing Systems with Systems. Holy crap, host, you've gone too far devising such a malicious scheme. Chapter 171, A Million Tool Systems Annihilating the Wild System Clan. System. Farewell, I'm dropping this book. No matter how thrilling the subsequent plot, how captivating to a system, I definitely will not return. Meanwhile, in his room, Jiangcheng had written over 400 words in 2 hours. Just as Jiangcheng was about to continue writing, a message popped up on QQ. Seeing it was from his editor, he immediately clicked to open it. Editor, star engraving, are you there? Jiangcheng, what's up, editor? Editor, star engraving, I forgot to invite you to the signing group earlier due to being busy. They'll send you the group number now. Please join and share your success tips with the struggling authors. On the other end of the screen, Wang Kai, the editor known in the industry as the Grand Eunuch, quickly shared a group chat after sending the message. He then waited eagerly for a reply from his only star author. As for why Wang Kai was called the Grand Eunuch, it was because over the past year the dropout rate among his authors had reached a staggering 90. And gradually he had earned this unique moniker. Jiangcheng. Oh okay, you'll join shortly. Seeing the group chat pushed by his editor, Jiangcheng didn't overthink it. He glanced at the group info and directly applied to join. The only slightly odd thing was the group name, which seemed a bit off. Approved instantly. After entering the group, Jiangcheng didn't speak. He only changed his nickname to his pen name before checking the group's activity. No sooner had he joined than the editor, the group's owner, sent an all message. Kill eunuchs to get stronger, editor. Everyone I've brought in a big shot. Come learn from them. If your dropout rate increases any further, you'll lose it. Jiangcheng. A tiny struggler, big shot where? Look at me, look at me, look at me. Need a marriage partner. Am super cute, versatile, can change voices, sweet, salty, or greasy he. Struggling me, seek spouse online. How dare you upstairs? Stealing my lines. Fear not my 3-foot sword. Grand Eunuch collects dropouts. Kill eunuchs to get stronger, boss. Isn't this a struggling authors group? Where did this big shot come from? I went bald, but didn't get stronger. Is it time for the editor's struggling author class again? Kill eunuchs to get stronger. Stop, 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 you damn struggling authors. I brought a real big shot this time. 10 years of struggling king. You said the same thing when you pulled me in last time, and within days I was truly on the streets. In his room, Jiang Chung looked at his editor's seemingly abnormal signing group and felt a headache coming on. Judging by these guys' comments, this group wasn't what he had imagined. Shouldn't a signing group be full of big shots? Could they all be vain players? Unable to figure it out, Jiang Chung watched the group banter for a while before deciding to go back to writing. Just as he was about to exit QQ, another message notification popped up. It turned out that Wang Kai, seeing Jiang Chung had been silent since joining, had grown anxious and directly at him. Kill eunuchs to get stronger, star engraving come out, and show these losers what a real big shot looks like. Seeing the editor's message, Jiang Chung had no choice but to abandon his lurking plans. Star engraving Jiang Chung. Hello everyone, I'm a newbie author. Please guide me. Kill eunuchs to get stronger, big shot, you're finally out. I don't want to be a struggler. Newcomer, check the group rules, post photos, voice clips, body shots. Wait. Holy crap. Star engraving. Firefly light, star engraving. The author of check-in for 5000 years, I'm invincible after the system dies. Another day of wanting to drop out. The one who takes down systems from the start. Killing eunuchs makes you stronger, exactly. It's the renowned Xing Ku, an author under my wing. Killing eunuchs makes you stronger. Let's welcome the big shot to share his novel success experience with us. Xing Ku. Wang Kai, the editor before the screen, wore a proud expression as he watched the disbelieving remarks from the struggling authors in the group, who said he was the chief eunuch. That was utter nonsense. Look at Xing Ku, the author under his wing. Jiang Chung, pulled into this group by her editor, she was already baffled, and now seeing this situation. And it seemed she had made a wrong choice. But there was no helping it. Her own editor had spoken. She had to steel herself and go ahead. Jiang Chung carefully considered the success experience of her novel. The typing speed skill greatly enhanced her writing pace, while the novelist's skill sparked endless inspiration. The answer was clear, but Jiang Chung felt even more troubled. Good heavens. That was just propped up by 2 skills. What kind of success experience was that? Jiang Chung was speechless, but seeing her editor constantly ing her in the group, she organized her thoughts and prepared to tough it out. Xing Ku. I think the key to my success lies in my typing speed, which gives readers a better reading experience. To be honest, I'm also a novice author and didn't expect such great results. A little struggler. What's the big shot's typing speed? Struggling on the road, same question. Xing Ku, about 200 words per hour on average. The moment Jiang Chung sent this message, the entire group fell silent for 3 seconds, followed by a barrage of disbelief and exclamations. A little struggler, 20,000. A struggler without light, 20,000. Per hour. How can we learn that? A shivering newbie. The big shot writes 200 per hour, I write 500. I'm out. Chief eunuch, collector of eunuchs. This experience, sharing, is just too wonderful. Where's the editor? Come out, I want to talk to you. Wang Kai, the editor before the screen, was stunned as he read Jiang Cheng's message in the group. This success experience. Damn, where did this tentacle monster come from? Leaving aside the envy and jealousy of the authors in the group, towards Jiang Cheng's typing speed. At this moment, Jiang Cheng quietly logged off after sending the message, mainly because the comments in the group made her feel a bit embarrassed. She checked the time. It wasn't yet dinner time, but it was close. So Jiang Cheng picked up her phone again and started writing her novel. In the meantime, her editor sent her another message. Big shot, your experience sharing is really a bit too. This made Jiang Cheng feel quite awkward. Around 6 p.m., Mu Shui crawled out of bed groggily, picked up her phone, and turned off airplane mode. As usual, she logged into QQ to see if anyone had messaged her. But upon checking, Mu Shui instantly snapped awake, her face darkening. On her phone screen were over a dozen messages from her idiot brother Mu Feng. Their meaning was that he had fallen in love at first sight with her adorable orange and wanted her help to win over his future sister-in-law. He even called it a fateful encounter. Mu Shui, what the hell? Is he serious? Why did she let that guy pick her up back then? Why did she let him see her adorable orange? Mu Shui typed multiple times on her phone keyboard only to delete the messages. She really wanted to tell this brother who was coveting her orange that orange was hers, and he shouldn't even think about it. But in the end, she didn't send it. After deleting several drafts, she forced herself to suppress her anger, recalled her usual way of talking to her idiot brother, and sent Mu Feng a message. My celestial best friend is beyond the reach of a mundane mortal like you. Give it up, mediocre brother. Soon it was time for dinner. Since Mu Shui had just returned from military training, Yi Qing took the two to a large restaurant not far away. She claimed that Mu Shui looked a bit thin after training and wanted to improve her diet. Naturally, Mu Shui and Jiang Chung were delighted, especially Mu Shui, that little glutton obsessed with food, who almost pounced into Yi Qing's arms with joy. Stick with the rich girl, eat and drink well. Don't rush to pay the bill, or the rich girl will get mad. After the meal, since the restaurant wasn't too far, Yi Qing didn't drive, and the three strolled slowly along the road. Jiang Chung and Yi Qing were fine, but Mu Shui kept complaining about her stomach groaning the whole way. There was no helping it, as she had eaten way too much. Watching Mu Shui walk with difficulty, Jiang Chung couldn't help but recall Mu Shue's performance at the dinner table and her reluctance to leave at the end. Jiang Cheng secretly laughed to herself thinking about whether she could write a book titled How to Raise a Piggy, using Xiao Shui as a template. Back home, she said goodbye to the others and headed straight to her room. Half an hour later, fully prepared, Jiang Cheng sat in front of her computer ready to start today's live stream. At that moment, although she hadn't started streaming, there were still over 1,000 people scattered in her chat room waiting. There had been even more a few days ago. Orange's husband, do you think the fairy will stream today? God says Orange is mine, definitely. I met a fortune teller today who said I'd encounter romance tonight, so Orange will definitely stream today. Shocked fairy descended, fingers crossed, hope so. Orange's diehard fan. Bro, your ID looks familiar. I think I saw you yesterday. Brother Hao Yu's fiancé, I really want to know where my brother Hao Yu has gone. A group of people idly spammed comments in the chat room. Although most didn't hold high hopes for today, they still wanted to wait and see. Perhaps if luck favored them, they might catch Orange Fairy streaming. As time passed, fewer and fewer people remained in the chat room. Just then the black screen indicating the streamer was away suddenly changed. It revealed a face of peerless celestial beauty that the audience knew well, but felt was unattainable. Sister Orange is streaming. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, the live stream room suddenly falling silent. Only Jiang Cheng before the screen, watching the thousands of people in his stream unconsciously, had a few question marks floating above his head. The silence lasted but a few seconds before a barrage of comments shot out like a Gatling gun. Holy crap, the missing person has returned. Orange darling, where on earth have you been these past few days? I thought you'd been kidnapped. I was this close to calling the cops for you, but I waited and waited, hee. Orange darling, look at me. Without you in my life, I haven't been able to sleep a wink. Sister Orange, do you know where brother Hao Yu went? Miss him. Fairy Orange is streaming again, my youth has returned, oh yeah. Along with this came a flood of gift advertisements. There were over a dozen eternal true love gifts alone and countless others. The appearance of a massive number of gifts caused Jiang Cheng's stream popularity to soar. It attracted a huge influx of viewers. In an instant, the online count broke through 100, and the number was still rising. Jiang Cheng, watching this scene unfold before his screen, was completely dumbfounded. It wasn't the gifts or the popularity that shocked him, but the behavior of his own fans. A wave of warmth surged in his heart, mingled with a hint of guilt. Suddenly, he felt a tinge of regret for those days he had missed streaming. He truly hadn't expected that after forgetting to stream for a few days, so many of his fans would still be waiting in his live stream room. Looking at the screen with a bit of embarrassment, Jiang Cheng felt he had no face left to show his fans. After thinking it over, he still didn't know what to say. Finally, as in his usual streams, he spoke very gently. Hello everyone, good evening. I'm Sister Orange. Follow me, and you'll never get lost. Then, after thanking several big spenders in the stream for their gifts, he began the day's broadcast. At that moment, a wealthy fan who had sent him an eternal true love gift spoke up. Handsome beyond help, bold enchantress, where have you been these days? Have you been sneaking off to seduce others? The words were quite sharp, making Jiang Cheng even more embarrassed before the screen. He lamented inwardly, if I said that the daughter of my aunt's second uncle's granddaughter's friend's father got married a few days ago, and I was a bridesmaid, would you believe me? In the live stream room, a chorus of followers chimed in. Most annoying pigeon. The day before yesterday, I just divorced my wife in a dream, and the next second you disappeared without a trace. Can you give me an explanation? If you really can't just let the streamer pledge herself to me, I wouldn't mind. HHH. I don't love oranges anymore. Well, I'm a bit disappointed. I only became a fan a few days ago. These past 2 days I've waited so late every day, but I never saw you stream. Sigh, I wonder what kind of welfare compensation the streamer has for us true fans. First life loving the fairy, the streamer should have some benefits, right? Otherwise we won't let you off, everyone, right? Dog head. In just a few seconds, the comments in the stream had completely changed. More and more viewers joined the army demanding benefits from the streamer. Gradually, the demands for benefits and the doghead emojis became the mainstream in the live stream room. In Jiang Cheng's eyes, his once cute and heartwarming fans had in an instant completely changed their demeanor, becoming aggressive and unreasonable. What the heck? My dear fans, this isn't good at all, is it? Although he was somewhat reluctant to answer this question, looking at the scene in the stream, was there any other way out besides answering? Sigh. Despite inwardly complaining about his fans, even deciding to eat a bowl of vermicelli tomorrow, to vent his frustration, Jiang Cheng still put on a smile. But in his mind, he began to ponder. How should he answer his fans' question? Oh, that's right, wasn't he planning to sing in the stream today? And it was a song from his past life, one that didn't exist in this world. Wouldn't that be? Where hills bend, streams wind, and the pathway seems to end past dark willows and flowers in bloom, lies another village. Having found a solution, Jiang Cheng's smile grew even brighter. Looking at the viewers in the stream who were still clamoring for benefits and reasons, he let out a disdainful laugh inwardly, and his voice became righteous and firm. Actually, I wasn't intentionally skipping my streams these past few days. It's just that as a streamer one must have some talent, right? So I took a few days to prepare a song, just for you all. Yes, that's right, that's the story. He spoke with such heartfelt sincerity that he almost convinced himself. Me a pigeon? No way. In the live stream room upon hearing their fairy say this, the fans' comments gradually calmed down. They began to grow curious about the song their fairy had prepared for today. Little Zhang, who loves oranges, holy cow, Sister Orange can even compose a song. She really is a fairy, powerful. Looking up at the stars, born human, I'm sorry. Am good for nothing, but am number one at eating dog head. Little Lee, who loves music, shocking. The fairy is going to sing. Can I request a song online? I want to hear my little darling slender waist wiggly, but dog head protects my life. Watching the audience in the stream calm down, just as he had expected, Jiang Cheng chuckled to himself and prepared to unveil the song he had in mind. To be honest, Jiang Cheng himself was also a bit eager to see what brilliance this song, which had swept millions off their feet in his past life, could unleash in this world. Here Jiang Cheng chose to ignore and overlook the comments from a few seemingly questionable individuals. Wiggly, but my little darling. How they were clearly trying to make things difficult for me. After composing himself a bit, Jiang Cheng began to sing his voice like a heavenly melody. In my hand carving blooms, the blade twists 1,000 times into a painting. The pagoda of fame and virtue is a home by the bridge. The beautiful notes traveled through the screen into the ears of every viewer in the live stream room. Although Jiang Cheng was singing a cappella without any equipment or accompaniment, his peerless beauty and the inherently remarkable song deeply touched the heartstrings of everyone in the stream. After he started singing, even the barrage of comments in the stream subsided. Everyone was listening with their whole being. The woman descended like a celestial, made in her presence, accompanied by a classical song rich in artistic conception. Their combination was far more than a simple sum of 1 plus 1. The moment the orange fairy on the screen began to sing, the audience in the live stream realized that a true fairy might indeed exist in this world. Moreover, they felt honored to witness her radiance spreading. Although they had always called Jiang Cheng a fairy in the chat, most harbored secret indifference merely regarding her as a pretty streamer. Especially some incorrigible old-timers who entertained improper fantasies. But now everything had changed. The ethereal heavenly voice paired with her fairy-like countenance delivered a profound shock that resonated deep within their souls. Sister Orange truly seemed like a fairy descending from the highest heavens to wander among mortals. Meanwhile, on Bushina group chat, named New Moon Rising was filled with bitter expressions. Someone had informed them of Sister Orange's stream, but when they checked their idol's account, Brother Haoyue remained utterly silent. Had their idol truly vanished? Even Sister Orange, who had been missing, had returned. What was going on? Dear Brother Haoyue, were you going to abandon your devoted fans who loved you to the core? Finally, someone could bear it no longer and cried out, Sisters, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to ask Sister Orange. I can't hold back. A chorus of agreement followed below. Let's go together. Yes, Sister Orange should have the answers. Oh, let's all go. In the days without Haoyue, my world has lost its luster. Please count me in. Leaving aside the swarm of Haoyue's fans heading to Jiang Cheng's live stream, Jiang Cheng herself continued singing with unwavering focus. Her heavenly voice captivated the audience, plunging them into deep immersion. Finally, the short song came to an end. Jiang Cheng emerged from the ocean of music only to find the stream oddly quiet. Glancing at the steadily rising viewer count, she was momentarily bewildered. She thought to herself, what the heck? Was my singing that awful? But I thought it sounded pretty good. Why the sudden silence? Tough crowd. Maybe this song doesn't quite match this world's taste. A flicker of disappointment and awkwardness crossed her face as she forced a smile ready to liven things up. As Jiang Cheng finished the song, the viewers gradually snapped back to reality and the barrage exploded like a storm of bullets. Mengwan, how dare you? You're already this beautiful, and now you sing so well. Confess, are you a spy sent from heaven to earth? Sudajian, oh my god, so beautiful, so lovely, so elegant. I want to love. Zwaya Kingzao, look, this is our orange. Not only stunning, but also incredibly talented. What are you waiting for? Follow now, hee. Host, notice me. Aishang's Hubadedicini, after hearing this song, I feel like I've fallen in love. What do I do? Orange, why not settle for me? Seeing the comments gradually increase, Jiang Cheng's disappointment faded, replaced by a radiant smile. So they were just too absorbed in the music. She thought I knew it. With my professional level singing skills, and such a wonderful song, there's no way I'd fail. Just as she was about to boast and ask viewers to follow her. Someone asked Sister Orange, what's the name of this song? Where can I listen to it? The song is called Red Jiao Yuan. Since it hasn't been released, yet you can only hear it here for now. Facing a fan's question, Jiang Cheng replied gently. When will it be uploaded? It's really beautiful. Due to some issues, it might not be available for upload yet. What issues? There are plenty of music experts in the stream, maybe the host can share them. Then several viewers who were music enthusiasts chimed in, flaunting their prestigious music school backgrounds. Seeing the fans' comments, Jiang Cheng was taken aback. The names of those music schools dazzled her. Then many thoughts flooded her mind. She hadn't considered that. With such a large fan base, it was natural that some could arrange music. At this thought, Jiang Cheng's lips curved into a crescent moon, her excitement barely contained. If her idea worked, her fan-gathering mission would become much easier. Confirming the plan's feasibility, she said to the stream, "Well, actually, I'm not very good at composing. That's why I sang a cappella just now. Is anyone here skilled in music arrangement?" Immediately, a crowd of responses poured in and many hidden masters emerged, making Jiang Cheng's heart bloom with joy. After adding a few of them as friends, she felt relieved, her confidence in completing the system's mission growing. After chatting with viewers for a while, the live stream's viewer count suddenly surged. A large group of people with Brother Haoyue prefixes flooded in, startling Jiang Cheng. She wondered, why are fans of my alternate account here? Could it be that someone discovered my identity as Brother Haoyue? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Just as she was about to ask, a wave of barges searching for Brother Haoyue appeared before her eyes. "Sister Orange, do you know where Brother Haoyue has gone? We miss him so much." Following that, countless Haoyue army members voiced their search for the missing Brother Haoyue. Their onslaught momentarily overwhelmed the original viewers' comments. Jiang Cheng. So that's what this was about. Phew, you scared me. Confirming she had overthought it, her heart settled. Seeing the Haoyue fans' questions, she suddenly remembered that her alternate account hadn't posted anything in days. Considering that the system's mission allowed the alternate account to participate, Jiang Cheng hesitated briefly before giving the Haoyue fans a definite answer. "Tomorrow, they'll bring Haoyue out for you, okay?" After receiving the affirmative response from Sister Orange, the fan legion of Brother Haoyue gradually calmed down. Jiang Cheng's live stream then settled into a steady rhythm. About an hour later, noticing it was past 9 o'clock, she bid farewell to the audience and ended the stream. By then, Jiang Cheng's total number of fans had surged to an astonishing 5.8 million, an increase of over 6,000 since before the stream. The count continued to climb, bringing a wide smile to her face. She felt that the growth trend might even explode further. Although many fans in the livestream complained about the early sign-off, feeling unsatisfied, Jiang Cheng indeed had other matters to attend to after going offline. She planned to consult several music arrangers she had previously contacted about song arrangement. Logging on to QQ after discussions and inquiries with a few individuals, Jiang Cheng entrusted the task to a master arranger with the online alias Qingyi. A genius scholar from a renowned music academy, Qingyi had amassed millions of followers on Station A at a young age, was a prominent content creator in the circle, and happened to be a young woman. Jiang Cheng was genuinely surprised when she first learned this, never expecting that among her fans there was such a major content creator. Of course, her choice had nothing to do with the other's gender. It was primarily because the compensation Qingyi proposed was rather unique. Qingyi admitted she was a fan of Brother Haoyue and offered to arrange the music for free, asking for no payment. However, she had one condition: a private photo of Brother Haoyue. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng beamed and readily agreed. After all, she had as many photos of her alter ego as she wanted. After some negotiation, the two reached a simple verbal agreement. Qingyi would help Sister Orange with the arrangement, while Sister Orange would help Qingyi obtain a photo of Brother Haoyue. With the deal struck, both received the promises they desired from each other, and they chatted happily for a while. After chatting for a good while longer, Qingyi ended the conversation with a good night, and Jiang Cheng logged off, throwing herself onto her big bed. She peacefully drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, on Buxin, the song she had sung during the live stream exploded in popularity. Someone had recorded the live stream and posted it online, where its popularity skyrocketed like a rocket. Shock celestial music envelopes me, I've surrendered. A female streamer goes beyond human. As the saying goes, a single stone stirs 1,000 ripples. That night, many were destined to find no peace. Less than 2 hours after Jiang Cheng fell asleep, the recording climbed onto the trending list. Numerous industry influencers were jolted awake in the dead of night, rubbing their sleepy eyes as they opened Buxin to listen to the song others claimed was otherworldly. Many came with disdain or mere curiosity. But upon watching the video, every single one was stunned without exception. They had all heard a bit about Sister Orange from the recent online buzz. When they first clicked on the video, most hadn't paid much attention, assuming it was just a pretty streamer trying to gain followers with mediocre singing skills. After all, similar things had happened before. Gaining fans was no big deal since they couldn't compete with her looks. However, the moment the video progressed to Sister Orange's opening notes, everyone was shocked. Many among them were industry authorities, and even the lesser ones were fairly well-known singers. With their professional expertise, they immediately recognized that Sister Orange's singing technique was remarkably accomplished. Doubts arose in many minds: was Sister Orange a trained professional? They hadn't heard of her before. As the video continued, a sour wave spread among them. The beautiful lyrics, professional vocals, heavenly voice, fairy-like appearance, and the rapidly skyrocketing fan count visible to the naked eye. Good heavens, it instantly turned a group of big shots into greenied monsters. Any one of these attributes could make someone stand out, yet this woman in the video possessed them all. Strangely enough, the song was also quite pleasant, the only major regret being the lack of accompaniment. But why did I feel such sorrow? As if someone had come to crash my turf. Jealousy aside, the big shots remained professional. After listening to the song, they left their comments below. Most praised it highly, greatly boosting the video's popularity. Occasionally a few tried to stir up controversy for attention, only to be harshly criticized by thousands of netizens. Renowned ancient-style singer Emo Hanya was among them. She had gone to bed early that night. But she had a restless fan group, and equally restless fans. Just as she was sound asleep, her QQ account was bombarded with messages urging her to listen to the song, and even cover it. What on earth? It's incredibly rude to disturb a bowtie's beauty's sleep, isn't it? Beep beep beep. Just thinking about that sound now irritated Emo Hanya. She had come to listen with a belly full of resentment, but after hearing it she was completely captivated by the song. Even though she was a popular ancient-style singer herself, looking at the ethereal figure in the video, Emo Hanya felt a twinge of inadequacy. The cheerful singing style paired with the elusive, stunning beauty behind the veil. It truly seemed like a celestial maiden had sneaked down to the mortal world for a spring outing. After looping the song many times, Emo Hanya instinctively searched for Sister Orange's Webtoon account. She felt that as fellow ancient-style singers and beauties, it would be a shame not to know each other. After some searching, she discovered there was none. The only account with the same name belonged to an auntie recruiting for postpartum care at a well-known institution. And that was really troublesome. Realizing Sister Orange had no Webtoon, Emo Hanya couldn't suppress her curiosity. She went to the App Store, downloaded Joyeux Live, quickly found Sister Orange, and followed her without hesitation. She planned to join the fun during Sister Orange's next livestream. Of course, she just wanted to see if the legendary fairy was truly as described. Setting aside the adoration from countless netizens on Webtoon for this song, and the sorrow of many industry veterans, Jiang Chung was sleeping languidly in his bed, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, clearly indicating a pleasant dream. The next morning the alarm clock emitted a grating noise, and the beautiful dream gradually faded away. As usual, Jiang Chung struggled to get out of bed and put on his clothes. After washing up with his stomach growling slightly, he groggily shuffled to the kitchen. However, the anticipated breakfast was nowhere to be found. Instead, there was only the bustling figure of his cousin. Realizing the meal was not yet ready, Jiang Chung gave his cousin an encouraging smile before reluctantly leaving. Along the way, considering his empty stomach, he made a special trip to the refrigerator. Unfortunately, it was completely bare. As for taking over Yi Qing's task and cooking breakfast himself, Jiang Chung never even considered it. Regarding the skill of cooking, he admitted that while he had some proficiency, he still couldn't compare to his cousin. After all, although he excelled at making noodles, instant boiled noodles, that was hardly something he could proudly show off of him. Haha, lucky I have a cousin who can cook. Returning to his room, considering the progress of his cousin's cooking and feeling his indescribably flat stomach, Jiang Chung couldn't help but show a pained expression. It seemed the remaining time would be quite hard to endure. Helplessly, Jiang Chung picked up his phone out of boredom, planning to kill some time and ease his hunger. As soon as he logged into his account on Joyeux Live, he froze, his face filled with disbelief. Rubbing his eyes, Jiang Chung looked at the phone screen again. Confirming he wasn't mistaken, he nearly jumped for joy, forgetting all decorum. On the screen, the number of fans for Sister Orange had doubled in just one night. It had soared from over 2.6 million to over 5.3 million. Adding the over 2 million fans from the Brother Haoyue alias on Webtoon, the system task's progress bar had reached over 7.5 million, more than one-third of the total task requirement. Looking at the fan count on his phone, Jiang Chung felt a surge of confidence, a radiant smile spreading across his exquisite face. What 20 million fans? What elimination task? Wasn't this just too easy? In just over a day, he had already completed one-third of the task. Could it be that he was the destined idol for all? Just like the protagonist in a novel blessed by fate, destined to walk that solitary path of unparalleled elegance. As Jiang Chung was lost in his own fantasies, deep in the vast emptiness, a certain system could no longer sit still. Staring at the fan count on Jiang Cheng's phone screen that made it somewhat uncomfortable, the system showed disbelief. As Jiang Cheng's system, even it hadn't expected its foolish host to achieve such results in a single night. But recalling how Jiang Chung had slandered its system kin in a certain book, especially the transformation system that met a tragic end east of the Forgotten Ghost realm, it felt a surge of anger. Plotting in its mind, it decided it couldn't let this foolish host get too cocky, it had to cut him down to size. Ding, congratulations to the host for taking a big step on the path to becoming a goddess, but remember, the goddess of luck won't always favor you. Your own efforts are what truly matter. Listening to an ethereal voice of some non-human entity echoing in her mind. Interrupted from her thoughts, Jiang Chung felt the pangs of hunger again, stirring a wave of irritation. Hearing the entity's remarks only made her more annoyed. Damn it, this dog of a system was being sarcastic again. Couldn't it just send a text message? How annoying. If effort were enough, what would be the use of geniuses, eh? Jiang Cheng sneered without a second thought, shooting back sharply. At these words her world fell silent, and the system's voice was heard no more. System, how do I counter that? Urgent waiting. The system never dreamed that the seemingly docile foolish host could render it speechless. Recalling Jiang Cheng's initial fear and restraint compared to the woman now sneering on the bed. The system had 1,000 words to say, but didn't know how to express them. Finally it muttered to itself, damn, I must have been blind back then. After Jiang Cheng spent some time in his room browsing videos and posts, Yi Qing's breakfast was finally ready. During the meal, Mu Shui received a call from Lin Yu. The gist was, long time no see, did you miss me? I got up early today and caught an early train. He'll arrive around 9:30 a.m., so come pick me up at the high-speed rail station. Upon learning that Lin Yu would return this morning, both Jiang Cheng and Mu Shui were quite delighted. Only Yi Qing sitting nearby had a sour expression. Feeling the 3 consecutive movie tickets in her pocket, Yi Qing was inwardly frustrated. She had planned for Lin Yu to return in the afternoon, giving her the morning to take Orange, and Shui to watch the horror movie she'd been eagerly anticipating. She would sit in the middle with Orange on her left and Shui on her right. It seemed absolutely perfect. Who would have thought such a calamity would strike? Who would have imagined that girl would get up early and catch an early train? And my mindset is shattered again. After finishing the meal and clearing the table, it was nearly 8 a.m. After getting dressed up and grabbing her mask, Jiang Cheng prepared to head out to pick up Lin Yu. Although the station was only a half-hour drive from the neighborhood, they decided to leave early to be safe. After all, at this time of day in this luxurious city, there was always an annoying phenomenon: traffic jams. They set out a little past 8:10 a.m., but didn't arrive at the station until past 9:20 a.m. This was far later than they had anticipated. Fortunately, they made it before Lin Yu's train arrived, which brought a sigh of relief to Jiang Cheng and the others. After calling Lin Yu to let her know they were at the station, they stepped out of Yi Qing's luxurious Maserati and walked into the station. At high-speed rail stations in first-tier cities like Sea City, the flow of people was always overwhelming. Jiang Cheng and the others walked through the dense crowd with heads packed tightly around them. The closer they got to the exit, the thicker the crowd became. Jiang Cheng and her group of stunning beauties stood out in the crowd, stirring the hearts of many young men and igniting their hormones. The occasional whistles from the crowd made it clear who they were targeting, and Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel irritated. Although her face was hidden by the mask issued by the system, and the whistles likely weren't aimed at her, Jiang Cheng still felt a bit uneasy and even a little angry. After all, those whistles were directed at her cousin and best friend. Had these people never seen a beautiful woman before? At that moment, Mu Shui sensed the strange atmosphere around them and timidly said to Jiang Cheng, "Chengzi, these people's stares are so scary." Before Jiang Cheng could respond, Yi Qing stepped forward and stood beside Mu Shui, speaking gently to comfort her. "It's okay, Shui. These people are just a bit plain-looking, so seeing someone as beautiful as you makes them want to look a little more." Yi Qing's voice was loud enough for everyone around to hear clearly, and as she spoke, she stared directly at the crowd. Many people awkwardly touched their noses and lowered their heads, but soon raised them again with the same burning gaze. Lust was like a wolf or a tiger eroding one's will. Sensing the situation around her, Jiang Cheng felt a bit helpless. "I don't like it here either. Let's wait at the back where there are fewer people." Her suggestion was immediately met with agreement from the other two. Jiang Cheng took Yi Qing and Mu Shui by the hands and quickened her pace toward the back. If not for waiting for Ye, she would have wanted to drag them away from this awful place immediately. She couldn't bear to stay another second. As a former man enduring such stares, watching the beauties walk away, the crowd let out many sighs. Many men shot murderous glances at Jiang Cheng, who was beside the two beauties. Due to the concealment of the system prop, no one knew what extraordinary beauty lay beneath Jiang Cheng's mask. They only saw her as an ordinary-looking girl. After all, it wasn't unusual for a beautiful woman to have a plain-looking friend. Just as Jiang Cheng and her companions were about to leave the crowded area, a fierce-looking man with a menacing face roughly pushed through the crowd and strode quickly toward them. Behind him followed two young men with grim expressions, clearly hostile. The man named Lu San was known on the streets as Brother San. He was a typical thug leader, somewhat notorious around the station area, with dozens of underlings under his command. He had been among those whistling earlier, and after Jiang Cheng and her group left, Lu San grew more regretful by the moment. He had never seen such high-caliber beauties in decades, and now there were two at once. Was he really going to let them go? After much deliberation, he decided he couldn't let them slip away. Calculating the time, he figured it wasn't too late, and quickly chased after them with his two lackeys. "Beautiful ladies, wait up." Hearing the voice behind them, Jiang Cheng and her companion stopped and turned around. Many others also stopped and turned, including nearly 80% of the women in the area, young and old, creating a spectacular scene. After glancing back for a few seconds, Jiang Cheng and her group turned around again and continued walking out. Meanwhile, Lu San and his men found themselves surrounded by a crowd of beauties. An elderly woman with gray hair standing close to Lu San turned around and said kindly, "Young man, is there something you need? At my age, this is the first time in recent years I've been called that." Lu San, his underlings, who gave you the confidence to turn around. Though they grumbled inwardly, they held back since the person was an elderly lady, best to avoid a fight. Watching his two beautiful targets walk farther away, Lu San felt tears welling up inside. But facing the frail old woman who seemed ready to topple at the slightest breeze, he forced a smile and said gently, "Ma'am, you misheard. We weren't calling you." After dealing with her before the three could catch their breath, a woman with a face reminiscent of Ruhua swayed over with her barrel-like waist. She appeared to be in her 30s, heavily made up, reeking of cheap perfume that could be smelled from afar. She cast a flirtatious glance at Lu San and his men before quickly approaching. "Handsome, is there something you need? Why don't we find a private place to talk?" As she spoke, she stepped forward, causing Lu San and his men to instinctively step back 3 paces. When they realized it was just a woman, not some nightmarish demon, they breathed a sigh of relief. But anger surged within Lu San. He swung his fist and struck the woman hard on the cheek. She looked better now. Good heavens, she scared me. After dealing with her, Lu San looked at the beauties around him who had turned back, and a chill crept down his spine. But seeing his beautiful targets already far away, he steeled himself and started to rant. "Dear beauties here, do you often feel troubled by your looks? The powerful beauty pill, you deserve it." Realizing that this so-called beauty caller was just a salesman, the surrounding beauties felt speechless and simply ignored him. In an instant, the crowd thinned out. Seeing the problem resolved, Lu San wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It wasn't that he didn't want to throw a tantrum, but there were just too many people, and some of them were really scary. Letting out a long sigh, Lu San looked toward where Jiang Cheng and her group had left. But by then there was no trace of them. Still unwilling to give up, Lu San led his men and chased in that direction. At that moment, Jiang Cheng led Yi Qing and Mu Shui to a relatively secluded spot where they found a bench to sit on and wait for Lin Yu's call. As they idly played with their phones to pass the time, 3 panting men approached, eyeing them with a predatory glare. The moment Lu San and his men laid eyes on Mu Shui and Yi Qing, they became visibly excited. Finally, they had found them. Noticing that the girls were still absorbed in their phones, unaware of their arrival, Lu San straightened his unwashed clothes and swaggered over to them. In a tone dripping with feigned charm, he said, "Hello beauties, what a coincidence to meet again. Could it be fate?" The sudden male voice startled Jiang Cheng and her companions. Looking up from her phone, Jiang Cheng saw a burly man with a fierce face standing before them. His sleazy words and wolfish gaze fixed on Mu Shui, and Yi Qing sent a chill of disgust through her. Why did such people have to appear everywhere? "Xiao Shui, cousin, let's go find another spot to wait for Yaya," Jiang Cheng said, pulling Mu Shui and Yi Qing along, eager to distance herself from the man ruining her mood. Yi Qing and Mu Shui, equally exasperated, rose without sparing the man a glance and prepared to follow Jiang Cheng. Seeing that they ignored him, Lu San felt a surge of anger. In this area, was there really someone who dared to disregard him? But their beauty tempered his rage. After all, beautiful women had privileges, didn't they? Yet when he saw the plain-looking masked girl's next move, his patience wore thin. That ordinary-looking girl was ruining his chances again. She was plain herself, yet she dared to interfere with his pursuit of beauties. Was she tired of living? Seeing his targets about to slip away, Lu San grew anxious and called out, "Don't go, I have something to discuss with you." His words were met with a disdainful eye roll from the pretty young girl. Though adorable, the mockery was unmistakable. "Damn it, you won't take a hint when it's offered. Stop right there, or you'll regret it." Lu San's anger finally boiled over, and he roared at Jiang Cheng and the others. With a scowl, he signaled his 2 underlings to block their path. He disliked violence, but some people simply didn't know their place. As the man's roar echoed behind them and 2 burly figures barred their way, Mu Shui and Yi Qing clung tightly to Jiang Cheng's arms in panic. Mu Shui and Yi Qing clung tightly to Jiang Cheng's arms in panic. "Ladies, be sensible and come with our boss for a taste of forbidden pleasure. If you agree, we won't harm a hair on your heads. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." This was their first encounter with such a situation. Yi Qing, more composed than Mu Shui, reached for her phone to call the police. But Jiang Cheng stopped her just as she was about to dial. "Xiaoqing, what are you doing? Why are you stopping me?" Yi Qing asked, annoyed. In such a critical moment, what was her cousin thinking? Before Jiang Cheng could respond, the burly man noticed the call being interrupted and relaxed visibly. His gaze toward Jiang Cheng softened slightly. The woman who had seemed so irritating before now appeared somewhat agreeable. Staring at the 2 flustered yet stunningly beautiful women, he swallowed hard and interrupted arrogantly. "Ha, well done, little girl. You may be plain, but you know how to read the room. Not bad, not bad. Ladies, why not come with me? I, Lu San, promise everything will be consensual." In response to his arrogant words, Jiang Cheng simply turned around and uttered a single contemptuous word, "Idiot." Hearing the woman he had just praised suddenly throw that insult at him, Lu San's mind went blank. He turned around to see if someone else was behind him. Surely she wasn't talking about him. After addressing the man, Jiang Cheng turned back with a confident smile and reassured the uneasy Yi Qing and Mu Shui. It's fine, cousin. I can handle these few. No need to bother the police. But they're so big and strong. How can you possibly fight them? Exactly, Qingzi, I think we should run and call the police. Yi Qing and Mu Shui, despite Jiang Cheng's confidence, remained anxious. Trust me, have a little faith. I'm undefeated in the fighting scene of Sea City, okay? After a light-hearted joke with her cousin and Xiao Shui, a chilling smile spread across Jiang Cheng's face as she cracked her knuckles. Truth be told, she hadn't used her combat mastery skills in a long time. Were they getting rusty? Jiang Cheng clenched her fists tightly, her murderous intent rising as she eyed Lu San and his men. This move would surely make someone pay. Meanwhile, the burly man, after glancing around foolishly, confirmed there was no one else behind him. Realizing the girl had indeed called him an idiot, fury blazed in his eyes as he glared at Jiang Cheng. This was utterly intolerable. You little wench, how dare you mock me? Brothers, teach this ugly bitch a lesson. With a furious roar, the man charged at Jiang Cheng with his two underlings. At the same time, ignoring Mu Shui and Yi Qing's worried protests, Jiang Cheng flashed a delighted smile at the oncoming men and rushed forward. The moment they clashed, a series of agonized male screams filled the air. The sounds were truly heartbreaking. Oh God, my poor kidneys. Mercy, lady. I was forced. It was all my boss's idea. Shut up, you traitors. Damn it, my little buddy. Within moments, Jiang Cheng effortlessly subdued 3 burly menacing men, leaving Yi Qing and Mu Shui utterly astounded. They had never imagined their dear Cheng could be so formidable. Before he charged in, their futile attempts to stop him were laced with deep concern. Yet to their surprise, the outcome was so decisive. Gazing at the 3 men writhing and pleading on the ground, then at the unscathed and composed Jiang Cheng, their eyes immediately sparkled with admiration as they cheerfully rushed to his side. Wow, Cheng, you were amazing. I was so worried just now, but you're truly the best. Little Cheng, look at how delicate your cousin is. You'll have to protect me from now on, Jiang Cheng. Just as he was brimming with pride and about to sternly scold the thugs on the ground, he suddenly heard Mu Shui and Yi Qing's voices catching him off guard. Xiao Shui was normal enough, but his cousin. What was with that feigned fragility? And the implication in her words felt so awkward. Ahem, it's fine. I told you I was strong, but you didn't believe me. After a brief reply, Jiang Cheng shifted his gaze back to the 3 men lying on the ground. They were in a pitiful state, especially the leader Lu San, who could easily evoke sympathy. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he curled up, clutching an unmentionable part of his body, trembling. Jiang Cheng felt no pity at their misery. Without his skills, he wondered what fate would have befallen them today. As Jiang Cheng prepared to play the mentor, using his fists to persuade these miscreants to abandon evil, a few kicks later the clamor of a crowd nearby reached his ears. Looking around, he saw many people had gathered due to the scuffle, several with phones in hand, seemingly making calls. Probably calling the police. Jiang Cheng lost the desire to lecture the thugs. Keep your eyes peeled next time, alright? You're putting me in a tough spot. Leaving that remark and delivering one last kick to the big man's groin, he hurriedly dragged Mu Shui and Yi Qing away from the scene. After all, he despised trouble. Once Jiang Cheng and the others departed, the men on the ground finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu San, clutching his groin, rose with difficulty, a hint of malice flickering across his face as he watched the distant figures. Hearing the chatter of the onlookers, his fury surged. What are you looking at? Get lost, or he'll cut you down. The crowd scattered at his outburst. Yet some bystanders' words still reached his ears. Ha, 3 big men can't even take down a little girl, and they want to fight us. Hilarious. Enough, these 3 are all show and no go, a disgrace to men. Let's go, the beauties have left. Why stare at these uglies? To hurt our eyes. The big man nearly spat blood in rage, wanting to find and teach the speakers a lesson. But the physical pain, especially the throbbing in his groin, forced him to abandon the idea. His hatred for Jiang Cheng only deepened. He had thought they were just 3 delicate girls, but they had stumbled upon a tough nut. Glancing at his 2 still prostrate underlings, his anger flared anew. You 2 useless wastes, what good are you? And you tried to sell me out just now. Do you have any respect for me as your boss? Despite his thoughts, Lu San put on a sorrowful expression as he helped the groaning men up. Brothers, we ran into a tough one today, and you've suffered. But it's alright. She's just one person. Well, gather the rest, and make her pay. My brothers aren't to be trifled with. The 2 underlings were deeply moved. With such a loyal boss, they would go through fire and water for him. Boss, Lu Reni was right to follow you. It's the best decision I've ever made. Same here. Their declarations of loyalty grated on the big man's ears. Bullshit. If you're so loyal, why try to sell me out just now? 2 born traitors. If I had more men, I'd take you down first. Lu San kept these thoughts to himself, maintaining a facade. You say that, brothers. Since you chose to fight with me, how could I betray you? Shall we go tail those 3 girls discreetly? Xiao Jia, gather the rest. We'll get our revenge, and make that wretch pay. While the big man mobilized his gang for revenge, Jiang Cheng, after moving to a new spot, checked the time. 9:40 p.m. and still no word from Yaya. Just as he was about to call the phone, Yi Qing's bag rang. It was Lin Yu. Yaya has arrived. She says she'll be here in about 10 minutes. Hanging up, Yi Qing smiled at the two. Oh yeah, finally going home. Mu Shui cheered at the news, and Jiang Cheng beamed too, relieved that Yaya had finally arrived. Finally they could leave and escape the oppressive atmosphere. Though the crowd was sparse compared to deeper parts of the station, Jiang Cheng still felt unsettling gazes upon her, making her uneasy. After waiting about 7 or 8 minutes, a girl in a white coat laden with bags appeared in sight. Mu Shui was the first to spot Lin Yu's figure in the distance, waving her small hand and shouting toward the distant Lin Yu. Yeah, over here, over here. Mu Shui's voice rang out loudly, and soon Lin Yu spotted the three of them from afar. She also shouted with excitement, orange, I'm back. Mu Shui. Huh? No love left. As soon as Lin Yu said this, Mu Shui felt a bit speechless, her heart filled with resentment. It was me who called you, but who are you answering? Can you restrain yourself a little? Although we all like orange, can't you consider my feelings? Jiang Cheng heard Lin Yu's reply and glanced at Xiao Shui, whose face had darkened. She couldn't help but smile. She didn't think much of it. After all, her popularity within this small group was quite high. She simply assumed that Yaya must have missed her too much. Without saying much, she looked at the figure in the distance, staggering under the weight of numerous bags. A girl who couldn't even open a bottle cap. Why was she carrying so many things? Jiang Cheng then stood up and walked toward Lin Yu in the distance. With so many bags, she intended to help Lin Yu share the load. Seeing Jiang Cheng suddenly heading toward Lin Yu, Yi Qing and Mu Shui quickly followed behind. When Jiang Cheng reached Lin Yu could no longer suppress the longing in her heart. With a leap, she clung to Jiang Cheng like a koala, bags and all. Jiang Cheng, good heavens, caught off guard by Lin Yu's sudden move. Though she possessed skills, she almost lost her balance and fell. Regaining her equilibrium, she let out a long sigh of relief. She thought to herself, close call, close call. Then she turned her attention to Lin Yu still clinging to her, without letting go. In Jiang Cheng's physical perception, although a certain part of Yaya's body was somewhat flat, having such a beautiful young maiden clinging to her, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but blush deeply. Especially under such close contact, catching the faint fragrance emanating from the girl's body, Jiang Cheng truly found it hard to hold herself together. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask today, otherwise being seen by so many passers-by would have been terribly embarrassed. However, the next moment Jiang Cheng felt a bit speechless. She clearly sensed the person clinging to her was hugging tighter and tighter. Yaya, you're choking me to death, get off me now. At this point, Jiang Cheng's face beneath the mask was already flushed, and she raised her hands to push Lin Yu away. But for some reason, she suddenly felt powerless, unable to push Lin Yu away despite all her efforts. Fortunately, at that moment, Lin Yu was still hanging on. Jiang Cheng also realized her actions were too rash and abrupt. She automatically jumped down from Jiang Cheng, her face turning bright red. How could she have lost control and leaped up like that? I hope Orange won't hate me. I just couldn't control my longing for Orange. I wonder if Orange had any bad experiences while I was away. Something's off about Sister Qing. A bit of a sly Shui. Yeah, what's wrong? Are you okay? Seeing Lin Yu standing there with her head down, not saying a word, Jiang Cheng thought something was wrong and quickly asked. Oh, nothing, I just missed you all. Interrupted by Jiang Cheng's words, Lin Yu glanced at Jiang Cheng, confirming there was no anger on her face, and let out a long sigh of relief before smiling. After she spoke, two murderous stares fixed on her. Mu Shui and Yi Qing had been staring blankly at the scene for a long time, then their faces suddenly darkened. In broad daylight under the clear sky, in front of so many people, our Orange was forcibly hugged by this person. Feeling uncomfortable under the two gazes, Lin Yu cleared her throat, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Sister Qing, have you missed me after all these days? Lin Yu said to Yi Qing. What do you think? Hearing this, the darkness on Yi Qing's face gradually faded, but she showed a fake smile as she spoke to Lin Yu. Miss you. I just wish you had come back a few days later so my grand plan might have had a chance. Not like now, feeling utterly miserable. You've all taken advantage, but has anyone thought of me? Ahem, then I guess you must have missed me. Sensing something off about Yi Qing, Lin Yu quickly glossed over it and turned her gaze to Mu Shui. Xiao Shui, did you miss me? We just met yesterday. Mu Shui pouted and complained, her expression better than before, but she still felt a bit displeased with Yaya. Ignoring me is one thing, but provoking me right in front of me, humph. Lin Yu, can you cooperate a bit? A day apart feels like 3 years. Anyway, I've missed you to death. Really? It seems you only missed Orange. I called you so loudly, and you didn't even respond to me. Hearing Mu Shui bring it up now, Lin Yu remembered that it was indeed Xiao Shui who had called her. But because her eyesight was excellent, she spotted Orange and automatically ignored the other person. No wonder she was in such a mood now. A bit awkward, Lin Yu didn't know how to respond for a moment. Let's go, we'll talk when we get back. Seeing the tense atmosphere among the three, Jiang Cheng quickly stepped in to mediate. Taking Lin Yu's backpack, she walked toward the station exit. Yi Qing and Mu Shui exchanged glances, ignored Lin Yu, and quickly followed Jiang Cheng. Leaving Lin Yu alone, she smiled helplessly and hurried to catch up. In a relatively secluded corner nearby, a man watched the four women heading out and quickly picked up his phone to call his boss. Hey big brother. It's me Xiaojia. The targets seem to be leaving. How's the team assembly? Where are you? Which direction are they heading? They'll bring the men over immediately. Lu San's fierce voice came through the phone. Big brother, they're heading outside the station. Good, keep watching. They'll bring the men now, we should be able to intercept them. Before long, just as Jiang Cheng and the others were about to exit the station, Lu San rushed over with more than 20 thugs wielding clubs, their imposing presence filling the air. Lu Renjia, who had been tailing Jiang Cheng and her companions, spotted his boss arriving with over 20 brothers. He hurried over, pointing toward Jiang Cheng and her group. Boss, they're over there. Lu San nodded lightly, then followed Lu Renjia's finger to look ahead. Seeing Jiang Cheng, the one who had just ruthlessly struck his young brother, not far away, and then glancing at the 20-odd underlings around him, a cold smirk crept onto his face. Hey you little vixens, soon you'll know what hell truly means. A mere yellow-haired girl dares to strike me. Utterly reckless. Though the pain in his groin still throbbed from the earlier injury, his burning desire for revenge spurred him to quicken his pace. How could such a minor ache hinder my path to vengeance? Besides, there are two exquisite beauties ahead waiting for me. At this thought, Lu San's drive surged even stronger, and the pain in his nether regions seemed to mysteriously subside. Soon the 20-odd men had tightly encircled Jiang Cheng and her companions. Gazing at the few delicate beauties in the center, each man's eyes gleamed with predatory hunger, awaiting only their boss' command to sweep in like a thunderbolt, forcibly escort the girls home, and then. Qingzi, these people seem hostile. They'll call the police. Lin Yue, unnerved by the sudden appearance of these unsavory characters, tugged at Jiang Cheng's sleeve and whispered. But before Jiang Cheng could respond, Mu Shui and Yi Qing pulled Lin Yu aside, recounting the thrilling scene of their Qingzi thrashing the rogue just moments ago. They even gave Jiang Cheng an encouraging gesture. After the recent incident, the two were undoubtedly confident in her. Watching their antics, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile wryly. So it's time for me to shine solo against the crowd again, isn't it? Surveying the 20-odd men encircling her, each brandishing clubs, with fierce expressions, Jiang Cheng steeled herself. After all, she faced over 20 weapon-wielding foes. Though empowered by her system skills, she had to stay vigilant to avoid a humiliating fall. Just then Lu San, who had been lagging behind due to his discomfort, finally arrived. Brushing aside his underlings, he stepped in with a sinister grin, scanning the scene with the air of a boss, only to freeze in surprise. His gaze landed on Lin Yu beside him. Well, another little beauty here. Seeing this man who had been thoroughly beaten earlier waltz in, Jiang Cheng instantly understood the loser had come to settle scores. As Lu San's eyes roamed lecherously over her group, a chill crept across Jiang Cheng's face. She said coldly, "So it's you, the loser. What? Does it not hurt anymore? Or is it already useless?" Hearing this masked wretch insult him, so rage flared within the big man. But then, taking in the scene, 20 brothers surrounding 4 fragile girls, his anger quickly faded. He was the master here, wasn't he? This woman must be plotting some trick. I won't fall for it. Trying to anger me. Cloud my judgment. A smirk returned to his face, dripping with arrogance. Hey sis, you're right, I'm back. But looks like your situation's taken a turn for the worse, huh? This time you'll get to have some fun with my brothers. At the big man's foul words, Jiang Cheng's brow furrowed, then she let out a disdainful snort. Can sheer numbers ever bridge the gap of absolute power? Han ain't trying to shake a tree, utterly delusional. If you want to fight, bring it on. This time I plan to break your third leg. Her tone was calm, laced with contempt, as if the 20-odd burly men were nothing more than chickens and dogs before her. Her words sent a shiver down Lu San's spine. He swiftly cupped his injured privates, terrified that the detestable woman might land another kick. That would truly be. His underlings watched their boss' absurd public gesture, their expressions shifting. A wave of complex emotions washed over them, and an inexplicable sense of shame crept in. Boss, you're a figure of repute on the streets. Can't you maintain some dignity? What's wrong with being a gangster? Gangsters value face above all right. They imagined meeting other underworld figures someday, proudly naming their boss, only for the other to pull out a phone and show a photo of Lu San in this very pose. The image. Tisk tisk tsk. Too cringeworthy to bear. Yet one scheming underling actually snapped a secret photo of Lu San. Lu Renjiao wanted to warn his boss to curry favor, but hesitated. If I speak up, wouldn't that embarrass him even more? Better to pretend I saw nothing of him. Just then Mu Shui, standing beside Jiang Cheng, turned and caught the scene. She covered her mouth, clearly stunned. Her mischievous eyes twinkled as a brilliant idea struck her. Without a second thought, she raised her phone and snapped a picture of the big man in his awkward pose. After taking the shot, she turned the phone around, playfully taunting him from a distance. Then she opened QQ and began composing a lengthy post. The title, "Shocking Encountering a Street Boss, Nothing Like I Imagined. A Glimpse into His Real World." By now Lu San had finally caught on to Mu Shue's antics. Realizing his posture was inappropriate, he still hesitated to let go of his groin given Jiang Cheng's proximity. After all, one only has one little brother. Once it's gone, it's truly gone. Cautiously stepping back, he finally released his hands from his crotch. Then, after distancing himself from that dangerous woman, an overwhelming surge of fury and humiliation erupted from Lu San's chest. Turning to face Jiang Cheng, who wore a mocking sneer, he whirled around and bellowed at the lackeys surrounding him. Brothers, get them. Leave the three beauties for me and beat that masked one within an inch of his life. Just don't kill him. Rest assured, boss, leave it to us. The lackeys, hearing their leader finally give the order, felt their ardor reignite. Gazing at the three lovely girls before them, they eagerly brandished their weapons and charged forward. Though the main prize would undoubtedly be their boss, surely they could snatch a little taste for themselves while subduing them. But what followed would utterly shatter their expectations. Who could have imagined that a seemingly delicate girl harbored such formidable strength within her? Even if such a woman existed, she should have been a muscular Amazon, not this. A thunderous crash echoed. The first to rush and collapsed in an instant, clutching an unmentionable area, tears glistening in his eyes. Without a sound, he had already fainted from the agony. Those following behind were startled. No wonder their boss had walked with that peculiar gait earlier. So this was the kind of opponent they were up against. Many lowered their heads to glance at their own groins, then back at that terrifying girl in the distance, and a wave of retreat washed over them. The beauties were tempting, but if they sacrificed their manhood in the process? Brothers charged together. Over 20 grown men can't handle one woman. How can we call ourselves men on the streets after this? They'll cover all medical expenses for anyone injured. Fight without worry. Watching the situation spiral out of control, Lu San grew anxious and shouted to his men. Yet he remained on the sidelines with no intention of joining the fray. He couldn't help it. That kick from Jiang Cheng had truly terrified him. A flicker of relief passed through Lu San's mind. Thank goodness the blow hadn't been that powerful back then, or he'd be in the emergency room by now. Hearing their boss' words, many felt their fighting spirit rekindle and charged forward again, weapons raised. But Jiang Cheng's expression darkened. She had struck the first attacker so brutally precisely to intimidate these fools into backing off. Yet her plan had failed. These idiots, like brainless sheep, only listened to that sleazy leader of theirs. What were they thinking? Still, it didn't matter. Since acquiring her skills, Jiang Cheng had never feared a fight in this regard. With a cold sneer, she advanced to meet her foes. Her small fists transformed into the most fearsome weapons in the world, delivering devastating blows to the enemies before her. Jiang Cheng aimed only for their faces and vital points. The air was filled with screams of agony. Amidst the chaos, some, finding her too tough to crack, turned their attention to the bystanders, Yi Qing and Mu Shui, who were merely watching from the sidelines. Yet the one-sided battle allowed Jiang Cheng ample focus to monitor the situation. A few shameless scoundrels hadn't even reached the pair before they collapsed in agony. Within moments, over 20 men lay scattered before Jiang Cheng, groaning in pain. Like a peerless master, Jiang Cheng disdainfully curled her finger at the remaining few. Her voice was cool as she uttered, "Still want to fight?" The remaining thugs, witnessing their comrades' miserable state on the ground, were utterly terrified and refused to take a single step forward. "Chingzi, watch out, dodge." Just as Jiang Cheng turned to announce her victory, to her cousin Mu Shui's anxious cry rang out. A sudden sense of danger washed over her. Instinctively, she twisted aside, and a flying brick grazed past her cheek. Her well-worn mask fell away, revealing a face so ethereally beautiful that even immortals would sigh in awe. Lu San, who had thrown the brick, stood frozen. The lackeys on the ground were equally stunned. The onlookers lingering on the periphery erupted into a sea of cheers. "Am I seeing things? That's fairy orange. I'm actually seeing fairy orange here. I could die happy. I thought Sister Orange used beauty filters in her streams. Turns out she was using an ugliness filter. How can such a stunning beauty exist in this world? Did you see? There's blood on the fairy's right cheek. I suddenly feel like killing someone. What should I do? Damn it. Those bastards tried to assault my goddess. All my blood is boiling again. Brothers, who's with me to take them down? Count me in. How could I miss a chance to fight crime as a righteous citizen with no tolerance for injustice?" In broad daylight, under the clear sky within the law-abiding city of C, such outrageous behavior. Let's go take down those scumbags. The brick had grazed her cheek, sending waves of stinging pain through Jiang Cheng's face. Gently touching the wound, she lowered her fingers to find them stained crimson. Instinctively, she cast a healing spell, and the injury slowly began to close. Yet the pain lingered, kindling a flicker of anger toward the culprit. Before she could vent her fury, the crowd's cheers reached her ears. "Fairy Orange, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Sister Orange, don't be afraid. Let me, Hu Hansen, take care of these vermin hiding from the light." Jiang Cheng, what in the world was this development? Looking up, she saw a massive, boisterous crowd of hundreds surging toward her in excitement. From their chatter, they seemed to be her fans. Instinctively touching her cheek, she exclaimed inwardly, "Damn it, where's my beauty-hiding mask?" Glancing down, she realized her mask had fallen to the ground at some point. Seeing the crowd closing in, she hastily snatched it up. Grabbing the equally bewildered Yi Qing and Mu Shui behind her, she dashed toward the back of the station. If that mob of apparent fans surrounded them, the consequences. Jiang Cheng dared not even imagine. After barely putting distance between them and the crowd, she led the panting Mu Shui and Yi Qing to a secluded spot. Jiang Cheng replaced her mask, reverting to her ordinary appearance, and let out a long sigh of relief. Surely now there would be no more trouble. Leaving aside Jiang Cheng and his companions who had escaped danger, Lu San, who had thrown the brick, was now overwhelmed with fear and regret. When Jiang Cheng's mask fell from her face, revealing a stunning countenance before Lu San's eyes, his mouth fell open in shock and disbelief. Lu San had never dreamed that the plain-looking girl in the mask was actually her. The ethereal beauty on the screen, the fairy who made others feel inferior. As a loafing gang leader, Lu San frequented various live-streaming platforms. Of course, his goal was clear: to watch beautiful women. Recently, the incomparably popular Orange Fairy, who seemed like a celestial maiden descending to Earth, had naturally become his dream lover. Whenever the Orange Fairy started her stream, he would solemnly prepare a role. Who would have thought he would meet her today in such a setting? After standing frozen for a long time, he stood up, somewhat disheveled, feeling dejected. He was about to lead his battered underlings away from this place of heartbreak. But as he stood up, he saw a massive crowd surging toward him, estimated at over 100 people, several times the number of his own men. Everyone wore expressions of fervor, and someone shouted from afar, "Brothers, charge! Beat these bastards to death for harassing our fairy." Lu San. These were the onlookers who had just witnessed Jiang Cheng's true face. After failing to catch up with her, they felt a slight disappointment. At the suggestion of some leaders, they quickly turned their attention to the one who had injured the fairy, seeking vengeance for their idol. Now that Jiang Cheng had revealed her face and identity, they were no longer ordinary passersby. They had become members of the Orange Fairy's guard. Harm the fairy and face punishment no matter how far. Seeing the menacing crowd clamoring to attack him, Lu San couldn't help but shudder. Scanning his surroundings, he saw his underlings either fleeing or injured, leaving only himself capable of action. After seriously assessing his physical condition and confirming that the stabbing pain in his groin was still there, he realized he probably couldn't outrun the crowd. Panic set in, and his mind began to conjure the ensuing scene. A horde of men would swarm him. He would fight desperately but fail to turn the tide, battling 18 men with his battered body before being overwhelmed and dying. At the age of 31. No, this couldn't happen. He was still young with no achievements to his name. But what could he do? How could he escape this tragic fate? Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck, and an immature idea surfaced in his mind. Shaking off the brutal images, Lu San's gaze wavered between his fallen underlings and the approaching crowd. Though reluctant, after much deliberation, he finally made up his mind. Sacrifice the pawn to save the king. A great man is not bound by trifles. Brothers, this is for our brighter future. Don't blame me. With that, Lu San viciously kicked one of his unconscious underlings. Feigning fury, he shouted, "Damn it! How dare you bully our fairy? Are you tired of living?" Lu San now resembled an enraged fan defending Jiang Cheng. He hoped this act would confuse the crowd and allow him to escape. As for his underlings, they were young and sturdy, they could probably handle it. Wasn't it acceptable for underlings to bear some burden for their boss? Boss? You? Ugh. Lu Rinjiao, one of the few conscious underlings nearby, watched in disbelief. Seeing his boss kick a wounded, unconscious brother, Lu Rinjiao was so enraged that he passed out before finishing his sentence. But Lu San, on edge, didn't hear him. Straining to put on a smile, Lu San waved at the furious crowd in the distance and said, "Brothers, come quick. These scumbags who insulted our fairy are completely defenseless. Let's give them a good beating." Witnessing Lu San's behavior, the arriving Orange Fairy guards were baffled. Most of them had just arrived and only knew the gist of the incident, not the specifics. How does this guy think we're fools? He's clearly the leader of this gang. I saw his lecherous behavior just now, said an onlooker who had witnessed the whole thing, shattering Lu San's last hope of survival. What? He dares to insult our intelligence like this. Damn, this boss is truly despicable. I can't take it anymore. Let's get him. After a clamor, the crowd surged toward Lu San and his men. With his hope dashed, Lu San's face turned ashen. But facing the charging crowd, he stubbornly puffed out his chest and issued a final roar. "You can hit me, but don't touch my little brothers." Then his screams rang out incessantly. After the beating, the sound of police sirens echoed nearby. The authorities had finally arrived. The crowd scattered instantly, leaving Lu San battered and bruised. A few of his conscious underlings struggled to their feet, helped their unconscious comrades, and limped away into the distance. They didn't even glance at Lu San. Having witnessed everything, they were utterly disappointed in their boss. The crowd that had rushed over didn't attack his fallen underlings as he had imagined. Instead, they absurdly focused on beating only him, leaving Lu San with mixed emotions. Feeling the physical pain and inner anguish, tears suddenly streamed down his face against his will. A tough guy crying. Several uniformed police officers approached, looking at the pitiful Lu San. With cold sneers, they affably put jewelry on Lu San before leisurely calling an ambulance. They had long harbored a deep dislike for this bully near the station. At this moment, Jiang Cheng was already seated in her cousin's luxurious car, embarking on the journey home. However, she was far from relaxed. The three individuals beside her, upon witnessing the spectacle at the station, had transformed into a relentless barrage of inquiries. They became like three machine guns with unlimited firepower, bombarding Jiang Cheng with a ceaseless stream of questions, leaving her utterly overwhelmed. Initially, they merely expressed concern over the injuries on her face. But after Jiang Cheng removed her mask, revealing her flawless visage, restored to its former glory by a healing skill, darkness descended. "Little Orange, can you teach me martial arts? Personally, I'm a bit slow," her cousin pleaded. "Orange, were those your fans at the station? Wow, Orange, are you planning to become an idol? Do you need a cute and beautiful girl like me as your manager? Hee hee." The chatter only subsided as they neared home. Throughout the journey, Jiang Cheng lost count of how many questions she had answered. Her mouth had grown parched from all the talking. Mu Shui, seated beside her, noticed the slight cracking of Jiang Cheng's delicate lips. After glancing around, she found no water in the car. Her eyes lit up. This seemed like a golden opportunity. She licked her own dry lips and spoke timidly. "Orange, is your mouth unbearably dry?" Jiang Cheng instinctively murmured an acknowledgement, sending a surge of excitement through Mu Shui. Sitting upright, she pursed her lips and slowly leaned toward Jiang Cheng, who was still gazing out the window. Just then, Lin Yue, seated in the front passenger seat, inexplicably produced an empty bottle and tossed it, striking Mu Shui's cheek. Wincing in pain, Mu Shui abandoned her nearly accomplished feat. She glared resentfully at the instigator, only to find Lin Yue smirking coldly back at her. That gaze made Mu Shui feel a pang of guilt. Though she wanted to confront her, Lin Yu's expression ultimately silenced her. A little demon appeared in her heart, cursing Lin Yu venomously. "Stupid you and nasty you, flat you. I draw a circle to curse you." Once the slightly mischievous laugh finally settled, Lin Yu spoke gently to Jiang Cheng. "Orange, I have some water." With that, she pulled a half-full bottle from her bag and handed it tenderly to Jiang Cheng. It was clearly Lin Yu's own, but Jiang Cheng, parched, accepted it, took a sip, and offered her thanks. Mu Shui stared in bewilderment, a thought dawning on her. The city's ways are deep. Ooh, I want to go back to the countryside. That water had been drunk by Yue, and now Orange had tasted it too. Oh, I can't stand this, that wretched Yue. She snatched the bottle from Jiang Cheng and gulped it down. After finishing, she shot Lin Yue a provocative look, as if to say, an indirect kiss. "I'm fine with that too, Lin Yue." Jiang Cheng, witnessing their antics, could only rub her forehead in exasperation. A weariness settled in her heart. Once home, Lin Yue muttered, "Don't call me for lunch," and retreated to her bedroom. The fatigue of the journey had finally caught up with her. Jiang Cheng followed suit, heading to her room to tackle today's routine tasks. Between writing her novel and fulfilling her promise to fans of her alternate account, she unhesitatingly chose the former. She already had a clear strategy regarding her Haoyue persona. Her Guzheng had arrived in City C and was due for delivery today. She planned to post a video of Haoyue playing the instrument, which would undoubtedly attract a wave of new followers. The mission's completion was within reach. Plunging onto her bed, Jiang Cheng resumed her typing. In the vast void, a certain system, upon seeing its host again writing a novel that severely tarnished the image of systems, resolutely turned away, suppressing its agitation, vowing never to read that book again. Yet before long, a third eye miraculously sprouted on the back of its head, gazing intently at Jiang Cheng's writing, soon becoming entranced. Meanwhile, the earlier scuffle at the station between Jiang Cheng and the thugs had been recorded by a passerby and uploaded to Buxin. Shock: a woman faces dozens of men unflinchingly when her mask falls at her. As the video rocketed toward the trending list, countless influencers on Buxin's side, tears of envy streaming down their faces. They cried out in unison, "Monster! Beautiful, a gifted singer, a brilliant lyricist, and even a fierce fighter. Truly, comparisons are odious." A renowned Buxin influencer commented beneath the video, "In the year 2023, oh, remember this era. It's destined to be overshadowed by the brilliance of Orange and Haoyue. Just, please spare a moment to glance at this little nobody." The comment section, as always, brimmed with joy. Netizens had grown accustomed to Orange's surprises. After all, she was a celestial maiden. Being all around was only natural, right? "My Orange is a fairy descended to earth, a master of all trades. Don't act so surprised. Holding a big orange. Hee hee, I want a girlfriend who can protect me too. She doesn't need to be that beautiful. Just a bit less than orange would do, dog emoji. Eternal female. Wow, Orange in the video is so cool. I want a husband like that. If not, a woman like Orange would do too. Commander of Broken Back Mountain. Damn, Haoyue is still missing. Fine, I'll give up on Haoyue. and throw myself into Orange's arms. Orange's little princess. Hee am I the only one who finds the gangster clutching his crotch hilarious? Am dying of laughter. As the video's popularity soared, Jiang Cheng finally finished her daily writing target for her novel. After typing the last character, Jiang Cheng glanced at the time and realized there was still a while before the meal. He then uploaded the freshly written 30,000 words all at once to the Red Egg novel website. Once done, he took a look at the comment section of his own novel. Whoa, it was just 2700 a moment ago, and suddenly it's 3000. Is the author an octopus? Exclaimed Xin Tian Mod. The commenter above is clearly a new fan. This is nothing new, just read on, replied and Hey Tian Mo Wang. Alas, now that this universal system race is extinct, is this book about to end? Sighed Sui Yushin Wang. I still want to read more. Mused Shirkong Zhong Manbu. Alas, it seems likely. I wouldn't be surprised if the title of the latest chapter just had the end tacked on. Seeing the shocked remarks from his readers, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of joy. However, upon seeing some comments suggesting the novel was nearing its conclusion, Jiang Cheng immediately felt a sense of defiance. He pondered the future plot of his story, though he might have gotten carried away while writing and inadvertently wiped out the entire system race. But one must not forget his protagonist was a prodigy who had fully comprehended the mysteries of the systems, a being capable of mass-producing them. If necessary, he could domesticate some, let others run wild, and enjoy the role of a puppet master behind the scenes. When a wild system full of confidence brings its chosen unfortunate soul through countless barriers to challenge the protagonist, then, it's still a thrilling thought, isn't it? If that's not enough, he could introduce an invasion of wild systems from an outer universe, having the protagonist journey from a desolate primal world to the myriad heavens, restarting his path of system slaughter. Isn't that exciting enough? Isn't that satisfying enough? Having planned the subsequent plot development, Jiang Cheng felt elated. He promptly left a comment in the review section. The road ahead is vast. The protagonist's journey is far from being fully told in a mere 300 words. Please look forward to it. Heart gesture. After posting the comment, Jiang Cheng opened his mobile writing software, navigated to the work information, and accessed the volume management section. He wrote down the titles for the second and third volumes of his novel to ensure he wouldn't forget them. Amidst the vast void having just emerged from the shadow of the system clan's annihilation within the book, he thought this novel, though somewhat intriguing yet utterly infuriating, was finally about to conclude. Little did he expect to come across the chapter title written by Jiang Cheng. His vision darkened instantly, and he nearly rolled his eyes before fainting on the spot. How much longer must this system be tormented? Instinctively, the system wanted to issue another task to that wretched host, urging her to finish this damn novel once and for all. Yet as he prepared to act, inner turmoil arose. If it ended, wouldn't he have nothing left to read? A pang of reluctance struck him. But if he let the host continue the content of that book? How difficult this was. What did this system truly desire? Glancing at Mu Shui beside him, Jiang Cheng felt something was amiss. He zoomed in on the photo with suspicion and was instantly astonished. As the image enlarged, he saw its true nature. It was a mosaic composed of words. Good heavens, Xiao Shui was incredibly talented. Jiang Cheng mused to himself. Though the specific characters were still blurry at this magnification, it did not diminish Xiao Shui's skill. As he zoomed further, the writing gradually became clear. The moment Jiang Cheng discerned the words, his face darkened. Damn it, it was spelled out with I love you. Beside him, Mu Shui wore an eager expression, a silly smile curling at her lips. She wondered if Qingzi would be so moved that he would cry in her arms. Unexpectedly, a tender little hand found its way to her head, followed by a frenzy of ruffling. Was this Qingzi's way of being touched? Why wasn't it like I imagined? Feeling the discomfort on her head, Mu Shui inwardly wept without tears. This head rub seemed a bit too forceful. Yet she didn't think much of it, merely taking it as Jiang Cheng's expression of gratitude. After a storm of ruffling Xiao Shui's hair, Jiang Cheng finally calmed his restless heart. But what troubled him was that after seeing the words in the photo, his heart had unconsciously quickened and his face had flushed slightly. Jiang Cheng tossed his phone to Mu Shui and turned his head toward the window, unwilling to let her see his expression. Mu Shui, feeling his hand leave her head, looked at him again with anticipation. But to her disappointment, she only saw the back of his hair. Just as she was about to ask if he was surprised, a voice came from the driver's seat. What are you two up to? Don't you want to share something interesting with me? Yi Qing, who was driving, could no longer contain herself. Through the rearview mirror, she clearly saw Xiao Cheng's flushed face after Xiao Shui handed him her phone. Though she didn't know what Mu Shui had shown him, his blushing expression made her uneasy. Yi Qing felt an instinctive sense of danger. In her mind, the cunning, lowly Mu Shui had now surpassed Lin Yu as her primary rival. At Yi Qing's sudden question, Jiang Cheng and Mu Shui were both taken aback. Then they replied in unison, no. Jiang Cheng worried about losing control of the situation, while Mu Shui instinctively didn't want Yi Qing to know. But hearing their synchronized response, Yi Qing in the driver's seat grew even more uneasy. Her woman's intuition told her something was going on between them. Quickly grasping the crux of the matter, she said softly, "All right then, Xiao Shui, what did you just show Qingzi? Can I have a look?" "No." Hearing that Yi Qing wanted to see the photo, Mu Shui panicked and cried out anxiously. Then sensing her overreaction, she added weakly, "It's nothing, just a photo." Jiang Cheng chimed in, "Cousin, it's just a photo." To dispel Yi Qing's suspicion, Jiang Cheng proactively stood up and handed her the meme of a burly man that Mu Shui had sent him. Oh really? Since she was driving, Yi Qing didn't take his phone directly. She glanced briefly at the image on Jiang Cheng's phone, but her unease only deepened. They were lying to her. As if such an ugly lewd meme could make her little Cheng blush. Her tone grew heavier as she said, "Only this one. Why did I seem to see two photos in the rearview mirror?" Realizing the meme wouldn't fool his cousin, Jiang Cheng secretly gestured to Mu Shui, signaling her to let Yi Qing see the photo quickly. After all, without zooming in, it was just a simple picture of himself. Plus his cousin had only glanced briefly, which reassured him. Mu Shui understood and was about to show the photo to Yi Qing. Just as Yi Qing nodded and Mu Shui was inwardly pleased, ready to retrieve her phone, an accident occurred. Lin Yue, who had been asleep in the car for over 10 minutes, groggily opened her eyes at the sound of their voices. Still dazed, she rubbed her eyes and stared blankly at the phone Mu Shui was about to take back. Instinctively, she snatched it away and mumbled, "Have we arrived at the restaurant?" "Jiang Cheng, Mu Shui, yeah, give me back my phone. Why are you grabbing it?" Seeing Lin Yu take her phone, Mu Shui panicked, fearing she would discover the secret, and spoke hastily. Only then did Lin Yu realize she was holding Mu Shui's phone. She glanced at the lit screen, which showed a photo of Jiang Cheng, one she didn't have. She perked up immediately. "Nice photo. I'll forward it to myself and give it back in a sec." Lin Yu replied casually, about to tap in and share it. At her words, Mu Shui's face changed drastically. She reached out to snatch her phone back. "Hey, this photo seems different." Lin Yu's surprised voice rang out. Still a bit groggy, she accidentally tapped the photo several times. It zoomed in automatically, revealing the 8 English letters before her eyes. Yi Qing, seeing Lin Yu had discovered something, also glanced over. After reading it, her face darkened, and she said with a wry smile, "So that's how it is, Xiao Shui. You're quite something." At those words, Mu Shui gave up all resistance and slumped back into her seat, resigned. "So it's been found out after all." Jiang Cheng couldn't help but rub his forehead, his emotions in turmoil. Now she only hoped that during the meal these girls would behave themselves. The peculiar atmosphere inside the car left Lin Yue, who had just regained consciousness, utterly bewildered. She couldn't help but ask, "Did something happen? Why do you all seem a bit strange?" Seeing Mu Shui's persistent silence, Yi Qing felt a surge of resentment. She then recounted everything that had just transpired to Lin Yu beside her. After hearing Yi Qing's account, Lin Yu's lingering drowsiness vanished completely. She fixed her gaze on Mu Shui, who was feigning sleep with closed eyes in the back seat, her expression darkening as boundless murderous intent blossomed within her heart. She wanted to voice a rebuke, but found herself at a loss for words. Could she say, "Qingzi is mine, don't you dare harbor any improper thoughts"? She decided against it. Her grand plan to win over Qingzi required a steady and cautious approach. If she inadvertently made Qingzi uncomfortable, it would be counterproductive. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng, sensing the looming tension and fearing he might get caught in the crossfire, had already turned his head toward the car window, appearing wholly absorbed in the scenery outside. Even though the car had just passed a slaughterhouse from which the cries of animals frequently emanated, Jiang Cheng watched with rapt fascination. And so Yi Qing focused on driving. Lin Yu was lost in thought. Jiang Cheng's mind wandered, and Mu Shui pretended to sleep with her eyes half closed. Occasionally she would sneak a peek before quickly shutting her eyes again. No one spoke. Although the car had grown cold, a strange atmosphere still lingered. This bizarre ambience persisted until they arrived at the restaurant. Of course it didn't dissipate, but instead transferred to the dining table. As Jiang Cheng had anticipated, the situation at the table was exceedingly awkward. A small gesture from Mu Shui after they arrived threatened to escalate the tension among them even further. Despite the delicious food before them, Yi Qing and Lin Yu wore dark expressions. They glared fiercely at Xiao Shui, who was nestled beside Jiang Cheng, sparks of hostility flickering in their eyes. "Qingzi, try this fish, it's delicious," Mu Shui said, busily piling food onto Jiang Cheng's plate, with a sweet, adorable smile. The little lowly Mu Shui instinctively blocked out the strange looks from the two across the table. In truth, Mu Shui always considered herself a focused person, though that focus was limited to Qingzi and food. Right now, for instance, with exquisite dishes before her and a peerless beauty by her side, her little heart had no room for anything else. As for the awkward incident in the car, her singular focus had already banished it to the winds. This behavior only added fuel to the fire for the two opposite her, making their already hostile gazes even more menacing. Was this damned scheming little lowly provoking us? How infuriating! Yi Qing in particular shed tears of regret in her heart. She wondered if she had been bewitched back then. Why had she let those two move in? Or rather, who knew that those two would turn out to be just like her? Now look what had happened. She had unwittingly gained 2 superb bright light bulbs of unknown wattage, and each of them harbored improper designs on the cabbage she had nurtured for over a decade. They not only eat my food and live under my roof, but now they want to steal my. Yi Qing was about to get up and pay, but Mu Shue's next words froze her in place. It's fine, it's just a few thousand yuan, I've got it covered. Turning around, she saw Mu Shue handing her phone over with a casual remark. Don't worry Qing Jie, my allowance is more than enough. Let me treat you to this meal. The screen displayed Mu Shue's iFobeo balance 52124. 56 yuan. The amount shown was as much as 50,000 yuan, leaving Yi Qing momentarily awkward. It seemed she had been a bit too rash. She hadn't expected that Xiao Shui was also a hidden little rich girl. Sigh, how embarrassing. However, after seeing Mu Shue's balance, Yi Qing no longer felt the urge to stop her from paying. Yi Qing couldn't help but complain, you really kept this hidden well. Fine, go ahead and pay. It's because you always rush to pay, never giving me a chance to shine. Mu Shue took back her phone and replied with a grin. It seemed Qing Jie was fine now. As for Yue Hung, could she really stay mad at me forever? But at that moment, after successfully securing the chance to pay, she inexplicably felt something was off in the private room. It was a bit too quiet. Just then Yi Qing's voice rang out. Where are Xiao Shui and Yu? Mu Shue suddenly realized why she had felt something strange. It turned out 2 people were missing. She had been so caught up talking with Qing Jie that she hadn't noticed. The 2 exchanged a glance of thought striking them both, and they quickly rushed out of the private room. From a distance they spotted Jiang Cheng and Lin Yu by the counter. They seemed to be paying. As they reached the counter, they saw the waiter enthusiastically handing a bank card back to Jiang Cheng. Seeing Yi Qing and Mu Shue run over, Jiang Cheng said casually, done eating. Let's go home. Mu Shue, my chance to shine gone just like that. Yi Qing. After all their calculations, they never expected their own Xiao Cheng to settle the bill. Seeing their dazed expressions, Jiang Cheng thought they were worried she had spent too much. She unconsciously pressed the bank card in her hand, thinking of the tens of millions in balance. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, what's with those looks? Do you think I'm poor? On the way home, Yi Qing, sitting in the driver's seat, felt a swirl of emotions. She hadn't expected Xiao Shui to be a rich girl too. One of her major advantages was gone, alas. Why did you, a rich girl, have to share a dorm with Xiao Cheng back then? Otherwise I wouldn't be under so much pressure now. As she thought, Yi Qing couldn't help but glance at Lin Yue, who was dozing off in the passenger seat. Though a bit hesitant, she couldn't help but ask Yue, what does your family do? What? Lin Yue, almost asleep, was startled by Yi Qing's voice and replied with a dazed look. I said, what does your family do, Yu? Yi Qing repeated the question. My family's in the countryside. My parents raise some cattle. Why do you ask, Qing Jie? Hearing the first part, Yi Qing felt a slight relief. She thought to herself, see, rich beauties aren't everywhere, are they? But Lin Yu's next words made her uneasy. She inexplicably recalled a popular meme from the internet a while back. It couldn't be, could it? Nothing, just curious. How many heads? Yi Qing probed further, silently praying it wasn't what she imagined. Not many. Maybe around 50 or 60,000. I don't usually keep track. Yi Qing, you humble bragger. Having learned that Yu was also a little rich girl, Yi Qing fell silent. She began to suspect that her Xiao Cheng had met these 2 suspicious characters before, and they were drawn to her, so they moved into the dorm with her. How shameless. Not long after returning home, Jiang Cheng's guzheng was delivered by a courier. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Cheng happily ran out of her room to open the door for the courier. Hello, is Jiang Cheng here? Your package needs your signature. That's me. Please help me carry it inside. Yi Qing, sitting in the living room, saw the large package and asked Xiao Cheng, what did you buy? It's so big. Jiang Cheng gave a mysterious smile. Guess. Yi Qing. You guess a full guess. After seeing off the courier, Jiang Cheng looked at the antique guzheng in the room. She walked over and tried plucking a few strings, confirming the quality was acceptable. Her mind began to stir. Everything was ready except the crucial element. But what piece should she play? Or should she combine it with her singing and voice-changing skills? Soon she made up her mind. She even searched online in between. She found that pure guzheng pieces had a very small audience, which wouldn't help her goal of gaining fans. So she abandoned that original idea. However, her desire to promote traditional Zhuxiao music didn't fade. This time she planned to sing while playing, promoting Xuxia's musical culture. Soon Jiang Cheng put on the male outfit unique to Brother Hao Yue, set up her phone on the table, and started recording a video. She intended to post it on Brother Hao Yue's account. As the beautiful melody of the guzheng filled the room, Jiang Cheng began to hum. A crisp, ethereal male voice resonated in the space. Paired with Jiang Cheng in male attire, the scene was like an immortal descending to earth, playing a celestial tune that mortals could scarcely match. Holy crap, Qingzi is amazing. Yeah, it sounds so good. I didn't know Qingzi could play the guzheng. I love it. Shut up, keep your voices down. Can't you just listen quietly? This exquisite atmosphere had already captivated the 3 eavesdroppers who had unknowingly gathered outside the door. In a moment of distraction, Mu Shui and Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim. What followed was a warning from Yiqing, but this voice seemed completely unrestrained, as if she had let herself go. It startled Mu Shui and Lin Yu badly. Caught off guard, Mu Shui stumbled forward, taking Lin Yu with her. Using their bodies, they pushed open the door, exposing themselves to Jiang Cheng's view. Mu Shui, Lin Yu, the two who had fallen to the ground barely had time to glance at the room before they scrambled up and turned sharply to glare at Yiqing, who stood dumbfounded at the doorway. Their murderous gaze made Yiqing feel a hint of awkwardness. Caught under their lethal stares, Yiqing couldn't help but flash an innocent look. If I said I didn't mean it, would you believe me? Just then Jiang Cheng's voice rang out. Hey, what are you all doing? Jiang Cheng looked at the group by the door, his tone tinged with exasperation. The mood he had painstakingly built was instantly shattered. I really feel like hitting someone. Hearing their beloved Cheng speak, Yiqing and the others quickly wore embarrassed expressions. Mu Shui and Lin Yu stood frozen, unsure how to respond. Ahem, Xiaoqing, good afternoon. Cousin here, just dropping by for a visit. Nothing wrong with that, right? Yiqing strolled in as if taking a leisurely walk, her face shifting to a perfectly natural look as she addressed the speechless Jiang Cheng. What she met was Jiang Cheng's gaze, as if looking at an idiot. But Yiqing wasn't fazed. Instead, she admired the guzheng beside Jiang Cheng and exclaimed, "Wow, this zither is gorgeous. Is this what you bought today? I was just about to knock when this heavenly music suddenly drifted from your room. It was so beautiful. I had no idea you had such a talent, Xiaocheng." Seeing Yiqing trying to change the subject, Lin Yu and Mu Shui exchanged a glance. They then put on equally natural facades. "Yicheng, your zither playing is so enchanting. I'm nearly spellbound. Absolutely, please always call me when you play. I'm your devoted fan." Watching their antics, Jiang Cheng felt a genuine headache coming on. But with no better option, he sighed and said, "Alright, since you're here, find a place to sit. Just don't make a racket. I'm recording a video." Hearing his response, Mu Shui and Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and cheerfully replied, "Of course, as your most loyal listeners, how could we disturb you? Right, well, just listen quietly." They then walked over and flopped directly onto Jiang Cheng's soft bed, savoring the unique fragrance that belonged solely to him. Instantly, their minds drifted with wild thoughts. Meanwhile, Yiqing took the seat closest to Jiang Cheng. Watching the slightly dazed Mu Shui and Lin Yu on the bed, a wave of superiority washed over her. "Hey, Xiaoqing's bed smells nice, doesn't it? You know, I've climbed onto it before, and more than once." Just then, seeing the others settled, Jiang Cheng picked up his phone from the table, still recording, to check the footage. Of course, thanks to those mischievous ones, this attempt was bound to fail. But Jiang Cheng wanted to see the result. After all, it was his first try, and he wasn't sure about the angle. Picking it up, he couldn't help but cover his forehead with both hands. In the video, only half of his face was visible, as if his head had been split in two. The effect was truly indescribable. Yiqing, sitting nearby, noticed his troubled expression. She couldn't help asking, "Xiaoqing, what's wrong? Something bothering you?" Jiang Cheng paused, turned to look at Yiqing, and a brilliant idea began to form in his mind. His big eyes sparkled, making Yiqing feel a bit uneasy. For some reason, shouldn't being stared at by Xiaoqing be a joy? Yet a sense of dread crept into her heart. "Cousin, can you do me a favor?" As soon as Jiang Cheng spoke, Yiqing's unease grew stronger. She regretted having spoken up, but faced with Xiaoqing's stunning beauty, she reluctantly braced herself and replied, "What favor? As long as it's within my power, you can count on me." "Thank you, cousin. You're the best." Jiang Cheng beamed with joy at her agreement. His words flattered Yiqing greatly, though a lingering worry remained. What exactly did Xiaoqing want her help with? Meanwhile, Mu Shui and Lin Yu watched Jiang Cheng's behavior toward Yiqing with envy burning in their eyes. In their memory, this seemed to be the first time Cheng had acted so coy. But why wasn't it directed at them? Soon, however, their jealousy faded. Their gazes toward Yiqing now held a hint of schadenfreude and pity. Jiang Cheng opened the video recording function on his phone and solemnly handed it to Yiqing. "Cousin, I'm entrusting you with the task of filming me. Remember, keep the camera steady." Hearing what seemed like such a simple task, Yiqing readily agreed. And thus her ordeal began. Jiang Cheng sat back down before the guzheng, and the beautiful melody resumed. Beside him, Yiqing stood like a statue, phone in hand, motionless. Within 10 seconds, an itch crept across her face. But recalling Xiaoqing's instructions, she held back. 30 seconds, and Jiang Cheng's resonant voice began to sing. Autumn wind and setting sun enter the long river, misty rain over the south of the Yangtze rose a boat. On the bed, Mu Shui and Lin Yu listened in rapt fascination. Only Yiqing felt a surge of grievance. She too wanted to relax and enjoy Xiaoqing's zither playing and singing. But how could she fully immerse herself while holding the camera? Though her face wore a resentful expression, her hands never dared to move the phone. After about a minute, Yiqing's arms began to ache. Only then did she realize how exhausting it was to hold something perfectly still. At 3 minutes, a wave of irritation welled up inside her. She longed to toss the phone away, but she chose to persevere. Silently, tears of regret streamed down her heart, as she lamented why she had ever spoken up. At that moment she felt utterly miserable. After declaring her return, Jiang Chen quickly looked at Yi Qing, whose expression seemed somewhat off. At this moment Yi Qing's face was filled with sorrow, her body trembling slightly, with a trace of tears on her cheek, evoking a sense of pity. Seeing her cousin in such a state, Jiang Chen felt both worried and a hint of curiosity. How could her cousin have become like this in just 5 minutes? Before Jiang Chen could speak, Yi Qing, who had been waiting for her little Cheng to finish, finally noticed. Her dull eyes brightened slightly as she prepared to walk to a place to rest. But her legs seemed to disobey her. She stumbled and fell into Jiang Cheng's arms. This startled Jiang Chen, who feared something had happened to her cousin. She quickly held Yi Qing tightly to prevent her from hitting the floor. As Jiang Chen looked down to check on her cousin, Yi Qing, though still unwell, felt the warmth of her cousin's body and the fragrant scent. It was as if she had ascended from hell to heaven, and life suddenly became beautiful. Yi Qing couldn't help but squint her eyes and wear a silly smile. When Jiang Chen looked down, she saw this. She noticed that Yi Qing's drool was about to drip onto her clothes. Jiang Cheng's face darkened, and she decisively pushed Yi Qing away. Suddenly pushed away, Yi Qing felt a flash of disappointment. She cursed her little Cheng for being ungrateful, considering how hard she had worked to record the video. As Yi Qing tried to stand up, her legs still wouldn't obey. With a cry of pain, she fell flat on her face in front of Jiang Chen, sprawled out like a starfish. Seeing this, Jiang Chen felt a pang of distress. The cry and the sight of her cousin caused a dull ache in Jiang Cheng's heart. She quickly helped Yi Qing up, only to find a trail of blood on her face. She had a nosebleed. Jiang Chen grabbed a tissue from the table and handed it to Yi Qing. Lin Yu and Mu Shui, who were lying on the bed, grew restless when they saw Yi Qing fall into Jiang Cheng's arms. They exchanged glances and hurried over. However, they didn't see Yi Qing fall because it happened beside the Guzheng, out of their line of sight. They only heard a chilling scream from Yi Qing. By then Yi Qing had dazedly stuffed her bleeding nostril. Her face was still covered in blood, looking terrifying like a female lead in a horror movie. Jiang Chen was about to help her to the bathroom to wash up when she turned and met the eyes of Lin Yu and Mu Shui. Their faces instantly froze. They exchanged glances, barely suppressing their urge to flee. Lin Yu weakly said to Yi Qing, "Jia, your face." Meanwhile, Mu Shui quietly approached Jiang Chen and whispered, "Qingzi, should I call 110? No. 120. Jiang Chen rolled her eyes and replied, "It's nothing, she just had a nosebleed." Jiang Chen had been a bit worried, but after a closer look she realized her cousin had only had a nosebleed and breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Yi Qing became frightened. "My face? What's wrong with my face? Is it broken? If it is, how can I win over Xiao Cheng?" Frightened, she broke free from Jiang Cheng's hands, grabbed a mirror from the bedside, and took a sharp look. She saw a horrifying face. A ghost. Seeing her blood-stained face in the mirror, Yi Qing didn't recognize herself at first and thought she had seen a ghost. She threw the mirror away, then realized the face in the mirror was her own. This made her even more upset. Hearing the mirror shatter on the floor and seeing her cousin's expression, Jiang Chen felt speechless. She was about to tell her cousin to just wash her face. But before she could speak, Yi Qing covered her face and came over looking heartbroken. After resting in her little Cheng's arms for a while, Yi Qing's disobedient limbs suddenly regained their strength. She didn't want her little Cheng to see her face and weakly asked Qingzi, if I become ugly, will you still like me?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen wanted to give her a knock on the head, but held back because she was injured. It was just a nosebleed, why all the drama? After some effort, Jiang Chen managed to push Yi Qing into the bathroom. After washing her face, Yi Qing saw that her face was still as stunning as before, still worthy of her little Cheng. Yi Qing returned to normal and happily hugged Jiang Chen tightly, which gave Jiang Chen a headache. When they returned to the room, Ye and Xiao Xue had already left. Looking at the empty room and recalling the events, Jiang Chen started to think. A question occurred to her: did her cousin have the nosebleed before or after she fell? She was suspicious but didn't dwell on it. After cleaning up the bloodstains left by Yi Qing, she picked up the video her cousin had recorded. This was more important. If she didn't post it today, her livestream might be bombarded tonight. Jiang Chen quickly reviewed the video and found it satisfactory. The camera was steady and her final exit was well captured. She silently gave Yi Qing a thumbs up. She even considered asking her cousin to record for her again. Meanwhile, in the next room, Yi Qing lay exhausted on the bed, stubbornly browsing the product pages of professional live streaming equipment. Recalling the day's events, she resolved to buy a complete set of equipment for her little Cheng. She swore never to record videos for her again. It was too painful. After a brief touch-up on the video, Jiang Chen cheerfully logged into Brother Haoyu's account. With a simple title in mind, she published the video. Today's return, a song for fans please appreciate. Meanwhile, on Weixin, in the comments section under Brother Haoyu's account, countless Haoyu fans eagerly awaited the return of their long-absent idol. Since yesterday, when some returned from Sister Orange's livestream bearing thrilling news. Many of them brimming with excitement flocked to Brother Haoyu's account to stake their claim. They hoped to snag the front row to catch a glimpse of that radiant man. They dared not dream of more, only that their idol might grace them with a single reply. Thus, when Jiang Cheng uploaded the video to Brother Haoyu's account, it naturally exploded. A jade-like gentleman among the mortal world, a peerless son unmatched in his era. Brother Haoyu's breathtaking, ethereal beauty paired with the bold and stirring lyrics was utterly captivating. Truly, it was an irresistible allure. Could it be that Brother Haoyu had vanished all these days merely to prepare this grand gift for us? This thought crept into the minds of many Haoyu fans, and once it appeared, it could not be erased. As they gazed at the screen, Brother Haoyu's celestial figure ignited an ever-growing fervor, not only among his most passionate female fans, but even countless men, after watching the entire video with burning intensity, were won over by the man within. For a true man born between heaven and earth should be no less. Within 5 minutes of Jiang Cheng posting the video, the comment section swelled by over 1,000 entries. Haoyu's return day fan, I've waited for the stars and the moon, and finally Brother Haoyu is back. Oh yeah. 7 foot, sword by my side today, I was blessed to hear a celestial tune stirring 1,000 emotions. I wish to compose a poem, but alas. Holy crap, awesome. Moon Orange Sibling Phantom. I have a rather embarrassing thought. Could I help you, Brother Haoyu, carry on your bloodline? Free of charge. Dog face. As more and more people watched the video, and as countless individuals spread the word, people from all corners of Zhuxia converged into a mighty tide, responding with fervent enthusiasm to Brother Haoyu's return and the work he brought. Shares, likes, and comments climbed incessantly. Within less than half an hour of the video's release, views reached a staggering million, and the number continued to surge at a terrifying pace. The buzz nearly rivaled Sister Orange's rendition of Red Jiayuan from the previous night. 2 hours later, the video ascended to the second spot on Boxin's charts, hot on the heels of Jiang Cheng's Red Jiayuan from last night. The momentum showed no signs of waning, instead it swelled as more people flooded in. An hour later, as countless viewers watched and debated the video, suddenly the screen went black, forcibly logging them out of the Weixin app. When they tried to log back, and a notice popped up stating that the platform was under maintenance. Many viewers staring at the darkened screen were struck by a startling thought: Weixin had crashed due to Brother Haoyu's return alone. In Shanghai at Weixin headquarters, a middle-aged man in a suit, the current helmsman of Weixin, Zhang Heng, paced back and forth in his office with a look of utter disbelief. He periodically dialed the phone on his desk, instructing his subordinates to quickly add more servers. He was determined to minimize the losses from this incident. After everything was arranged, Jiang Heng couldn't help but think of the culprits behind this chaos: Sister Orange and Brother Haoyu, that enviable pair of siblings. Many of Brother Haoyu's fans believed the crash was solely due to his return, but that wasn't entirely true. While Brother Haoyu's return played a part, another factor was the massive influx of traffic triggered by Sister Orange's song from yesterday, which had fermented over a day and erupted on Weixin. The combination of the two caused Zhuxia's premier social platform Weixin to experience its first server crash in 17 years. In other words, it was the joint effort of Brother Haoyu and Sister Orange, this sibling duo, that led to this incident. Jiang Heng felt a mix of admiration and frustration toward these two culprits. He admired their talent and ability to attract fans, but was frustrated by his repeated attempts to contact them through special envoys, hoping to recruit them as Boxin's brand ambassadors. Countless messages sent to them had vanished into thin air with no reply. Sitting in his office chair, Jiang Heng pondered whether the terms he offered didn't sit well with them, leading to their disregard. If in the past the two weren't worth a heavy bet from someone like him, then after this incident his estimation of them had skyrocketed. In this era, traffic reigns supreme. For prodigies like Sister Orange and Brother Haoyu, who excel in both looks and talent, they must, no, they have to, be brought into his fold. Meanwhile, Brother Haoyu's fanbase, thanks to this single video, in just under 3 hours had surged by over 2.8 million followers, reaching a total of 5 million. Witnessing all this, Jiang Cheng was overjoyed. She alternated between gazing at her own stunning reflection in the video and reading the astonished comments from netizens, watching the follower count soar. Her face blossomed like a flower, her heart brimming with delight. It wasn't until she was forcibly logged out of the app that Jiang Cheng snapped back to reality. Thinking back to Brother Haoyu's follower count, her face lit up with surprise. The video had achieved such results in less than 3 hours. She was naturally thrilled, but then her thoughts turned to Red Jiayuan, released the night before. What kind of brilliance would that song, after a day's accumulation, unleash? Jiang Cheng hastily logged into her Zhuyu livestream account. As expected, her personal page showed a follower count of over 7 million. Combined with Brother Haoyu's current followers, the total had reached over 12 million. And Jiang Cheng felt that although Brother Haoyu's video had only been out for 3 hours, and she couldn't track its trend due to Boxin's crash, it should still explode, shouldn't it? If everything went as she imagined with just these two songs, she could complete the system's elimination task. It took half an hour for Bo Xin to finish handling this incident. But Jiang Cheng no longer paid attention to it. It was already 6 o'clock time for humans to eat again. Jiang Cheng patted her flat stomach and walked cheerfully to the kitchen. At this moment, the 3 people at the dining table were already seated neatly. However, there was not a single dish on the table. Jiang Cheng looked at the empty table, then touched her own flat stomach. 3 question marks seemed to float above her head. What was going on? If there was no food, why were they sitting there? Seeing her little Cheng approaching with a bewildered expression, Yi Qing instantly understood that her little Cheng was probably hungry. She was the first to speak. It's on the way. She pointed a hand outside the door. Oh, how much longer until it arrives? Jiang Cheng understood and asked casually before finding a chair to sit down. She was already accustomed to her cousin's habit of ordering food from high-end restaurants. Less than 10 minutes, I'll be here soon. Yi Qing replied. Jiang Cheng hummed in acknowledgement and said nothing more. Meanwhile, Mu Shui and Lin Yue, seeming a bit bored, took the initiative to talk to Jiang Cheng. Qingzi, when will you play the zither and sing again? I really want to hear it. Yeah, Qingzi, you're so beautiful and talented. Tell me, did you sneak down from heaven? Suddenly questioned by these two, Jiang Cheng was stunned for a moment. Meanwhile, Yi Qing felt a sour sensation rising in her heart again. Flattering my Qingzi again. What exactly are you scheming? But her eyes involuntarily turned to Jiang Cheng, waiting for her response. When her little Qing sang and played the zither, she was truly breathtakingly beautiful. Yi Qing actually wanted to hear it too. It depends on my mood. But if you want to listen, I can play for you as long as you don't find it annoying. As for being fairies, aren't you 2 fairies yourselves, eh? Jiang Cheng replied with a smile. Having gotten the answer they wanted, Mu Shui and Lin Yu couldn't help but beam with joy. Especially after hearing Jiang Cheng's last remark, they immediately left their chairs, and each gave Jiang Cheng a warm hug. Qingzi, you're so wonderful. I love you to bits. Qingzi, I like you. Please give me a chance. Jiang Cheng hadn't expected such an enthusiastic reaction and was momentarily overwhelmed. Yeah, was fine after all, her physique was what it was. But with Xiaoxua, it was really. Whenever she sensed those 2 large mounds, Jiang Cheng felt a bit of difficulty breathing. Moreover, because the weather was hot, even though it was evening, Mu Shui's attire was still quite cool. Thus, after the hug, Jiang Cheng's face was slightly flushed, and her body unconsciously felt a bit warm. Regarding this, Jiang Cheng, who considered herself a righteous person, attributed it to Mu Shui. Because Jiang Cheng was sitting when Mu Shui ran over to hug her, those 2 large soft mounds rubbed directly against Jiang Cheng's face. Blocked from oxygen and somewhat breathless, it was normal for Jiang Cheng's face to turn red after the hug. Nevertheless, Jiang Cheng looked at Mu Shui and the other with a hint of reproach in her eyes. If you 2 keep being mischievous, I won't sing for you anymore. No, Qingzi, you still love me, right? Mu Shui put on a pitiful smile, but inside she was overjoyed. What could she do? She was short after all. Sigh. Today she must have left an even deeper impression on Qingzi's heart. Qingzi, don't be like that. They'll deal with her properly after we eat. Lin Yu's gaze toward Mu Shui was also somewhat unfriendly. She had thought it was just a simple hug, but she hadn't expected this sly little one to pull such a stunt. Too much. Way too much. Envious. So envious. Was being tall her fault? Yi Qing had watched the entire scene unfold. Seeing these people flaunting wildly and teasing her little Cheng, she felt deeply uncomfortable. A surge of resentment rose from her heart. Looking at Lin Yu and Mu Shui, she felt an infinite killing intent. It was as if a ferocious clawing demon was about to be born from the depths of her soul. Then she stood up, left her chair, and walked out with a pitch-black expression. She stopped only when she reached Jiang Cheng. Seeing her cousin's dark face and the chilling aura emanating from her, Jiang Cheng's voice unconsciously weakened as she looked up and asked, "Cousin, what's wrong?" As soon as she said this, Yi Qing's gloomy face instantly cleared like a sunny sky. Little Cheng, I also really love hearing you play the zither and sing. You must play a few more songs for me from now on. Her tone was full of coquettishness. As she spoke, Yi Qing threw herself into Jiang Cheng's arms. She squirmed restlessly a few times before finally getting up, secretly pecking Jiang Cheng on the cheek. Jiang Cheng. Within minutes, Jiang Cheng once again felt a sense of being ravished. Last time it was her face, this time it was her body. After Yi Qing's body left, Jiang Cheng's face was even redder, but her gaze at Yi Qing was full of resentment. A curse was on the tip of her tongue, but she hesitated, stopping and starting again. Meanwhile, Yi Qing was walking back to her seat with an air of pride. Along the way, she felt envious and jealous glares from Mu Shui and Lin Yu. She couldn't help but turn her head and flash them an infuriatingly smug smile. As if to say, jealous aren't you, my destined losers. Seeing this, Lin Yu and Mu Shui exchanged glances and said nothing more. They lowered their heads and each started playing with their phones as if they hadn't heard Yi Qing at all. Seeing their actions, the triumphant Yi Qing was momentarily stunned and felt a bit deflated. But she quickly comforted herself. They must have realized the endless gap between us and felt deeply inferior, not daring to meet my eyes, so they lowered their heads to play on their phones. Yes, that must be it. Thinking this, Yi Qing's aura grew even more arrogant as she looked at Lin Yu and Mu Shui, heads bowed over their phones. She thought to herself, "You are just food on my plate. How dare you covet my adorable and charming little chum?" Seeing her cousin swaggering with that infuriatingly smug demeanor, Jiang Cheng felt both annoyed and inexplicably amused. After a moment's thought, Jiang Cheng's urge to lash out gradually subsided. After all, his three lively treasures never seemed to be normal for even a single moment. A few minutes later, the meal Yi Qing had ordered arrived. After a delightful feast, it was already 7 o'clock. Returning to his room, Jiang Cheng prepared to begin his live-streaming endeavor for the day. He checked his accounts again. Hao Yu's account had gained another 3 million followers, while his own Catchfish Live account had only added over 1 million. Yet Jiang Cheng was already thoroughly satisfied, a blissful smile spreading across his face. Combined with the previous count, his total followers had surpassed 17 million, leaving only 3 million to reach the 20 million mission target. The path ahead seemed radiant. At 7:30, Jiang Cheng began his stream punctually. Though the mission was nearly complete, who knew what tasks the system would issue next? For now, he had better remain diligent. As soon as the stream opened, a crowd that had been waiting long surged in. "How dare you start 30 seconds later than yesterday? Have you no regard for us fans?" said Orange's true fan. "Hee, today Orange didn't bail, my youth is back," exclaimed Orange's chief steward. "Hee, thanks for bringing that scoundrel How You back," added Love How You Love Orange. Watching the comments in his stream, especially those from his steward Jiang Cheng, felt inexplicably wounded. Wasn't this just too much? But thinking back, he had only streamed once in the past few days, and the rest of the time. Ahem. As for those comments from his alternate accounts, fans thanking him for bringing How You back. For some reason, Jiang Cheng felt a twinge of guilt. "Hello everyone, I'm Sister Orange, hope for your follow." The same opening as always. After speaking, he began responding to fans' questions. First, he naturally addressed How Yu's alternate account fans. Although it was awkward and he wanted to pretend not to see, as time passed, Jiang Cheng was astonished to find more and more people in the stream saying the same thing. These folks had come in droves. Helpless Jiang Cheng could no longer ignore their comments. Suppressing his embarrassment, he replied, "It's nothing, I just casually mentioned it to him. He seems to have had poor memory lately, and after I said one thing he came right back." In Fengtian, at the Catchfish building. Though it was nearly 8 o'clock, Wang Ling, the CEO of Catchfish Live, was still at the company. Seated in an exquisite office chair, the computer screen before him displayed Sister Orange's stream. Her peerless beauty, melodious voice, and strong fan loyalty deeply captivated this elite figure of Zhuxia. Unlike Jiang Heng of Buxin, Wang Ling was in his late 20s, in the prime of his youth. Thus improper thoughts about the radiant Sister Orange stirred within him. Yet recalling his earlier foolish behavior, Wang Ling's heart grew even more complex. In truth, he had been following her since before she revealed her face. Though his initial motives were somewhat different, that didn't hinder his current admiration. It was mainly because of that woman from before. She had hurt him too deeply. He remembered being one of the few in her stream at the start, yet he had mockingly scorned her promise to show her face at 100 followers. Her actions were too similar to that woman's. Finally, Sister Orange unveiled a celestial countenance that would make even immortals feel inferior. He was utterly captivated, wanting to spend lavishly to redeem his past disgrace. Yet she seemed unmoved by money, swiftly and decisively giving him a mute. But in Wang Ling's heart, this made Sister Orange even more alluring. He didn't persist afterward. Instead, he repeatedly sent people to negotiate with her, hoping to sign her under the platform, to nurture her into a dazzling rising star. Clinging to the fantasy of first come first served, he thought perhaps he could. Alas, whether it was his poor offer or his subordinates' incompetence or Sister Orange's lack of intent to sign, this thought, once it arose in Wang Ling's mind, was immediately discarded. Could there really be someone in this world unmoved by money? If so, it must be because the sum wasn't large enough. As Wang Ling gazed at Jiang Cheng's smiling face on the screen, pondering what olive branch to extend next, Jiang Cheng's livestream continued without pause. Meanwhile, within the Zhuyu building, Wang Ling, upon learning that his subordinate had successfully permanently banned that account, curled his lips slightly and adjusted his collar. After swiftly switching to a new ID, he moved his finger toward the gift icon in the lower right corner and clicked. A notification flashed. Boss Wang had sent 100 eternal true love gifts in Sister Orange's livestream. Faced with such a staggering donation, not only was Jiang Cheng, who was in the middle of streaming, taken aback, but even the thousands of viewers in the chat room were momentarily stunned. The bullet comments fell silent for a few seconds. 100 eternal true love gifts. Converted to RMB, that was a colossal sum of 1 million. Yet this silence didn't last long before it was flooded with comments like, "The big boss is incredible 666. Before the screen, Jiang Cheng said with evident delight, "Thank you, Boss Wang, for the gift." He After sending the gifts, Wang Ling, watching Sister Orange's livestream, couldn't contain his joy. With money paving the way, who could stop him? At that moment, after a moment's thought, he began typing. Boss Wang, streamer, do you still remember someone called Young Master Wang? Wang Ling wanted to salvage his image in Sister Orange's eyes before extending the olive branch. Faced with this question from the wealthy boss, Wang Jiangcheng pondered, but was utterly perplexed. Young Master Wang. Who was that? To be honest, amid the frequent appearances of big spenders in her livestream over the past few days, the memory of Beta, who drove a tank during her first broadcast, was gradually fading from Jiangcheng's mind. Just as Jiangcheng looked completely baffled, an old fan spoke up in the comments. Last night's stars flowing like rain. That Beta who drives a tank. A single phrase awakened the dreamer. Jiangcheng finally recalled that person, the one who had once made her gnash her teeth in fury. But why was this wealthy man asking about that? Could it be? Glancing at the rich man's name, Jiangcheng's mind raced with possibilities. That guy was called Young Master Wang. This one was Boss Wang. It couldn't be, could it? Things shouldn't be as she imagined. Yeah, I remember. Why? Jiangcheng asked, tentatively waiting to see how he would respond. Before the screen, Wang Ling, hearing Sister Orange's reply, felt a surge of joy. So she still remembered him. His hopes seemed quite high. So he quickly typed again. Ahem, I am regrettably the father of that scoundrel here, especially to apologize to you. That child has had a hard lot. He met the wrong people before, leaving a huge psychological shadow in his heart, which is why he acted like that before. If there's a chance, I'd like you two to get to know each other anew. Also, I wanted to invite you to join my company. The benefits and treatment. As Wang Ling typed away enthusiastically, he failed to notice that Jiangcheng's expression in the live stream was rapidly shifting. Beta who drives a tank's father. Birds of a feather flock together. Damn it, I really guessed right. Want me to get to know his scumbag son again? Ha, forget it, my heart isn't that big. Invite me to your company. Work alongside your wretched son. Damn it. Ban. With that, Jiangcheng sent him down the same path his son had once trodden. A 365-day, all-year nutrition package. You deserve it. Just as Wang Ling was about to elaborate on the detailed benefits, he suddenly found his comments couldn't be sent. Then the comment box displayed, you have been muted by the streamer for 364 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Wang Ling. This familiar scene infuriated him. He slammed the laptop on his desk, his once cheerful face instantly twisting into a vicious scowl. Being muted by the same person for the second time, and ignored by her again, his rage soared to its peak. After trashing his office in a frenzy, his face contorted with fury, he shouted into the air, bitch, ungrateful wretch, just you wait. As if Sister Orange were right beside him. In Jiangcheng's livestream, since most fans had joined after that incident, and were unaware of the details, they were somewhat confused by the exchange between Jiangcheng and the wealthy boss Wang. Another day of loving oranges. What's going on? I'm totally lost. I peel oranges with my fingers, though I don't know what happened. I know Sister Orange must be right. Green mountains with clouds. As an old fan who knows the whole story, I can only say well done. Love oranges. Hey big bro, won't you fill us newbies in? My curiosity is killing me. Seeing many in the livestream were clueless, Jiangcheng thought for a moment, and said to the viewers, wait for me, I'll dig through my album and show you something. After speaking, Jiangcheng clicked the pause button on her livestream. She quickly found a screenshot long buried in her album, the one where Beta who drives a tank had deceived everyone before her face camera livestream began. Restarting the livestream, Jiangcheng put up the screenshot. She did it simply to avoid misunderstandings among her fans. The appearance of the image instantly stirred a storm in the chat room. I like oranges, so what? Holy crap, what breed of dog is this? He must be blind to slander my fairy like that. Growing oranges on the Broken Back Mountain. Meow, this is the legendary long-tongued man, disgusting. Fairy, well done, I've got your back. Commander of the Orange Juice Guard, Lu San. Fairy baby, I never knew you suffered so much before. From now on it's our turn to protect you. May the mountains and rivers last forever. Those who harm the fairy shall be punished no matter how far. Seeing that her viewers now understood the full story, Jiangcheng removed the screenshot. Touched by her fans' comforting words, a smile returned to her face. It's nothing, I'm tough, okay? It's been a long time, so let's not dwell on it. Meanwhile, little did Jiangcheng know a pair of eyes nearly spitting fire were staring at her through the screen. After witnessing everything that transpired in Sister Orange's livestream, Wang Ling was enraged. In his office, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the woman on the screen. Wang Ling was a man of considerable stature. At the age of 27, he had inherited his father's vast empire, presiding over a corporation worth hundreds of billions with a personal net worth exceeding 10 billion. Yet he had been toyed with by a woman time and again. His gaze was filled with barely concealed malice. Gazing at the woman on the screen, the fury in his heart could no longer be contained. He pulled out his phone and with a twisted expression dialed a number. Hello, President Wang, what can I do for you? A middle-aged man's voice emanated from the device. Shut down Sister Orange's livestream room. Wang Ling's voice was eerily sinister. Jiang Cheng's actions had thoroughly provoked him. This. President Wang banning Sister Orange's stream would cause us significant losses. The man on the other end was astonished by Wang Ling's command. He knew that Sister Orange's presence had dramatically increased traffic to Catchfish Live this year. Why would they suddenly want to shut it down? Out of caution, he activated the phone's call recording function. They'll say it again, shut down Sister Orange's live stream room. Hearing this response, Wang Ling's face grew even darker. His tone turned hostile. But, President Wang, has the board of directors been informed? Though uneasy, the man on the other end steeled himself to confirm. Working under someone else was like that, one had to be cautious or risk being sold out without knowing. Wang Ling's reply was a sneer followed by a furious roar. How do you think I can't touch you? Shut down Sister Orange's live stream within 10 minutes. Otherwise go to HR tomorrow to collect your severance and get the hell out. Click. Listening to his boss' final ultimatum, the middle-aged man on the other end silently put down his phone. After careful deliberation, he dialed a shareholder's number. After a long wait with no answer, he sighed deeply, reluctantly acquiescing under the pressure. Meanwhile, in his office, Wang Ling hung up in a fit of rage. Soon after, he received a text from the middle-aged man. President Wang, I'll handle it immediately. Please don't be angry. Reading the message, a cold sneer spread across Wang Ling's face as he turned his attention back to Sister Orange's stream. That woman was still chatting amiably with her viewers, a sight that only irritated Wang Ling further. This ungrateful woman preferred mingling with those penniless losers in the chat rather than accepting his goodwill. What a waste of a naturally beautiful face. Since she refused his kindness, she could go to hell. Consumed by rage, he seemed to have forgotten a crucial detail. About 10 minutes passed. The middle-aged man acted swiftly, and Jiang Cheng's livestream was banned. Jiang Cheng, who had been joyfully interacting with her audience, was about to answer a fan's question when her screen suddenly went black, revealing a notification. Ding, your livestream has been banned for spreading harmful information. Jiang Cheng. What the hell? What harmful information had she spread? Why was she suddenly banned? Sitting before the screen, Jiang Cheng was utterly exasperated by the official notice. After attempting to restart the stream a few times only to find it still banned, she called customer service to get to the bottom of things. The call connected, and the customer service representative was very warm, seemingly a fan of Brother Haoyue. But when Jiang Cheng explained her situation, the response was baffling. The representative simply said, I don't know. Jiang Cheng. What kind of nonsense was this? Meanwhile, the viewers in the chat erupted after the screen went dark. Their notification differed from Jiang Cheng's. The live stream you are viewing has been banned for violations. Please move to another streamer's room. Though the screen was black, the chat grew even more chaotic. Wu Jie Aiching, what the hell is this? I just got here, haven't even seen my goddess, and you show me this. Waji Kenqingzi banned our Orange's stream and tell us to go elsewhere. Xingmu Mu Biaoqi Qingzi violations. Ha, I laugh. Our Orange is kind, lovely, dignified, and graceful. How could she violate anything? Suiwa Zaiqizhong. Haha guys, I just contacted customer service, and you won't believe it. They said they didn't know either. I'm laughing. CMO Wan Wu, damn, that's disgusting. Unable to find a solution, Jiang Cheng decisively gave up on streaming for the night. Thinking of the confused viewers still waiting, she posted a status update telling them not to wait any longer. Thankfully, only the stream was banned, as she could still post. Due to the live stream being banned with no resolution from the officials, today's stream ends here. Good night and get some rest too. Love you all, orange heart gesture. Below the text were two images, one a screenshot of the ban notification, the other a pitiful-looking emoji. As soon as Jiang Cheng posted this update, her fans grew even more furious. Their goddess already streamed infrequently, often skipping sessions. Now when she finally streamed normally, the idiot officials pulled this stunt. After leaving a flood of warm messages like, good night goddess. It's okay, get some rest early. A large group of fans took it upon themselves to contact customer service, demanding an explanation for Sister Orange. However, they were far less gentle with the Catchfish Live support team than they had been with Jiang Cheng. Because of the inexplicable ban on Jiang Cheng's stream, most fans were seething with anger. Hello, how may I assist you? Said customer service Xiaoyu. Yes, I want to know why our Sister Orange's live stream was banned. Well, an announcement will be posted tomorrow. Please be patient, you'll have the answer after a good night's sleep. Oh, so as a customer service representative who's supposed to solve our problems, you don't know either. Sorry. It's our fault for affecting your experience. Meanwhile, countless customer service agents at Zhuyu were being bombarded by Jiang Cheng's fans. Yet they were the ones in the wrong. Even by 9:30 p.m. Beijing time, they still didn't know why the platform had banned Sister Orange's stream. Finally, they reluctantly called their supervisor. Mo Qing, head of Zuyu's customer service department, wasn't on duty that night. At that moment, she was engaged in a sacred baby-making session with her boyfriend, striving for their adorable little one. The room was filled with the scent of surging hormones. I just love energetic boys like you. Alright Qing, here I come, he. Just as they were reaching the peak of ecstasy, a phone rang on the bedside table, dampening their mood. The man in particular was so startled by the ringtone that he went completely limp. Mo Ching glanced irritably at the name on the phone as if memorizing it forever. Then without answering she hung up. Turning to her husband's speechless expression, she flashed an enticing smile. She gently crooked her finger, as if to say, let's continue. The man, seeing her gesture, felt a shiver run through his body. He swallowed hard. Gazing at Mo Ching's alluring figure, he prepared to delve deeper. Just then the phone rang again. Damn it, who the hell calls at this hour? The man exploded with rage, staring at the vibrating phone. 1,000 mythical beasts seemed to stampede through his heart, all his fury condensed into a single curse. Mo Ching was also angry now. She gestured for the man to be quiet, and answered the call. The man was speechless, looking at his own inadequacy, a surge of inexplicable anger rising within him. How would he face Xiao Qing after she finished the call? But then he remembered the LVS divine pill he had bought at a street stall. Her man was after all quite enduring. He fished out the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Then he watched Mo Ching on the phone, waiting for the medicine to take effect. Mo Ching, answering the call, looked impatient and was about to scold. But before she could speak, the urgent voice on the other end came through. Sister Ching, do you know about Sister Orange's stream being banned? We can't hold out much longer. What? Sister Orange's stream was banned? For what reason? I didn't know. Sister Ching, you don't know either. Wait, I'm coming over right now. Try to calm things down. After hanging up, Mo Ching didn't immediately rush to the office. Instead, she picked up her phone and opened the Zhuyu app. Upon closer inspection, she realized the situation was even more dire than she had imagined. The lustful look on her face involuntarily faded. She put down her phone, hastily dressed, and rushed out the door, leaving the naked man on the bed on the verge of tears. Just then he felt a tremor in his body, a discomfort rising. The damn pill had kicked in at that very moment. His left hand instinctively reached for the roll on the bedside table. The man stared helplessly at Mo Ching's retreating figure. A life. In the end, one must rely on oneself. Meanwhile, at Zhuyu Live, after failing to get answers from customer service, Jiang Cheng's massive fan base flooded into the live streams of various other broadcasters. It all stemmed from the final line in the official notice: please move to another broadcaster's stream to watch. If you ban our Orange for no reason and tell us to watch other streams, what is that your excuse for banning her? What? Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Fine, if that's how you want to play, well, go watch. Such was the mindset of a portion of Jiang Cheng's fans. Most of them had come from other platforms and were unfamiliar with live streaming conventions. They had joined Zhuyu solely to watch Sister Orange and didn't fully grasp the platform's rules. Consequently, broadcasters of all sizes on Zhuyu became innocent victims. Of course, Jiang Cheng's fans didn't do anything truly harmful. They wouldn't tarnish their fairy-like reputation. They simply entered a popular stream together. Then they greeted the broadcaster and began recounting the injustice done to Sister Orange by the platform. How her stream was banned without reason and how customer service ignored their inquiries. Such messages flooded the comment sections of various streams. Many uninformed viewers grew indignant at the platform's actions. But the broadcasters on screen were the real victims, watching their loyal fans get swayed by Sister Orange's supporters, their viewership numbers plummeting. Though they wore smiles on their faces, their hearts were cursing nonstop. Of course, their anger was directed at the platform. After all, Sister Orange's rise, while encroaching on a few interests, had been welcomed by most broadcasters. Her success had brought a surge of traffic to Zhuyu. Their own viewer counts had increased. More viewers meant higher revenue. It was a great situation. But now, learning that the platform had banned Sister Orange, they were utterly baffled. They wondered if the platform's executives had lost their minds, pulling such a foolish stunt. Meanwhile, the culprit behind it all, Zia CEO Wang Ling, had gone to sleep peacefully after seeing the ban, content with his work. Before sleeping, he wondered what expression that woman was wearing now. He was perhaps one of only two carefree souls on this tumultuous night. The first, naturally, was the victim herself, Jiang Cheng. At 5 a.m. on the second day, the conference room in the building of Zhuyu Live Streaming Company in Fengtian was once again illuminated. Over a dozen shareholders and senior executives from various departments sat with solemn expressions, staring intently at the large screen before them. Though it was merely a post, it made the industry elites present feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy, their faces etched with gravity. Entitled, Shock Orange Fairy Mysteriously Banned Zhuyu Platform's Response is thus. The post surged to the top of Boxin's trending list in just a few hours at an unprecedented speed. It attracted discussions from countless netizens. As they gazed at the post on the screen and the insults directed at their company in the comments section, many in the conference room turned their eyes to Wang Ling beside them. Their gazes were those reserved for a fool. Many felt an urge to curse, but considering his status, they ultimately held back. They could only secretly envy him for having such a wealthy father. Most had been roused from sleep late at night, yet none were drowsy. Every one of them was wide awake. In less than 8 hours, Zhuyu live streaming faced the most severe credibility crisis since its inception. With so many competitors in the industry and the company preparing for an IPO this year, such a crisis was undoubtedly fatal in the current climate. What made it even more absurd was that all of this stemmed from a foolish act by their own CEO. At this moment, Wang Ling was huddled in a corner of the conference room trembling. After being abruptly awakened, he finally realized what a stupid thing he had done in a fit of rage the previous day. The middle-aged man who had banned Jiang Cheng's livestream room sat beside him, but his expression remained calm. One hand was tucked into his pocket, firmly gripping his phone. As he glanced at the silent Wang Ling, his face was filled with undisguised contempt. Truly an incompetent heir. Sooner or later you'll squander all the fortune your father built. The atmosphere in the conference room was quiet. No one spoke first. President Wang, since things have come to this, let's think about a solution for the aftermath. As a board member, Lu Hai could no longer contain himself, and finally turned his gaze to the silent CEO in the corner, Wang Ling, and spoke. With Lu Hai's words, the others in the room also looked over. Seeing this, Wang Ling's face fell, knowing he couldn't avoid it. He straightened his clothes, pondered for a moment, then stood up to meet everyone's eyes. The middle-aged man beside him also turned his head to look at Wang Ling. He was somewhat curious about how Wang Ling would resolve this incident. However, he didn't notice that Wang Ling's unfriendly gaze had swept over him several times before. Wang Ling cleared his throat and said, "Esteemed seniors, since this has already happened, what matters most now is minimizing the impact of this incident." Upon hearing this, the people in the conference room couldn't help but think more highly of Wang Ling. Even Lu Hai, who had just spoken, nodded involuntarily. He thought to himself, our CEO isn't completely foolish yet. Well, there's still hope. So how do we minimize the impact? An executive asked. Resolve this matter as quickly as possible. The person responsible should publicly apologize to Sister Orange and offer compensation. Wang Ling replied, casting a malicious glance at the middle-aged man beside him. When someone asked, wouldn't a public apology from the CEO have a significant impact on the company? Wang Ling seemed troubled and sat back down to ponder. After a long silence, he wore an embarrassed expression and turned his gaze to the middle-aged man. Indeed, if I issue the statement, it would indeed have a considerable impact on the company. Manager Gu, would you be willing to? He trailed off. Everyone present was sharp enough to understand without him spelling it out. The task had been assigned to Gu Yu by President Wang. If the CEO couldn't take the blame, then the only remaining scapegoat was. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man Gu Yuan nearly fainted from anger. Damn it, you gave me the order, and now you want me to take the fall. This is too much. Gu Yuan, unwilling to accept it, looked at the others in the conference room. Many colleagues who had once worked alongside him simply lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze. No one made a move to speak up for him. In the end, Gu Yu withdrew his gaze with a hint of sorrow. Now how could he not understand? They were pushing him out as the scapegoat. It was almost laughable. He had worked diligently at Zhuyu for over a decade, only to end up like this. But if there's no place for me here, there's plenty elsewhere. The mountains remain green, the waters flow forever. We'll see each other again. Patting the phone in his pocket, Gu Yu stood up, a hearty smile spreading across his face. He bowed to everyone in the conference room and said, "It's fine, everyone. Until we meet again someday." The others in the room, seeing Gu Yu's cheerful smile, couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow and deep emotion. President Wang, I won't say much more. It's okay, I'll take the blame. But I want compensation, no problem, right? After bidding farewell to his former colleagues, Gu Yu turned his gaze back to Wang Ling, his tone slightly sarcastic. Wang Ling, seeing Gu Yu's cooperative demeanor, breathed a sigh of relief. He ignored Gu Yu's sarcastic tone, understanding that no one would feel good in such a situation. Wang Ling nodded heavily and leaned in to whisper in Gu Yu's ear, 10 million, and well, sign a contract. Gu Yu nodded, picked up his briefcase, and walked out of the conference room without looking back. As soon as he stepped out of the building, Gu Yu could no longer contain his anger. He turned to look at the building behind him and cursed a few times. Damn it, my annual salary is 2 million, and you're only giving me 10 million in compensation. I was a bit reluctant, but now don't blame me. Glancing at the recorded phone call on his phone, Gu Yu grinned maliciously and walked away without looking back. At 6 a.m., Zhuyu live streaming app published an apology announcement. Meanwhile, Gu Yu received a text from his former company urging him to post it on Buxin. Looking at the words that defamed him, he smiled bitterly. Well done. Without making any changes, he directly posted it to his account. At around 6:10 in the morning, Jiang Cheng slowly emerged from her dream, opening her eyes in a daze. She was awakened by the system's notification sound. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the main quest, become the goddess of this world, young lady. Quest rewards obtained 5 million renminbi, a random level 7 women's outfit, and the title National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance. Hearing the system's voice announcing the successful completion of the quest in her mind, Jiang Cheng instantly snapped. Jiang Cheng was not surprised by the completion of the quest. In fact, she felt a hint of annoyance. This damn system interrupting her sweet dreams at such an inopportune time. Yet her attention was still drawn to the rewards from the system. However, she did not dwell too much on the cash reward as she used to. 5 million yuan was no small sum even for her now, but after all, when money accumulates one tends to care less about it. This time she was quite intrigued by the latter two rewards. After dressing, Jiang Cheng walked over to the wardrobe and retrieved the level 7 women's outfit rewarded by the system. As she took it out before she could even see what the dress looked like, a dazzling radiance burst forth from the garment. The blinding light nearly seared Jiang Cheng's eyes. Only when the glow gradually dimmed did she manage to discern the true nature of the dress. It was yet another classical white gown as pure as snow adorned with various gemstones, exuding extraordinary splendor. Yet this outfit seemed to possess a magical allure, making Jiang Cheng, who held it in her hands, feel an irresistible urge to put it on. Shaking her head firmly, Jiang Cheng gritted her teeth and placed the dress back into the wardrobe. There was no helping it. The garment was simply too dazzling to be worn in public. Although dawn had arrived and the sky was brightening, the light radiating from the dress still outshone the daylight. Wearing it out. Good heavens! Jiang Cheng's mind automatically conjured an image of a humanoid self-propelled ultra-bright bulb. Moreover, she was slightly puzzled. She was astonished to find that she could not view the attributes of this dress. System, why can't I see the attributes of this dress? Jiang Cheng called out to the system, which had not surfaced for a long time. Soon a voice echoed in the depths of her mind. Ding, the level 7 women's outfit is already a celestial treasure. The host's charm value is insufficient, so it cannot be accessed. And what is charm value? Jiang Cheng was utterly baffled by the system's response and pressed further. Ding, the host can earn 1 charm value for every 10 comprehensive purchases made in the system shop. Jiang Cheng. Upon receiving the system's reply, Jiang Cheng grew even more speechless. This sounded like the pay-to-win scheme of those reskin mobile games on the market. Now all Jiang Cheng wanted to say to the system was, you damn system. Trying to trick me into spending fans again. Yet curiosity still lingered. What's the use of charm value? Ding, charm value can be used to unlock characteristics of women's outfits above level 7. No other uses at present. Jiang Cheng, alright. Without further conversation with the system, Jiang Cheng temporarily ignored the dress and focused on the last reward from the system, the title National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance. It was a golden card. As soon as Jiang Cheng touched it, a panel appeared before her eyes. Title National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance. Level Rare. Trait Goddess Aura Preliminary. Note, once activated it will fundamentally elevate the host's temperament, aiming for the level of a celestial maiden. Please confirm whether to activate this title. Looking at the final prompt on the panel, Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and clicked the confirm button. Instantly the room was shrouded in white mist. Moments later, Jiang Cheng stepped out from the mist. An ethereal, otherworldly aura flickered about her. Approaching the mirror, Jiang Cheng gazed at her current reflection, stunned, and murmured softly, "This version of myself truly seems like a celestial maiden." In the mirror, Jiang Cheng's features remained unchanged, but her temperament had become more ethereal and aloof, as though she had just descended from the heavens to the mortal world, the celestial aura of one untouched by worldly affairs still lingering. After gazing at her reflection for a while, Jiang Cheng snapped out of her self-admiration, awakened by the voice of her cousin. She felt that if no one had disturbed her, she might have been lost in that enchantment, forever ahem. But it was time to eat again. Jiang Cheng felt a stir of anticipation. Even a celestial maiden must eat. After a quick wash, she leisurely made her way to the kitchen. At the dining table, Yi Qing and the other two stared at Jiang Cheng, whose temperament had drastically changed. For a moment they ate less frequently, but the sound of swallowing echoed often. Because they were already very familiar with Jiang Cheng, they did not sense any aloofness that kept people at a distance. They simply felt that after just one night their Qingzi had become even more beautiful, truly whetting their appetites. Watching the three's strange gazes, Jiang Cheng felt a wave of helplessness, regretting her rash decision to activate that title. After all, her surroundings didn't seem entirely safe. What are you staring at? Can't you just eat properly? Feeling their eyes on her, Jiang Cheng put on a stern face and said fiercely. Yet unexpectedly this action triggered a passive cute skill. An otherworldly celestial maiden suddenly acting cute. Good heavens, the stark contrast nearly overwhelmed them with adoration in an instant. Seeing Jiang Cheng like this, the three could only exclaim inwardly, "Can't handle this." They replied aloud, but their eyes remained fixed on Jiang Cheng, showing no sign of looking away. Jiang Cheng. So being too beautiful is a crime. Feeling their burning gazes, Jiang Cheng finished her breakfast in less than 5 minutes. After eating, she ignored the three and hurried back to her room. Left behind watching Jiang Cheng's retreating figure, the three at the table harbored their own thoughts, occasionally exchanging glances, a thick atmosphere of rivalry spreading across the table. Yi Qing. I haven't sleepwalked in a long time. Mu Shui. Qingzi is getting more beautiful by the day. Should I step up my game? Lin Yue, I feel Qingzi is tempting me. I can't hold back anymore.